Chapter 1. Escape from the cannibal tribe. When Bai Feng awoke, devoid of any clothing and lying on the ground, he realized that his situation was dire. Surrounding him were the foul-smelling figures of savages, their filth serving as a makeshift armor. The sound of snoring echoed, and the fire at the cave's entrance blazed brightly. Bai Feng was certain that even if he had traversed into this primitive era, the inhabitants of this cave were not from his tribe. By the fire lay remnants of gnawed bones. As a physician, he discerned at least 4 femurs scattered on the ground, along with 2 skulls, indicating that at least 2 individuals had been devoured. The reason Bai Feng was not part of their tribe was due to the corpse beneath him, also devoid of modesty, likely stripped by them. This unfortunate soul might have been a companion from his tribe, but was now cold and lifeless. Bai Feng's back was drenched in blood, and upon inspection, he found a fatal wound at the back of his head, yet he was still alive, the injury miraculously healed, perhaps a consequence of his abrupt transition to this realm. Originally a humble grassroots doctor, Bai Feng now found himself transformed into potential sustenance for this cannibalistic tribe. His plight was far worse than that of Zhu Chongba, who had merely slain a landlord's ox before his own ascension. Bai Feng harbored no illusions of acquiring a system or modern weaponry. Even a simple knife would suffice, yet he had awakened in a state of utter vulnerability. He cursed the accursed altar, its ancient power still resonant after millennia. After all, were not the gods of primitive men merely instruments to deceive the uncivilized? He had boasted, claiming that even with nothing to start with, he could forge the strongest tribe. Little did he expect that a passing bird would relieve itself upon the altar, and with a flash of lightning, he would awaken to this grim fate. Had he managed to throw that bird onto the altar, he might at least have donned a garment of animal skin by now. His most pressing dilemma was how to escape this dire predicament. Observing his surroundings carefully, he noted that the cave was vast enough to accommodate a semi-trailer, although the entrance was narrow, just wide enough for a person to bend and slip through. The location chosen by these primitives was quite astute, providing shelter from rain, and a fire at the entrance could easily deter any beasts seeking to launch a nocturnal attack. Bai Feng's only recourse was to wait for them to fall into a deeper slumber, allowing him to stealthily escape. That if he lingered until dawn, he would undoubtedly meet a grisly end, becoming nothing more than a dish for the hungry. Counting the savages, Bai Feng estimated there were around 30, with 13 adult males among them, the remainder being women and several children. In this epoch devoid of shame, distinguishing between the sexes at night was trivial. Many were entirely uncovered. He treaded lightly, stepping among the slumbering figures of the savages, holding his breath, careful not to make a sound. However, in the darkness, he failed to notice a brittle stone underfoot. As he stepped on it, the shale crunched loudly, sending echoes throughout the cave and quickening his heartbeat. Only 1 or 2 of the savages stirred, turning over and scratching their limbs before returning to slumber. Bai Feng waited until the rhythmic snores resumed before cautiously rising to his feet and proceeding toward the fire. Upon reaching the fire pit, he discovered stone axes and knives belonging to these people. Although they appeared little more than refused to him, he had no right to be choosy, lacking even a pair of trousers. Thus, he discreetly seized an appealing stone axe and knife before making his way to the cave's entrance. Yet, as he emerged, he was taken aback by the enveloping darkness. He had no idea where he was, nor where he should head. The previous occupant of this body remained nameless in his mind, and his attempts to delve into that consciousness rendered him momentarily disoriented. Frightened, Bai Feng quickly regained his own thoughts. With the unknown stretching before him, he knew that advancing a few steps might lead to an encounter with a beast, yet remaining behind would surely spell certain doom come dawn. Bai Feng resolved to take a chance, but first, he stealthily returned to fetch a sturdy branch from the fire, which would serve as both illumination and a deterrent against predators. Moreover, in an era devoid of lighters or matches, igniting a fire was a formidable task. Uncertain of his destination, Bai Feng noted that despite the previous occupant's lack of wit, the body possessed remarkable physical prowess. Intriguingly, he felt an innate sense guiding him to a place of refuge until dawn. This instinct, perhaps a product of the former owner's experiences, proved invaluable. Exiting the cave, he walked for less than a minute when, aided by the flickering light, he noticed that the rocks on the mountainside reflected glimmers. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were coal, black and dull. The coal crumbled easily under his fingers, suggesting this mountain might be a surface coal mine. This revelation sparked a bold idea: to secretly toss this inferior coal into the fire pit within the cave. Moreover, upon exiting, he realized that the cave was not windward, the breeze blew inward. Considering the potential consequences, Bai Feng surmised that if the savages discovered his escape, they would undoubtedly pursue him. Unfamiliar with the terrain, the odds of evading them were slim. It would be wiser to gamble that the coal smoke could incapacitate them. If not lethal, it would at least render them unable to act. His only fear was being caught while placing the coal. Resolutely, Bai Feng decided to proceed with his plan. He selected a sizable chunk of coal and carried it to the cave's entrance. Observing that the savages were soundly asleep, he placed the coal onto the fire, feeling it was insufficient, and repeated the process several times before slipping away. Guided by the former occupant's subconscious, Bai Feng navigated through the woods, gathering kindling and meandering for a considerable time until he finally stumbled upon a small cave that could accommodate only 1 or 2 individuals. Fortunately, in this era, while other luxuries were scarce, timber and firewood were abundant. Bai Feng seized the opportunity to gather a substantial amount of firewood and positioned it at the entrance, ensuring that the fire would burn throughout the night. As he lay in the cave, listening to the distant howls of beasts, Bai Feng began to contemplate his future. Returning to modern society seemed an insurmountable challenge, as he had arrived here without a clear understanding of how or why he had been transported. Most critically, Bai Feng was unaware of the specific time period or location he had entered. He could not ascertain whether he was in the New Stone Age or the Old Stone Age. If he were still on the land of Huaxia, he fervently hoped that figures like the Yellow Emperor or Shennong had already emerged, believing that with his intellect and knowledge, he might seek refuge with these ancestors and be accepted. At the very least, he would not be relegated to mere sustenance in a cave. However, with only a stone knife and axe in his possession, along with the lifestyle and dietary habits of the savages, Bai Feng discerned that he would likely have to wait several hundred or even 1,000 years before encountering the Yellow Emperor or Shennong. Chapter 2. Starting from scratch. The fire outside the cave blazed brightly, and the confined space provided Bai Feng with a semblance of security. He longed to indulge in a restorative slumber to replenish his energy, yet the tension in his nerves rendered sleep elusive. After enduring a sleepless night, dawn finally arrived, bringing with it the fading calls of wild beasts. Herbivores began to stir, rustling as they relieved themselves and commenced their morning repast. Only then did Bai Feng dare to venture forth, deeming it imperative to distance himself from this land and seek refuge in more remote locales. After all, the human population was likely sparse, and in such an expansive wilderness, he was confident that a suitable hiding spot could be found. With a stone axe in one hand and a fire starter along with a stone knife in the other, Bai Feng set off. As he journeyed, he scrutinized his surroundings through the lens of a modern perspective. The wilderness was characterized by undulating hills interspersed with patches of flat terrain. Based on the topography and climate, Bai Feng surmised that he might be in the northwest region, though the dense forests and abundant water sources compelled him to refrain from drawing any definitive conclusions. After all, landscapes could undergo monumental transformations over the course of centuries, let alone the thousands or even tens of thousands of years that might separate him from the world he once knew. In this new body, a perfect blend of primal strength and civilized intellect, Bai Feng recognized that despite his formidable physique, he still risked being preyed upon. However, he believed that with his knowledge and intelligence, he could outmaneuver the constraints of this era and ascend to the apex of the food chain. A notable advantage of his current form was its instinctive ability to discern edible sustenance. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar wild fruits in the forest, his subconscious would guide him, indicating whether they were safe to consume. As dusk approached, Bai Feng had yet to locate a suitable campsite, and the distance he had traversed during the day felt insufficient for his safety. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he managed to gather enough firewood to last through the night, along with some wild fruits for dinner. Lacking a proper cave, he settled for a large rock that could provide some shelter from the wind. Exhausted, Bai Feng remained vigilant. Although the fire offered some protection, he dared not sleep soundly, awakening multiple times to the haunting cries of wild animals. Now, he feared not the specter of ghosts in the night, but rather the presence of humans and beasts alike. With the break of dawn, Bai Feng resumed his quest for a campsite. When the sun reached its zenith and cast almost no shadows, he finally discovered a location that pleased him, a platform beneath a stone wall. While it lacked a cave, it faced away from the wind and basked in sunlight. Flanked by dense woods that obscured distant views, This meant that as long as one did not approach closely, the site would remain undetected. Bai Feng had sought out a location that could not be easily spotted, deliberately choosing paths that would hinder movement. The platform, formed of stone, was covered by a thick layer of soil, measuring a solid 7 to 8 meters in length and roughly 4 meters at its widest point. The broadest section was on the left, descending into a steep slope cluttered with rocks and underbrush, ensuring that neither wild men nor fierce beasts could easily ascend. To the right lies a gently sloping incline, which, with a slight clearing and transformation, could easily become a pathway. Above, the smooth and towering stone wall stands unobstructed. The rock formations, along with the original platform above, reveal no substantial boulders, alleviating the fear of sudden rockfalls. A water source is not far off, and the nearby woods abound with wild fruits ripe for the picking. On the platform beneath the stone wall, Bai Feng cleared a small area with his hands and laid down all the treasures he had pilfered, exhaling a long sigh of relief. After a brief respite, the first task Bai Feng undertook was not to construct a shelter or seek food, but rather to fashion a grass skirt for himself using a knife to cut long blades of grass. As a modern man, the thought of treating the universe as mere underwear and allowing his modesty to sway in the breeze was unbearable, despite the absence of onlookers. Donning the grass skirt, he found it less than comfortable, especially with his younger brother wandering about, but the newfound cover eased his discomfort, marking a tentative step from savagery to civilization. With modesty secured, Bai Feng commenced the endeavor of establishing a campsite. The first order of business was to gather firewood. After all, a fire is far more essential than a wooden structure. Although his stone axe was not particularly sharp, the wood did not need to be meticulously crafted. Any branches he could drag back to the campsite sufficed. Bai Feng then sought out straight, arm-thick branches to transport back to the site for constructing a temporary dwelling. Fortunately, this area was rich in trees, and he quickly gathered enough timber for his small abode. As the sun began its descent toward the west, Bai Feng felt no inclination to delay. Utilizing readily available large stones in conjunction with the wood, he erected a small lean-to against the stone wall. Once completed, Bai Feng stood with his hands on his hips, surveying his work with satisfaction. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he built a stone fire nest for his campfire, ensuring that the flames would be contained and not threaten his shelter. That night, perhaps bolstered by the security of a roof overhead, Bai Feng finally enjoyed a relatively peaceful slumber. However, by morning, comfort was a distant memory. He awoke to the pangs of hunger. Having subsisted solely on wild fruits with little sugar content, their sourness lingering in his mouth, devoid of any protein. Moreover, his sleeping quarters were far from level, littered with sand and pebbles that jutted painfully beneath him, no matter how he shifted. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the wilderness, Bai Feng set off with his axe and knife, determined to find a means of hunting. Otherwise, relying solely on fruits, he feared he would not survive the summer. To facilitate his movements, he fashioned a rope from grass, securing his knife to his waist and wielding only the axe. Recalling the fish he had seen in the nearby pond while searching for water, plentiful and sizable due to the absence of natural predators, Bai Feng resolved to craft a fishing spear. As the mountains were rich with bamboo, an excellent material for such an endeavor, splitting the bamboo from one end, for prongs are fashioned, and a slender piece of bamboo is inserted into the hollow center. The separated prongs are bound loosely with grass rope, and the 5 tips are sharpened, resulting in a 5-pronged fish spear. This water hole is vast, almost resembling a small lake, yet it flows with fresh water, entering and exiting, its depths providing a tranquil haven for fish. However, it has now become a paradise for Bai Feng, who gazes longingly at the plump fish swimming about, his mouth watering in anticipation. For safety, Bai Feng chooses a shallow area, lying in wait for his opportunity. Observing the fish as they glide by, unafraid of his presence, he thrusts the spear into the water, only to have the splashes drench his face without ensnaring a single fish. Startled, the fish flicks its tail, leaving Bai Feng with nothing but a splash as it swims away. Undeterred by this initial failure, he steels himself to try again, believing that failure is merely a stepping stone to success. With an abundance of fish, it is not long before curious ones approach this peculiar creature. Yet once more, Bai Feng misses his mark, and in subsequent attempts, he fails to catch any fish, even grazing them but ultimately letting them escape. Frustrated, he tosses the spear into the water, contemplating alternative methods, only to notice the spear bending as it enters the depths. "Oh, how foolish of me," he exclaims, tapping his primitive head. Refraction. How could I have forgotten such a basic principle? No wonder I couldn't catch any fish. He laments that his primitive brain cannot accommodate this new knowledge. Chapter 3. A sense of deficiency with his mind recalibrated, Bai Feng renews his efforts to catch fish. Although he initially continues to miss, he feels he is beginning to grasp the technique. He waits patiently, sharpens his focus, and with all his might, he thrusts the spear downward. The tremor of the spear indicates success. Upon lifting it, he discovers he has speared a fish nearly the length of his arm. Though unfamiliar with the species, he is undeterred. As long as it is not a pufferfish, he is bold enough to feast upon it. Buoyed by his success, Bai Feng approaches fishing with newfound confidence. Even occasional misses no longer dampen his spirit. By the time his stomach growls with hunger, he has caught 6 sizable fish along the shore. After cutting a piece of wood, he strings the fish together and hoists them onto his shoulder. Finally understanding why so many anglers are willing to endure hardships for the thrill of catching fish, it is indeed exhilarating. As he makes his way back to camp, he glances up at the sun to gauge the time, estimating the angle to be roughly 70 degrees, indicating that midday is still some distance away. Upon arriving at the camp, Bai Feng is filled with delight at the prospect of a meal, only to discover he has no pot, forcing him to roast the fish instead. Reflecting on his situation, he resolves to hasten his efforts and swiftly enter the era of pottery. He has already cleaned the fish's innards and scales by the waterhole, ensuring they are ready for his return to camp. Finding a stick, I pierced the fish and placed it over the fire, turning it to roast. However, besides being painfully hungry, I was also suffering from the heat of the flames. It was summer now, although I was unaware of the exact date and had no thermometer based on my previous summers in various cities. I sensed the outside temperature was nearing 30 degrees Celsius. This was somewhat mitigated by the shade of the trees, preventing it from becoming unbearably hot. The blaze of the campfire scorched my chest, causing discomfort, yet I endured it for the sake of my roasted fish. The initial taste of the fish was not one of succulence or freshness, but rather bland, overly so. It possessed merely a hint of its natural flavor, tinged with a subtle fishiness that rendered it unpalatable. However, for someone like me, who had gone 3 days with little nourishment, the quality of the food was inconsequential. What mattered was satisfying my hunger and replenishing my energy. Yet, another crucial element came to mind: salt. Without salt, one could suffer from cramps, fatigue, or even death within a week. I then realized the gravity of my predicament. Starting from scratch was an arduous challenge. After satiating my hunger with the fish, I patted my belly and reclined in the shade of the campsite, comfortably awaiting the digestion of my meal to fuel my forthcoming endeavors. As I observed the sun climbing higher in the sky, a sudden thought struck me. I quickly grabbed my knife, ventured out, and cut a straight stick. I found a flat spot in the campsite and inserted it into the ground, checking to ensure it stood upright. I then sat beside the stick, watching as its shadow grew shorter. Once the shadow ceased to shorten and began to lengthen, I marked the shortest point with charcoal. In that moment, I realized I could estimate the date based on the shadow's length. While I could not ascertain my latitude, I could determine the summer solstice by observing the changes in the shadow. If the next day's shadow was shorter than today's, it indicated that I was still before the solstice. Conversely, if it lengthened, I would be post-solstice. Ideally, I would ascertain the exact day of the solstice, but a discrepancy of 10 days would suffice. As a person with yellow skin, I noted that the cannibals shared the same trait, and given the deciduous forest surrounding me, I was fairly certain I was north of the Tropic of Cancer, unless I had inexplicably traversed to another planet. After completing this whimsical task, I was struck by a new concern: how to preserve the fish. With such high temperatures, it would be inedible by nightfall if left unattended. Lacking salt for curing, I could only resort to smoking the fish, a process I had never undertaken before and would have to rely on my imagination to execute. I began by creating a simple 4-legged frame with thin sticks and grass twine, which served as my smoking rack. I then filleted the fish and laid it flat on the rack, fearing that direct flames would result in roasted fish rather than smoked. I searched for some damp wood to place on the fire. As expected, the wet wood produced a thick smoke that quickly filled the air, making it difficult for me to remain nearby. Emboldened, Bai Feng set off with his belongings, searching far and wide for suitable clay to craft a pottery pot. Although he endeavored diligently, kneading and molding the earth around him, he remained uncertain about the true nature of fine clay, relying purely on chance. If fortune did not favor him, He intended to gather various types of soil to ascertain which might endure the firing process. As he wandered, beset by frustration, Baifeng finally stumbled upon something familiar: red clay. This substance, discovered later in the Chiyou culture, was prevalent near his hometown, utilized for crafting colorful pottery. Elated, he hastily gathered large chunks of this red clay and transported them back to his campsite. This clay, when dry, resembled stone, hard and solid, making it convenient for Baifeng to carry. Once he felt he had collected an ample supply, he sought out a sturdy bamboo stalk, cutting it into sections to create a water bucket for hauling sufficient water to his camp. Baifeng had once overheard his elders discussing the ancient methods of pottery production, and he resolved to rely on those fragmented recollections to create his own wares. His first step involved breaking the red clay into smaller pieces, a task made easier with a hefty piece of wood he fashioned into a makeshift hammer. After crushing the clay into fine particles, he added water, kneading it like dough. When his hands grew weary, he used his feet to stomp the mixture until it was smooth and compact. Once he had eliminated all air bubbles and granules from the clay, he commenced his pottery-making endeavor. Baifeng concluded that a pot was of utmost necessity. With a pot, he could cook rice, boil water, and, should he later discover tea leaves, enjoy a warm cup of tea. The pot need not be excessively ornate. For practicality, he fashioned the base and walls thickly and added 2 sturdy handles for ease of use. After completing a large pot, he still had ample clay remaining, prompting him to create 2 small bowls, perhaps out of a fear that should he only craft one, it might break, leaving him without a vessel for meals. He even fashioned a lid for the pot and a large water jug, though he harbored doubts about his ability to successfully fire the jug, resigning himself to the outcome. Whatever it may be, once crafted, the pottery could not be immediately fired. It required a period of air drying to set before being subjected to the kiln, lest it explode upon exposure to heat. Surveying the fruits of his labor from the afternoon, Baifeng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. With the sun still high and summer days long, he took advantage of the extended working hours to add some damp kindling to his fish smoking rack. Observing the fish turning a dark hue and becoming somewhat desiccated, he felt confident that the smoking process would prove successful. However, contemplating the blandness of the fish, Baifeng resolved to seek out some salt. Chapter 4. The pursuit of salt and preparations for pottery. Salt is one of the most vital strategic resources. Human existence is inextricably linked to it, and Baifeng was no exception. The quest for salt proved to be a formidable challenge, as he had no knowledge of his current location and could not rely on memories from his past life to deduce where salt might be found. The primary sources of salt are predominantly sea salt, well salt, lake salt, and mineral salt. In this temperate inland region, the absence of sea salt is certain, yet the likelihood of finding lake salt remains significant. Baifeng's only recourse is to roam about, sampling the waters of any puddle he encounters to discern its salinity. Unfortunately, the water sources Baifeng discovers are not only devoid of salt, but also exhibit a hint of sweetness, leading to his considerable frustration. Thus, he resolves to seek alternative methods, specifically by examining the ground for signs of white alkali. A white layer on the soil indicates the proximity of saline water or suggests a high salt content in the earth itself. The extraction of salt from alkaline earth was an ancient technique employed by people in the Northwest to produce private salt, albeit with low yield and poor quality, making it an unattractive endeavor for most. Baifeng has already ventured far from the campsite, and as the sun gradually descends in the west, he must retrace his steps. If fortune does not favor him today, he will resume his search tomorrow, prioritizing safety and ensuring he returns to the camp before nightfall. Before returning to the camp, Baifeng approaches the puddle once more, filling his bamboo tube with water. He observes numerous wild birds, such as quails and pheasants, retreating into the reeds to settle for the night. An idea strikes him. He should seize the opportunity to collect some bird eggs from the reed beds, or perhaps take a bolder approach in the autumn when the reeds dry out, setting them ablaze by night to feast on roasted fowl. The notion of igniting the reeds stirs something in Baifeng's mind, suggesting a significant connection, yet the thought fleetingly eludes him. After a few firm taps on his head to clear his mind, the realization dawns upon him: reed salt. The ash produced from burning reed stalks can yield reed salt, albeit with numerous impurities. However, for Baifeng, this is a vital remedy in his current predicament. Without hesitation, Baifeng seizes his knife and begins fervently cutting the reeds. But the stone blade proves insufficiently sharp, allowing him to harvest only a few stalks at a time. He then decides to bundle the reeds together and employs a stone axe, significantly increasing his efficiency. In no time, he has amassed a considerable quantity, which he does not transport back to the camp immediately, as the reeds must first be dried before burning. He simply leaves them by the puddle. As the light transforms to a golden hue, Baifeng returns to his campsite. The smoked fish has darkened considerably. Yet he deems it insufficient and plans to continue smoking it the following day, intending to catch more fish to preserve as future rations. Dinner consists of yet another unremarkable meal of roasted fish accompanied by a tube of cool lake water. Since arriving in this era, Baifeng has noted the remarkable resilience of the wild people's digestive systems. Unlike his former self, he would undoubtedly suffer from an upset stomach after consuming such cold water. After satisfying his hunger, Baifeng concludes a laborious day by stoking the campfire vigorously before retreating to his modest shelter for rest. The following morning, as the sun rises, Baifeng finds himself unable to sleep any longer. He rises and notices numerous small stones have left marks across his body. Fortunately, despite the absence of a pillow or proper bedding, he has not suffered from a stiff neck, though it seems imperative to improve his living conditions today. Maintaining his modern habits, Baifeng begins his day with a wash, splashing his face with the water from the bamboo tube, a mere gesture to refresh himself. However, dental hygiene is essential. Preserving a healthy set of teeth in primitive times was of utmost importance. He certainly did not wish to resemble those primitive men with their unsightly yellowed teeth. Lacking a toothbrush, one could simply break off a twig, chew one end until it was frayed, creating a makeshift toothbrush. The impoverished of ancient times relied on such rudimentary tools. Without toothpaste, one could use powdered wood charcoal, albeit the experience was rather unpleasant. In this era, one would typically enjoy a leisurely breakfast, yet Baifeng found himself most pressed for time. Before his body could no longer endure or the weather shifted, he had to gather all necessary basic supplies. After hastily tearing off a few bites of roasted fish and adding some firewood to the bonfire, Baifeng began his endeavors. Today, he intended to construct a fishing trap, which would free him from the time-consuming task of catching fish, allowing him to pursue other activities. The design of the trap was quite simple, a large cylinder fitted with a funnel, permitting entry but preventing escape. The materials, readily available bamboo, were ideal. Using slender bamboo made the process even more convenient. One end was tightened and secured with vines, while the other end remained wide, accommodating a woven structure resembling a funnel. Once secured on the outside, the fishing trap was complete. Baifeng crafted 2 traps and transported them to the pond, where he gathered numerous snails from the reeds. After crushing them, he placed the remains into the traps and found suitable locations to set them. Fish could easily enter the trap through the wide opening, yet their limited intelligence kept them from escaping through the narrow exit. After positioning the traps, Baifeng inspected the reeds he had cut the previous night. They still retained too much moisture and required a day of sun exposure to dry adequately. However, he also realized that reed stalks were excellent materials for making mattresses, prompting him to resume his work with the reeds. Once he had cut down a sufficient quantity, he removed the leaves, retaining only the stalks. A brief sun-drying would suffice to reduce their moisture content, and once they had attained enough pliability, he could begin weaving. Simultaneously, Baifeng collected a substantial amount of reed flowers, which were not limited to autumn and winter, but were also available in summer. These flowers made for a wonderfully soft bedding material. Observing that the reeds still required some time to process, he returned to the campsite. The pottery he had crafted yesterday was nearly dry today and showed no signs of cracking, a promising sign for Baifeng. However, to fire the pottery, it needed another day of drying. In preparation for this, Baifeng tirelessly chopped wood, an endless task. The stone axe was proving to be terribly ineffective. It lacked sharpness and was not securely bound, leading Baifeng to fear that applying too much force might break the axe. He wondered when humanity would transition into the Iron Age. After a morning of chopping, the pile of firewood at the campsite had reached considerable heights. Composed of thick and long logs as if he had directly felled a tree, Baifeng felt confident that this supply would last him for quite some time. To fire the pottery, he would need a kiln, so he decided to construct a small wood-fired kiln himself. Baifeng dug the earth, mixed in water, and incorporated a substantial amount of clay. A kiln could indeed function without the need for special clay. First, a circle was meticulously shaped from clay, built up thickly and gradually rising in height. Then, Baifeng crafted a circular lid from clay to cover the circle, albeit with numerous large holes. After allowing it to set briefly, he cast it directly into the bonfire for firing. This disc served as a platform for the pottery to be burned, while also acting as a barrier between the pottery and the flames. Once the disc had hardened sufficiently, Baifeng affixed it atop a partially constructed kiln and continued to raise the structure until it could accommodate all the pottery along with ample space, before pausing. At the base of the kiln, he fashioned a large opening for feeding firewood. And Baifeng also created a proper kiln lid to ensure a tight seal after placing the pottery inside. Rubbing the clay from his hands, he deemed the preparations for the era of pottery complete. Chapter 5. The Deluge. Noticing the sun gradually shifting westward, Baifeng tidied up the campsite, adding some dry twigs to the bonfire before relocating the fish smoking rack to retrieve the fishing nets. Upon arriving at the pond, he found the fishing nets had not disappointed him. After half a day's effort, they were brimming with fish, confirming that resources were indeed of utmost importance. While cleaning the fish by the water's edge, Baifeng acquired several large specimens, stringing 2 bunches of fish on bamboo skewers, resembling a traveler carrying luggage as he transported them back to camp. The fish smoked yesterday appeared nearly ready, prompting Baifeng to construct another rack specifically for food, accommodating not only the fish but also the wild fruits he had gathered. He also discovered many familiar wild vegetables, yet regrettably could not harvest them due to the absence of a pot for cooking, choosing instead to wait until he had crafted one. Baifeng fashioned yet another smoking rack for the recently caught fish, as a single rack was insufficient. Fortunately, the platform was spacious enough to sustain 2 bonfire piles of damp wood for smoking the fish, with the one closer to him designated for cooking, thus avoiding the risk of smoke irritating him. Baifeng returned from the pond with the collected reeds and reed flowers, this time transporting reeds intended for making a mattress. While those for salt were still drying by the water's edge, salt production was not feasible today, as Baifeng had not anticipated crafting reed salt during pottery making and thus had not prepared a filtering vessel. He resolved to create a makeshift one during tomorrow's pottery firing, as the requirements were minimal, merely a pot with a hole at the bottom, even if it bore cracks. After a half day of sun-drying, the reeds had lost their brittleness, gaining more pliability. Baifeng organized the reeds in sequence and began weaving them together in pairs, forming a simple mat without the need for excessive precision. No matter how wide the gaps became, it was inconsequential. After securing the edges with a binding method, Baifeng produced a rather unrefined reed mat. He placed the mat into his small wooden shed, where it fit adequately, sprinkling the reed flowers evenly across the mat. A luxuriously primitive cooling mat was born. Baifeng felt immense satisfaction, yet sensed something was missing. Yes, a pillow. Baifeng turned around, searching for a suitable pillow, having spent quite some time deliberating. Ultimately, he opted for a large stone, its irregular shape notwithstanding. Its 2 flat surfaces made it an ideal resting place for his head. Once everything was arranged, he leisurely set up a fire to grill fish, reflecting on the day's endeavors. With the fish trap in hand, he felt assured about his food supply. However, he needed to seek additional provisions to diversify his diet. He already had a lead on salt, and once the pottery was fired tomorrow, he would be able to attempt salt production. The preparations for pottery making were thoroughly complete, and he planned to commence the firing at dawn. In another stroke of fortune, the shadow cast by the upright wooden stick continued to shorten today, indicating that they were still before the summer solstice. This not only gave him a sense of time, but also afforded Baifeng ample opportunity to prepare for the cold, food-scarce winter ahead. As he turned the fish on the grill, sensing it was nearing readiness, a cool, moist breeze swept through the woods and brushed against him. Baifeng shivered, not from the chill, but from a sudden surge of fear. He quickly leapt to his feet and dashed outside the camp, seeking a vantage point to gaze into the distance. To the southeast, a dark mass of clouds loomed, driven by the wind towards him. A sense of foreboding gripped Baifeng. He hurried back to the camp, which was merely a translucent wooden shelter, incapable of offering protection from the rain, let alone the wind. He disregarded the fish and hastily elevated a small patch of ground with stones to evade the incoming rainwater, relocating the campfire to this higher ground. He encircled it with stones, leaving an opening for ventilation to tend the fire, while also shielding it from above with more rocks. Feeling uneasy, Baifeng also pulled out his mat to cover the fire and gathered numerous leafy branches to lay atop it. He placed the clay pots and several pieces of smoked fish beneath the mat, uncertain of how much rain they would withstand, but resolved to do his utmost. The wind intensified, and Bai Feng was acutely aware that summer storms in the north could unleash their fury within mere minutes of spotting the accumulating storm clouds. Severe convective weather would not heed reason. In a race against time, he hastily stacked firewood, hoping it would not be entirely soaked, as retaining even a modicum of dry wood was better than none. He contemplated gathering more branches to reinforce his little wooden shelter, but the first drops of rain, as large as beans, began to fall. The impact felt painful against his skin, and the scattered raindrops splattered on the ground, their reach exceeding that of an egg. In mere moments, a torrential downpour arrived, plunging the entire sky into darkness, while thunder rumbled ominously overhead, resonating within Bai Feng's very core. Lightning cracked across the heavens, and he realized this rain might persist for an extended period. Thus, he hurried back to his leaky shelter, where water on the ground was steadily flowing outward. In less than half a minute, Bai Feng was thoroughly drenched, the once parched grass skirt clinging uncomfortably to his legs. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he tore it off and discarded it, surrendering himself to the deluge. The rain intensified, pouring down with increasing ferocity, and the wind propelled the droplets toward the ground like bullets. The thunderclaps reverberated as if they were detonating beside him, while the lightning flashed before his eyes. Never had Bai Feng felt such terror. Even when he was captured in the wild and deemed as food, he had never been as frightened as he was now. The might of nature dwarfed human strength and resilience. His foremost concern was the campfire, which must not be extinguished, should it die out. Death would loom nearby in this desolate wilderness. The deluge was no longer merely rain. It was water cascading from the heavens, reducing visibility to a mere 2 meters. He observed his fire flickering amidst the surrounding water, which flowed incessantly from the stones, yet the flames continued to burn defiantly. The water level on the ground was alarmingly high, and Bai Feng surmised that if he stood, it would surely submerge his Achilles tendon. Fortunately, the water was draining away, and he had elevated the position of his firewood. Otherwise, the flames would have long since extinguished. Time slipped away, and the rain showed no signs of abating. Bai Feng could only perceive the sky as an impenetrable darkness, relentless in its downpour, oblivious to when the sun had dipped below the horizon. The thunder and lightning clashed overhead in a symphony of chaos. Just when he thought the situation could not worsen, a cacophony of clinking sounds erupted from the ground, accompanied by the agonized cries of the surrounding trees. Beneath the lightning's glow, white beads fell to the earth, bouncing high. His small wooden shelter proved insufficient against them, as they rattled down through the crevices onto him. When he touched them, they were frigid, though thankfully not excessively large, merely the size of mung beans. A gust of wind intensified the sound of the hail, which crashed upon the ground, shattering into pieces alongside the intact hailstones, while the cold rain continued to pelt him. The hailstones grew larger, some rolling beside him, comparable to quail eggs. Though his humble shelter could not shield him from the rain or the smaller hail, it spared him from the lethal threat of the larger stones. Saturated with moisture, the fire, sheltered by the stones, was barely flickering. Yet Bai Feng no longer cared whether the flame would extinguish. He now feared he might not withstand the storm's onslaught. Chapter 6. The spark Bai Feng could not recall when the rain ceased. It was only when the sun's rays graced him the following day that he realized he had survived. The previous night, the rain had likely fallen incessantly, beginning as a downpour and then transforming into hail, which paused momentarily before resuming its icy assault. Fortunately, it was summer, and his risk of hypothermia was not severe. Moreover, his physique was robust. Had it been the Bai Feng of his past life, he would certainly not have withstood a second round of hail. As the storm subsided, fatigued and chilled, he surrendered to sleep. Bai Feng struggled to rise, gazing at the carpet of white hail scattered across the ground, uncertain of how to convey the tumult of emotions within. Looking down, he beheld the mountains and valleys, all adorned with hail cascading downwards with the rain. The leaves had been thoroughly battered, leaving the trees looking half-stripped, their shattered foliage mingling with the hail, rendering the entire world akin to a pot of congee generously sprinkled with scallions. Bai Feng pondered the dire consequences of this hailstorm. All creatures would find it exceedingly arduous to survive, as food would become scarce. At this juncture, many plants bore fruit that was still immature, and such a calamity would equate to a total loss of yield. He had lost all hope for his own fire, amidst the tempest. It had likely extinguished without any additional fuel. Thus, Bai Feng took to sweeping the hail and standing water away with branches. Fortunately, as the sun emerged, the hail at higher altitudes melted swiftly, making the cleanup considerably easier. Bai Feng neatly arranged the gathered firewood to dry. It was fortunate that he had enough kindling, as the wood at the center remained almost untouched by moisture. Once these tasks were completed, he cautiously removed the coverings he had employed, discarding the branches from the reed mat and laying out the nearly deformed mat to dry. To Bai Feng's astonishment, the ceramic vessels had emerged unscathed. Thanks to the buffering effect of the branches and the reed mat, the hail had inflicted no damage, save for some water that had seeped in, softening the exterior slightly. With a bit of drying, they would return to their original state. The smoked fish had become waterlogged, yet upon sniffing, Bai Feng detected no spoilage. He thus took a bite, the chilled, soaked fish offering a unique flavor, albeit out of necessity. This hailstorm had undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless animals, both avian and terrestrial. Without sturdy shelter, survival was nearly impossible. Though it would typically be a prime opportunity to scavenge, the valley was inundated with water from all directions, the mountain torrents roaring incessantly. Bai Feng was reluctant to take such a risk, having narrowly escaped with his life. At last, he began to dismantle the stone oven that had protected his fire. The stones were already frozen through, and the fire was surely extinguished. It appeared that Bai Feng's task for the day was to find any means to procure a spark. Layer by layer, he removed the stones to reveal ashes within, indicating that the fire had endured the rain but had simply extinguished due to lack of fuel. As Bai Feng sifted through the ashes, he was taken aback to find them warm. He carefully blew upon them, and to his delight, he discovered a few tiny sparks. Filled with elation, Bai Feng knew that whether by friction or striking flint, it was these sparks that could ignite tinder to produce flames. One could not simply drill wood to create fire directly. He realized he might need to devote an entire day to coaxing a flame from those meager sparks. In a state of urgency, Bai Feng sought out something to serve as tinder, but after the recent deluge, dry materials were nowhere to be found, let alone any suitable tinder. Just as Bai Feng was on the verge of surrendering, something caught his attention: the reeds lying in his wooden shed. Although they were thoroughly soaked, these delicate and lightweight reeds were indeed the finest tinder. Hastily, Bai Feng extracted a pile of drenched reeds from the floor of the shed and spread them under the sun. Even though it was the early summer sun, its heat was still intense. Some of the stone slabs on the platform had dried out, and the reeds, once damp and clumped together, began to transform into a fluffy and dry state. Once Bai Feng confirmed that the reeds were dry, he carefully rolled the finest fluff into a fist-sized bundle. He tore this bundle open and brought it close to the bonfire, blowing gently. Noticing that the glowing embers were dwindling, he scooped up some ash along with the sparks using his hands and nestled them within the reed fluff. With the sparks enveloped, Bai Feng began to blow softly into the fluff. With each breath, smoke began to rise. As he intensified his breaths, the smoke thickened, and with a powerful gust, flames erupted from the center. Cradling the flames in his hands, Bai Feng rejoiced upon the stones, akin to humanity's first encounter with fire. He placed the flames into the bonfire pile and quickly gathered some relatively dry kindling, waiting for the smoke to clear before the fire blazed vigorously. At that moment, Bai Feng felt he had truly been saved from this calamity. With the fire rekindled, Bai Feng's anxiety dissipated, and he began to methodically undertake post-disaster reconstruction. In truth, there was little to rebuild, but with the mountain torrents still raging outside, there was little else he could do. By noon, Bai Feng roasted and feasted on some soaked smoked fish while the hail outside had nearly melted away and the sound of the mountain torrents gradually subsided. Feeling compelled to venture out, Bai Feng sought to scavenge, hopeful of finding a bounty of meat. Armed with an axe, he set out again, having regained his previous state of confidence, though the grass had been trampled, rendering any attempts to fashion a grass skirt futile for the foreseeable future. Bai Feng chose to traverse the flatter terrain, aware that steep areas might have reached a critical point due to the soaking rain, risking landslides with a single misstep. He avoided the densely wooded areas, knowing that only in the open spaces would there be remnants of those who had not found shelter in time. Indeed, he did not venture far before discovering a small bird that had succumbed to the storm, but it was too diminutive to yield any substantial meat, prompting him to disregard it. As he made his way toward the reed thicket, he stumbled upon several wild chickens and pigeons, all victims of the tempest. Thanks to the icy conditions, they were still remarkably fresh. Bai Feng promptly plucked the feathers and eviscerated the birds on the spot. successfully bringing back 3 wild chickens and 2 pigeons to his camp. Feeling that his haul was insufficient, he ventured in another direction, only to unexpectedly discover several eggs nestled upon a slope. Though most of the eggs were shattered and the liquid spilled everywhere, Bai Feng managed to salvage 8 of them. He surmised they were likely wild chicken eggs, their size lying between that of a hen's egg and a quail's. The absence of sound upon shaking them indicated their freshness. With no container to carry them, Bai Feng reluctantly returned to the campsite to drop them off before setting out again. On his final excursion, he discovered 4 rabbits, 2 large and 2 small, drenched in gray fur. It seemed their burrow had been flooded, forcing them to flee, yet they could not escape the hailstorm. Bai Feng concluded that venturing further was not safe, so these were the meager spoils he collected after the calamity. Chapter 7. Not alone carrying several rabbits back to the campsite, Bai Feng caressed their fur, feeling a sense of relief that he finally had something to wear. Skinning the rabbits was a time-consuming task, yet devoid of technical difficulty. However, due to its gruesome nature, I shall refrain from further description, allowing readers to imagine it. Observing the fire kiln he had painstakingly constructed now in disarray from the downpour, Bai Feng sighed in resignation and resolved to reconstruct it. The torrential rain had thoroughly soaked the earth, although the surface moisture had evaporated somewhat under the sun's gaze. A simple dig revealed readily accessible clay. After rebuilding the kiln, noticing that dusk was approaching, he decided to commence the firing immediately, working tirelessly through the night. He ignited a small fire within the kiln, continuously adding kindling to evaporate the residual moisture. Once the kiln was nearly dry, he placed the crafted ceramic pots, a water jug, and 2 bowls inside, stoking the fire vigorously. When Bai Feng observed that both the pottery and the kiln walls had turned a vivid red, he sealed the kiln tightly and continued to add fuel. During the intervals of adding kindling, he processed a few rabbits, obtaining 4 pelts, 2 large and 2 small. The larger ones he intended to fashion into undergarments, while he pondered whether he could create a pair of shoes from the smaller hides. Despite the thick calluses on his feet that rendered him impervious to pain while traversing the rocky wilderness, Bai Feng remained uneasy, fearing a prick might pierce the soles of his feet. As twilight deepened, the sun began to descend, and the eerie hoots of owls echoed in the night. Bai Feng roasted 2 rabbit legs over the flames. They were remarkably tender, though lacking in flavor. The kiln blazed a brilliant red, and the campfire enveloped him in a profound sense of security. By its flickering light, he repaired the meat rack that had been damaged by the hail and constructed several larger ones. The smoked fish he had previously prepared had spoiled due to the rain and the summer heat, leaving Bai Feng no choice but to discard it. He chopped the rabbit and wild chicken meat into small pieces and placed them on the rack to smoke. Bai Feng continually added kindling to the kiln, uncertain of the exact duration required for the firing, having merely heard that it could take 1 to 2 days. Nevertheless, he believed that his small kiln would suffice after half a day's work. He tossed 2 eggs into the embers to roast. Within minutes, they cracked open. After sampling one, he found it to be delightfully flavorful. With a limited number of eggs in hand, Bai Feng contemplated roasting a few more while reserving some for breakfast the following day. Soon, Bai Feng conceived a bold idea. He wished to attempt hatching eggs himself to see if he could produce chicks, thereby embarking on the inaugural step of domesticating chickens, the foremost of all poultry. Without hesitation, he procured 4 eggs for his experiment, reasoning that consuming them would not significantly satiate his hunger, yet if he succeeded, it would be a groundbreaking achievement in history. Unfortunately, in this primitive environment, there was no incubator, and Bai Feng had no means to capture a wild hen and restrain it for incubation. He could only strive to align with nature, leaving the rest to fate, hoping that perhaps the wild eggs would prove more resilient. With a torch in hand, Bai Feng scoured the vicinity of the camp for dry mugwort, grass, and dried leaves, which he then fashioned into a nest-like structure to cradle the eggs, covering them with grass before setting them aside, surrendering to destiny. As midnight approached, the air of this primitive era was pure and untainted, with high visibility and no light pollution. The Milky Way spanned the sky, a celestial ribbon said to have been drawn by the Queen Mother to separate the cowherd and the weaver girl, although, at this time, they had yet to exist. The stars of Altair and Vega shone brilliantly above, forming a triangle with Deneb, the 3 brightest stars of the summer night. The handle of the Big Dipper pointed southward. Being summer, the distant star it indicated was none other than Polaris. This star, first discovered and named by the ancient fire master, served as a guiding light. Without his invention of fire, humanity would have been confined to dark corners, praying for dawn and incapable of gazing at the stars above. Reflecting on the impermanence of the world, Bai Feng added the final logs to the bonfire and the kiln, then spread out a sun-dried reed mat before lying down to sleep. Upon waking, Bai Feng noticed an increase in mosquito bites compared to previous days. With the rain came an abundance of mosquitoes. However, the native mosquitoes of Huaxiao were relatively small and less venomous. The larger, more bothersome species that would later emerge were introduced during the great exchanges of the world, proliferating wildly and becoming a perennial nuisance. After replenishing the bonfire with more wood, Bai Feng inspected the kiln, which, having burned for an extended period, had yet to cool, with embers still glowing within. He decided to leave it be and allow it to cool naturally. Today, Bai Feng intended to prepare salt, only to realize he had forgotten to create a water jar for filtering ash. Frustrated, he tapped his head, lamenting his forgetfulness. With no other option, he sought red clay and began kneading the mud anew. This time, he gathered ample clay, intending not only to craft a water jar, but also some tiles. Though his makeshift wooden shelter did not require them, he envisioned constructing a miniature house for storage to shield his belongings from heavy rain. The mere thought of heavy rainfall instilled fear in Bai Feng, for he knew that after one downpour, the likelihood of subsequent rains in the following days would significantly increase. He felt it necessary to upgrade his wooden shelter, aspiring to build a proper abode. As Bai Feng completed the hollow water jug and a dozen tiles, the kiln had sufficiently cooled down. He placed the water jug and tiles under the sun to dry, preparing to open the kiln. With a decisive strike, he broke the clay seal and removed the kiln cover, revealing the yellow pottery inside. To Bai Feng's delight, none of the pieces had exploded during the firing process. He first took out a small bowl, tapped it gently to listen to its sound, clear and robust. He filled it with water to test for leaks. It held perfectly without absorbing any moisture, and the surface remained intact. After shaking it a bit, the water retained its clarity, and upon tasting, there was no earthy flavor. Bai Feng was now utterly convinced that his pottery had been successfully crafted. He quickly retrieved the ceramic pot and water jug, performing the same checks as with the bowl. Finding no issues whatsoever, he realized he had truly entered the era of pottery. Eagerly, Bai Feng placed the pot over the bonfire, adding wild chicken and rabbit meat along with water to simmer, even covering it with a lid. Yet, feeling it was insufficient, he ventured outside the camp with his stone knife, soon returning with a handful of dandelions and wild lettuce. After cleaning the roots and rinsing them with water, he tossed them into the pot, unconcerned about the taste, simply craving some greens. The pressing issue was that, having lacked fiber for an extended period, Bai Feng was suffering from constipation. While waiting for the food to cook, he fashioned a beautifully crafted pair of chopsticks from bamboo. Perfectly round and square, a significant step forward for humanity. The stone knife was neither sharp nor sturdy enough to carve a spoon. So Bai Feng ingeniously sawed a bamboo stick of similar thickness, leaving a sufficiently deep section at the node, and then tapering the top. Thus, he fashioned a straight-handled spoon. Albeit not aesthetically pleasing, perfectly capable of serving soup, Bai Feng settled beside the bonfire, preoccupied only with checking if the food was ready. After a prolonged wait, he deemed it nearly finished and used a twig to lift the pot from the fire. He served himself a bowl, ready to eat, but upon noticing another empty bowl, a wave of loneliness washed over him. In modern society, even without friends or family to share a meal, one can at least hear the sounds of other humans. Yet, here, apart from the rustling leaves in the wind, there was nothing. Bai Feng filled the second bowl, unsure for whom he was preparing the meal. Memories of offering food to the deity during the New Year surfaced in his mind, where he would first present tea and food to the heavens. Resolutely, he found a square stone and inscribed the characters for heaven and earth upon it using charcoal, then placed the bowl of food before it as an offering. Fashioning another pair of chopsticks to rest atop the bowl, Bai Feng did not seek the favor of deities or the protection of the cosmos. He simply felt an overwhelming solitude. Those nurtured by heaven and earth are, in essence, kin to them. Yet, he did not feel entirely alone. Chapter 8. Prosperity. The heavens did not truly partake in sustenance. Bai Feng, undeterred by hunger, finished her own meal and then consumed the remnants left by her companion. As the saying goes, dining on the leftovers of the heavens enhances one's wisdom. Upon acquiring a water jug, Bai Feng discarded the cumbersome bamboo tube, brimming with excitement as she ventured to the pond to fetch water. Upon arrival, Bai Feng was taken aback. the once tranquil pond, nestled within a gentle stream, had transformed dramatically due to recent mountain floods. It now appeared broader and deeper than before, with debris, wood, stones, and silt blocking the water upstream, creating a makeshift dam. While the water level upstream remained high for the time being, the potential for collapse loomed ominously in the days to come. Moreover, the downstream area was nearly devoid of water, leaving little chance for fish, as the water barely reached Bai Feng's ankles. The dam of this newly formed lake was far from its limit. Yet, if the situation persisted, Bai Feng would find herself unable to access water or catch fish. And it remained uncertain how long it would take for the dam to give way. Cautiously, she climbed atop the dam, noting that the water level upstream exceeded 3 meters, while the dam towered over 4 meters, a stark contrast to the pond's previous maximum depth of merely 2 meters. Under such circumstances, fishing was rendered impossible. Determined to act, Bai Feng resolved to expedite the dam's collapse. To maximize her gains, she gathered an abundance of bamboo and constructed a fish-catching barrier at the water's outlet. This contraption featured a flat barrier with a trumpet-shaped entrance, ensuring that fish swept downstream by the current would become ensnared within. With the fishing apparatus prepared, Bai Feng ascended the dam with an axe, selecting a secure spot to begin excavating the earth. As the adage suggests, fortune favors the bold. For the sake of fish and a stable water source, Bai Feng commenced her destructive endeavor at the dam's most stable point. The freshly deposited silt was easily removed by hand, and she created a narrow opening, less than 10 centimeters wide, gradually deepening it. Once the opening reached the water level upstream, allowing water to flow out, Bai Feng swiftly departed from the dam. The current incessantly battered the breach she had created, widening and deepening it, and the flow swelled with increasing vigor. Bai Feng aptly named this her flood relief project. The water level at the base of the pond continued to rise, albeit murkily, eventually redirecting towards the now dry creek. Fish of various sizes were continually swept downstream, many remaining in the pond rather than venturing further. However, as the current grew stronger, the fish were inevitably carried away. Bai Feng's fishing barrier soon yielded its bounty. She captured fish on the shore with such alacrity that the rate of her catch surpassed the speed at which they could fill the barrier. Before long, there were 4 to 5 dozen fish on the bank, and Bai Feng, too occupied to count, selectively kept only the larger specimens. Releasing the smaller ones back into the water, Bai Feng felt it was time to cease his actions and began dismantling the fence. Just as he had removed half of it, he heard the dam of the landslide lake emit a series of ominous sounds, akin to the snapping of a taut string. No longer focused on the fence, Bai Feng hurriedly retreated to the shore, distancing himself from the water, while also delivering a swift blow to a few fish that had not been properly dispatched and were still wriggling. The groaning of the dam intensified, and in an instant, it was shattered by the rushing water, muddy torrents carrying debris and fallen timber downstream. This mountain flood raged for over an hour before the waters gradually subsided. Seizing the moment, Bai Feng watched the tumultuous waters while catching fish, ultimately securing 52 of them, with each fish averaging 3 pounds. He had amassed over 150 pounds of meat in half a day. If properly processed and preserved, this bounty would suffice for the entire winter. Initially, Bai Feng had intended to gather some water, yet inexplicably found himself with an abundance of fish. Fortunately, the pond was only a 5-minute walk from the camp. He made several trips, returning to the camp with the fish, which soon filled the air with a pungent odor. In a previous life, Bai Feng would have avoided such a place, but now he reveled in the sensation. His fish-smoking rack nearly occupied the entire campsite, and thankfully, the wood needed for smoking was abundant, brought down by the flood. Bai Feng merely had to collect what he could carry. From a distance, his camp resembled a celestial realm, yet within, the acrid smoke was nearly unbearable. With a moment of respite, Bai Feng began contemplating how to process the rabbit skins. The raw hides, while usable, did not meet his high standards. Currently, he had no grass skirt and was running about in the nude. The first step in preparing the hides was to scrape off the connective tissue and fat, which he accomplished swiftly. Next came the tanning process. He initially considered using urine for soaking, but lacked a suitable container, leading him to temporarily abandon that idea. The task of tanning was set aside, for he realized he needed to gather some earth salt, highlighting his shortage of tools. Instead, he sought out clay, intending to craft an array of pots and bowls. With ample experience in pottery, Bai Feng quickly produced a collection of various bowls and jars. As dusk approached, He reduced the fire for smoking the fish to prevent excessive smoke, fearing he might suffocate during the night. That evening, Bai Feng prepared fish soup. Devoid of any seasonings or modern techniques, the soup was a pure, thick white, yet the fishy aroma was still potent. As usual, he served 2 bowls, one for the heavens and one for himself. After satisfying his hunger and quenching his thirst, he cleaned the pot and put away the bowl. The moonlight was bright that night, and with little desire for sleep, Bai Feng gazed at his sprawling fish rack, feeling a significant alleviation of his inner turmoil. Food is sufficient. Now, the focus shifts to enhancing the quality of life. Additionally, salt must be produced by tomorrow. Bai Feng indeed feels discomfort. Or perhaps it is merely a psychological effect. He perceives his muscles to be more sore and fatigued than before. Lying in the small wooden shed illuminated by moonlight, he forced himself to sleep. Rising early, he kindled a bonfire and simmered some fish in a clay pot, preparing to fire the ceramic vessels and tiles. The bowls and jars crafted the previous evening were not yet ready for firing and required another day to dry. Furthermore, the small kiln could not accommodate so many items. Drawing from his first experience, Bai Feng approached this task with composure, although his consumption of firewood had been excessive in recent days, putting considerable strain on his stone axe. The awkwardness of the stone axe added to his frustrations. In truth, coal would yield better results for firing. Yet the only coal Bai Feng had discovered lay near the cannibal tribe's dwellings, and he was reluctant to take further risks. Coal, a substance not far from the wildmen's homes, likely existed near Bai Feng's campsite as well, perhaps even beneath his feet, albeit buried deep and not visible at the surface. While coal cannot be used for smoking meat, it can be utilized for firing kills. Once Bai Feng constructs a well-sealed furnace, it would also serve as a source of warmth during winter. To locate coal, Bai Feng resolved to explore the area behind a campsite he had never ventured into. If unsuccessful, he would consider upgrading his weaponry and venture into the wilderness. Fantasizing briefly about establishing a civilization with the primitives, Bai Feng ultimately returned to reality. After adding firewood to all locations, he set off to gather reeds. Following the hail and mountain floods, the reeds had been snapped, bent, or buried in mud. Bai Feng effortlessly collected several bundles of reeds, binding them tightly with vines and using bamboo as a yoke. He carefully balanced the reeds and wobbled back with 2 bundles. After 2 trips, he had successfully transported all the reeds back to the campsite. In an open area, Bai Feng dug a pit to burn the reeds, and at last, his grand endeavor of salt production was about to commence. Chapter 9. The initial success of a grand undertaking Bai Feng ignited the reeds in the pit, marking the first step in his salt production venture. After half a day of firing pots and tiles, the kiln was ready. One by one, he retrieved the items. To his surprise, several tiles shattered, but fortunately, the essential perforated water jars remained intact. As the bundles of reeds reduced to black ash, Bai Feng attempted to commence the filtration process. However, to be honest, Bai Feng only knew that reeds could yield reed salt. And when it came time to perform the actual operation, he felt a wave of anxiety, fearing failure. The newly fired perforated water jar had holes the size of rice grains at the bottom, designed for water seepage. Bai Feng filled the jar with reed ash, compacting it halfway before pouring in water to extract the salt. He fashioned a makeshift workstation with 2 stone slabs, placing the jar atop them. While a pot beneath caught the filtered water, Bai Feng rinsed the half jar of ash with water over a dozen times. The clay pot was filled to capacity with water, so it was placed over the bonfire to be simmered, allowing the moisture to evaporate. To Bai Feng's delight, a substance resembling salt gradually began to appear. Having achieved the desired result, Bai Feng replaced the old reed ash with fresh, continuing the process of extracting salt. By noon, hunger began to gnaw at him, yet with little ash remaining in the pit, he resolved to extract the salt before preparing a meal. During this time, he took a moment to observe the shadows cast by a newly erected wooden stick after the rain. 2 days prior, the shadows had been shortening, but today they had not yet reached the shortest point of yesterday, instead beginning to lengthen. Bai Feng finally confirmed the date. Yesterday marked the summer solstice, and today was the first day following it. However, the date of the summer solstice is not fixed, falling either on June 21st or 22. Bai Feng opted to regard this day as the 22nd, questioning why he did not use the lunar calendar, which is more suitable for the northern regions of Huaxia. The reason lies in the complexity of calculating the lunar calendar, a skill he never mastered in his previous life. hoping perhaps to encounter the Yellow Emperor in this lifetime to learn the intricacies of the agricultural calendar. After spending considerable time filtering the reed ash, Bai Feng discovered the water in the pot had turned a yellowish-black hue. He tasted a bit and found it to be bitter and salty, confirming the production of salt. He placed the pot over the bonfire, intensifying the heat to expedite the evaporation of water, enabling the crystallization of salt. As the water diminished, the salt granules multiplied, ultimately forming a thick layer at the bottom of the pot. To prevent burning the salt, Bai Feng scraped it out onto a clean stone slab to allow it to dry naturally. The yield was substantial, roughly the size of Bai Feng's fist, albeit with an unappealing mottled black and white color due to the simplicity of the filtration process. Dipping a finger into the salt and tasting it revealed a savory flavor with a hint of char, an exquisite taste that once commanded a high price in his former life. Bai Feng added water to the pot used for boiling salt and began cooking meat, for the meal would be sufficiently flavorful without additional salt. Anticipating future needs, he had prepared 2 small covered jars, perfect for storing the salt once it was ready. With the source of edible salt secured, Bai Feng turned his thoughts to enhancing his campsite, recognizing the necessity of constructing a shelter that provided adequate insulation, water resistance, and wind protection. He did not intend to remain in the wilderness indefinitely, whether for the sake of life's meaning or the unbearable solitude. Bai Feng knew he must eventually leave in search of a suitable human community. Yet, within Bai Feng's mind, only fragmented memories of his predecessor lingered, scattered recollections of where wild fruits could be found, how to catch birds, and the rudimentary aspects of ancient human creation. These memories proved of little practical use, but he was certain that the tribe he once belonged to was a standard fishing and hunting civilization, one that did not resort to cannibalism and was populated by many. However, he could not recall the tribe's location or any familiar faces within it, pondering the possibility of returning only to encounter a dark-skinned little boy who might be his son. However, this scenario is rather improbable at this moment. He is only aware of his mother, unaware of his father. Nevertheless, considering the individuals involved and the timing, it is indeed plausible that Bai Feng could assume the role of a benefactor. For now, he refrains from dwelling on trivial matters. Bai Feng's plan is to craft at least 1 iron weapon and to create a primitive set of leather and vine armor before departing from this place. However, the stone axe he pilfered is nearing its breaking point. Among the tiles he has burned, only 13 remain intact, which is certainly insufficient for constructing the roof of his dwelling. Yet, they suffice for building a small shelter for food storage. Rather than continue making tiles, Bai Feng takes up his axe and prepares to search the mountains behind the camp for an open coal mine. Barefoot and armed with his axe, Bai Feng navigates around the rocky outcrop of the camp, persistently searching. Upon reaching the back of the camp, he is somewhat taken aback. He had never explored this area before. To his astonishment, the stone wall is not merely a fragment of a colossal boulder, but rather a cross-section of an expansive rocky mountain. The entire mountain is sparsely dotted with trees, predominantly covered in shrubs, with large swathes of rock laid bare upon the ground. As Bai Feng approaches to investigate, he discovers layers of shiny black shale, which fills him with excitement. The presence of this shale suggests that coal must also be nearby. With a gentle strike of the axe handle, a piece of shale crumbles away, brittle and weathered, yet the shale in his camp remains remarkably sturdy. As Bai Feng continues his search, he soon stumbles upon scattered lumps of coal, glimmering with golden flecks. These golden particles are pyrite. This type of coal proves somewhat useless to Bai Feng. It is toxic when burned and beyond his current capabilities for smelting iron. Discarding it, he resumes his search until he eventually discovers an open coal mine, not particularly large, but ample enough to last him a lifetime. After selecting several large, low-sulfur pieces of coal, he returns to the camp empty-handed, equipped only with his bare hands, unwilling to make the journey in vain. Upon his return, Bai Feng tosses a piece of coal onto the bonfire, which quickly ignites with a cheerful crackle. To facilitate transport, he cuts some bamboo and breaks it into strips. Bai Feng pays little mind to aesthetics. He softens the bamboo strips over the fire and ultimately weaves 2 large baskets with handles. While the bamboo baskets are sturdy, they are rather unsightly, and the gaps are considerable. Nevertheless, Bai Feng is unconcerned and marvels at his own craftsmanship and dexterity. Before nightfall, Bai Feng uses the bamboo baskets to haul back a substantial quantity of coal to the camp. He estimates that even after firing the kiln 5 or 6 more times, This coal will suffice. Of course, he keeps his axe stored within one of the baskets, as it is his sole reliance in this desolate expanse. Sitting on the ground, cooking his meal, Baifeng gazes around at the smokehouse filled with cured meat, the towering pile of coal, the neatly arranged pottery, and the salt he has produced. He feels that some of his aspirations are finally within reach of realization. Sated and content, Baifeng conversed with the stones in the vast wilderness. Despite the absence of any reply, though this may seem peculiar, it served as his sole solace during the loneliest hours of the night. Baifeng feared that if he ceased his incessant chatter, he might one day lose the ability to speak altogether. He gathered firewood and added some coal to the campfire. For the wilderness was open and unsealed, posing no threat of poisoning. The summer flames primarily served to deter wild beasts. After placing his axe and knife close at hand, Baifeng lay down peacefully to sleep, comforted by the aromatic smoke wafting from the fire, which constituted his greatest protection. However, he was unaware that what he deemed his safest defense was merely a primitive version of the Maginot Line in the wild. In the depths of slumber, he heard rustling sounds and the crunching of something gnawing in the campsite. Baifeng opened his eyes but dared not move, feigning sleep. Once his hand grasped the axe and knife, he suddenly rolled upright, and the creature ceased its chewing, its green eyes locking onto Baifeng's. Chapter 10. The Wolf. Chapter 11. Foraging for medicinal herbs, Baifeng noticed that his wound was deteriorating. After the morning's labor, as he sat down to prepare a meal, he felt a nagging pain in his injured leg. This was not unexpected, yet he realized that the wound had not only failed to improve, but had begun to fester. This alarming development filled him with dread, for while a scratch from a branch might be harmless, the claws of a wolf could harbor unknown viruses and bacteria. With no choice but to act swiftly, Baifeng set out to find remedies before his condition worsened. He wasted no time, taking a basket to forage for herbs. In this era, medical knowledge was scant. People relied on the accumulated wisdom of generations regarding the effects of certain plants. In contrast, they remained oblivious to many others. It was not uncommon for someone to collapse and die suddenly while sharing a meal, with their companions viewing such occurrences as entirely mundane, as death was far too commonplace for them. Baifeng aimed to locate both greater and lesser burdock, herbs renowned for their efficacy in treating external injuries. When crushed and applied topically, they could cool the blood, detoxify, and staunch bleeding, especially the lesser burdock, which was particularly effective for hemorrhaging. These two herbs were abundant throughout the entirety of Huaxia, both characterized by purple flowers with thorns on the buds, leaves, and stems, though the former was tall and robust while the latter was short and slender. In a patch of wild grass, Baifeng spotted the prominent purple blooms and confirmed his findings, discovering both varieties in abundance. He cut several stalks with his knife, carefully grasping the leaves to avoid pricking his fingers. Finding a stone, he placed the herbs upon it and crushed them into a juice, applying it to his wound. A refreshing coolness enveloped him, soon followed by pain, yet he bore it, knowing that the application of medicine rarely brought comfort. He wrapped a leaf around the injury and secured it to his leg, considering it bandaged. Along his journey, he encountered numerous other medicinal plants and, adhering to the philosophy of seizing every opportunity, gathered some licorice, asparagine, and cotinopsis, among others. The variety was indeed plentiful. Even in the places where the white wind excavated clay, several large pieces of gypsum were found, albeit riddled with impurities. After some contemplation, the white wind decided to take them along. As the wound became increasingly unbearable, the white wind returned with some medicinal herbs and ceased further labor, retreating to the shade beneath his wooden shelter to ponder. However, as evening approached, the white wind felt an intensifying thirst and an unsettling heat. Upon touching his forehead, he discovered it was burning. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized he might be succumbing to an infection and fever, the discomfort escalating with each passing moment. While he still had the strength, the white wind sought out the pile of herbs he had previously gathered, rummaging through them to extract gypsum, anemone, and licorice. He contemplated concocting a baihu decoction, but soon realized he was missing a crucial ingredient, the rice husk. At that moment, even the seeds of dogtail grass were nowhere to be found. After a moment's thought, he decided to include cotinopsis as well, relying solely on instinct in the absence of a measuring device. The gypsum was laden with impurities, and fearing a mouthful of mud, he crushed it, rinsing it with water to eliminate most of the contaminants. The The white wind felt increasingly faint, beads of sweat pouring from his body. Yet the concoction in the pot had only just begun to boil. He mustered the strength to tend to the wound on his leg. Applying some juice from burdock and small burdock. Unsteadily, he removed the pot from the fire and poured himself a bowl of medicine. After consuming the concoction, the white wind could no longer withstand the fatigue and collapsed onto the ground, feeling the world spin around him. He fumbled to position his head upon a stone and gently closed his eyes. During the night, the white wind, in a daze, felt a chill and began to flail his arms in search of something to cover himself, but all that surrounded him was air and earth. After a struggle, he murmured softly and succumbed to sleep once more. When the sun shone down upon him, the white wind felt as though he had been thoroughly thrashed. Every part of his body aching, his head clouded, and his mouth parched. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was nearly noon. A touch to his forehead revealed that the fever had likely subsided. He rose to change the dressing on his wound, noticing signs of improvement as flesh began to regenerate. The pot still contained remnants of the previous night's medicine. After discarding it, he added water and commenced cooking rice. Though his appetite was non-existent, he understood the necessity of nourishment. Only by consuming food could he hope for recovery. He prepared some smoked fish, generously adding bitter lettuce and dandelion, both known for their cooling properties, embodying the philosophy that food and medicine originate from the same source. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort in his abdomen, the white wind downed a substantial bowl of soup. After finishing his meal, he immediately began brewing more medicine, without the previous night's remedy. He feared he might not have survived to this point. Utilizing the same formula, he allowed the ingredients to simmer gently in the pot. As digestion commenced, the white wind gradually felt a resurgence of strength, even believing he could return to work. Yet, as a physician, he was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the medicine had cooled, he consumed every last drop, though unable to see his tongue's coating. The robust pulse and the state of his urine indicated the fever had not yet fully abated. To conserve energy, he lay in the wooden shelter during the afternoon, extending his legs into the sunlight for disinfection, uncertain of its efficacy. As dusk approached once more, Baifeng began to feel feverish again, though this time it was somewhat more bearable than the previous night. He prepared his dinner and evening medicine early, determined not to repeat the previous night's ordeal. When he nearly faltered before managing to take his medication. After consuming his medicine, Baifeng reclined steadily, attempting to drift into slumber amidst the swirling sensations. The following day, he awoke later than usual, yet the discomfort had lessened significantly, and the wound appeared devoid of any signs of infection. With a sigh of relief, Baifeng realized he had successfully weathered his first major illness in this primitive era. Today, he was eager to resume his work, fueled by an inexplicable sense of urgency, akin to the discomfort of a long drive with a pressing need for relief, while the nearest rest stop lay miles away. The pottery he had fired 2 days prior remained untouched until today, when he finally opened the kiln. To his delight, among the numerous bowls and jars, only one jar had shattered, the rest were intact. He selected a lidded jar to store the salt, ensuring its protection from moisture and contamination, and preventing it from being swept away by the wind. The tiles he had crafted previously had dried remarkably well, so he began firing them in the kiln. Although the kiln was small, requiring at least 4 firings to accommodate 200 tiles. As he tended the kiln, Baifeng gathered wood to fashion tools for creating a mud base. He crafted a square frame using mortise and tenon joints, with one side removable, thus serving as a mold for the mud base. Although he recognized the need for a stone pestle to compact the base, he lacked the skill to bore holes into stone, so he resolved to manage with a suitable rock for the task. Watching the black smoke billow and the kiln flames dance, Baifeng reflected on the simple joy of existence. Chapter 12, With Grain. There is no fear. He continued the cycle of opening the kiln, extracting the tiles, and sealing it again for the next batch. With salt now at his disposal, Baifeng sought to expand his culinary repertoire beyond cured meats, opting instead to set fish traps in the nearby pond to prepare salted fish. Using rice snails as bait, he found the fish to be rather easy to catch. After placing the fish traps, he turned his attention to the adjacent reed marsh, where he harvested reeds, determined to produce sufficient salt for preserving meat. Initially, Baifeng contemplated igniting the reed marsh in one swift blaze, but he feared the risk of a larger wildfire that could devastate the area, depriving him of a vital food source. Moreover, He planned to capture some of the birds that would fatten in the autumn, necessitating a sustainable approach to resource management rather than a reckless eradication of his surroundings. With newfound experience, Baifeng approached the task of producing reed salt with greater confidence and ease. He tirelessly cut and transported reeds, ensuring the fire in the pit for burning remained constant. Fortunately, the reed marsh was expansive enough that his efforts were merely a small disturbance in the grand scheme of things. This time, the salt produced by Baifeng overflowed the salt container, so he casually found a basin to store it, intending to use it directly for making salted fish later. Upon returning to the water pool, he set the fish trap and experienced a bountiful harvest, releasing several small fish back into the pool for continued growth while bringing back around 10 larger fish to the campsite. After meticulously removing the scales and entrails, he filleted the fish, flattening them and making several incisions to facilitate the absorption of salt. He generously coated both sides with salt, massaging it into the flesh. This procedure was repeated for all the fish. Ordinarily, he would wash them after marinating and hang them to sun-dry, allowing the wind to aid in the drying process. However, Baifeng, wary of summer flies and potential spoilage, chose to hang them immediately to dry, reasoning that he could simply wash off the salt before consumption. Accepting the salter flavor as a necessity, the previously prepared cured meat was stacked on a makeshift rack, and Baifeng deemed it prudent to construct a grain storage facility. Thus, he gathered numerous large stones to serve as bricks for a small house. He mixed a copious amount of mud, incorporating wood ash and grass stems as binding agents to construct the walls. Leaning against the rocky wall of the campsite, Baifeng outlined a 1 square meter foundation for the granary. He carefully stacked the stones with mud, smoothing both the inner and outer walls to enhance their texture. By the end of the afternoon, he had erected a 1-meter-high wall on all sides, leaving space for a door to facilitate the storage and retrieval of grain. Though modest in size, it sufficed for his immediate needs. Baifeng intended this granary to serve as a temporary solution, sufficient to protect the grain from heavy rains, while future harvests would be stored in a larger building to prevent theft. By the time dinner approached, the tiles he had fired were ready, with plans to fire additional ones the next day to avoid the risk of damaging them due to delayed coal filling. In the morning, Baifeng awoke and couldn't help but sing a tune, primarily due to the long silence he had endured, feeling a sense of loneliness that compelled him to express himself. As he sang while working, the pent-up frustrations within him began to dissipate. The longer he remained in the wilderness, the more he yearned to seek out human communities. Even as his campsite began to take shape, Baifeng was eager to experiment with iron smelting. Should he succeed, he could set out in autumn to search for humanity. Even if he failed to produce iron or locate human settlements, his campsite would ensure his survival through the winter. Although Baifeng harbored such ambitious plans, putting them into action would require time, as he needed to prioritize the construction of his dwelling and prepare some pickled vegetables to have sustenance during the winter. He commenced the kiln and fired tiles. The granary he had built the day before was already drying sufficiently, and with the midday sun, it would be ready for a roof by evening. Baifeng took up a basket and began foraging for wild vegetables nearby, indiscriminately selecting tender varieties, soon filling a large basket. After a brief sorting and cleaning, he blanched them in boiling water, all the while maximizing every moment to gather more. As the water comes to a boil, a variety of wild vegetables are tossed in without distinction, blanched, and then removed to be cooled and squeezed dry. In the collection of pottery previously crafted by Baifeng, there lies a jar approximately 50 centimeters in height, complete with a lid, perfectly suited for pickling. Baifeng layers the vegetables in the jar, generously sprinkling salt between each layer until the jar is nearly full. He finds a piece of granite, roughly the same size, cleans it, and uses it as a weight for the jar, though he refrains from applying too much pressure, uncertain of the limits of his creation's endurance. After enjoying lunch and engaging in conversation with the stone tablet of heaven and earth, Baifeng etches a mark on the stone wall to record the day's date, thus concluding all his midday tasks. Following a brief respite, he proceeds to the pond to set his fish trap, hoping for an abundant catch to prepare salted fish. As the more he catches, the better. Upon returning to the campsite, Baifeng officially begins the construction of his dwelling. He retrieves the mold for making the earthen foundation and selects a nearby dirt slope, abundant and easy to excavate, as his site. Once he has dug a sufficient amount of earth, he mixes in some wood ash, ensuring an even consistency before placing it into the mold. With a firm stamp of his foot, he finds it insufficiently compacted, so he resorts to using a large stone to compress it tightly. After removing the mold, he finds that he can produce a block of foundation every 3 minutes, his robust physique allowing him to work tirelessly, unlike his previous self, who would have faltered after merely 2 blocks. He continues until he has completed 100 blocks, pausing briefly to rest before retrieving the fish trap from the pond. The earthen blocks remain on the slope, awaiting the sun to dry them, safe from any animal interference. In the sweltering summer heat, where there are no trees to provide shade, the ground is scorching underfoot, but the blocks will dry thoroughly within 2 to 3 days. Resilient against rain unless subjected to prolonged downpours, the fish catch can only be described as bountiful. Such is the advantage of primitive times, if one possesses enough wit. Sustenance is never lacking, unlike in later eras where even a vast river yields scant fish. The sun sets late, around 8 o'clock, and Bai Feng, returning from fishing, still has time to leisurely prepare salted fish. With the fish completed and the kiln of tiles having cooled, only one more firing is needed for the remaining clay. Though coal supplies are dwindling, necessitating another trip for more. Once the tiles are finished, Bai Feng may not need them immediately. However, he must carve out time to construct a smelting furnace, as everything must be in order before attempting to smelt iron. Yet, what does a smelting furnace truly look like? Chapter 13. Another wild man in the wilderness under the blazing sun. Bai Feng sweats profusely while hoisting stones, his bare skin darkened by the sun, distancing him from the fair-skinned handsome youth he once resembled. Today, Bai Feng's objective is to complete all necessary earthen foundations, and once they are dried, he shall commence the construction of his house. As Bai Feng set down the stone to wipe the sweat from his brow, he heard movement in the nearby thicket, accompanied by the rustling of branches, suggesting the presence of a large creature. Hastily, Bai Feng departed from the earthen slope and sprinted to the camp to retrieve an axe, concealing himself behind a tree to observe. The sounds grew increasingly near, heightening Bai Feng's anxiety. He feared that a ferocious beast might appear, and his fate would be sealed in that moment. To his surprise, emerging from the thicket was a man wielding a wooden spear, seemingly wandering alone in the wilderness. The man, upon noticing the earthen structure Bai Feng had constructed, exhibited no signs of fear or trepidation. Instead, he crouched down to examine the square formation, even breaking off a piece to taste, only to spit it out in disgust. Bai Feng was intrigued. Was this individual simply foolish or overly confident in his prowess? The unnatural sight before him was clearly a product of some force beyond comprehension, yet he remained unfazed. Could there be a larger group lurking behind him? Bai Feng crouched lower to conceal himself further as the wild man stood, vacantly gazing about. The more Bai Feng scrutinized the wild man's features, the more familiar they appeared. Yet he could not recall who he was. Straining to recall memories from his previous existence, his mind felt sluggish, but the word slow escaped his lips. Upon hearing speech, the wild man grasped his spear defensively, scanning for the source of the voice. Bai Feng stepped out from his hiding place and called out to the man, "Chi." "It's me, Feng." The man, referred to as Chi, took several moments to respond, seemingly pondering who Feng was, before suddenly bursting with joy. He leapt into the air, discarding his spear, and rushed over to embrace Bai Feng. "Feng, you've been away from the tribe for so long. I thought you had been devoured by a beast. I can't believe you're still alive." She was a close companion from Bai Feng's original tribe, and individuals with a simplistic demeanor like Chi were not uncommon among primitive people. The chieftain had named Bai Feng in hopes that he would move as swiftly as the wind, and Bai Feng mused that perhaps this was yet another cruel twist of fate orchestrated by that mysterious altar, where names led to chaotic crossings of destinies. As for Chi, the chieftain had initially called him Feng as well. Names held little significance, but due to Chi's sluggish reactions, the chieftain had taken to calling him Chi in frustration. After their brief reunion, Bai Feng inquired why Chi was alone in the wilderness. Though Bai Feng too found himself alone in the wild, lacking even the most basic attire, Chi seemed oblivious to the peculiarity of Bai Feng's solitude. Using his fragmented language and gestures, Chi conveyed the situation. Following the recent torrential rains, hail had destroyed all the seeds planted by the tribe. A diverted river had obliterated their dwelling, and many tribe members had perished in the deluge. Yet, Chi seemed to have no grasp of numbers. When Bai Feng asked how many remained of their people, Chi scratched his tangled hair and gestured a length with his hand, indicating, "There are this many left." Bai Feng understood that questioning him would yield no fruitful answers. Thus, he straightforwardly inquired about the whereabouts of the living tribesmen. Chiyou pointed towards the distant forest, stating that the tribesmen were still behind, as the shaman proclaimed him the bravest of heroes, destined to clear the obstacles for his kin. Once the sun reached its zenith, he would be able to return to the tribe and relay messages. Bai Feng felt a sense of exasperation. It appeared that the tribe's territory had become uninhabitable, compelling them to seek a new refuge. To ascertain if there were dangers ahead, they had dispatched this simpleton to scout the path, and Chiyou seemed rather pleased about it. The primal innocence of these individuals was truly remarkable. Bai Feng began contemplating whether to bring his kin to settle in this area, if they expanded their hunting grounds. The resources here might suffice to sustain 200 individuals without the threat of starvation. However, the dilemma lay in his ignorance of the tribe's actual population. Moreover, upon returning to his tribe, would he heed the chieftain's commands? Or rather, how could he wrest power from the chieftain and guide his kin towards a path of rightful development? Observing the rudimentary encampment he had begun to establish, Bai Feng felt compelled to take a risk. Strength lay in numbers, and he doubted that he could not outwit a band of primitive men, especially with a few clever trinkets to confound them. Grasping an axe, he instructed Chiyou to lead him back to seek the main body of the tribe. Halfway through their journey, Bai Feng suddenly remembered that he was devoid of undergarments, entirely bare. Having spent considerable time alone in the wilderness, he had forgotten this detail. Yet as he was about to encounter a multitude of people, the thought of potential embarrassment loomed large. Thus, he halted the briskly marching Chiyou, expressing a desire to fashion a grass skirt. Chiyou, perplexed by Bai Feng's sudden request, remarked that most of the tribe went unclothed due to the oppressive heat. Yet he was reluctant to part with his own leather skirt, fearing that should the weather turn cold, he would be left without attire and succumb to the chill. However, after glancing at Bai Feng's bare form and then at his own, Chiyou, albeit reluctantly, removed his leather skirt and offered it to Bai Feng. Initially, Bai Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at the gesture, but upon observing the myriad of unsightly substances adorning the skirt, the polished filth, and the lice frolicking in Chiyou's hair, he promptly declined the offer and unconsciously distanced himself from Chiyou. Bai Feng sensed a slight itch beginning to develop. Perhaps a remnant from that time Chiyou had embraced him. Perhaps he was the first savage of this era to prioritize personal hygiene. Hearing Chiyou mention that nearly all tribesmen went without clothing, Bai Feng concluded that there was no pressing need to create a grass skirt at that moment. A mental adjustment would suffice. Yet, he pondered the predicament of encountering the female savages. Should he gaze upon them or avert his eyes? Engaging in aimless conversation with Chiyou, Bai Feng soon spotted a large group of savages in motion, estimating their number to be around 400. Meanwhile, Chiyou remained fixated on a stone that had injured his foot, utterly oblivious to the substantial gathering nearby. Bai Feng gently reminded Chiyou, inquiring if that distant mass was indeed their tribe. Chiyou merely glanced up, confirmed it was so, and then returned to his contemplation of the stone. Bai Feng observed from afar that at the forefront of the tribe stood a shaman adorned with a feathered crown, alongside a robust man wielding a large stone axe. This man was the current chieftain. Bai Feng pondered whether the chieftain would be willing to relinquish his position upon witnessing his abilities, or if he would have to engage in a duel to claim the title of chieftain. Did Bai Feng truly require this leadership role, this modicum of power? The answer was unequivocal. Without ascending to the position of chieftain, Bai Feng's life, and potentially the lives of his tribesmen, would be in jeopardy. Chapter 14. Primitive men do not lie. When Chiyou finally arrived before the chieftain to report on the tribe's journey, he was met with the chieftain's indifference, who merely seized a whip and lashed out at him. Bai Feng discerned that the chieftain governed the tribe through sheer force. He vaguely recalled the chieftain's name was Shennong, a warrior of formidable strength, but beyond that, his memory was clouded. After punishing Chiyou, the chieftain turned his attention to Bai Feng, scrutinizing him before declaring, "I believe your name is Feng. Since you have not perished, why have you not returned to the tribe? Do you intend to defect?" Bai Feng was taken aback. Upon encountering the chieftain for the first time, he was immediately branded with such an accusation. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, a group of burly men flanking him assumed a menacing posture, poised to strike down Bai Feng, the so-called traitor, and sever his head as a warning to all. Bai Feng's mind raced, and he realized that in this moment of peril, deceit could serve as his ally. Undeterred, he addressed the chieftain, "Xiong, do not employ your bluster against me. When I was captured and slain by the cannibals, it was the divine that resurrected me, granting me fire, weapons, sustenance, and land. Now, The divine protects me. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Before the chieftain could respond, the shaman, wearing the feathered crown, urgently interjected, have you encountered a deity? Which god was it? The god of wind, the god of rain, or the god of the sun? The shaman exhibited no skepticism toward Baifeng's words, but rather an overwhelming eagerness to learn more. In truth, Baifeng was not entirely fabricating his tale. He had indeed been cast into this realm by divine intervention, though whether it was punishment or favor remained uncertain. Observing the shaman's anxious demeanor, Baifeng gestured towards the heavens and then the earth, proclaiming, "It is the heavens that bestow their grace upon me." The shaman appeared perplexed, racking his mind to recall which deity the heavens represented, while Shennong exhibited even greater urgency, for in primitive times, the blessings and will of the gods were deemed paramount. Baifeng contemplated the idea of directly invoking the divine. If the Yellow Emperor had his wind and rain masters, why could he not forge a connection with the gods himself? Thus, with an expression of utmost reverence, he pointed to the sky, stating, "The heavens are my father. Whether the god of rain, the god of wind, or the god of the sun, all serve under the heavens." He then pointed to the ground, declaring, "The earth is my mother. The god of water and the god of wood all serve under the earth." Baifeng pointed to himself and declared, "My former body was devoured by the cannibals, yet my soul endures. My father, heaven, provides rain, and my mother, earth, offers soil and stone, which have shaped this new vessel for me. Thus, I am the wind, but not entirely the wind." Both Xiong and Wu were befuddled by Baifeng's final statement, while Qigong stood there, bewildered, uncertain of the current circumstances. The other tribesmen, hearing Baifeng's words, were equally at a loss and turned their gazes collectively towards their chieftain and the shaman. Once Xiong grasped the meaning behind Baifeng's earlier remarks, he furiously confronted him. "If heaven and earth are your parents, why then do they unleash white stones and torrential rains that flood our homes? This is your tribe as well." Baifeng gestured to himself, explaining, "Because I was consumed by the cannibals, their wrath has incited divine calamities to punish all living beings on this land." With anger, Xiong pointed at Baifeng, asserting, "You were not eaten, you remain quite alive." Baifeng shrugged and replied, "This is why I said I am the wind. Yet not merely the wind. I am now Baifeng, of the Bai clan the wind." Upon hearing the name of the Bai clan, Xiong's demeanor shifted, and he inquired, "Are you suggesting that you possess a clan name?" Baifeng did not respond directly to Xiong. Instead, he elevated himself and proclaimed to all the tribesmen, "I, Baifeng, am the son of the divine. All of you may adopt the Bai clan name. I can provide for you abundantly, ensuring you no longer fear beasts or the cold. However, this is contingent upon your willingness to heed my words. Will you comply?" Among the 400 individuals present, fewer than 100 voiced their consent. Observing the indifference of their peers, many gradually subdued their excitement. Xiong gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you implying that you wish to become the chieftain?" Baifeng replied calmly, "No, I aspire to be the king of the Bai clan." Xiong, wielding a stone axe and advancing with his imposing physique, approached Baifeng and challenged, "What gives you the right to command everyone? Your frail form? You claim your body is fashioned from rain and earth. Can it withstand the force of my axe and fists?" Baifeng, undeterred by the ignorance of the savage, stepped forward and asserted, "I can ensure that everyone is nourished and that no one fears the harsh winter. I can transform our tribe into the mightiest and wealthiest on this land. Can you achieve that?" Xiong was taken aback by Baifeng's lack of fear, recalling a time when he could wield a whip against him at will. He knew he could not accomplish what Baifeng promised, and many tribesmen would likely perish from hunger before winter's end. Yet, he remained skeptical of Baifeng's abilities. Baifeng, looking down upon Xiong, reiterated, "I can achieve this, for I am the son of the divine." Ignoring Xiong further, he directly commanded the tribesmen to follow him, assuring them he would lead them to his domain, where ample food awaited. Upon hearing the mention of food, the ravenous tribesmen, their eyes gleaming with hunger, disregarded their chieftain's opinions and began to push forward, propelling the tribe onward. Xiong was swept along with the crowd, despite his attempts to scold them. The allure of sustenance proved far more compelling than the threat of his whip. The white wind would not allow such a formidable wild man as the bear to become his adversary. Thus, he approached the bear and said, "The position of clan leader is still yours. I will not usurp it, for they will continue to heed your command." The bear, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "Did you not claim that you would make the tribesmen listen to you?" What is your ambition if not to become the leader? The white wind gently patted the bear's sturdy shoulder and gestured towards the boundless wasteland, declaring, I have no desire to lead a mere clan of a few hundred. My ambition is to reign over this vast expanse. Confusion washed over the bear as he processed this statement. However, upon hearing that the white wind would not contest his leadership, he found him less menacing and deemed it unnecessary to resort to violence. He could only inquire, what does it mean to be a king? The white wind painted a vivid picture for this primitive man, describing in eloquent detail, when I ascend to true kingship. You will no longer be merely the leader of a small clan. Your tribe shall swell to include thousands, even tens of thousands. You will not labor. For your tribesmen will bring you sumptuous meals, and countless beauties will be at your beck and call. The bear, entranced by the simplicity and grandeur of the vision, found himself lost in reverie, mentally counting the numbers and asking, that king, tens of thousands, how many is that? Seizing upon the bear's engagement, the white wind gestured expansively, as if to encompass the very sky, and proclaimed, tens of thousands is this vast, a sum greater than the 100 of your current tribe combined. The bear seemed to grasp the concept, succumbing further to his fantasies, and without a hint of skepticism, for primitive men do not lie. Chapter 15. The desire for wisdom. Upon leading everyone to his encampment, the white wind was met with disappointment, for the expanse they envisioned was absent. There were no bountiful fields, nor the anticipated harvest of seeds, nor piles of meat. To quell the discontent among the tribesmen, the white wind stood upon a platform and proclaimed, I am the son of the divine. I assure you, if I say you will be fed, you shall not go hungry. As long as you heed my words and those of the clan leader, I will ensure your sustenance and warmth. The wild men below were perplexed, uncertain whether to heed him or the clan leader. The white wind remained silent, surveying the meager belongings the tribesmen had brought, which consisted of mere clay pots and animal skins, along with some bulging pouches that might contain food. He discerned that this was a tribe of impoverished wild men, more destitute than beggars. Turning aside, the white wind cleared away the clutter of the camp, revealing a stockpile of fish and meat. Upon sighting the food, the tribesmen surged forward, eager to seize it. The white wind snatched the whip from the bear's hand and swung it fiercely at the approaching wild men, who, fearing the clan leader's authority, suddenly regained their senses and retreated, albeit with their eyes still fixated on the meat. With a serious demeanor, standing tall and exuding masculine authority, the white wind bellowed, I possess food for you, but you must obey. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall feel the sting of this whip. Having delivered his message, he returned the whip to the still-dazed bear and instructed, you direct the tribesmen to find a spot to kindle a fire for our meal. I will indicate where the water source lies, for men shall share one fish, and you shall oversee the distribution. Upon hearing that the allocation of food still rested in his hands, the bear felt a sense of authority, believing himself to remain the chieftain, without perceiving any wrongdoing in by Feng's guidance. The leader of the wild men must ensure the tribe is well fed, with strength being paramount, while intellect holds little significance. Soon, the camp was enveloped in the rising smoke of cooking fires, as Bai Feng's salted and smoked fish were eagerly taken. The wild men, lacking comprehension of the concept of groups of 4, found it challenging to ascertain their own numbers. When one in front received a fish while they did not, anger would swell within them, only to be quelled after a lash of the whip, obediently following the one ahead. Conversely, should the individual before them possess no fish while fortune smiled upon them, joy would ensue. The bear, unable to accurately count his tribesmen, managed to tally to 10 at best. A total of 103 fish were distributed, leaving 2 individuals who received half a fish each. Feeling it unjust that others received a whole while they received but a fragment, departing only after a strike. Thus, the tribe numbered 414, excluding the bear, as Bai Feng intended to share a pot solely with him. With a limited number of pots in the tribe, those who received fish congregated around a large pot, tossing in all the fish to be cooked and subsequently scrambling to eat, resulting in the robust feasting more while the frail were left wanting. Often deprived of even the broth, Bai Feng summoned the bear to the platform, methodically adding fish to the pot along with some wild vegetables. The bear, likely famished for quite some time, watched the pot intently, swallowing saliva. Bai Feng lifted the lid and stirred, deeming it ready for consumption. The bear reached eagerly for the pot, only to have his hand swatted away by Bai Feng, who disdainfully glanced at him before retrieving 3 bowls. The first bowl was filled, but instead of offering it to the yearning bear, it was presented to a stone inscribed with heaven and earth. The bear, perplexed, approached the stone, inspecting it from various angles and attempting to lift it to discover its nature. Yet before Bai Feng could intervene, the shaman reprimanded him. "That is a deity. You must not show disrespect or face divine retribution." The shaman, with remnants of fishtail clinging to his lips, was visibly startled by the bear's actions. "Is this how you honor the gods? Shouldn't offerings be cast into the fire? How can the deity receive your tribute otherwise?" The shaman was baffled by Bai Feng's actions, even contemplating assisting him in pouring the bowl of food into the fire as an offering. Bai Feng halted him, stating, "Offerings to the deity need not be cast into the flames. As long as there is a vessel representing the deity, the offerings placed before it will suffice. For the deity shall partake of it themselves." Pointing at the steam rising from the bowl, Bai Feng remarked, "Behold, this is the deity enjoying my offering." The shaman felt Bai Feng's rationale was flawed, yet struggled to find grounds for rebuttal. Glancing around, he pointed to a group of wild men scrambling for food and said, "That food has not been offered to any deity. Yet why do we see the gods partaking?" Bai Feng shook his head, remarking that although there were no offerings made, the deities still partook in their sustenance. The rain god consumed what lay in the water, while the earth reveled in that which was engulfed by fire. Observe the steam rising from the great river. It is the water god indulging in a drink, and once quenched, he will return to the heavens in the form of rain to nourish the earth once more. The shaman was profoundly astonished by Bai Feng's explanation, feeling as though his entire worldview was crumbling. The bear, too, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Feng's words. "Well then, the gods are enjoying their food. We ought to relish our own as well," Bai Feng declared, disregarding the bewildered shaman as he returned to the fire. He filled his ceramic bowl and then served a portion for the bear. Bai Feng, with great elegance, lifted his chopsticks to eat. Observing Bai Feng's refined manner, the bear felt compelled to mimic him. However, lacking chopsticks of his own, he resorted to improvisation, snapping 2 twigs from nearby trees and stripping them of leaves to fashion makeshift utensils. Yet the bear struggled with the chopsticks. The 2 wooden sticks failed to cooperate, and as he clumsily grasped them, Bai Feng demonstrated the proper technique. Nevertheless, the bear could not seem to separate his fingers, prompting Bai Feng to abandon the lesson and let him figure it out on his own. Despite his lack of chopstick skills, the bear swiftly extracted meat with the wooden sticks. Bai Feng marveled at their lack of concern for fish bones, but judging by their indifference to spitting out bones, they must have simply chewed and swallowed them whole. Bai Feng could only conclude that this group of wild men possessed remarkably resilient constitutions. Noticing that the bear's bowl was nearly empty and the pot devoid of food, yet seeing the bear's apparent hunger, Bai Feng approached to offer him more from the earth's bounty. However, upon turning around, he found the bear already shoveling food into his mouth with his hands. When the bear caught Bai Feng's gaze, he feigned ignorance, adopting a look of innocence. Reluctantly, Bai Feng decided to consume the bowl himself. As he took a bite, the bear gaped in astonishment, so taken aback that food fell from his mouth, which he hurriedly attempted to shove back in, all while watching Bai Feng in awe. The shaman, witnessing Bai Feng feasting on the divine remnants, was utterly confounded. This was entirely at odds with his sacrificial beliefs, prompting him to approach Bai Feng once more for clarification. Bai Feng explained, "The remnants of the gods are the finest rewards for mankind. Consuming them bestows wisdom." The shaman inquired, "How do you know this?" Bai Feng regarded the bear and the shaman with an expression of incredulity, stating, "I am the son of a god. Such knowledge is innate to me. Besides, I was once as foolish as you. Do you still perceive me as dull-witted?" The frail shaman lunged at Bai Feng, attempting to seize his bowl in hopes of tasting the divine leftovers and gaining intelligence, only to be met with a swift kick from Bai Feng that sent him sprawling. Chapter 16. A chaotic mess. The satiated wild men sought out spots to recline and sleep, entirely unperturbed by thoughts of their next meal, a matter they deemed the responsibility of their chieftain. Lying sprawled in various positions, some shamelessly engaged in public displays of intimacy, Bai Feng found himself at a loss for how to respond, having been taught better in a previous life. Fortunately, these female wildlings exhibited ample figures, their bodies dark and likely riddled with parasites, thus failing to ignite Bai Feng's interest in the slightest. What vexed Bai Feng the most was that the chieftain bear, after having his fill, lay down to rest. Bai Feng felt as though he might suffocate from frustration. Grabbing a whip, he struck fiercely beside Bear, sending dust swirling into the air. Bear, perplexed, sat up and stared blankly at Bai Feng, wondering if one should not simply sleep after eating. Bai Feng tossed the whip to Bear, instructing him to rouse all the tribesfolk to work. Otherwise, he warned, not only would they face dire consequences in the future, but they would also go hungry that very night. Glancing at the dwindling stock of salted fish, Bear begrudgingly set off to wake the others. The whip flailed haphazardly among the crowd, and those struck quickly rose, wide-eyed and staring at each other, awaiting their assignments. However, those who had not been struck remained sprawled on the ground, reluctant to rise. Observing this slothful assembly, Bai Feng regretted taking on this burden. Had he known, he would have preferred to toil alone, even if it meant perishing in solitude. Better to die early than to languish here. Bai Feng had always believed that wildlings should embody industriousness, especially in such harsh conditions, where food was scarce and clothing inadequate. Only through diligent effort could they hope to survive. To his dismay, they resembled lions and wolves, sated after a meal, indifferent to the next, waiting until hunger struck again to seek sustenance. As for their so-called agricultural endeavors, Bai Feng would sooner believe they merely scattered seeds haphazardly around their dwellings, leaving their growth to fate. It was indeed a miracle that such a tribe could number over 400 individuals. Rising, Bai Feng addressed the bewildered wildlings. Do you wish to be well fed? If so, you must work. Only through labor can I ensure you are nourished and warm. I promise that if you apply yourselves diligently, no one will perish from cold or hunger this winter. The wildlings below still appeared confused, and Bai Feng, undeterred, instructed Bear to divide the men into one group, the women into another, and the children into yet another, intending to assign tasks based on their capacities. Among the adult wildlings, there were relatively few men, just over 170, while the women numbered more than 200. The remaining individuals were children of various ages, from nursing infants to those nearly grown. Bear gathered them into a single group, observing a few toddlers in the midst of the muddy children. Bai Feng shook his head in exasperation. Bear was truly obstinate, even pulling out nursing infants. Once again, Bai Feng called out, asking whose children were nursing and urging their mothers to come collect them. After several calls, no mothers appeared, as if those children were unwanted. Raising his voice significantly, he repeated his plea many times before a few women slowly left the female group to retrieve their offspring. However, upon emerging, they seemed uncertain of which group to join. With a resigned gesture, Bai Feng declared, "Very well, consider this your maternity area. You need not engage in heavy labor. Your primary duty is to care for the children, ensuring they grow plump and healthy, for they are the future of our tribe." Observing the group of uncouth individuals, Bai Feng initially dispatched over 20 male tribesmen to search for tender bamboo and vines, as he intended to demonstrate how to construct fishing traps. These individuals would soon rely on such tools for their sustenance. As for those whose restless energy was directed towards the female tribeswomen, Bai Feng merely showcased the appearance of coal and led them to the mountainside, instructing them to gather coal themselves. They were tasked with carrying the coal back to the camp by hand. Why not provide them with baskets? Firstly, Bai Feng found them quite displeasing. This approach would serve to tire them out and instill a sense of discipline. Secondly, Bai Feng was genuinely impoverished, unable to afford an abundance of baskets for their use, thus compelling them to labor with their bare hands. Regarding the younger boys, Bai Feng assigned them the task of foraging for wild vegetables and fruits, which were plentiful and easily identifiable. He took the time to educate them about several varieties of edible plants, confident that, even with just a day's worth of play, they could gather enough to feed dozens, if not hundreds, of people. As for the even younger children, Bai Feng felt it was too perilous to allow them outside. So he provided them with clay, encouraging them to stomp it into a soft, pliable consistency for pottery making. The tribe was indeed destitute, lacking even a handful of pots. And no one possessed the skills to craft pottery. All their vessels were acquired through annual trade with other tribes. Bai Feng was exasperated at such a fundamental skill being absent among them. He instructed Shennong to find capable individuals or those with a knack for craftsmanship to assist in pottery production, yet Shennong was perplexed by Bai Feng's notion of skillful hands. Among the hundreds, not a single person could make pottery. Bai Feng had no choice but to select a few individuals who appeared somewhat capable and were more pleasing to his eye. Along with a couple of tribesmen adept at minor repairs, perhaps the earliest craftsmen of their kind, to produce sufficient pots and pottery for such a large group. Bai Feng required a larger kiln, one capable of firing all their creations at once. Fortunately, with the assistance of the tribesmen, Baifeng's workload significantly diminished. He was relieved of many unnecessary tasks and repetitive physical labor. His primary responsibility was now to oversee the entire operation, directing and managing the tribesmen's efforts. The construction of the new kiln commenced with digging and molding clay, whereby Feng assumed the role of instructor, ensuring that these individuals learned the intricacies of pottery making. The kiln being erected was monumental. It surpassed even Shennong in height, with a width ample enough to accommodate several bears. Once filled, it would likely require a day or two to achieve complete firing, yet this was of little concern. Now, with the vigorous elder men of the tribe undertaking the coal gathering, there would be no shortage of fuel when the time came to fire the kiln. After Baifeng arranged for the wild men to gather bamboo and vines, they piled them together and stared blankly at him, eagerly awaiting a demonstration of what a fishing cage entailed. Baifeng explained in slow motion how to weave the fishing cages, elucidating the principles behind their construction and the reasons they effectively ensnared fish. The wild men listened intently, and Baifeng felt a sense of satisfaction, though he remained uncertain about their ability to craft them independently. When tasked with weaving, most of the wild men fumbled clumsily. Yet they ultimately managed to produce some semblance of a cage. One wild man astonished Baifeng. Not only did he work swiftly, but his craftsmanship surpassed Baifeng's own. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that he had prior experience in creating such items, but had never considered their application in fishing. Once all the fishing cages were completed, Baifeng led them to a pond, clearly indicating where to place the cages and baiting them with several rice snails. He then guided them downstream, explaining that only by expanding their hunting grounds could they secure enough fish to feed the hundreds in their group. Otherwise, the pond's fish would soon be depleted. As for concerns about overfishing and the subsequent disruption of the food chain, those were matters for another time. For now, their priority was to survive the winter. If necessary, they could always relocate, for the world was vast. Chapter 17. Looking to the future after organizing all the wild men, Baifeng retained Shennong and Chiyou, as Chiyou was a good brother despite his simple-mindedness. As long as he was well-fed, he could serve as a capable aide. Baifeng needed to ascertain the location of the salt mine. It was evidently impossible for a tribe of over 400 to sustain itself solely by producing salt from reeds. Shennong, having maintained such a large group, surely knew the whereabouts of the salt mine. Typically, this knowledge was a privilege reserved for the tribe's leader. It was likely that each successive leader would pass down this vital information to ensure their people would not perish from a lack of salt. However, should a leader suddenly pass away without imparting this knowledge, the tribe could find itself in grave danger. Shennong did not conceal the location of the salt mine. His intellect was considered quite high among the wild men, and he articulated its position fairly well. According to Shennong, from Baifeng's camp, one could set off at dawn and reach the mine by midday, a journey that, while not overly distant, could not be undertaken today. Otherwise, they would risk being stranded in the dark, which was perilous. Observing the leisurely wild men, who were slowly attending to their tasks, Baifeng felt a surge of frustration. Yet, there was no need for anger, as it was ultimately they who would suffer from hunger and cold if they did not work. The children, however, were engaged in their clay activities with great enthusiasm, treating it as play, and they seemed quite content. The quantity of clay produced was substantial and of commendable quality. For the more intricate task of pottery, Baifeng could only manage it himself for the time being. But he did call over a few wild men who caught his eye, inviting them to learn the craft. The pot that Baifeng intends to create is quite substantial, large enough to serve soup for 10 wild men, and one might even liken it to a vat. Baifeng patiently instructs the selected wild men, who gradually learn. Although their hands are somewhat clumsy, they manage to produce a pot that resembles the intended design. Baifeng refines their creation, and it can be deemed a success. Consequently, he delegates the task of pottery making to these wild men, thus liberating himself. Baifeng is intrigued by the fact that none of the wild men here possess the skill to make pottery. He wonders where their pots originate. Shennong explains that each year, when the leaves turn yellow and fall, coinciding with the fullest moon, a lengthy period ensues during which they can travel down the great river to encounter markets established by other tribes, where they can exchange for desired goods. Baifeng regards Shennong with disdain, questioning how they could possibly barter for pottery when they are so impoverished that they lack even jingling trinkets. Shennong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, acknowledges that his tribe is indeed poor, But prior to the great flood that devastated their homeland, they managed to get by. They have seeds for gathering and planting. And some members of the tribe hunt deer, providing ample antlers for trade with larger tribes. Most importantly, they possess salt, a valuable commodity that many smaller tribes or wandering wild men cannot find, forcing them to barter for it. However, Shennong asserts that in order for their tribe to survive the winter, they must exchange fertile women at the market in autumn for food, which he identifies as their most significant trade item. Bai Feng is taken aback by Shennong's words. While the commodification of humans has been a historical reality, it is shocking that in this era, they would resort to trading their women for sustenance. It appears that ensuring the immediate well-being of his people takes precedence. As for the perceived filthiness and lack of shame among these individuals, Bai Feng believes that one cannot rush to judgment. After all, one must have ample provisions before understanding the nuances of etiquette. The members of the tribe tasked with transporting coal diligently pile it at the camp, quickly forming a small coal mound. Yet, they remain oblivious to the purpose of this dark, brittle stone, which cannot even be used for building. Bai Feng, feeling apathetic, refrains from explaining. He believes they will comprehend its significance once they begin utilizing it. The tribe members sent out to fish return with their nets, but many have only a few small fish, and some return empty-handed. What angers Bai Feng the most is that 3 individuals have blood and fish scales around their mouths, clearly having indulged in thievery by eating the fish immediately upon catching them, without any attempt to conceal the evidence. Bai Feng instructs Shennong to punish the thieving wild men with a whip and assigns them to laboriously dig foundations, while those who have worked diligently are allowed to switch to the easier task of fishing. This time, Bai Feng makes it abundantly clear to the fishers that they must catch at least 10 fish in their nets before they are permitted to return. If they are unsure of what constitutes 10, they should fill the net halfway before bringing it back. Furthermore, only fish larger than the size of a palm are to be kept. Those smaller should be thrown back into the water. Anyone caught stealing will face not only punishment, but will also be deprived of food for the night and the following day. After being intimidated by the white wind, the wild man obediently departed, leaving only the bear and Chiyou by White Wind's side. Even the shaman had been dispatched by White Wind to undertake tasks, for the shaman's intellect was slightly more adept, enabling him to manage the departing wild men and ensure they did not become indolent. Below the camp platform lay a chaotic scene. White Wind pondered whether he should relocate to provide this group of wild men a more secure refuge. Previously, White Wind had set up camp here due to his limited capabilities, which rendered the area less secure, thus seeking a secluded corner to evade danger. However, with a burgeoning tribe of several hundred, there was little fear of encountering anything foolish enough to provoke them. Even wolf packs would not dare to assault a tribe of upright apes numbering in the hundreds. White Wind inquired of the bear whether he had discovered a suitable habitation along the way, yet the bear was oblivious to what constituted a fitting dwelling. He merely perceived the vicinity of the great river as perilous, and thus had continually distanced himself from it, uncertain of where to establish a home. White Wind mused that the survival of these wild men until now was not due to their strength, but rather divine providence. Otherwise, this fortunate species would have long since faced extinction. After careful consideration, White Wind resolved to focus on gathering food over the next few days, catching fish, foraging for wild vegetables, and tomorrow venturing to mine salt, which they would then purify and use for curing fish and vegetables. He would leave a portion of the camp behind to continue fishing and foraging, as well as to maintain the production of pottery. This would serve as preparation for the future. Simultaneously, White Wind intended to lead a contingent of the more formidable wild men downstream along the creek, searching for a wider section of the river that might be suitable for habitation. Despite the dangers posed by the great river, humanity could only thrive in proximity to it. All primitive civilizations arose in river basins. Time was of the essence. They needed to identify a location before the arrival of autumn, allowing them to establish camp promptly. Otherwise, they would risk being unprepared for the winter months. As dusk fell, White Wind called off all the industrious wild men, instructing them to gather firewood and clear the underbrush around the camp, thereby facilitating a temporary encampment. After assessing the fruits of the wild men's labor over the half-day, he noted they had caught over 200 large fish, sufficient sustenance for today and tomorrow morning, alongside an immeasurable abundance of wild vegetables. The wild men lacked the notion of 3 meals or even 2 meals a day. They feasted whenever they caught prey. Currently, White Wind and Bear controlled the distribution of food. While it appeared that White Wind had assumed ownership of the tribe, it was, in truth, Bear who held sway. The tribe had not fully acknowledged White Wind's authority. Were it not for the food, Bear would not have readily granted White Wind such substantial influence. At a single command, the wild men eagerly received their rations, joyfully clustering together to vie for their portions. After their meal, the wild men exhibited no habit of washing their pots, having licked them clean multiple times. The shaman did not join in the scramble, but instead awaited the remnants of the meal. Seeing the shaman's pitiful demeanor, White Wind generously offered him the leftover food. The wild men gazed in bewilderment as Bai Feng washed the pots and dishes, subsequently clamoring to drink the wash water. This infuriated Bai Feng, for their behavior resembled that of swine rather than humans. Seeking refuge, he retreated into a small wooden shed, prompting the bear to covet the chief's privilege and attempt to join him. However, the cramped space could scarcely accommodate two, especially given Bai Feng's aversion to the bear's foul odor and the lice that scurried about. After shoving and striking the bear away, Bai Feng paid no heed to the activities of the tribe in the wilderness. Lying on a reed mat and using a stone as a pillow, he sought slumber, though the raucous calls of the wild men stirred his ire. As dawn broke, Bai Feng disregarded whether the wild men possessed any early rising habits. He delivered a swift kick to the bear's rear, rousing him from sleep. Upon seeing Bai Feng, the bear reacted as if confronted by a stranger, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. It was only after Bai Feng's reprimand that the bear recalled the events of the previous day, yet he felt no shame for his foolishness. The bear wielded a whip to awaken the slumbering wild men, who grumbled as they rose, accustomed to waking only when the sun blazed overhead. Today, however, they were summoned at the break of dawn for what purpose? Bai Feng assigned tasks akin to those of the previous day, but those who were lazy or prone to pilfering were relegated to arduous tasks, such as hauling coal. The few wild men instructed in pottery were permitted to continue their work, albeit with reduced assignments. Once the laborers were organized, Bai Feng selected 13 robust wild men to accompany him to the salt mine, believing it prudent to personally oversee the venture. He instructed them to gather baskets, animal skin pouches, ample provisions, and weapons before setting forth alongside the bear, Chiyou, and the 13 strongmen. As for the midday meal, Bai Feng entrusted this responsibility to the shaman, ensuring he monitored the tribesmen to prevent any slothfulness. To avert the shaman from misappropriating his own oversight, Bai Feng insisted on taking an oath before the heavens. In this primitive society, oaths held significant weight, for in the absence of laws or treaties, they were the most potent deterrent. Unlike the modern age, where oaths are uttered frivolously and without repetition, these vows were taken with utmost seriousness, particularly those professing eternal love. With the shaman solemnly swearing his oath, Bai Feng felt satisfied, and so did the bear, while Chiyou nodded in confusion. When the sun reached its zenith, it would be time for their meal, for men would share a fish and wild vegetables. Once the meal was concluded, their labors would resume, with the shaman mentally reiterating his vows to avoid forgetting them. The bear led the group toward the salt mine, a direction Bai Feng had never traversed. Since fleeing from the cannibal tribe to the newly established camp, he had remained cautious, aware that a defenseless individual was akin to prey. As temperatures rose and the heat became palpable, they emerged from the forest into an expansive plain. Although there were still numerous trees, the proximity to the salt mine rendered the density insufficient to be termed a forest. If there were ample freshwater resources here, White Wind would undoubtedly choose to relocate his tribe to this place. As they ventured further, the trees became increasingly sparse, giving way to salt-tolerant grasses. Eventually, they reached a depression where Bear spoke up. White Wind recognized it as a salt lake, long since dried, leaving behind a thick bed of salt. The deeper they went, the thicker the salt became. White Wind struck down with his axe, and after excavating about 40 to 50 centimeters, he still had not reached the soil layer, indicating that the salt deposit was quite substantial. As for the size of the salt lake, White Wind could not estimate it accurately. It was simply too vast for him to gauge its perimeter or area. After all, being called a lake, it certainly wouldn't be small. White Wind instructed everyone to extract salt with their tools, as it appeared remarkably pure and white, with minimal impurities. He felt there was little need for further purification, but for safety's sake, he decided to refine it once more upon their return. Once everyone's bags and baskets were filled, White Wind held a large salt slab in his hands and leisurely departed from the salt lake. Upon reaching the shore, he sought the shade of a tree. where he allowed everyone to rest and have lunch, assigning a few individuals to gather firewood. White Wind stacked several stones to support the large salt slab, preparing to cook fish on it. He observed in amazement as a wild man struck two white stones together, producing sparks that ignited dry tinder. He was astonished that this group of savages could create fire so effortlessly, while he had been so concerned about preserving his own fire source. Intrigued, White Wind approached to examine the two white stones more closely, but the wild man regarded him with a condescending, foolish stare before disdainfully offering the stones to him. Although insulted, White Wind felt powerless and made a mental note. They may mock me now, but they shall see in time. Upon inspecting the stones, he found them to be two milky white, slightly translucent quartz stones. When struck together, they produced noticeable sparks and an unpleasant odor. White Wind mused at their efficacy. It seemed there was something unique about this quartz, as most stones did not yield such a result. After returning the stones, he placed the fish on the heated salt slab, allowing the fat to seep out, as the exterior became crisp while the flesh remained snow-white. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stimulating the appetites of the wild men. When White Wind plucked a handful of wild scallions, tearing the leaves and sprinkling them over the fish, the fragrance intensified. The wild men, accustomed to raw or boiled fare, could not contain their hunger, saliva dripping like fine threads onto the ground. With culinary delights as his weapon, White Wind successfully took his first step towards conquering this tribe. In the future, as he discovered more ingredients and seasonings, he was confident he could transform these people into devoted gourmets. Chapter 19. The Lucky Star of White Wind. The wild men devoured the roasted fish distributed by White Wind, gorging themselves without the slightest inclination to savor the flavors. Akin to Zhu Beiji feasting on ginseng fruits, Bai Feng leisurely nibbled on a small piece, while the bear voraciously tore into the fish meat. Observing Bai Feng's graceful demeanor, he felt a desire to emulate him, yet a glance at the fish in his hand led him to revert to his wild, primal eating style. With only a single salt block available, which could accommodate just one fish at a time, the impatient wild man dashed back to the salt lake to fetch an enormous slab of salt for Bai Feng's use. Once all the fish were grilled, Bai Feng felt quite satiated and surmised that the wild man must also be full. However, they both gazed longingly at the salt block, hoping that a grilled fish might miraculously appear. In the unshielded plains, the sun blazed down, intensifying the heat. Reluctant to journey under such scorching conditions, Bai Feng wished to linger in the scant shade of the trees. Yet, the sound of the wild man's snores reminded him that unless he exerted himself and exhibited some industriousness, this group of gluttonous wild men would likely choose to camp here for the night. Enduring the sweltering heat, Bai Feng nudged the slumbering wild man awake, preparing to return to their camp. Though the wild man was lazy, he bore no complaints and shouldered the heavy salt as they set off. The vast expanse of wilderness stirred Bai Feng's spirit. He yearned to establish a camp in such a place. Bear, are there any large rivers or lakes nearby? He inquired. The bear searched his memory but shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Disappointment flickered in Bai Feng's heart. If only there were a water source here. At that moment, another wild man spoke up. I know. There's a large marsh not far from here. I visited it during my hunting days. Surprised by this fortunate turn of events, Bai Feng asked how far it was. The wild man pondered for a moment, saliva pooling in his mouth, and replied, It takes about the time to cook one grilled fish to get there. That meant approximately half an hour. Bai Feng clapped the wild man's shoulder and said, If your memory serves you right, once we find this large marsh of yours, I shall reward you with a grilled fish upon our return. The wild man's face lit up with joy as he eagerly gestured for Bai Feng to follow him. Noticing that there was still ample time left in the day, Bai Feng permitted the wild man to lead the way. Observing the wild man's exuberance, Bai Feng estimated that despite his mature appearance, he was likely only around 16 or 17 years old. After all, in this era, surviving past 30 was considered a stroke of luck. What is your name? Bai Feng inquired from behind. My name is Liu, the wild man replied. Bai Feng found the name peculiar but refrained from probing further, feeling it impolite to inquire about the origin of a name. Nevertheless, he took note of the individual, recognizing his potential for future advancement. As he was the tribe's most proficient deer hunter, the bear, standing nearby, explained that even the way the bear looked at Liu revealed his satisfaction with the young man. After all, the antlers and hides he provided could secure ample provisions for the tribe's winter needs. Baifeng had not anticipated that Lu possessed such a valuable skill. Regardless of whether Lu could lead them to the marsh, he resolved that tomorrow would be a day for promotion, if they failed to find it. He would take the first step as a small team leader in the morning, and if they succeeded, he would take the left step as a grand team leader. As Baifeng ventured further, his faith in the existence of the great marsh deepened, for he noticed a change in the variety of flora underfoot, and the soil grew increasingly moist. After traversing a small earthen ridge, a vast lake unfolded before his eyes, a body of water ample enough to sustain a small county, let alone his humble tribe of a few hundred souls. Continuing onward, he encountered numerous scattered puddles, the ground blanketed with soft, cowhair grass that yielded underfoot, releasing water with each step. As he pressed on, not only did water emerge, but also tiny, finger-sized tadpoles that fled in all directions. The lakeshore transformed into muddy terrain, mercifully devoid of swamps. In this context, the term marsh merely referred to the lake itself. The mudflats bore the sporadic footprints of small creatures, all seemingly belonging to herbivorous animals, with no signs of predators in sight. Squatting by the water's edge, Baifeng recalled a line of poetry, tasting water, a multitude. The truth of Baifeng speaks, by the great lake, 16 gather, each with a handful of water, sharing without expense. A sip revealed a brackish yet pleasantly savory flavor, akin to well water, enriched by the presence of darting fry and the essence of larger fish lurking nearby. With such abundant resources, Baifeng promptly resolved to relocate to the vast plains. Regarding the deer, the true benefactor of this venture, Baifeng felt a genuine appreciation, deeming it his lucky star, and resolved to reward it with grilled fish upon his return. Retracing his steps to the plains, Baifeng applied his scant knowledge to select a spacious area, backed by salt-alkali wasteland as a natural barrier, with scattered trees suitable for construction and firewood. Across the distance lay the edge of a forest, promising ample land for both foraging and cultivation as the camp could extend further inward. He decided to leave most of the salt on this plain, deeming it unnecessary to carry it back, and planned to prepare for the establishment of a new home the following day. Using a stick, Baifeng drew a circle around the salt mound, feeling satisfied with his decision, and prepared to head back. However, the bears were perplexed by his action. They expressed their confusion, and Baifeng, momentarily taken aback, realized it was merely an instinctive gesture. Nonetheless, he explained that drawing a circle around an object signified ownership, declaring it as his and off-limits to others. The bears were astonished to learn of this practice, and thus, along their journey, they began to encircle every stone and tree they encountered, even chasing after insects to mark them too. Baifeng could hardly contain his frustration, ultimately kicking one of them over, which brought them to their senses. Upon returning to the camp, he noted that there was still ample time before dusk. He observed the shaman earnestly directing the tribe in their tasks, with no sign of idleness among them. The collected resources far exceeded Baifeng's expectations. He called for a halt, deciding to allow everyone to finish early and commence dinner. The wildlings, unfamiliar with the concept of finishing work, were elated at the prospect of a meal. Once everyone had finished eating, Baifeng's grilled fish for the deer was finally ready. Salted fish adorned with wild scallions tantalized the primitive palate of the tribe, each member gazing eagerly at the few who stood on the high platform. The deer, feeling a tinge of fear while being observed, hesitated to abandon the delectable roasted fish and thus sought refuge behind the large bear, indulging in its meal. Naturally, the bear's share of roasted fish was not to be overlooked, yet the chief's provisions were off-limits to anyone. Baifeng, recognizing the excellent performance of the shaman that day, rewarded him with a piece of roasted fish. Observing the hundreds of people below, all swallowing in anticipation, Baifeng rose to deliver a speech. Does this aroma entice you? Indeed, it does. Not only is it fragrant, but it is also exceptionally delicious. The collective gulp from the audience startled Baifeng. I learned this from the divine. This is merely the most basic offering. There are even greater delicacies to be had. Should you desire them, you must contribute. If you can provide the tribe with the most food, coal, firewood, pottery, or discover something beneficial for our community, I shall reward you with even more exquisite culinary delights. Another round of eager gulps echoed from the crowd. Chapter 20. A child worth teaching. After finishing the flatbread, they promptly retired for the night. The wild folk cared little for notions of future aspirations or dreams, as long as they awoke to the sun's embrace the next day. Surrounded by their kin and intact, they deemed it a success. The new campsite was bare, while here, at least half of their necessities had been established. Though unsuitable for long-term habitation, it sufficed for temporary living. A complete relocation was impractical. After all, starting from scratch on that plain bore its risks. Tomorrow, they would take only a portion of the tribe to lay the foundation and construct shelters. At dawn, Bai Feng mobilized nearly half the workforce to commence construction on the plain. He refrained from drawing from the gathering and fishing teams, as they were crucial for logistical support. All resources for coal transportation and foundation work were moved, as it was unnecessary to linger at the old campsite wasting time. He instructed the pottery-making team to construct a kiln several times larger than the previous one, placing the prepared clay pieces inside for the firing process. Facing the vast expanse of the plain, the people felt a twinge of trepidation. The open space offered little in terms of safety. Bai Feng did not lead by example, but assumed the role of technician and overseer. He outlined approximately 700 square meters of land with wooden sticks and directed the tribesmen to excavate soil from outside the marked area. This not only provided ample building materials, but also elevated the living quarters, facilitating drainage. Creating the molds for the foundation was remarkably simple. They did not need to be elaborate, just enough to form rectangular soil blocks. Two individuals could operate a single mold. One would fill it with soil while the other compacted it, akin to an assembly line, and with practice, they could produce a block in 3 minutes. Bai Feng was reluctant to engage in such laborious tasks. He preferred to offer technical guidance and strategic advice, intellectual endeavors that he relished. He first took a dozen strong men to the lake, carrying large water containers to fetch water. The journey to fetch water back and forth takes an hour, not too far, yet not too near. The main concern lies in the potential encounters with wild beasts along the way. Fortunately, during the midday hours, most of these creatures prefer to remain hidden, as they are more inclined to hunt at night. To enhance convenience in the future, a means to directly channel water to the settlement must be devised. Rather than risking danger and deploying numerous individuals each day to fetch it, a considerable waste of labor. In this regard, Bai Feng has already formulated a plan. However, it will be most effective once everyone relocates to work together. Bamboo is abundant, and by selecting sturdy stalks, hollowing out the joints, and connecting them, a makeshift water pipe can be constructed. Mud can be applied externally to seal it, providing protection against wind and sand, evaporation, and wild animals. Once productivity increases, the temporary bamboo pipes can be replaced with ceramic ones. With a distance of approximately 3 kilometers, Bai Feng remains confident in this endeavor. The lake's altitude exceeds that of the plain campsite, and during the dry season, water levels will drop, resulting in frozen pipes that become unusable. Therefore, excavating several large water storage pits around the campsite is essential. Such water pits have been utilized in the northwest regions for thousands of years. Many individuals come to work in the plains, bringing ample food for their midday meals. However, the current fare is rather monotonous, predominantly consisting of fish. The hunters from the tribe are now laboring tirelessly, unable to procure a greater variety of food. Over 100 sturdy men toil beneath the scorching sun, while Bai Feng, sheltering in the shade of a tree, prepares fish for them over a fire. Lacking trousers or a place to store flint, he easily finds 2 stones on this land where such resources are plentiful. With dried grass fibers, he effortlessly ignites the fire. The salt he placed here yesterday is evenly sprinkled over thin stone slabs, and as the rich fish sizzles and releases its oil, he adds finely chopped scallions for additional flavor. The aroma is so enticing that Bai Feng can hardly resist. Nevertheless, he refrains from eating. He places each cooked fish into a large pot nearby, as his role is to support the laborers and not to irritate them. The heat is overwhelming, intensifying the discomfort Bai Feng feels despite being in the shade, as sweat pours from his body. He dips into the water jug beside him to drink. Although he cannot yet serve the laborers, they can quench their thirst at any moment. Just as he wipes the sweat from his brow, his vision obscured, he notices one of the workers collapse among the others. Surprisingly, his partner does not panic but instead kicks him, urging him not to be lazy. Realizing the man is genuinely incapacitated, the partner remains unfazed, uncertain of whom to continue working with, standing vacantly in place. The surrounding workers, witnessing their comrade's fall, display little reaction. Bai Feng senses something amiss and rushes over, discovering that the man has indeed succumbed to heat stroke. Fortunately, he remains conscious, though he is faint and exhibiting signs of nausea. Bai Feng and the partner swiftly carry the afflicted man to the shade, dousing him with water to cool him down. They find a leafy branch for the partner to fan him, who, unsure of the purpose of this action, nonetheless complies. Water was splashed and droplets were placed in the mouth, yet the results were not immediately evident. Bai Feng, determined not to let a strong laborer succumb to heat stroke, sought alternative methods. Spotting a locust tree nearby, he hurried over, plucked a handful of thorns, and returned to perform acupuncture on the sun-stricken savage. This practice of acupuncture evolved from bamboo needles, bone needles, and stone tools to metal needles, but in this urgent situation, Bai Feng resorted to using plant thorns. He first pricked the point between the nose to draw blood, then attempted to puncture the Higu point, but the thick skin, caked with dirt, proved too resilient. Each thrust resulted in a broken thorn. Consequently, he resorted to forcefully stimulating other acupoints, even if they could not penetrate. The savage fanning nearby, witnessing Bai Feng's treatment of the afflicted, became alarmed and vowed to work diligently, refusing to be lazy. Bai Feng reassured him, explaining that he was merely saving a life, treating an illness, yet the savage had no comprehension of what illness entailed. In their worldview, there existed only the states of living and dying, with no concept of sickness. Bai Feng ceased his explanations and continued to use the thorns to stimulate acupoints. Soon, the sun-stricken savage began to show signs of improvement, bringing Bai Feng relief. He then sought a smoother stone to perform gua sha on the savage. With a swift stroke, the skin immediately showed signs of rash. The other savage stood in astonishment. Such occurrences were entirely foreign to him, captivating his attention to the point where he faltered in his fanning duties. Noticing his curiosity, Bai Feng mischievously suggested, "Why not give it a try?" The savage, unhesitatingly discarding his branch, took the stone and began to scrape. Bai Feng initially expected the sun-stricken savage to cry out in pain, yet there was no reaction. Surprisingly, the fanning savage executed the technique quite adeptly. Intrigued by this savage's resilience, Bai Feng decided to guide him on the proper technique. Angle it a bit more to the side. Yes, just like that. Apply a little more pressure. Excellent. Start here and finish there, precisely like this. Bai Feng suddenly felt as though he were mentoring an intern. And the savage was indeed a quick learner. Gua sha was not a difficult skill to master. After just a few attempts, the savage had nearly grasped the technique. Such a talent emerging from the savages was rare. "What is your name?" Bai Feng inquired. "I have no name. I can give you one. Would you be willing to take me as your teacher? I can impart medical knowledge to you." Chapter 21. The initial proposal of social ideals. Bai Feng resolved to establish a comprehensive social ideology within the tribe. To sustain a society, appropriate political philosophies were essential, with the traditional principles of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher being the most fitting means. The foundation of heaven and earth was laid. Yet the concept of a sovereign remained incomplete, essentially akin to the chief of the tribe. To implement this effectively, sufficient primitive accumulation was necessary. Thus, accumulate grain widely, delay kingship. As for kinship and the role of the teacher, the former was prioritized, yet currently, there was only awareness of the mother, with little understanding of the father. Even the bond between mother and child lacked depth. To foster an understanding of both parents, a familial lifestyle needed to be instituted, a process that would inevitably require considerable time. As for the master, Bai Feng is determined to demonstrate to all his clansmen what it truly means to be a master. The laborers working on the plains toil tirelessly, their efforts yielding an impressive quantity of earthworks, yet it remains insufficient for the accommodation of over 400 individuals. Regarding the wild man whom Bai Feng has taken a liking to, he has refrained from further labor due to his partner succumbing to heat stroke. Bai Feng has endeavored to impart some rudimentary medical knowledge, and the wild man has exhibited a remarkable aptitude for learning. Consequently, Bai Feng has resolved to take him as a disciple, aspiring to change the prevailing state of medical ignorance in this era. As dusk approached, everyone packed their belongings. Engaging in jovial banter as they made their way to the camp, Bai Feng had already prepared their dinner, sparing them the need to scavenge for food at the old campsite. Having tasted Bai Feng's culinary creations, the wild men were even less inclined to return to the unpalatable and insufficient broths they had previously endured. Upon returning to the camp, they found the clansmen already dining. The wild men, who would typically rush to seize any food in sight, now glanced indifferently at the meals from the old campsite. In evaluating the fruits of their labor, Bai Feng, mindful of their impending relocation, no longer considered sustainability in relation to the fish in this area. He thus expanded the fishing grounds. And even if the fish were not particularly large, they could be harvested nonetheless. The wooden racks were laden with salted fish, and while Baifeng could not count them, he estimated there was ample supply to feed the entire clan for 3 days. Before their move, Baifeng anticipated capturing enough fish to sustain them for an entire month. The finished pottery had already been distributed among the clansmen, though they had not yet reached the point of 4 people sharing a single pot. Baifeng planned to fire another batch the following day. He had also halted the production of pottery bowls, redirecting their efforts towards crafting jars and thick-walled pots for the storage of grains and the preparation of pickles. The foraged wild vegetables were haphazardly piled within the camp, forming several sizable mounds. Baifeng had neglected to instruct them on the proper method of pickling. Regardless, they had simply left the vegetables to dry in the sun until most of the moisture had evaporated. Baifeng selected a few relatively clean wild men to teach them the art of pickling, which involved merely adding salt and kneading the vegetables. However, the paramount importance lay in ensuring they washed their hands thoroughly, forbidding any use of feet for the task. Unsatisfied with their previous efforts, Baifeng insisted they wash their hands on the spot, watching as the water transitioned from black to transparent, only ceasing when even the crevices of their nails were spotless. He instructed them that tomorrow they must achieve this level of cleanliness before proceeding with the pickling, with the shaman appointed to oversee the process. After imparting these instructions, Baifeng sought out a few tender bamboo leaves, retrieving his special pot, and brewed a kettle of tea using the leaves as a substitute for tea leaves. Subsequently, he summoned all the clansmen, informing them of an important ritual he intended to conduct, which would be witnessed by the divine, akin to a sacrificial ceremony. Upon hearing this, the shaman grew anxious, hastily retrieving his feathered crown and staff, eager to preside over the ceremony. Baifeng realized it would be inappropriate for him to direct the proceedings alone, so he consented to the shaman's request but first briefed him on the process and requirements. The shaman, having never encountered such a ceremony, listened attentively, believing it to be a significant ritual for communicating with the deities, and felt it imperative to master this new method and practice. The white wind transported the heavens and the earth to the center of the platform, raising them to a considerable height, presumably to light incense and candles. However, in the absence of these, he ignited a pile of cypress branches instead. Beside it, a salted fish was offered, resting on a bed of leaves, completing the ritual. Seated in the front left position of the heavenly stone, Baifeng soon found himself feeling quite uncomfortable. This posture inadvertently revealed the unmistakable signs of masculinity. Although he was accustomed to being without trousers, the current situation was rather exposing, especially with all eyes upon him. Promptly, Baifeng stood again, rummaging through the untouched wolf pelt that he had not had the chance to deal with earlier. Fortunately, it was clean, and he secured it around his waist before resuming his seated position. He gestured for the shaman to commence the ceremony. The shaman tossed several cypress branches into the fire and brought forth the wild man Baifeng had chosen, positioning him before Baifeng. I intend to take you as my disciple and impart to you the knowledge of medicine. Are you willing? Baifeng had previously posed this question, and the wild man had expressed his willingness. This was merely a formality. Upon hearing the wild man affirm his consent, the shaman instructed him to kneel before Baifeng. At that moment, Baifeng thought a chair would have been appropriate, but given the tribe's current impoverished state, he decided not to dwell on such details. Once they achieved prosperity, he vowed to indulge in more lavish displays. Looking at his disciple, Baifeng declared, "Since you have chosen me as your master, I bestow upon you the name. I shall impart knowledge unto you, and in return, you must respect me as a father. Do you understand?" He promptly replied, "I understand. But what is a father?" Baifeng realized with dismay that the concept of a father was foreign to them, making the notion of respecting him as such precarious. He feared that if they were to adopt animalistic behaviors, a grown offspring might one day turn against its parent. Consequently, Baifeng felt compelled to explain the concepts of family and parenthood. Gazing at E and then at the bewildered tribespeople below, he began. The heavens and the earth create all things as a result of the interplay of yin and yang. Heaven represents yang, the father; earth embodies yin, the mother. Humans are likewise, with males embodying yang and females embodying yin. Thus, a true human existence should comprise a man and a woman living together, uniting to produce offspring, rather than the present chaotic state that renders you mere wildlings. Parents are those who give you life, and they must be revered. Food should first be offered to your parents. When they grow old or fall ill, you ought to care for them with diligence. This is filial piety. My expectation of you mirrors how you ought to treat me, as you would your father. During the day, Bai Feng had already acquainted Yi with the concept of yin and yang, so he grasped Bai Feng's explanation swiftly. However, the tribespeople and the shaman remained perplexed. The shaman wished for Bai Feng to elaborate further, but Bai Feng knew that such explanations would yield little immediate effect. Understanding would have to come gradually. Thus, he ignored the shaman's request and directed him to continue with the ceremony. With a sullen demeanor, the shaman ladled 2 bowls of bamboo leaf tea from a pot and offered them to Yi, who, confused, nearly brought one to his own lips. Bai Feng quickly instructed him to pass the tea to him instead. Bai Feng then offered the first bowl of tea to the heavens and the earth, after which the shaman provided Yi with the other bowl. This time, he understood better and, emulating Bai Feng's gesture, respectfully presented the tea forward, symbolically taking a sip. He then set the bowl aside and, under the shaman's guidance, clumsily bowed his head 3 times before Bai Feng. Quickly, Bai Feng assisted him upright, feigning great concern. He then grasped Yi's hand, and together they knelt before the heavens, bowing 3 times in unison. This ceremony concluded amidst Bai Feng's embarrassment, the shaman's excitement, Yi's bewilderment, and the utter confusion of the clan members. Bai Feng lifted Yi, resolving to take him for a bath the following day to deepen their bond, as he was the first legitimate heir of his makeshift troop. Chapter 22. The wild men cannot be called savages. All tasks were proceeding in a methodical manner. As the division of labor became more refined, everyone grew increasingly adept at their respective duties, resulting in heightened efficiency. The fish in the river beside the old camp seemed inexhaustible, oblivious to the upstream or downstream currents that could provide a bountiful breeding ground without disrupting the food chain within the stream. Over the course of several days, the catch accumulated significantly, and a strong fishy odor permeated the camp. The fishing teams employed not only nets but also harpoons in their pursuit. Having depleted the salt reserves at the old camp, Bai Feng led the construction team to the salt lake after a day's labor to procure more salt. He estimated that the earthen foundations of the new camp were sufficient. After all, the wild men did not possess the same housing demands as modern individuals. A 50-square-meter abode, low and dim, could comfortably accommodate a dozen individuals, offering them a sense of security and warmth during winter. Moreover, with the sweltering heat of summer, the earthen structures dried quickly and hardened adequately. The designated living area had already settled to a height of about half a meter above the surrounding ground, eliminating concerns of flooding even in the event of torrential rain. Previously, Bai Feng had harbored a fear of rain. However, nearly half a month had passed since the last downpour, and the rainy season was approaching. Upon concluding work that evening, Bai Feng gazed at the earthen foundations filling the plain and resolved to commence building homes the following day. Once the construction reached about halfway, he intended to relocate all the clan members. He had since departed from the construction team. Bai Feng assessed his former partner's physical condition to be inadequate and assigned him to the fishing team. Yi's daily tasks involved learning to prepare grilled fish alongside Bai Feng, identifying medicinal herbs along the way, as well as acquiring fundamental knowledge. Although he was eager to learn and retained information quickly, he also forgot just as swiftly. Frustrated, Bai Feng would occasionally wield a bamboo stick, delivering a sharp strike to Yi's backside whenever he failed to answer a question correctly. He refrained from striking Yi's palms, as the latter was still responsible for cooking and grilling fish, and Bai Feng deemed it unnecessary to be excessively harsh, believing in the value of gradual progress. Uncertain of how long the construction would take, Bai Feng sought to avoid any delays and, the next day, instructed only the fishing team to remain behind, while all others, including children, hurried to the new camp. He commanded the fishing team to exert maximum effort in their endeavors, setting up a bamboo dam downstream to drive the fish from upstream for a substantial harvest before their relocation. As for the pottery team, Bai Feng summoned them over. The children were tasked with excavating soil and clay, while the adults focused on crafting tiles. Relocating the finished products from the old camp to the new site was cumbersome and impractical, particularly due to the absence of carts. The new camp lacked coal, necessitating that they procure firewood from the nearby forests to fuel the kilns. The construction site buzzed with fervent activity, and Bai Feng could not afford to be idle, as he alone possessed the knowledge to erect houses. 3 spacious dwellings, each approximately 50 square meters, were simultaneously under construction. Once these were completed, additional structures would follow. But the priority was to build several shelters for the clan members to move into. The ground was leveled and the foundation compacted, with grass ropes employed as a guide to ensure the walls were erected straight. Each section of earth was layered with mud, akin to a brick-and-mortar construction. Under the collective effort of around 20 individuals, the walls quickly rose to a height of 1 meter and 60 centimeters. With the walls nearing the height of the wild folk, Baifeng deemed it necessary to raise them slightly further, feeling content only when they reached about 1 meter and 80 centimeters. Baifeng intended to construct a single sloped roof, as opposed to the dual sloped designs currently visible. A single slope would expedite the building process and simplify the construction. The gable ends and rear wall ascended, and once the rear wall surpassed 2 meters, the framework of the house was considered complete. Subsequently, the walls were thickened with mud, enhancing both aesthetics and resistance to water erosion. Under Baifeng's guidance, by dusk, the walls of the 3 large houses were fully established, a feat achieved by nearly 200 workers whose skills matched their determination. The pottery team had produced enough tile blanks to cover these 3 houses, yet Baifeng insisted they continue their work. When the group returned to the old camp to rest, they were all exhausted and could hardly stand upright. However, the thought of the robust, towering walls they had built filled them with hope for the future. The fishing team, inspired by the clan's descriptions, yearned to capture all the fish in the creek and hasten their relocation. Yet, observing the salt-cured fish piled high, Baifeng surmised that the creek's aquatic bounty was dwindling, as the frantic attempts to catch fish were unlikely to yield much. The clan members were not yet weary of fish. For them, the presence of meat was a significant source of satisfaction, far preferable to a diet of grass or the pangs of hunger. To accelerate progress, Baifeng led the team to the construction site at dawn. 2/3 of the workers continued building the 4th house, while Baifeng, accompanied by over 60 individuals armed with axes, ventured into the woods to fell trees. Abundant timber was available, and they selected straight, sturdy trunks. With a coordinated effort, they swiftly brought down a tree. However, some of the wild folk stood foolishly in the path of the falling tree. Had it not been for Baifeng's quick reflexes to pull them away, they would have met a dire fate. The primary structural element of the house was the purlins, which were vertical beams affixed to the front and rear walls. These did not need to be overly thick. About the diameter of a calf would suffice, but a substantial quantity was required. The crowd swiftly felled enough logs to erect 5 wooden houses, but it was essential to also trim the branches, remove the bark, and dry the wood under the sun to ensure quality building material. While the group was busy chopping wood, the framework for the 4th house was also being constructed. Without any leader to guide them, they found themselves at a loss, idly sitting in the shade, awaiting Baifeng's directives. Baifeng, however, was not one to let them languish in idleness. He selected a few individuals whom he deemed capable and assigned them to establish a 30-square-meter homestead at the rear of the planned residential area, ascending the hillside. This elevated site, while not necessarily the most advantageous for habitation, undoubtedly signified authority. He instructed his clansmen to clear the surroundings, dig drainage ditches, and meticulously build the walls. Baifeng envisioned a 2-roofed structure for himself, an aesthetically pleasing design that would also reflect his distinctiveness. Unable to tolerate their inactivity, he organized a group to commence construction once the intervals and positions were determined. Observing the substantial quantity of dried tiles, which produced a delightful sound when struck, he realized they were ready for firing. Yet another kiln needed to be constructed. Baifeng eschewed the previous mud-based kiln, which had a limited capacity, and decided to excavate a larger one on the hillside, a circular kiln with a smoke vent and a wood insertion hole. The kiln walls would be tiered like steps to accommodate the tiles, with wood placed in the center for ignition. Once sealed, the kiln could be fired, although achieving optimal results would require no less than 2 to 3 days. The robust tribesmen toiled in the earth, sweat pouring down their brows. Baifeng felt a profound sense of incongruity, devoid of written language or a coherent societal framework. They were on the brink of inhabiting structures that would not appear for millennia, erecting a grand tile kiln, and within a short span, various facilities would emerge that transcended their current epoch. Could they still be deemed savages? Chapter 23. A new home. The kiln blazed fiercely throughout the night, and to produce quality tiles, the tribesmen had to work in shifts, continuously adding wood to maintain the internal temperature. Over the previous 3 days, the 5 grand houses had completed the framework, with bamboo strips and mud sealing every inch of the beams, awaiting the tiles for roofing. For the tribesmen, a house with a roof was already sufficient, aside from leaving a portion to gather food and protect the women and children at the old campsite. The rest spent the night at the new encampment. The tiles were fired for 2 days and a night, yet Bai Feng hesitated to open the kiln, fearing that all their efforts might be in vain. Thus he continued the firing process. Some tribesmen gathered around the fire, weapons in hand, standing guard while others rested in the rooms. Since the successful raising of the house beams and the ignition of the kiln, Bai Feng no longer referred to them as savages. He fully recognized them as human beings. The crackling of the kiln fire and the melodic chimes of tiles within made it difficult for Bai Feng to find sleep, compounded by the oppressive summer heat and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. In the early morning, a simple splash of water on the face is all that is needed. Yet the accessibility of water remains a challenge due to the overwhelming number of people, necessitating considerable manpower to draw water from the lake. As one steps outside, the gentle, moist southern breeze caresses the countenance of Bai Feng. Although the sky is devoid of clouds, Bai Feng can sense that rain is imminent. The softness of the southern wind suggests that the rain will arrive later, likely not until evening, and it shall not be a heavy downpour. With the weather urging them onward, it is time to officially relocate. Excluding those tasked with kiln operations, the others set forth in a grand procession towards the old campsite, intent on transporting all their belongings to their new abode. To preempt the rain, they have constructed a granary at the old site using the earthen foundation and tiles that Bai Feng had previously crafted. However, the granary has long since reached its capacity, leaving stacks of heavily salted fish and jars of wild pickles haphazardly arranged on the platform. In their previous dwelling, the river was too vast and deep for effective fishing, and their knowledge of edible wild plants was scarce. Unless Shennong graced their tribe to experiment with detoxification, and with the chief deliberately controlling salt usage, their sources of sustenance were meager and insufficient, a stark contrast to their current abundance. The recent days have yielded a noticeably smaller catch, marking the completion of the fishing team's efforts. This journey comprises nearly 400 individuals, carrying all their possessions as if swept away by a gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. Even the youngest children clutch bundles of pickled vegetables as they travel. Bai Feng, however, carries nothing but a stone inscribed with celestial characters, not out of laziness, but because others dare not touch it. Bai Feng believes that this stone can be inscribed once more in the new home. Yet, both the shaman and the tribespeople oppose this notion, convinced that it is this very stone that has guided them to such an abundance of food. Nearly half of the tribe remains oblivious to the nature of their new dwelling, having only heard descriptions from returning companions, fostering their yearning. They cannot fathom that humans can construct a grand cave sufficient to accommodate dozens. As they arrive, each carrying jars and salted fish, gazing upon the towering structures and the billowing smoke from the kiln, they are left in awe, perceiving it as a miracle. Bai Feng refrains from lengthy explanations, urging everyone to deposit their supplies into a large building, for rain is soon to fall, and the hard-won food would be rendered worthless if soaked. The tiles are not yet fully fired, and the roof's waterproofing is questionable, posing a risk of leakage during heavy rain. Thus, the tribe is mobilized to gather pine needles to lay atop the roof, providing a measure of waterproofing. The simultaneous arrival of so many individuals has swiftly exposed the issue of drinking water. Unlike in later times, the availability of potable water is limited. Even basic household consumption is significant. The old campsite was conveniently close to the water source, requiring only a 20-minute round trip, whereas here, the journey spans an hour. Bai Feng resorts to a familiar strategy, organizing a water-fetching team of over 100 members, carrying various containers as they march towards the lake, ensuring that a single trip will suffice for the day. Due to the sweltering heat, the beasts are reluctant to venture out for hunting during the day. When the temperature eventually drops, fetching water will transform into a perilous endeavor. It is indeed a formidable challenge for an individual to develop into a capable laborer. Thus one must cherish this opportunity. The bamboo pipe irrigation system that Bai Feng had previously envisioned now seems less feasible, with the presence of large kilns. It would be more convenient to produce ceramic pipes directly. Moreover, there is currently a significant shortfall in housing, as the available dwellings are wholly insufficient. In Bai Feng's estimation, to ensure relative comfort, at least 40 houses need to be constructed here. This task must continue until winter sets in, at which point the cold will hinder construction efforts. With the relocation to a new home, the workforce must be reorganized. Approximately 300 robust laborers will be enlisted, with around 100 individuals dedicated solely to laying foundations and erecting houses. A team of over 20 will focus primarily on kiln operations for producing tiles. The remaining workforce will consist of about 100 individuals specifically tasked with hunting, as an ample food supply is vital. The rest will engage in miscellaneous tasks or accompany children to forage for various wild fruits near the camp. Bai Feng instructed Xiong to select 100 of the most adept hunters from the tribe, after which he gained a general understanding of their hunting targets and methods. They are only capable of capturing small herbivorous animals. Larger ones elude them due to their inferior weaponry, leaving success largely to chance. In the presence of carnivorous beasts, they are merely prey rather than hunters. Their arsenal consists primarily of stone axes and spears, with some even wielding wooden spears, making the capture of game a challenging feat. Among the hunters, Liu is proficient at deer hunting but is reluctant to share his skills, believing it to be his means of survival. Bai Feng does not insist. He merely feels the need to upgrade their weaponry. With stronger arms and formidable bodies, humanity could gradually ascend to the apex of the food chain. Firstly, Bai Feng had several individuals demonstrate their spear-throwing abilities. Despite their rudimentary weapons, their throws were impressively far and accurate. In modern terms, they would likely surpass many athletes. Recognizing their proficiency, Bai Feng prepared an invaluable tool, the spear thrower. It was this very invention that enabled primitive humans to include colossal creatures such as woolly mammoths in their diet, hastening the extinction of these species. When a long bamboo stick with a hook was handed to the tribesmen, they appeared bewildered, questioning how a blunt object could possibly strike down prey. Bai Feng provided a simple demonstration, placing the spear onto the spear thrower and with a vigorous motion, he hurled it farther than the seasoned spear throwers could manage. Once the hunters grasped the mechanism of the spear thrower, they eagerly tried it out, and indeed, the distance of their throws nearly doubled. This is the power of physics, leveraging the principle of extending the lever arm. However, Bai Feng's metallurgical knowledge remains elusive. Had he the means to produce copper or even iron spear tips, he mused that he might soon possess a tiger skin chair. However, White Wind made enhancements to their stone spearheads. If the edges were insufficiently sharp, he would grind them on different stones, creating barbs along the sides, ensuring that once they pierced their prey, the spear would not easily detach. As for those wielding stone axes and knives, they were ill-suited for hunting. It was time to consider alternative weaponry, such as bows. Do you doubt the efficacy of a bow? Allow me to craft a recurve bow for you. Chapter 24. Rain falls again to capture more prey. One requires formidable weaponry, and the bow is indispensable. Yet, the bows of this time were exceedingly rudimentary. Merely the initial iteration of a straight pull bow, lacking in power and prone to breaking. Crafting a superior bow is a complex endeavor, but a makeshift demonstration bow can be fashioned with relative ease. The forest abounds with aged bamboo, a common material for bow construction. The tribespeople quickly retrieved several pieces of old bamboo. White Wind split the bamboo into strips, using fire to achieve a suitable curvature, while crafting a handle from wood. Carving with a stone knife proved laborious, yielding unsightly and uncomfortable results. Thus White Wind resorted to grinding with a large stone. Lacking glue, he employed animal hides to temporarily bind the components, including the bowstring. Upon completion, White Wind tested the recurved bow, estimating its draw weight to be around 40 pounds. Without arrows, he used slender bamboo as a substitute. When he drew the bow and released, not only was the aim significantly off, but the distance was lamentably short. The tribespeople, witnessing this, felt disheartened and dispersed. Though scorned, White Wind found himself in a quandary. He could not divulge his plans for improvement, as they likely would not comprehend the concept. It appeared he must toil alone to refine his craft and ultimately forge a bow that would leave them envious. While the bow did not yield the desired results, it did not permit the hunters to rest. Take your spears and venture forth to hunt. 100 of you must return with no less than 3 large game, or you shall either spend the night outside or become the feast for the new year. The hunters, unfamiliar with the notion of a new year, hastily scampered into the woods upon hearing White Wind's threat of being consumed if they failed to procure prey. The construction of the dwelling progressed steadily, and the firing of the tiles was nearing completion, with no further fuel added, merely awaiting the natural cooling of the kiln. Relying solely on hunting was unreliable, alternative food sources were essential. Fishing could not be forsaken, but the previous methods were unsuitable for the vast lake. To catch fish, one would need to employ nets or lines in the Great Lake. White Wind recalled the abundance of wild hemp in the area. Now thriving to a height of 2 meters, an excellent material for weaving, robust and durable. He instructed the people to harvest the hemp. Yet they were entirely unfamiliar with what he referred to. After lengthy descriptions, White Wind decided it prudent to lead them personally. Close to the camp, several plants could be found. Hemp is dioecious, with the female producing seeds and the male flowering. White Wind planned to wait for the seeds to mature, allowing for a winter pastime akin to cracking seeds, as well as serving medicinal purposes. He greatly needed this remedy to alleviate his chronic constipation. Once they comprehended the essence of hemp, Bai Feng ceased to intervene, allowing them to harvest as much as possible, returning before nightfall. Presently, Bai Feng felt an acute sense of urgency. He lacked clothing, the roofs of the houses were not yet completed, and there was neither livestock nor agriculture. Should he encounter other tribes adorned in linen garments and wielding bronze weapons, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed as a savage. The pace of time must quicken. Everything needed to advance swiftly. With summer waning, autumn loomed on the horizon, and time was of the essence. In his anxious heart, Bai Feng observed everyone bustling about, compelling him to join in the fray. Armed with an axe, he ventured to cut bamboo, eager to construct a raft that would allow him to fish in the Great Lake. As dusk approached, the hunting party returned, triumphantly bringing back 2 deer and a dozen wild chickens and rabbits. Although they fell short of Bai Feng's expectation of 3 large catches, the abundance of smaller game sufficed to meet their needs. The group sent to harvest hemp returned leisurely, bringing back a considerable quantity. Bai Feng estimated that this hemp would adequately fulfill the tribe's requirements. He called all the clansmen to cease their labors and prepare for a meal. During this time, Bear, having witnessed Bai Feng's capabilities over the past weeks, had acknowledged him as his successor, realizing he could not provide such a life for all the tribe members. Just as they were about to divide the fish, a gust of wind swept across the plains, and upon looking up, Bai Feng noticed that half the sky had been veiled by clouds. A torrential rain, long anticipated, was imminent. Although the houses were not fully constructed, the roofs were sealed, capable of sheltering them from the rain. Unlike their previous encounter with nature's wrath, Bai Feng promptly postponed the meal, urging everyone to crowd into the shelter. It was a formidable challenge to fit nearly 100 people into a single dwelling. Bai Feng had his own small room, sparing him from the discomfort of squeezing in with the others. Once everyone was inside, with no one left outside, and after ensuring that the storeroom for medicine and food would remain dry, Bai Feng finally felt at ease. He placed containers for water in an open space, anticipating the rain would fill them, thus eliminating the need for further trips to the lake. Having completed these tasks, he sensed the first drops of rain and calmly retreated to his small room, standing at the door to observe the downpour. The torrential rain fell with ferocity, lacking any prelude, cascading down in sheets. With a sudden clap of thunder, the tribe members inside the house gasped in alarm, gripped by fear of the unknown. They felt as fragile as ants before the might of nature. This deluge came swiftly and departed just as quickly, dissipating within an hour, carried away by the wind. The lingering rays of the setting sun illuminated the earth, and the scent of damp soil, stirred by the rain, reminded Bai Feng that the world still held its beauty. The ground outside was entirely transformed into mud, squelching beneath each footstep, an unpleasant reminder of how long it would take to pave this place with stones or bricks. Everyone was huddled together, terrified by the torrential rain, reluctant to venture outside until Bai Feng called upon them to prepare for dinner. Only the bolder among them dared to step out and investigate. Bai Feng, regarded as a warrior by his kin, displayed no trace of fear in such dire circumstances. After finishing their meal while seated on the muddy ground, no one dared to leave the room. Even though they were cramped together, feeling uncomfortable and stifled, they preferred the confinement over the peril of the wilderness. The recent downpour reminded them vividly of the devastation caused by the last storm. Fortunately, the house lacked doors, alleviating their fear of suffocation. Bai Feng accompanied them, overseeing the hunters as they handled their catch before allowing them to retire for the night. The kiln, under the cooling effects of the rain, exuded steam, resembling a mystical realm. Wu, inopportunely, inquired which deity was indulging in such luxury, inciting Bai Feng's ire as he contemplated kicking him into the kiln as an offering. He anticipated that by the next morning, normalcy would resume. Some would construct homes. Others would hunt, while those skilled in crafts would toil, and gatherers would gather. Baifeng merely needed to coordinate efforts, imparting wisdom to expedite progress, hoping that a rooster would crow at dawn to awaken everyone. Chapter 25. Double joy morning arrived without the resounding crow of a rooster. Only the incessant buzzing of bothersome mosquitoes and flies disrupting the tranquility. Baifeng's previous plan to hatch bird eggs had devolved into a foul-smelling bioweapon. The blue tiles were extracted in stacks, crisp and aesthetically pleasing against the morning mist. Baifeng could scarcely contain his eagerness to have them laid upon the rooftops. He dismissed concerns regarding the larger dwelling, summoning the construction team among his tribe. Under his astute guidance, they began to tile the roofs of his modest yet luxurious abode. Once his roof was completed, he believed they would have mastered the art of tiling as well. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion, save for the occasional disruptions caused by Baifeng's spontaneous ideas, which veered from the original plan. Through his relentless efforts, the bamboo raft was completed, though the tribespeople remained uncertain of its purpose, perhaps assuming it was merely for sleeping on the ground. Lacking nets or lines, Baifeng still led a group to the Great Lake, using vines to secure fishing baskets around the bamboo raft, thus enabling them to catch fish. None dared to step onto the raft, doubting that a few bamboo poles could support them afloat. They feared drowning should they fall in. After a moment of disdain for their cowardice, Baifeng courageously leapt onto the raft. Truth be told, he too felt uncertain, as a true dryland dweller from the northwest. His knowledge of rafts was largely derived from the infamous sinking of the Titan, constructed by the apex predator of the food chain, Bear Grylls. Should this raft capsize, it would likely erode the trust of his people, leaving them reluctant to test his future creations. Fortunately, the raft did not disappoint. Upon stepping aboard, it swayed gently yet remained buoyant, and with a push of the bamboo pole, it gradually drifted away from the shore towards the center of the lake. The expansive lake, bordered by dense reeds and bulrushes, would soon welcome the tribe's members to harvest the cattail flowers and gather bulrush seeds come autumn. Navigating a bamboo raft across the tranquil waters, Baifeng returned to shore, unwilling to squander time on trivial pursuits. He had already demonstrated the raft's reliability. If they remained hesitant to board, they would face consequences. Their task was merely to paddle to the lake's center and await a catch. Subsequently, they could fashion fishing lines, hooks, and nets for a bountiful harvest. Construction of the house continued unabated, and during his journeys to the Great Lake, Baifeng devised a water diversion route. Once another kiln was fired, he could also create some water pipes. Time swiftly passed, and on the day of the autumn equinox, the tribe's 20th large house was successfully topped off, significantly improving living conditions for the members, with approximately 20 individuals per room, alleviating the previous overcrowding. However, the increase in population brought about an evident new dilemma: the pervasive issue of excrement littering the area, with walls eroded by urine-forming channels. Baifeng mused that rain might not be necessary. The structure could collapse under the weight of neglect. This not only appeared repulsive but also deteriorated the surrounding air quality. Furthermore, such conditions were ripe for disease. Nearly all the children in the tribe exhibited signs of ascariasis, appearing frail and weak. Were it not for Baifeng's diligent habit of washing his hands before meals and after using the restroom, he too might have succumbed to such afflictions. To remedy this situation, Baifeng dedicated his efforts to constructing a large public restroom, distinctly separating facilities for men and women. Yet, the tribe members dismissed its importance, questioning the need to waste materials on such a project. Promote civility, establish new customs, and strive to be the new savages of the era. This was the motto of Baifeng's tribe, and in a moment of boredom, he inscribed it upon the restroom walls. However, aside from him, no one could decipher the peculiar symbols, and even if they could, the words were lost on them. To encourage the tribespeople to use the public restroom, Baifeng decreed that anyone caught defecating in the living area would receive 10 lashes without mercy and would be required to clean the restroom for a day. Initially, many were caught, but as the punishments multiplied, compliance followed. The restroom was not far, and they could manage the trek. A new issue arose, however, as they were illiterate and could not discern which was the men's and which was the women's restroom. Even after explanations, many would forget, though some miscreants might have sought to sneak into the wrong facility. To address this, Baifeng first painted modern gender symbols on the walls. only to find an even greater influx of individuals entering the women's restroom. When questioned about their actions, they pointed to their grass skirts, indicating their misunderstanding. Subsequently, Baifeng altered the symbols to a more tactile representation. Henceforth, anyone who claimed ignorance would face 20 lashes. The collected waste was then mixed with ash and soil, piled together to ferment, and in winter, it would be scattered around the designated vegetable plots in the camp as fertilizer. Now, all the clansfolk, upon venturing out, bring back unfamiliar plants for Baifeng to identify, allowing him to ascertain their value. After Baifeng discovers a wealth of edible wild vegetables and medicinal herbs among them, he extends his inquiry beyond flora to include the collection of unique stones, hoping to unearth some more. All gathered herbs undergo a rudimentary processing before being entrusted to the healer, who, after a brief period of study, has grasped the foundational principles of traditional Chinese medicine, yet remains unable to treat the clansfolk. Despite their ignorance of illness, believing even diarrhea and vomiting blood to be commonplace, none approach the healer or Baifeng for ailments. The irrigation project commences as scheduled. The original tools proved inadequate, prompting Baifeng to ingeniously reorient the stone axe, transforming it into a rudimentary digging tool. The clansfolk, inspired, collectively unlocked their inventive potential. Some presented Baifeng with chopsticks that were narrow at the top and wide at the base, while others showcased bowls that followed the inverse design. These creations, far from useful, were deemed a waste of life. Nevertheless, Baifeng hesitated to dismiss them, fearing he might inadvertently extinguish humanity's inaugural technological renaissance. Fortunately, this wave of invention soon waned as they recognized the futility of their efforts. However, amidst this period, some innovations emerged that Baifeng had not yet envisioned, such as a long-spouted water vessel. When the first trickle of water flowed from the pipe, jubilant cheers erupted, for they would no longer need to carry heavy water containers to the lake. No one considered it a miracle, for they had been involved in the entire process from excavation to water flow, comprehending the simplicity of the mechanism. That day was not solely marked by this singular achievement. It could be described as a double blessing, for Baifeng's most coveted iron ore was discovered amidst a collection of peculiar stones. A diverse array of colorful stones, collected by the clansfolk during their excursions, were merely perceived as curiosities for their leader, who had previously gathered various inedible plants. The reddish-brown stone, glimmering with hints of silver, naturally captivated Baifeng's attention. Should a sufficient quantity be found, he could scarcely fathom the monumental leap it could facilitate for primitive society. Chapter 26. Iron Tools. Baifeng eagerly inquired about the origins of the iron or fragments, but the clansfolk, unaware of their significance, assumed their leader was merely indulging in another extravagant venture. After an extensive explanation, they began to comprehend that the stone could be fashioned into superior tools and weapons. Some attempted to forge a stone axe from the iron ore, only to be firmly rebuffed by Baifeng, who safeguarded the precious stones, resolutely forbidding anyone from touching them. Although no one recalled who had discovered the stones, they fervently asserted that there existed a location abundant with such ore. Baifeng then directed a portion of the clansfolk to cease their gathering efforts and instead focus entirely on collecting iron ore. With his modest knowledge of chemistry, Baifeng sought to refine the iron, believing that with sufficient heat, it would inevitably melt, and through relentless hammering, quality iron would emerge. The primitive blast furnace was swiftly constructed, yet it still fell short of meeting the requirements for iron smelting. The air intake and bellows were essential. In the absence of bellows, leather pouches were utilized, by opening the pouch to allow air in and then tightening it to expel the air. Iron ore was gradually transported back, alleviating a significant portion of Baifeng's anxiety. Subsequently, it was merely a process of trial and error, a gradual exploration. For as long as there were materials, iron could surely be produced. The iron ore was to be heated until brittle in the fire, then meticulously pounded into finer pieces with a wooden hammer. The powdered ore was introduced into the already heated iron smelting furnace, layering it with charcoal, followed by incessant heating to raise the temperature further. Only when the walls of the furnace glowed red did Baifeng break open the furnace, revealing a lump of iron fused with the shattered walls. Baifeng doused it with water to cool it down, unperturbed by the potential alteration of the iron's properties. After all, the raw material had been procured, and the forging must continue. The cooled lump of iron, though coarse and dark, was substantial enough, approximately the size of a basketball. It was somewhat cumbersome for Baifeng to handle alone. A slight polishing revealed a silvery sheen, and at long last, the iron Baifeng had yearned for was produced. While perhaps the other tribesmen did not grasp the significance of this achievement, Baifeng understood that their tribe would ascend to the status of a superior tribe, rather than remaining a pitiful band of fugitive savages. As temperatures gradually dropped and daylight hours shortened, an abundance of wild fruits ripened, though their flavors left much to be desired. Various plant seeds matured, and nuts were on the verge of falling. Herbivorous animals, as well as those preparing for hibernation, scrambled to replenish their fat reserves in anticipation of winter. Carnivorous beasts began to make their presence known during the day, with several tribesmen discovering wolf tracks, but fortunately, they managed to evade danger. The quest for food had become increasingly perilous, with the risk of exchanging lives for sustenance. Baifeng had to forge iron weapons in the coming days to enhance the tribe's offensive capabilities and self-defense. Not a moment could be wasted. He mixed iron or powder with clay to create a large crucible for melting iron and fashioned molds from mud for casting iron bars. The chestnut grove would fully ripen in half a month, prompting all gatherers to cease their outings and instead focus on preparing tools, weaving bamboo baskets in preparation for the harvest. Meanwhile, under Baifeng's guidance, massive iron smelting operations commenced, with furnaces rising taller than a person around the camp, their flames flickering relentlessly. Through constant heating and the use of bellows, Baifeng melted the iron lumps into molten metal, which was then cast into iron bars. Although these bars were hard, they were also quite brittle and contained numerous impurities. Baifeng, unwilling to entrust this task to others, crafted a stone hammer, reheated the iron bars, and began to hammer away. Gradually, the bars became thinner and purer as they were continuously heated and struck. Finally, a rather unsightly blade blank emerged from this labor. After one last heating and quenching, perhaps a novice's safeguard, this blade blank emerged straight and hard. A knife, approximately 30 centimeters in length, represents the first metal tool of the entire tribe, cherished by Baifeng. He meticulously shaped the blade against stone, honing its edge with precision. Wrapping the blade's handle in animal hide, he successfully crafted a relatively exquisite knife in his eyes. Upon witnessing Baifeng effortlessly carve wood and cleave thin bamboo with his creation, the tribespeople were filled with envy, each yearning for a chance to wield it. Naturally, Baifeng was reluctant to share. With such abundant iron ore available, he intended to forge his own tools, confident in his ability to replicate every step of the process. Nevertheless, he did create numerous iron axes and spearheads for the tribe, which, when combined with wooden handles, significantly amplified their lethality while remaining uncomplicated to produce. Consequently, the construction pace within the tribe accelerated noticeably, and the influx of building materials surged, akin to children eager to showcase a new toy. The tribespeople, upon acquiring axes, commenced a fervent assault on the trees, reveling in the exhilaration of iron tools conquering nature. While the long knife was a fine creation, Baifeng had attempted its fabrication, only to find its form unsightly and, regrettably, it warped during quenching. He thus resolved to temporarily abandon this endeavor, intending to refine his skills before revisiting it. As the weather turned cooler, the afternoons remained hot, yet the mornings and evenings grew distinctly chilly, particularly for those unadorned. The tribe possessed an abundance of animal hides, accumulated from past hunts. Despite the average yield of merely one prey per day, they had amassed over 400 hides during this period. Unfortunately, lacking the knowledge of tanning, they merely punched holes in the hides to thread them together, a practice Baifeng found unsatisfactory. The wolf pelt remained intact, and he meticulously scraped off the fat, incorporating the abundant saltpeter found in the saline plains along with ashes from plants, kneading and soaking the materials. After cleansing and drying, he softened the hide, ultimately producing a pair of shorts crafted from wolf skin, albeit the coarse thread caused some discomfort. Baifeng reassured himself that with time, one could grow accustomed to it. The hemp he harvested was dried, soaked in water for processing, and then torn into fibers to be twisted into rope. Under Baifeng's guidance, this series of tasks progressed smoothly, though he aspired to create a fishing net, lamenting that the rope was still insufficient. No one was eager to adopt Baifeng's innovative shorts. The hides distributed among them retained the appearance of grass skirts, complemented by their old leather garments, ensuring they would not face the winter months unclothed. Baifeng yearned for fabric. Silk was a distant dream. Although silk had emerged long ago, no one in the tribe had ever heard of the Shilling tribe or Lezu. The isolation of information prevailed, and the existence of the Shilling tribe remained uncertain. Yet, the tribespeople received a new, albeit temporary decree from Baifeng to gather various cocoons. If wild silkworms were present, the silkworm moths would likely be encased within their cocoons at this time. Should they succeed in collecting them, Baifeng mused that Lezu might soon be replaced by Baizu. Chapter 27. Autumn harvest. The chestnuts have finally ripened and fallen, yet the long, spiky shells deter most animals. Only the squirrels and chipmunks, unafraid, begin to gather and transport them to their nests. It is time for the members of the White Wind tribe to spring into action, equipped with large baskets and elongated bamboo tongs, enabling them to collect chestnuts without bending down or risking their hands on the prickly shells. Although they go barefoot, their soles are thickened with calluses, yet still, they cannot completely shield themselves from the fine, prickly thorns. To better serve the tribe, Baifeng designed shoes for them. Wooden soles bound to their feet with animal hides, resembling the most rudimentary of clogs. Once donned, their movement was utterly restricted, and no one wished to wear them. Hence, Baifeng only permitted them to wear these shoes while gathering chestnuts, and after a few pricks. They understood the value of this contraption. Baifeng's long-cherished rice, known as glutinous rice, has also matured. Unlike traditional grains that remain in their primitive state, yielding low quantities and poor flavors, glutinous rice has remained unchanged for millennia. No one has taken the initiative to cultivate it as a staple, instead focusing on its roots, which have been turned into vegetables. The bamboo rafts Baifeng constructed have multiplied from 1 to over a dozen, reflecting the tribe's eagerness. It seemed that each individual was determined to possess their own raft. Moreover, each newly constructed raft is larger than the last. Covering the rafts with animal hides to seal the gaps, they float alongside the glutinous rice, pulling down the ripe heads, and with a gentle strike from a stick, the mature rice falls onto the hides. The lake is vast, and the quantity of glutinous rice plentiful. Every morning, Baifeng waves farewell to the tribe members heading out to gather rice and chestnuts, and in the afternoon and evening, he joyfully welcomes them back, laden with their harvest. Akin to a diligent homemaker awaiting her family's return. Of course, Baifeng is not idle. The responsibility of forging weapons largely rests upon his shoulders. He toils at the forge daily until his arms feel incapable of lifting, even claiming that he has developed the strength of a mythical creature. The items he produces grow increasingly sturdy, and their designs gradually become more refined. Once the most urgently needed weapons for the tribe are nearly complete, he begins crafting small knives to distribute among the more contributing members of the tribe. This approach serves dual purposes: to instill a sense of exemplary behavior among them. If they desire knives, they must work diligently to earn them, and to provide a convenient tool for various tasks, whether for labor or for slicing meat during meals, always readily available for use. Once, Baifeng's lucky star, the deer, had declined his request to share his deer-catching skills with others. Although Baifeng did not deliberately slight him afterward, he offered him no special privileges either. Those who can manage without assistance are treated no differently than the ordinary. Coupled with his average capabilities in other aspects and a lack of notable achievements, he found himself increasingly agitated as fellow hunters from his tribe received knives or were promised them by Baifeng for various reasons. He sought out White Wind, expressing a desire to exchange his deer-catching technique for a small knife. At that moment, White Wind had already crafted more than half of the meticulously designed recurved bow, which, upon completion, would significantly enhance the tribe's hunting success rate. Thus, White Wind found himself less intrigued by the deer-catching method, recognizing that primitive minds could only conceive so much. Nevertheless, he agreed to the exchange, provided that the method proved effective. After all, granting a small knife was no great sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Deer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately urged White Wind to accompany him to demonstrate his technique. However, White Wind was disinterested. He had a considerable number of small knives still to forge, yet he could not simply hand over a blade based on mere words. Thus, he instructed the hunters from Deer's group to supervise the endeavor. If Deer could capture a deer within 3 days using his method, he would receive a small knife. Should the method prove generally applicable, he would be rewarded with a dagger. What is a dagger? White Wind illustrated with his hands, indicating a longer and thicker blade. Upon seeing the length of the blade, White Wind gestured. Deer wasted no time and dragged his fellow hunters off to hunt, eager to demonstrate his prowess. You need only present a deer before me in 3 days, and you shall earn a small knife." White Wind waved him off, urging him to attend to his pursuits without disrupting his own work, for he was a man of his word. White Wind continued the monotonous process of blacksmithing, still owing several small knives to his kin. Although the tribe could not immediately claim their rewards, the quality of White Wind's creations improved with each passing day. He even aspired to forge a Damascus knife, layering and refining the steel, yet he overestimated his capabilities. The iron ingots refused to melt, and he was uncertain of the necessary flux materials. His confidence, born of a brief stint in ironworking, led him to believe he would undoubtedly reach the finals of the impending knife-making competition. However, the useless scraps of iron before him served as a sobering reminder of reality. Each day, alongside the crafting of small knives and axes, he also dedicated time to producing arrowheads. His high-strength recurved bow was nearing completion. The previous bow, made from bamboo, had lacked power, so White Wind opted for mulberry wood this time, though shaping it proved somewhat troublesome, requiring ropes to gradually alter its form. For the grip adhesive, as the tribe caught a plentiful supply of fish daily, White Wind reserved the swim bladders during gutting, gradually rendering them into glue. White Wind crafted the bow in secrecy. Otherwise, although the tribespeople lacked the courage to oppose him, they would undoubtedly regard him with curious glances. He had worked hard to establish his authority through ironwork, and he was determined not to let it diminish. In the living quarters initially envisioned by White Wind, the houses were nearly completed, with hundreds of individuals tirelessly constructing them. As they became more adept, their pace quickened. The earliest structures were merely designed to shield against wind and rain. Now, reflecting on the errors and shortcomings, it was evident that there were numerous flaws. The houses featured doors but lacked windows, a minor issue considering they were indifferent to the scant sunlight. Insulation was of paramount importance to them. No one in the tribe possessed the skill to craft a door. Bai Feng had only a rudimentary understanding. To construct a proper door, one must first create a frame and threshold, yet the craftsmanship of their tribe was woefully inadequate. The doors they fashioned were merely massive slabs of timber bound together with vines, and they lacked sufficient iron to waste on nails for such trivialities. Unfamiliar with the installation process, they merely placed the door over the opening, only for it to topple down each morning. Bai Feng sought out one of the few artisans in the tribe and described the general concept of a door frame and its operational principles before departing. The craftsman, whom Bai Feng referred to as a carpenter, stood bewildered in the wind, wanting to exclaim, "Are you jesting with me?" Nevertheless, Bai Feng, recalling the woodworking tools from his memory, provided him with a chisel, an axe, and a crude saw, particularly in the absence of a chalk line. He explained the usage of a plumb line to enable the carpenter to saw straight boards. After this comprehensive instruction, the craftsman had nearly forgotten Bai Feng's seemingly unreasonable requests. Chapter 28. The death of a tribesman. The tribesmen who had ventured out to gather chestnuts returned in a state of panic. When Bai Feng encountered them, he observed their disheveled appearances, their weapons conspicuously absent. As they struggled to articulate their experience, their words came out in disarray. The gatherers had lost their baskets and sacks, with one individual seemingly oblivious to the fact that he still carried an almost empty sack upon his back, having joined the fleeing tribesmen. As they gradually regained their composure, Bai Feng pieced together the events from their chaotic accounts. Having never previously faced any danger, they had let down their guard while foraging for chestnuts. Suddenly, a tiger had pounced, overpowering one tribesman and killing him before moving on to seek further prey among the crowd. Witnessing the brutal death of a fellow tribesman, the predominantly female gathering party had no capacity to confront an adult tiger. They abandoned their belongings and fled, indifferent to the number of lives lost, making only for the safety of their tribe. After waiting for a considerable time at the camp, Bai Feng realized that none from the forest would be returning. He bore no resentment towards those who fled instead of attempting to resist or rescue their kin. He recognized that he himself lacked the courage to face a tiger. He was not like the legendary Wu Song from tales of old, and the tiger he faced was not a docile creature from a modern zoo. Bai Feng could not recall the names of all his tribesmen. He remembered only a few, and among those he had sent out in the morning, some familiar faces were now absent. The tribe had lost 6 members during the autumn harvest. The chestnuts they had gathered were drying to prevent spoilage, and after 8 days of foraging, they filled half a warehouse. Alongside the other collected seeds, wild vegetables, and fruits, combined with meat, they would have sufficient provisions to ensure the tribe's comfort throughout the winter. However, Bai Feng's insatiable desire for abundance lingered. The more grain they had, the better. The sight of a full warehouse reassured the tribesman. In the interest of the safety of his kin, Bai Feng resolved to cease foraging for food starting tomorrow. The once vast hunting parties would no longer disperse, but instead act in unison. The other members of the tribe did not lament excessively. They swiftly returned to their usual routines, as it was all too common for foragers to fall prey to wild beasts. Humans are both hunters and, at times, the hunted. Bai Feng, now unable to focus even on forging iron, could only anxiously await the safe return of the two hunting parties that had ventured out. The group that had gone to the Great Lake returned safely, proudly bearing their bountiful harvests. They carried their spoils in their arms as they returned to the tribe, eager for Bai Feng's welcome. Upon seeing them, Bai Feng did not inquire about their catch nor commend the one who had gathered the most. Instead, he meticulously counted each member twice to ensure none were missing before uttering a heartfelt welcome home. Upon learning of a tribesman who had fallen to a tiger, their expressions turned somber. The tranquility of recent times had nearly led them to forget the harshness of nature. They waited until the sun was halfway to the horizon, and darkness began to envelop the sky before the hunters finally returned. Their haul was meager, even less than usual. Under ordinary circumstances, Bai Feng would not have given it much thought, but in light of recent events, the tardiness of this group ignited an inexplicable ire within him. What were they doing? Lingering in the woods to feed the beasts? Unbeknownst to them, the hunters remained oblivious to Bai Feng's displeasure. One of the hunters, Lu, eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Chief, I was so close to catching a deer today. Just a little more time, and I would have succeeded, had it not been for the encroaching darkness." Bai Feng's countenance darkened to match the twilight. "Are you implying that their late return was to assist you in capturing a deer?" "Indeed, Chief. Did you not instruct them to watch over me?" Lu replied, still unaware of Bai Feng's growing ire. With a huff, Bai Feng retorted, "From tomorrow onward, you shall cease hunting and instead remain in the tribe to assist in building. I will not jeopardize the safety of all for your solitary pursuits. As for the promise I made you, you need not capture a deer. Once you have moved 500 bricks, I shall grant you a knife." With that, Bai Feng strode away towards his dwelling, his appetite wholly diminished. Lu stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden outburst from the chief. He turned to his fellow hunters for insight, but they too were equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Currently, Shennong managed the affairs of the tribe. Despite Bai Feng being the chief, his amiable nature meant that while the others listened to his words, they did not fear him. Though Shennong had relinquished the title of chief, he still wielded authority, overseeing the distribution of food. Wu, having grasped basic arithmetic, was entrusted with the storeroom after Bai Feng taught him the decimal system. Now, he accompanied Bai Feng in learning rudimentary writing, enabling him to record the contents of the storeroom and keep track of quantities. After the shaman meticulously accounted for everyone's harvest today, he stored it in the warehouse, secured the heavy doors, and propped them shut with wood, awaiting the command from Bai Feng to commence the meal. Bai Feng, however, was disinclined to partake in the feast. He felt an inextricable connection to the deaths of his kin, and the anthropocentric mindset of future generations was firmly entrenched in his mind, preventing him from accepting the mortality of humans as easily as his tribesmen could. The shaman was responsible for tallying the numbers, while the bear was tasked with distributing the food. Dinner unfolded in a somber atmosphere, with even the once mischievous children refraining from their usual antics. Sensing that the ambience was decidedly off-key, Bai Feng hardly slept through the night, although his appetite had waned. The lack of nourishing food left him feeling uncomfortable in the morning, prompting him to rise early and prepare some chestnut porridge. The tribesmen, relieved from the day's gathering, found themselves at a loss for what to do, waiting for Bai Feng to assign them other tasks. The hunters, however, were certain to venture out. Their large contingent generally posed little threat from animals, and they were well-equipped and robust. The local tigers were likely the South China tiger, not particularly large, and with so many people, incidents were unlikely. Nevertheless, Bai Feng instructed them to return early, emphasizing the importance of not waiting until sunset, as insufficient nutrition rendered their night vision nearly non-existent. As for the gathering team, their work concluded early, and Bai Feng prepared to initiate a water conservation project, which he had intended to commence after the autumn harvest. With such a large population, the demand for drinking water was immense. Yet the lake's water would inevitably freeze in winter, and the natural water channels would cease to supply water to the camp. Thus, It was imperative to excavate water reservoirs or cisterns, utilizing the current water from the channels to fill them, ensuring a supply for the winter months. Each cistern, serving 10 individuals, would require at least 40 to sustain them until the lake thawed. However, Bai Feng had another pressing task. He needed to meticulously account for each tribesman, assigning names to those unnamed, ensuring that no further deaths occurred without knowledge of the identities involved. Chapter 29. Household division. The management of the tribesmen had become exceedingly chaotic. An individual might dine with one group today, only to sleep in another's dwelling that night, and then switch groups again for meals and rest the following day. They only recognized their assigned groups during work, which resulted in a situation where Bai Feng's aspiration to gradually implement a family system remained elusive, compounded by ethical confusion. In the morning, Bai Feng refrained from initiating work and instead encouraged them to choose their companions, forming groups of around 10 to eat and reside together. The housing was sufficiently constructed to accommodate them all. Each group was required to include males, females, and children, with the specific distribution left to their discretion. Those left unchosen would be assigned by Bai Feng in the end. They did not grasp the significance of this arrangement, questioning why, being of the same tribe, such distinctions were necessary. Bai Feng offered no explanations to them, for such matters would be beyond their comprehension. It would take time for the benefits to become apparent. Should anyone manage to unearth the essence of love in the present moment, Bai Feng would not hesitate to provide them with a small, private dwelling. After a considerable delay, the groups were finally established. Originally, it was feasible to form 41 teams. However, due to the loss of several clan members, they had to settle for 40 to maintain a semblance of order. Bai Feng, along with Shennong and Wu, each possessed their own modest independent homes. Initially, only Bai Feng had a personal residence, while the others were accustomed to sleeping among their kin. Eventually, they recognized the dignity that Bai Feng's arrangement afforded him and decided to construct their own small abodes. Bai Feng did not impede their endeavors, for the emergence of social stratification was an inevitable occurrence. He also encouraged his clansmen in their pursuit of a better life. Even though they had yet to grasp the concept of home and shelter, the 10 production teams were designated according to the arrangement of their dwellings, utilizing the 10 heavenly stems for organization, ranging from Team Xuanyuan to Team Gui 4. The leaders of each team were chosen based on their competence, or through the consensus of their peers, to oversee daily tasks such as food distribution, attendance tracking, and work coordination. Each individual received a clay tag, which, after being perforated, could be worn around the neck. The front of the tag bore their name, while the reverse displayed their team number. As no one possessed literacy skills, Bai Feng meticulously carved the names onto each tag. For those without a name, he assigned one on the spot. Though they were seldom meaningful, merely titles such as De Zhuang or Xiaomei. Should they later find dissatisfaction with their assigned names, they could approach Bai Feng for a change. Only after inscribing all the name tags did Bai Feng formally recognize his clansmen, aware that many would likely forget their names by their next encounter. By noon, he had completed the task and instructed the team leaders to affix wooden sticks to the walls of their respective homes. Each morning, they would distribute the name tags, returning them in the evening, making it evident who was absent. Just as Bai Feng stretched and prepared to take a respite, a member of Team Bing approached him, stating, "Lu is missing. I have not seen him since this morning." Bai Feng reflected, recalling that he had not carved a name tag for Lu. A regrettable oversight that had led to this troubling situation. "Do you know where he has gone? Did he mention anything to you?" The member shook his head, prompting Bai Feng to look to the hunters acquainted with Lu, who also shook their heads in response. Lu had not spoken a word since dinner the previous evening. Unlike his usual chatter, he had quietly gone to sleep. Bai Feng felt a sense of foreboding. It was possible that Lu had stealthily ventured out to hunt. He worried for Lu's safety, but could not risk sending others to search for him, thereby endangering more lives. Since Lu had departed without notice, if he did not return before sunset, regardless of his intentions, he would no longer be considered a member of Bai Feng's tribe. Let him fend for himself. Bai Feng was resolute. He could not foster such recklessness. While individuals were entitled to their thoughts and could question the leader's decisions, they must not act impulsively. No one pleaded for the deer. They merely lamented the unfortunate circumstances surrounding them. The hunting party prepared their weapons and set off, with Bai Feng not demanding a specific number of kills this time, but rather emphasizing the importance of safety. He stated that it was of little consequence if they returned empty-handed, as long as everyone came back unharmed. The initial gathering team commenced digging in the designated spots outlined by Baifeng. With iron tools insufficient, they resorted to using wooden and bone implements, ensuring that no one remained idle. The potters had not ceased their labor since the camp's inception. Once they had produced enough tiles, they transitioned to crafting pipes. With ample experience, they were now capable of creating lighter pottery, unlike before when their skills limited them to thick, cumbersome items. Baifeng encouraged them to embellish the pottery with patterns or colors to enhance their competitiveness at the impending Grand Assembly. The Baifeng tribe had little to offer. There were scarce resources to exchange at the gathering, and he harbored concerns about taking iron tools, fearing they might attract the attention of a larger tribe, which could spell disaster for them. However, Shennong reassured Baifeng, noting that despite the spontaneous nature of the gathering, all tribes, great and small, were bound by oaths, and none dared to resort to violence during such events. Though Shennong had faith in the power of these oaths, Baifeng, being a man of modern sensibilities, remained skeptical. He feared that if an awakened individual discovered the oaths held no real power, it could lead to calamity. Nevertheless, Baifeng resolved to craft a few small knives for the assembly, intending to return immediately upon securing what they needed, without lingering. Baifeng's bow was nearing completion. Once the shaping mold was removed, it exhibited no recoil. The bowstring, fashioned from animal sinew, be it from sheep or deer, was meticulously prepared and twisted into a robust string. Under the watchful eyes of Shennong and Chiyou, Baifeng strained to attach the bowstring, then carefully affixed the meticulously polished tail feathers and iron arrowheads. Pulling the bow was a strenuous task for Baifeng, and he was uncertain of its weight. Nonetheless, to demonstrate its full potential, he exerted all his strength and released an arrow toward the prepared wooden target. The arrow flew several meters before embedding itself firmly in the wood. Chiyou attempted to retrieve the arrow. He succeeded in pulling out the shaft, but the arrowhead remained lodged in the timber. Both were astonished by the bow's power and were eager to try it themselves. Baifeng, generous in spirit, allowed them to take turns. Despite their greater strength, after 5 or 6 attempts, they too felt the strain in their arms. They expressed a desire to have the bow, hoping Baifeng would bestow it upon them, or at least permit them to use it. Baifeng, with a sense of pride, lifted his head high, walking away with hands clasped behind his back. While Shennong and Chiyou trailed behind him like devoted followers, their expressions replete with sycophancy. In the end, Baifeng did not gift the bow to anyone. He merely allowed Shennong and Chiyou to take turns using it, emphasizing that if they wished to possess a bow of their own, they must learn to craft one themselves. Since a complete bow has been successfully crafted, it indicates that the manufacturing method is indeed sound. Shennong and Chiyou, being the earliest apprentices, unfortunately lack not only finesse but also skill, their considerable strength proving to be of little use. Their efforts have mostly resulted in a waste of materials, prompting Baifeng to suggest they maintain a distance and instead learn from the craftsmen, while they take over the original tasks of the artisans. The creation of a bow requires several days, but luckily, multiple bows can be made simultaneously. After undergoing Baifeng's meticulous craft instruction, the tribe has begun to give birth to artisans of various kinds. Baifeng offers everyone the chance to experiment with different tasks. Those with talent are retained, while those without are directed towards other occupations. To date, many competent potters have emerged, with a few even surpassing Baifeng, truly deserving of the term excellent. Baifeng also intends to cultivate carpenters, though this craft differs significantly from pottery and demands a longer maturation period. As of now, only 2 individuals have barely scratched the surface of woodworking, still far from mastering the trade. Fortunately, Baifeng has modest expectations. There is ample time ahead, and currently, it suffices to be slightly ahead of this era, with future advancements promising to accelerate. He allows them to refine the bow bodies while he returns to his forge, where he continues to explore and improve upon techniques such as the steelmaking and wrapping methods. Although he is familiar with the terminology, the intricacies of the processes remain elusive. Nonetheless, he is determined to pursue these methods, believing results will eventually follow. Baifeng is dissatisfied with his tools, leading him to construct a superior furnace and forge a more effective hammer and anvil from a considerable amount of iron, significantly enhancing the efficiency of his blacksmithing endeavors. His iron tongs are nearly complete, which will eliminate the need for bamboo clamps, thus preventing the expenditure of numerous bamboo pieces for a single knife. As the sun begins to set, Baifeng feels an anxious tightness in his chest, fearing that some of his tribesmen may not return. He eagerly awaits their return in the forge, and though the hunters arrive early today, they bear no spoils. Their countenances reflect a sense of shame. Apprehensive of being mocked by their industrious kin, Bai Feng first inquires if everyone has returned safely, whether any dangers were encountered, and if anyone was injured. Upon receiving affirmative answers, he breathes a sigh of relief before questioning why not a single prey was brought back today, even on the worst days. There would typically be at least a hare or two. The foremost hunter, Xi, steps forward to explain. Notably, Xi is the most accurate and farthest throwing spear thrower among the hunting party, yet he bears no shame. Instead, he solemnly addresses Bai Feng. Chief, the failure to capture any prey today is my fault. Please do not punish them. Witnessing Xi's willingness to take responsibility dispels any lingering dissatisfaction Bai Feng harbored, as he senses a spirit of camaraderie and accountability amidst the primal wilderness. Not in a literal sense, as they are unwashed and carry an unusual scent, which Bai Feng has only recently grown accustomed to. Oh, do tell me then, what mistake did you make? Xi gazed directly at Bai Feng and said, not long after we ventured out today, we were tracking the signs of prey and stumbled upon fresh buffalo hoofprints. As we stealthily followed the trail, we discovered that this solitary buffalo had joined a massive herd. The ground was teeming with hoofprints. We pursued the trail, and in the valley to the south of the forest, we encountered that enormous herd. It was truly vast. Xi stretched out his arms with all his might to convey to Bai Feng the sheer size of the herd. In the tribe, more than half the people could count up to 10, as they all possessed 10 fingers, and Bai Feng had taught them how to count using their hands. However, beyond that number, few could accurately tally. Observing Xi's gestures, Bai Feng estimated the herd to number no less than 300. Bai Feng inquired, so, what did you do once you followed them? Xi, somewhat anxious, explained to Bai Feng, Chief, we were too few in number to act decisively. So we merely circled the valley, observing their position and marking it. By the time we returned, it was already quite late, and we had no opportunity to hunt other prey. However, if we could gather more people, we could encircle the buffalo herd and undoubtedly capture a great many. How can you be certain that the herd will still be there when we are ready? Xi sensed Bai Feng's burgeoning interest in the encirclement and replied eagerly. We have observed that the herd has been present for several days. Most of the dung and hoofprints are from days prior. They are still gathering together. And if we arrive early, they surely have not departed. Bai Feng was indeed tempted. Although the assembled buffalo herd exuded an intimidating presence, he believed that a well-executed ranged attack would create sufficient chaos to yield substantial rewards. If they could capture calves, after several generations of domestication, they would inevitably evolve into more docile draft animals. Bai Feng immediately acquiesced, prompting Xi and the hunters to exhale in relief, even feeling a surge of excitement. Should they succeed in the encirclement, they would be hailed as the tribe's heroes. The hunters, being more experienced in the ways of hunting than Bai Feng, were asked by him what they required, how many individuals were needed, and when they should depart, so he could prepare accordingly. Xi promptly stated that they would need a full complement of their hunting group to assist in the encirclement. The more spears, the better. Ideally, each person should wield several. The earlier they set out, the better. Bai Feng nodded in agreement and instructed the hunters to return and rest, assuring them he would devise a plan. The hunting group originally consisted of 100 members, but a few had been dismissed due to their unsuitability for hunting, leaving them with just over 80. For this encirclement, they required around 200 individuals. Bai Feng dared not take all the men, as someone must remain to guard the home. Thus, he decided to take 200, including both men and women, as the women were entirely capable of blocking the buffalo's retreat. Although they lacked sufficient iron-tipped spears, they could hastily craft a batch of bamboo spears, sharpened and equipped with throwing devices, which would still possess significant lethality in ample numbers. It was already quite late today. Preparations for the grand buffalo hunt would commence tomorrow. Bai Feng's minimum expectation was to capture 30 wild buffalo, and capturing them alive would be even more advantageous, as it would allow the tribe's pastoral endeavors to take flight. As Bai Feng contemplated the details of this impending hunt, someone shouted, Chief. He turned to see Lu, beckoning him in the golden light of the setting sun, running towards him. However, upon seeing Lu, Bai Feng's previously uplifted spirits plummeted, especially since he noticed the burden resting on Lu's shoulder. Lu swiftly approached Bai Feng, dropping the deer he had caught at his feet, and then, with a grin, extended his hand toward Bai Feng. With a stern expression, Bai Feng replied, "What do you mean by extending your hand? What do you want? Have you not left the tribe? Why return now?" The teenager, upon hearing Bai Feng's icy words, felt his smile fade, and his hand slowly lowered. "I merely wish for my knife, which you promised me," he said. Chapter 31. The fire attack. Bai Feng found it difficult to summon the resolve to punish Lu. Although he was a formidable worker in these desolate lands, he was still just a teenager, at an age where defiance was expected. What punishment could he impose? Perhaps a dish of bamboo shoots with cured meat, accompanied by some light reprimands, striking his palms and backside with slender bamboo strips while admonishing him about the consequences of leaving the tribe without notice, warning that should he dare to flee again, he would be barred from returning forever. As Bai Feng struck him, he observed Lu's expression, surprised to find that Lu could endure the punishment without uttering a sound or yielding. "Have you erred?" Bai Feng inquired. Lu shook his head. Bai Feng struck again with greater force. "At this moment, you ought to admit your mistake. Even if you are unwilling, you should acknowledge your fault. A little humility could spare you further punishment. Do you understand? Why are you so stubborn?" Only then did Lu, with tears brimming in his eyes, look up at Bai Feng. "If I concede, will you grant me a knife?" "Yes, indeed. But should you disobey again and run away, I shall reclaim it." Bai Feng replied. Lu then muttered, "Then I was wrong. Have the healer take this lad inside to rest," Bai Feng instructed, pointing at the welts rising on Lu's backside, intending to use them as a teaching example for the healer. "You see, the thickest flesh on a person is on the backside, with fewer and deeper acupoints. This method of mine will only bruise the skin and flesh to impart a lesson, but it will not injure the tendons or bones. When conditions permit, I shall teach you how to prepare remedies for such injuries. For now, let him recover on his own, and he shall be up by tomorrow." The healer nodded in understanding as he listened, even reaching out to touch the marks on Lu's backside. Lu let out a cry, and the two exchanged banter while Bai Feng clapped his hands and departed. The following day, Bai Feng addressed all the tribespeople regarding the imminent buffalo hunt, urging everyone to work in unison, as all efforts would revolve around this significant event. Consequently, the entire tribe commenced cutting bamboo and wood to craft spears and throwing devices. To facilitate the transportation of weapons and the retrieval of bison after capture, Bai Feng ingeniously designed a backpack frame, which proved to be far more practical for carrying large items than a traditional basket. The creation of this frame was not overly complicated, and soon a batch was hastily produced and put into immediate use, enabling the clansmen to transport bamboo and timber. The deer, too, were busy transporting bamboo, though they always made a point to sprint past Bai Feng, deliberately flaunting their speed. Had Bai Feng not been familiar with the nature of deer, he might have mistaken their antics for provocation. "With such little strength, after our encounter yesterday, I could easily outrun you today." When a deer once again dashed conspicuously in front of Bai Feng, he could no longer restrain himself. "Stop, stop, stop. Deer, what is it you want? Speak plainly instead of prancing around before me." He tossed the bamboo onto the ground, sheepishly scratching his backside, and said, "Chief, when will you give me my knife?" "What?" The deer replied, raising its voice, "The small knife." Bai Feng mused that there was indeed little difference between deer and children, and decided to refrain from teasing further. "It must be done in order. You still have a dozen others ahead of you waiting. Once they are taken care of, it will be your turn. As long as you refrain from mischief, you shall certainly receive it." Upon receiving this affirmative reply, the deer joyously let out a shout before hastily retrieving the bamboo and dashing away. By nightfall, they had amassed over 1,300 spears, primarily bamboo ones, with wooden spears being in the minority. On average, each person could wield around 6, suggesting they were well prepared for a prosperous hunt. Bai Feng urged everyone to rest early, for they would set out at dawn to commence the encirclement, advising them to eat well and rejuvenate their strength. As dawn broke, Bai Feng summoned the more than 200 participants of the hunt, organizing their gear in preparation for departure. The remaining clansmen continued with their tasks, while the shaman stayed behind to watch over the settlement. Fearsome warriors like Shennong and Chiyou were essential to the hunt, and naturally, Bai Feng would join them. Shennong bore a bow slung across his back, a quiver filled with several arrows crafted from bamboo, and gripped a long spear with an iron tip, adorned in armor. He resembled a formidable general, albeit with only a beast-skin skirt hanging from his hips. Bai Feng also held a spear, which he preferred to refer to as a gun, as it was not intended for throwing. At his waist hung a knife, the longest and finest he had crafted thus far. The other clansmen, robust men, were dispersed around the perimeter, each armed with a wooden spear, with a majority possessing iron spearheads. The remaining clansmen positioned themselves within the circle, carrying bundles of spears to serve as support. They hastened their journey, and by Feng's estimation, they reached the valley around 11 o'clock. Fresh hoofprints and dung were visible all around, indicating that the herd was indeed present. Advancing further, they sought a vantage point, where Feng finally beheld the immense herd of bison. The number far exceeded his expectations, roughly estimated to be over 2,000. This valley, nestled between two towering mountains, was flat yet exceedingly narrow. The gently sloping sides extended down to the valley floor. Observing the traces left by the flood, Feng recognized that this was a floodplain formed by a mountain torrent. Given the lower elevation, the herd of cattle likely regarded this area as a winter refuge. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was probable that they would return here the following autumn, transforming this location into a seasonal hunting ground for Feng's tribe. Feng positioned his people downwind. Although they were in a valley, its elongated shape made it impractical to surround the cattle with such a small number of individuals. The idea of ensnaring them seemed rather fanciful. As the autumn breeze caressed him, and he beheld the grasslands gradually fading to a desolate yellow, a bold notion took root in Feng's mind, yet he feared the potential chaos it might unleash. Amidst the bewildered gazes of his companions, Feng continued toward the downwind area until he stumbled upon a relatively narrow spot, nearly devoid of vegetation, encircled by stark stone walls. Here was the perfect location. He instructed the majority of his group to remain hidden with their spears, while he would lead a few to the upwind side to set a fire. As a modern individual, Feng harbored a profound respect for the untamed nature of fire. He understood its uncontrollable essence better than any primitive man could. Igniting a flame in the wild filled him with trepidation, for its ferocity was unpredictable. This time, he intended to harness the flames to drive the wild cattle away, hoping they would remain in the area devoid of flammable material. Should the wildfire persist, he would have to accept the consequences, though the impact would not be as dire as in later times, given the sparse human presence. Accompanied by a handful of men, Feng found a suitable position and ignited the dry grass, which served as excellent fuel. Fueled by the wind, the fire surged forth with alarming speed, startling Feng. He knew he could not outrun its rapid advance. The cattle below sensed the encroaching danger and began to stir, with the wind consistently blowing in one direction. The flames did not spread toward the upwind area. In a mere minute, the fire had traversed the slope and reached the valley floor. Some cattle, sensing the flames, quickly circumvented the fiery barrier and retreated to the upwind side, narrowly escaping disaster while continuing to graze at a safe distance. However, many others were not as fortunate. Before they could flee, the fire engulfed them. The heat and thick smoke alerted the distant cattle, prompting them to meander away from the scene. Yet, those closest to the flames could not afford to linger, and they began to bolt, inadvertently herding more cattle into a frantic escape, which further accelerated the retreat of the distant herd. Soon, within the constricted canyon, the wild cattle, driven by the flames, became increasingly clustered and frantic. Some were trampled underfoot, injured or killed by their own kind in the chaos. Feng and his followers maintained their distance, trailing behind the inferno, surveying the battlefield amidst the still warm ashes. Chapter 32. Abundance of flesh. Throughout their journey, Feng and his companions diligently searched for the fallen and injured cattle, though their numbers were meager. Most had yet to succumb, having been knocked down and trampled by their panicked peers, leaving behind broken bones and mangled flesh. Upon discovering them, Feng would swiftly sever the neck vessels with his knife, ensuring a quick death, while also enhancing the flavor of the meat by minimizing the gamey taste. Under ordinary circumstances, Feng would never dare to spill blood in the wilderness, for it would undoubtedly attract other formidable beasts. The concern would not only be whether the prey could be preserved, but also the fear of becoming a meal himself. However, shielded by the raging fire, Feng harbored no such anxieties. Even the mightiest of creatures, upon sensing the encroaching flames, would instinctively flee rather than traverse the fiery barrier in search of sustenance. Even when the flames extinguished, the lingering smoke would obscure the scent of blood. Having already located 4 massive beasts, each adorned with yellowish-white fur and straight horns, Feng found it impossible to associate them with any known cattle from future generations. They bore a closer resemblance to the Takin of the Qinling Mountains. When standing tall, their backs nearly matched Bai Feng's height, and one of these formidable creatures could easily sustain his entire clan for a day. Yet, the true hunt was only just beginning. The fiercely burning flames, driven by the wind, propelled the herd into a frenzied dash. While the ambushed clansmen below observed the smoke and dust billowing from the stampede, their hearts growing increasingly tense. Safely positioned upon the stone cliffs, they feared no flames, and the spears cast from their elevated vantage point possessed lethal efficacy. Nonetheless, the encroaching heat and the sensation of suffocation from the fire were palpable. As the crowded herd approached the narrow pass, with a commanding roar, Xiong signaled for all to cast their spears simultaneously. Although many of the spears found no mark, those that did, combined with the chaos of their companions, left no chance for escape. The initial volley startled the herd, instilling a sense of danger that made them reluctant to advance. Yet, the oblivious cattle, driven by the flames, surged forward in a wild frenzy. The leading members of the herd, unable to break free from the throng, continued their frantic flight. Once the cattle were densely packed once more, Xiong launched a second round of spears, striking a greater number than before. As before, after a brief moment of hesitation, the herd pressed onward. When the final round of throwing concluded, a portion of the herd still remained within the confines of the narrow pass, leaving Xiong and his comrades to lament their missed opportunity. Fortunately, the fire did not reach them. Instead, it was carried away by the wind to wreak havoc elsewhere, the extent of which remained unknown. As Xiong and his companions descended to gather their spoils, Bai Feng and his group gradually approached. Upon their reunion, they were astounded by the mountain of cattle amassed at the narrow pass. Originally, Bai Feng had hoped to capture 20 beasts, yet they had already collected 7 along the way, with the pile before them exceeding 50. Each beast weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. Through daily observation, Bai Feng noted that the men of this era could easily carry between 200 to 300 pounds without much strain, exhibiting greater physical prowess than their descendants. However, even disregarding the less meaty parts such as the head and hooves, each beast still yielded approximately 800 pounds of prime meat, necessitating 4 individuals to transport a single animal. With so many cattle to handle, and knowing it would be impossible to return before nightfall, Bai Feng resolved to establish camp in the valley for the night. First, the captured cattle were methodically bled and dispatched, their spears removed, and their entrails extracted and set aside. By the time half of the process was completed, the ground beneath Bai Feng's feet had transformed into a morass of blood and mud, the air thick with a foul stench and swarming flies. The sight of blood flowing like a stream left Bai Feng profoundly unsettled, his stomach churning violently. In stark contrast, his tribesmen were animated, laughing and conversing heartily. It struck Bai Feng just how out of place he felt in this desolate wilderness. Although he was physically present as the leader of hundreds, his spirit lingered in a time thousands of years hence. Quietly, he distanced himself from the slaughtering site, seeking refuge behind a rock to alleviate his stomach's turmoil. Feeling somewhat relieved afterward, this hunt had been initiated by his nod, conceived from his own plan, and ignited by his own spark, yet he now found himself in discomfort, self-mockingly acknowledging that perhaps this was mere pretentiousness. Once he had composed himself and adjusted his demeanor, Bai Feng returned to the slaughtering ground, cheering on his tribesmen or vocally reprimanding those who slacked off, directing their actions with authority. As the sun dipped toward the west, and the mosquitoes grew increasingly bothersome, all the cattle, including those gathered along the way, were processed and lay in disarray, creating a striking scene within the valley. A total of 64 cattle were accounted for, 17 of which were calves and younger heifers, yet they were substantial in size, far exceeding that of an adult deer. The physical distinction between bulls and cows was minimal, save for the bull's longer and thicker horns. However, Bai Feng surmised that uncastrated bulls would not yield particularly palatable meat, while the cows would likely be more delectable. After the spears were once again gathered and strategically placed around the temporary encampment, Bai Feng felt a renewed sense of security. This protective barrier would deter any would-be thieves of their beef or attackers against them. Collaboratively, they felled 3 trees from the mountainside, igniting them to provide light until dawn, warding off wild beasts and, to some degree, the pesky mosquitoes and flies. With 200 individuals, they indulged in their feast, consuming just 1 calf, while Bai Feng took a heart, sliced a bit of brisket, and skewered it for roasting over the fire. Once it sizzled and oozed with juice, he savored a bite. Tender yet rather bland, devoid of seasoning, Bai Feng found it difficult to appreciate the simplicity of pure beef flavor. He had initially thought that consuming the heart was an act befitting a king, as lions typically allow the lion king to feast upon the heart of their prey. However, he soon realized that no one seemed to care for the entrails. With more delectable and filling options available, who would bother with organs? Bai Feng suspected he had fallen prey to the misconceptions propagated by later tales, which emphasize who takes the first bite rather than what is consumed. The tribesmen took turns keeping watch through the night. Even with a fire, caution was paramount amidst the crackling flames, distant howls of wolves, and the rhythmic sounds of his tribesmen's slumber. Bai Feng endured the night. When dawn broke, they wasted no time, promptly beginning to skin the cattle and divide the meat for easier transport. The white wind, indifferent to the situation, found itself alone in its decision to discard the remnants of the stomach and intestines, carelessly squeezing them out before gathering everything together for transport back. Initially, the bovine head and hooves were to be abandoned, but under the fervent insistence of its kin, only the truly meatless hooves were cast aside, as they put it. The head must be brought back, even if it meant exhausting themselves. Ultimately, nearly everyone bore something in their hands, carrying the divided beef as they prepared to embark on their return journey in the early afternoon. Including the white wind, there were 23 individuals, armed and vigilant, paving the way, guarding the rear, and observing their surroundings, ensuring they could resist any sudden beastly attacks and provide warning to their fellow tribesmen. Aside from the iron-headed spears, all other spears were discarded in the wilderness, deemed burdensome at such a time. Over 50 iron spears were deemed sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances along the way. With their formation arranged and everything in readiness, the white wind issued the command to set forth, with the bear carrying 4 spears and holding a bow to lead the way, while the white wind took up the rear. As the tribe ascended the slope and was about to leave the valley, the mournful mooing of a calf caught the white wind's attention. Turning to look, on the dark earth stood a solitary white calf, seemingly separated from its herd, lost and unsure of where to go. Chapter 33. Home. The white calf wandered aimlessly in the black valley, its cries drawing the attention of all, including the white wind. To the white wind, this sight evoked an overwhelming sense of solitude, reminiscent of its own arrival in this land, fleeing from the clutches of the cannibals to the desolate plains. Yet now, the roles of the cannibals were embodied by the white wind and its kin, causing a deep ache within. However, there was nothing to be said or done. Any action would reveal the most shameless aspect of itself, akin to a harlot seeking to maintain a facade of virtue. Yet the wild men were more forthright. They sought merely sustenance, and the calf's gaze was simply that of hunger, devoid of any sense of shame. The white wind urged the others to proceed while it, accompanied by 3 individuals, descended to capture the calf. Left unprotected by its herd, the young creature would soon fall prey to other predators. At this moment, the white wind did not shamelessly proclaim a desire to protect the calf. Rather, it continually reminded itself of its need for the calf, to domesticate it and establish a form of agriculture for its tribe. If successful, when the tribe transitioned into true agrarian civilization, the cattle would provide invaluable assistance. As the white wind and its companions approached to encircle the calf, they were surprised to find it had no intention of fleeing. Perhaps it had gone without food or rest since the previous night, tirelessly searching for its herd, and was now utterly exhausted. The white wind easily approached the calf, reaching out to touch its head. The calf did not shy away. Instead, it sniffed and extended its spiky tongue to lick the white wind's hand, blissfully unaware that the white wind was the very cause of its separation from its kin. As the guilt within Bai Feng began to rise, it was swiftly suppressed by his stoic demeanor amidst the chaos. He smiled cheerfully at his clansmen and attempted to embrace the young calf, leading it forward. The calf obediently followed, showing no signs of resistance. Bai Feng parted its thick lips and observed that its teeth had nearly fully developed, indicating that the calf could now graze, no longer reliant on milk. The main group moved slowly, burdened by their heavy loads. Bai Feng instructed the 3 to keep up and continue their protective watch, while he lingered behind with the calf, concerned that the sight of its deceased kin might be too brutal and potentially frighten it away. Along the way, crows hopped and fluttered among the trees, attempting to snatch pieces of meat from Bai Feng's tribe. The scraps of flesh and bloodied entrails that fell to the ground were of no concern to the clansmen. Yet the crows fiercely competed for them. Upon realizing that the humans were indifferent to their thievery, the crows became increasingly bold, even squabbling at the feet of the humans. The longer they traveled, the more creatures trailed behind. Initially, it was just the crows, but now furtive foxes and badgers could be seen, and even magnificent eagles soared above. Bai Feng's unease deepened, although they were numerous. The presence of these various animals caused a chill to creep into his heart and a sweat to form at his feet. He called out for the vigilant clansmen to be on high alert. Releasing the calf's neck, he tightened his grip on his spear, keeping his elbow close to his weapon. The incessant cawing of the crows began to irritate him. Among the 200 clansmen, only the grunting of those burdened with heavy loads could be heard. Bai Feng felt it would be most fitting to sing a labor song at that moment, yet he, too, was incapable of such a melody. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Feng took a deep breath and bellowed, "Shout for a binding call beyond the tent." This sudden cry startled the calf, causing it to jump aside. While the other clansmen, constrained by their burdens, could not turn their heads, the watchful ones looked to their leader, bewildered by his outburst. Bai Feng paid them no mind. He felt a sudden clarity wash over him, alleviating his anxiety, and continued to raise his voice. How can heroes not burst into laughter? As a lone rider tramples the camp, only to slay the brave lads with sorrow, turning rivers to blood in their return to the sea, leaving mountains of corpses with no place to rest. The crows perched in the trees were startled into silence, retreating to observe from a distance, questioning the intentions of this peculiar human. Meanwhile, Bai Feng's clansmen, influenced by his powerful song, felt less trepidation. He continued to sing, "Little Tang, frightened by some bold foe, who dares to tread upon the 5 camps for vengeance after 20 years. The axe and knife await the master outside the slaughter." The tribesmen, unsure of the meaning behind Bai Feng's verses and unfamiliar with such rhythm and cadence, clumsily attempted to mimic his singing style. The segment of the Qin opera slaying Dan Tong resonates deeply with Bai Feng, who perceives it as the most tragic and grandiose of performances. Yet, he recognizes that this is but a mere fragment of his ability. The journey ahead remains long. Thus, he begins to sing it anew, while the clansfolk come along, repeating the melody until, despite their unfamiliarity with the lyrics, they can follow the tune with growing confidence. This procession advances with considerable fervor, sweeping away minor thieves and lurking beasts alike. The voices of Bai Feng and his companions resonate powerfully, instilling fear in the guardians of the home, who can only hear strange sounds emanating from the forest in the distance. Their trepidation mounts, especially with the absence of those who ventured out the previous night. Even the shaman, who once stood as the pillar of resolve, is now rendered bewildered by the eerie sounds, uncertain of how to proceed. As the unsettling noises draw nearer, the majority of the tribe's warriors are absent, leaving the remaining members to grasp their weapons and take refuge within their homes, bracing for a desperate fight. The shaman adorns himself with his feathered crown, gripping a staff in one hand and a dagger in the other. He stands before the heavens and earth, igniting a great pyre, beseeching the divine for protection. Should the situation become dire, he contemplates offering himself as a sacrificial lamb to safeguard his tribe. As the peculiar sounds grow closer, he recites his prayers with increasing urgency, his hands slick with sweat around the dagger, yet the divine remains silent, offering no sign. He raises the blade, poised over his heart, awaiting the moment when his kin, armed and ready, might charge forth to engage in battle, at which point he would offer himself. Listening intently, he perceives that the group has emerged from the forest and entered the plains. He anticipates the battle cry of his tribe, yet the strange roars approach without the sound of an impending assault. Under the impression that his people are cowering in fear, he resolves to return and rally them to action. To his astonishment, he encounters familiar faces from his tribe, returning home laden with countless spoils. The peculiar roars have transformed into a melodious battle hymn. The shaman drops the dagger, narrowly avoiding injury to his foot, yet he pays it no heed, joyously rushing forth to greet them. The clansfolk, hidden within their homes, witness this scene and likewise emerge with exuberance. At the forefront is Shennong, who receives a fervent welcome. He had never before experienced such adulation during his tenure as chief, leaving him overwhelmed with joy. The hunters, having deposited their heavy burdens, boast of their triumphs, the thuds of their catches resounding on the ground. The guardians of the home, having never witnessed such a spectacle, are awestruck by the mountain of meat before them. delightedly touching and sniffing the bounty. Bai Feng arrives last, accompanied by a small white calf. The crowd first erupts into even greater cheers for the chief before turning their attention to the calf, inquiring when it shall be slaughtered. Bai Feng shakes his head, declaring, "I shall not slay it. It represents the future of our tribe." Chapter 34. The bonfire feast. Bai Feng brings the calf to the side of his dwelling, providing it with fodder and offering it salted water, along with a handful of grass seeds. The calf eagerly consumes the provisions before settling down contentedly, gradually ruminating. The tribespeople were perplexed as to why the chieftain had no intention of slaughtering the young calf. However, it was of little consequence, for with such an abundance of meat, they wondered how long it would last. Upon White Wind's return after settling the calf, the meat had already been gathered together under the direction of the bear and the shaman, like a well-oiled assembly line. It was cut into smaller pieces and then liberally coated with thick salt for preservation. With so many hands at work, the labor progressed swiftly. Each individual merely repeated the task assigned to them, while others took over the next phase. Before long, the blood-red beef transformed into a pristine white mound. The tribe possessed numerous newly constructed empty houses, and one was selected to serve as a storage facility for the meat. Bamboo was laid on the ground to insulate against moisture, followed by a layer of salt, upon which the meat was placed. White Wind was uncertain how long this method would preserve the meat, as it was intended for the winter. Thus, salt was used without restraint. The salt lake nearby ensuring an ample supply. As everything was tidied up, the sun began to set. White Wind gazed at his jubilant kin and proclaimed loudly, "Family, tonight we feast without limit. Eat as much as you desire. Let us hold a grand banquet to reward everyone for their hard work during this time." While some of the tribespeople were unable to grasp certain phrases, they fully understood that the meat was indeed unlimited for the evening, prompting a collective cheer. They ignited the bonfire, cooking the beef in various ways, boiling or grilling, whichever they preferred. The meat storage was readily accessible, and no one hindered their access. The tribespeople were filled with joy, yet White Wind felt that the bonfire celebration lacked completeness without music and dance. He fashioned a rudimentary drum by covering a sturdy clay pot with untreated cowhide, securing it tightly. The sound was dull and unrefined, yet it could be considered a musical instrument. White Wind used his legs to hold the drum while rhythmically beating it with his hands, drawing the attention of the tribespeople, who were captivated by the jovial drum beats. As the drumming grew increasingly lively, one of the tribesmen began to emit joyous shouts, soon followed by others joining in, their voices harmonizing with the growing rhythm of White Wind's drumming. The shaman, in a fit of fervor, began to perform an eccentric dance, stirring up clouds of dust. White Wind handed the drum to the now exhausted shaman, who had learned to mimic the beat. White Wind then stepped away to a pile of firewood, taking the hands of the tribespeople on either side, encouraging them to join together in a circle. One by one, he taught them the traditional dance. Eventually, all had learned, and they danced enthusiastically around the bonfire, unrelenting in their joyous movements. As the night wore on, children grew weary and fell asleep wherever they lay, while the adults began to feel the toll of exhaustion. Only then did they gradually return to their dwellings to rest. Despite his physical fatigue, White Wind remained invigorated, for he had finally begun to feel a sense of belonging to this world and his tribe, alleviating his loneliness. He laboriously closed the meat storage door, checked each warehouse, and verified the presence of signs on the walls of the houses. Once he was certain everything was in order, White Wind, the chieftain, concluded his duties and retired to his small abode for the night. As soon as he lay down, a loud banging echoed from the door. Bai Feng thought to himself that there was nothing nearby, having just surveyed the area. He picked up a knife and peered through the crack of the door, only to find it was a calf. He had seen it lying outside earlier and had completely forgotten about it. Upon opening the door, the calf naturally trotted inside and settled on the modest bed Bai Feng had fashioned from grass and animal hides. Bai Feng, at a loss for words, nudged it slightly towards the exit before lying down again. The calf began to ruminate, chewing incessantly, which irked Bai Feng. Just as he managed to drift off to sleep, the calf started snoring, a most absurd sound for a bovine. He nudged it once more, and it shook its head, continuing to slumber. Exhausted and weary, Bai Feng ultimately succumbed to sleep amidst the calf's snoring. Time slipped by, and Bai Feng faintly heard a woman weeping, accompanied by a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a horror film, utterly terrifying. He initially dismissed it as a nightmare, pondering how to break free from the dream. However, the clamor grew increasingly closer, and to his dismay, his door was violently flung open. Both Bai Feng and the calf sprang to their feet, witnessing a tribesman rambling incoherently while pointing outside. Bai Feng could not comprehend his words, assuming a wild beast must be approaching. He hastily grabbed his knife, ready to charge, but the tribesman quickly intervened, snatching the knife from him and returning it to its place, instead handing Bai Feng a thick bamboo stick and urging him to follow outside. The woman's cries emanated from room 3 of the Gung building. Bai Feng, sensing urgency, dashed over, only to find the tribespeople gathered outside, anxiously shouting. Upon his arrival, several women swiftly pulled him into the house. It was then that Bai Feng understood the cause of the commotion. The woman was on the verge of giving birth, though the child had yet to arrive. The women pointed to the bamboo stick in Bai Feng's hand, insisting that he roll it over the pregnant woman's belly to coax the child out, akin to rolling dough. Bai Feng was utterly taken aback by this absurd notion and questioned the rationale behind such a practice. The women insisted it was imperative to roll on the belly for a swift delivery, otherwise, the child would suffocate in the womb. Bai Feng, unable to tolerate such nonsense, discarded the bamboo stick, proclaiming, "How could one possibly roll a child out? If I ever witness you rolling on a pregnant woman's belly, I shall return the favor from head to toe." Bai Feng, having been a physician in his past life, was unperturbed by gender taboos in such dire circumstances, and in this era, such concerns were hardly regarded. Approaching the laboring woman, he discerned by the firelight that her waters had broken, yet her cervix was not fully dilated. Her cries echoed with the intensity of unbearable pain. Bai Feng understood the gravity of the situation. Should complications arise, there would be little he could do to salvage the situation. The extreme measure would be to sacrifice the mother in a cesarean to save the child, a procedure fraught with uncertainty. With a gentle touch, the fetal movements were notably vigorous. Bai Feng was relieved to observe that the fetus was in a proper position. Although the delivery might prove somewhat arduous, there was no risk of dystocia. As for the reason behind her anguished cries, it stemmed from her heavily pregnant state and the copious amount of food she had consumed at the recent banquet, which was now uncomfortably pressing against her abdomen. The surroundings were disheveled and unsanitary. For the sake of both the mother and child's safety, Bai Feng resolved to temporarily requisition a small house. This abode belonged to a potter who had painstakingly constructed it by hand and had only just finished cleaning it after sealing the roof. It had yet to be occupied. Upon hearing Bai Feng's intention to commandeer his home, the potter's face contorted with anguish, feeling as though the fruits of his labor were to be snatched away. Bai Feng reassured him that he would arrange for the entire clan to build an even larger and more splendid house for him the following day. The potter, teary-eyed, remained silent, clearly reluctant to part with the dwelling he had so lovingly built with his own hands. Bai Feng felt a sense of helplessness but could not compel him directly, as the time for the mother's delivery drew nearer, causing him to scratch his head in distress. An idea struck him. He beckoned the potter over to observe the mother and asked if he had ever shared a bed with her. The potter, after a moment of recollection, nodded slightly. With a grin, Bai Feng seized the opportunity. "Is she not beautiful?" The potter again numbly nodded. "Then she shall henceforth be your wife, and you her husband. Now that your wife is about to bear your child, would you still deny her entry into your home?" Chapter 35. Don the potter was taken aback by Bai Feng's proclamation, utterly bewildered by the implications of the words. What did it mean to be a wife? What did it mean to be a husband? Bai Feng promptly instructed the women of the same cohort to carry the mother into the potter's house. As they departed, he patted the potter on the shoulder. "Rest assured, the house remains yours, and you shall gain a wife and child." What a fortunate turn of events! Whether he would become a mere caretaker of these newfound responsibilities remained uncertain, but there was no doubt that he would have a share in the nurturing of the child. The potter's house was transformed into a temporary delivery room. Aside from Bai Feng and one assisting woman, all others were to keep their distance. Though the potter was allowed to observe discreetly from the doorway, Bai Feng possessed little experience in midwifery. He had studied obstetrics briefly, which enabled him to ascertain the fetal position through palpation. However, he had only ever observed the delivery process without hands-on involvement. Boiling water and sterilized instruments were prepared and brought to the makeshift delivery room. As Bai Feng grasped the gleaming knife, the mother grew increasingly apprehensive, fearing he might cut her open to extract the child. She would much prefer the other women to assist in delivering the baby in a more traditional manner. Bai Feng endeavored to calm her, assuring her that the knife was not intended for such purposes. With the cervix nearly fully dilated, the mother began to exert herself. Bai Feng positioned her appropriately for delivery and awaited the arrival of the child. The delivery proceeded smoothly. The child emerged head first, curled up into a little ball, and a rather dirty infant landed on the ground. Bai Feng ensured that his hands were impeccably clean before cradling the child, gently patting its bottom, prompting the baby to let out a loud wail. After confirming that the child was in good health, Bai Feng used a knife to sever the umbilical cord and secured it with boiled hemp thread. Upon glancing back at the mother, he noticed she appeared far from exhausted. Instead, she bore a countenance of relief, as if shedding a burden. Unfortunately, lacking cloth, Bai Feng carefully cleaned the child and wrapped it in soft processed animal hide, placing it before its mother, and remarked, "Congratulations, congratulations, you have been blessed with a precious son." Stepping outside, he addressed the potter, "Congratulations, congratulations. Both mother and child are safe." They both seemed bewildered, merely perceiving the birth of another child in their tribe. Was such emphasis truly warranted? As Bai Feng exited, the sun rose, casting the first rays of light upon his face. In light of this, the child would be named Dawn. For Bai Feng, only a newborn could gradually embrace his worldview and knowledge throughout the process of growth. In contrast, adults, and even children merely 8 or 9 years old, had already solidified their thoughts and perspectives, akin to those of individuals in their 40s or 50s and later generations, leaving little room for exploration. However, newborns were different. As long as Bai Feng devoted himself to their education and nurturing, they would surely grow to understand his words. This would also shape the future of the entire tribe. Even if Bai Feng were to perish, there would be a new generation following the path he had illuminated. Perhaps those born in the wilderness possessed a vitality as resilient as the wild grasses thriving in saline and alkaline soil. After locating his mother, the child drank its fill and quietly drifted into slumber within the animal hide swaddling. Humanity ought not to be so fragile, perpetually threatened by beasts. Human infants require at least 6 seasons to reach a point where they can forage independently without succumbing to starvation. In contrast, creatures such as deer and cattle, the true denizens of the earth, necessitate that their young stand and run immediately upon birth to elude predators. Once the birthing matters were attended to, Bai Feng first took the potter aside for a discussion, as the situation had unfolded unexpectedly. And the potter could indeed be considered a pioneer in Bai Feng's experiment with familial structures. He elucidated the concepts of husband, wife, son, and family. The potter, though somewhat bewildered, grasped the significance of Bai Feng's assertion that the woman would henceforth belong solely to him, and that no other man, not even the chieftain, could share her. This notion left him feeling quite fortunate. If one wished to seek a woman for procreation, one must first demonstrate physical capability and offer sustenance in exchange, ensuring that one's genes were sufficiently admirable and that one possessed the means to procure food. Among the men of the tribe, the potter was not particularly competitive. Yet now he had a woman who belonged exclusively to him, allowing him to forget the displeasure of having his home occupied. Observing the potter's foolish grin, Bai Feng surmised that he had absorbed little of the wisdom imparted. He likely grasped only the notion of possession, neglecting the requisite sacrifices. For the moment, this was inconsequential, as should he feign ignorance in the future, a whip would soon remind him of the lessons learned. The other tribespeople gradually awakened, and the habit of washing their faces and brushing their teeth was maintained solely by Bai Feng. The others, under his coercive persuasion, had begun to adopt the practice of hand-washing and face cleansing. The first task Bai Feng undertook was to meticulously etch Dawn of the 3rd generation onto a shard of pottery, drilling a hole and threading it with cord before hanging it upon the potter's dwelling. He also procured nameplates for the potter and his new wife, displaying them prominently above the inscription, thereby inaugurating the tribe's first 3-member household. The tribesfolk were made aware of the newborn's arrival, and witnessing their chieftain's joy, they too felt elated. With the tribe's food reserves ample enough to last well beyond winter and into the late spring of the following year, there was no urgency among them. A profound sense of security prevailed. Hunting was deemed unnecessary, as the tribe's water cistern was already half excavated, and Bai Feng urged them to expedite the process. He would not allow the hunters to languish in idleness, despite their previous achievements. Rest was a luxury they could not afford. The entire winter could be spent in the comfort of their homes, but now labor was imperative. As the tribe continued to expand, The originally designated area proved insufficient. Bai Feng delineated a larger perimeter, ensuring that even with a population of 2,000 to 3,000, there would be ample space for all. The plains leading to the tribe were unobstructed, and Bai Feng resolved to erect strong walls in the designated area to protect the community, utilizing the rammed earth technique. He combined wooden boards with timber to secure the earth in place, applying pressure to compact it into walls. The boards and stakes could be raised continuously, allowing for the construction of lofty fortifications. With over 100 workers simultaneously engaged in the wall-building endeavor, the scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Once the walls enveloped the tribe, even a modest 10-centimeter barrier could be declared a city, with Bai Feng as its lord. With numerous such cities under his command, he would ascend to kingship. At Bai Feng's behest, the pottery team not only crafted various ceramic wares, but also experimented with firing bricks of diverse sizes. However, the first kiln fell short due to insufficient experience, resulting in a batch of substandard bricks. Bai Feng, undeterred by the failure, repurposed them to pave the central thoroughfare of the tribe. Even brittle bricks were preferable to muddy paths after rainfall. He refrained from pressuring the team, encouraging them to persist in their experimentation. Mistakes were inconsequential, as each attempt must surpass the last. Once the bricks were successfully produced, Bai Feng planned to cover the entire tribal territory with them, showcasing to the unsophisticated tribespeople what it meant to be part of a prosperous household. Chapter 36. Journey to the Gathering. Bai Feng remained apprehensive about the stored meat. With the Mid-Autumn Festival still a ways off and temperatures remaining high, even a generous coating of salt could not guarantee it would remain unspoiled. The individuals responsible for daily cooking have largely been established. Ever since the clan members tasted the dishes prepared by Bai Feng, utilizing the most rudimentary ingredients and seasonings, they have become disinclined to consume the previously crude fare. Bai Feng has now discovered wild seasonings such as wild onion, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and star anise, and one can even find blooming purple thyme everywhere. A sprinkle of it while frying meat imparts an entirely distinct flavor. However, constrained by the limitations of ingredients and equipment, many of the culinary creations Bai Feng envisions remain merely theoretical. Yet, the few dishes he has presented have given rise to professional cooks within the tribe. To savor the same ingredients with a more refined taste, one must assist in the preparation for a while, after which others are willing to collaborate. Once resources become sufficiently abundant and private ownership emerges, it is conceivable that individuals might hire chefs with food to prepare meals for them. Regarding Bai Feng's visit to the meat storage, although he did not observe any signs of spoilage, the scent seemed off, possibly a psychological illusion stemming from excessive concern. Reflecting on his previous life, where preserving meat for extended periods involved frying it into a minced form, Bai Feng considered this a more reliable approach. To slice the meat, a kitchen knife is essential. For Bai Feng, wielding a Chinese chef's knife is not a daunting task. His skills in blacksmithing have progressed to a commendable level, having crafted 6 gleaming Chinese chef's knives, which exude an imposing presence. The tribe members mistook these as newly forged weapons, each showcasing their muscles and valor in hopes of earning the right to wield them. However, Bai Feng clarified that these knives are intended for culinary purposes, not as instruments of war, leaving them utterly astonished. The process of preparing minced meat is a considerable undertaking. The clan members were more astounded by Bai Feng's decision to undertake this task than by the revelation that the knives were for cooking. They had already salted the meat thoroughly. Was that not sufficient? Bai Feng could only assert that, for safety reasons, he had never encountered such a quantity of meat and was uncertain how long salt could preserve it. Given that this matter pertained to the lives of over 400 clan members, he could not afford to be careless. With a dozen large clay pots ready to cook, Bai Feng recognized that while iron pots are superior, his current skills were insufficient for such craftsmanship. He was unaware of how to transform a lump of iron into a smooth, uniformly thick pot. The meat must be diced into small pieces or slices, then sautéed over a high flame to extract the fat, stirring continuously while adding salt until the fat from the fatty portions is rendered. Ultimately, this mixture is poured into jars to cool, resulting in a minced meat product enveloped in white fat, ready to be heated when needed. Given the sheer volume of meat, it was impossible to complete the cooking in a single day. Bai Feng, having checked on the newborns and mothers to ensure their health, felt reassured and continued to engage with the potters, insisting that they would not be able to enter his home for the next month, to be reassessed after that period. With only 7 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, Bai Feng devoted himself to the crafting of iron tools, preparing for the forthcoming gathering. He intended to exchange a portion of these items at the assembly, while also recognizing that the journey from their tribe to the meeting place would require 3 days of travel. Without adequate weapons, they risked being preyed upon by wolves before reaching their destination. As 4 days swiftly passed, Bai Feng worked tirelessly, equipping the 60-odd participants with iron spearheads and crafting 3 iron daggers. On the morning of their departure, Bai Feng led the group, carrying a simple leather tent along with pottery, iron tools, and salted fish for trade. Shennong, their guide, had previously attended the gatherings and was familiar with the route. He bore a bow on his back, having claimed it for himself, while the quiver was filled predominantly with stone-tipped arrows, sufficient for their needs. The shaman remained behind to guard their home. The gathering site lacked a specific name or location, but by following the great river downstream, they were sure to find it. This river, the mother of the land, had nurtured countless tribes along its banks. Bai Feng's own tribe had once dwelled by its waters. But when the river had become wrathful, they were swept away, forced to abandon their home and wander the plains. Thus, their first task was to reach the riverbank, allowing them to drift downstream. Even if the river had changed its course, it would not matter, as they could convene along the new banks. The beef they carried served as provisions for the journey, and should they manage to hunt along the way, it would allow them to conserve their supplies for trading at the gathering. Each night, they set up camp using the rudimentary tents Bai Feng had designed. Though they still let in drafts, they would suffice for shelter against rain. In Bai Feng's heart, the yurt represented the finest tent. Yet he understood its intricate construction was beyond his grasp. The first 2 nights passed without incident, but on the 3rd night, as they camped, Bai Feng glimpsed a flickering light across the wide river and faintly heard voices, indicating the presence of another tribe. Though he could not see them, this marked the first encounter with humans outside his own tribe and the cannibals. He surmised they were also en route to the gathering, yet, uncertain of their intentions, he remained vigilant during their night watches. Due to the river's change in course, Bai Feng and his companions arrived at the gathering site a day later than anticipated. It was not until the 4th day that they finally beheld the bustling assembly. The chosen location featured a large sandbank in the center of the once broad river, narrowing its flow and allowing for easier crossing. Presumably, the larger tribes that had arrived first felled great trees to construct a relatively wide log bridge atop the sandbank, creating a means for communication between both riverbanks. The sandbank was teeming with people, and Bai Feng found the atmosphere even more vibrant than a rural fair in later times. He had not anticipated encountering so many tribes after experiencing such solitude on the plains. The expression on Bai Feng's face resembled that of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, filled with curiosity. However, the items displayed at the stalls failed to capture his interest, particularly the solitary possessions of wandering outcasts, which he would not even bother to pick up if they lay on the ground. The artifacts from the small tribes also failed to pique his curiosity, as they consisted merely of pottery and stone tools, or somewhat aesthetically pleasing stones that had long been dismissed by Bai Feng's own tribe. What truly captivated Bai Feng's attention were the tribes that exchanged women for goods. In this era, such transactions were deemed commonplace. Moreover, those women, struggling to find sustenance in their own tribes, might find an improved existence if taken by more prosperous clans. Thus, the notion of coercion was entirely unfounded. Yet, the prevailing standards of beauty seemed peculiar, perhaps distorted by Bai Feng's own perceptions. The men of the tribes were transfixed by women with barrel-shaped waists and robust figures, longing for their chieftains to procure some for them. Conversely, women who were gaunt and thin due to malnutrition evoked little more than disdain, often avoided altogether. Bai Feng felt a sense of urgency. In this age, was it even possible for him to find a woman who aligned with his aesthetic ideals? Did that mean resigning himself to solitude or forcibly altering his tastes? One of Bai Feng's primary objectives for attending this gathering was to procure suitable women for his tribe, as their numbers were dwindling and a sufficient female population was essential for natural growth. Previously, when his tribe was impoverished, they had to barter their own women for food during gatherings. Now, with newfound wealth, Bai Feng could acquire numerous women, intending to reward the most deserving members of his tribe with wives, thus inspiring them to contribute even more to their community. Men could also be purchased, yet they would merely serve as slaves, a notion that weighed heavily on Bai Feng's conscience, as he was reluctant to treat individuals as livestock. However, if regarded as ordinary tribesmen, His original kin would undoubtedly voice their discontent, leading him to dismiss the idea of acquiring men entirely. Under the persistent urging of his tribesmen, Bai Feng exchanged 5 salted fish and a jar for the right to 10 women. Xiong inspected their teeth, confirming their youthfulness and fertility, ensuring they were not elderly or on the brink of death. Each of them possessed a robust physique, considered by the tribe to be unparalleled beauties. 20 others remained, rejected either for their advanced age or malnutrition, rendering them undesirable. Bai Feng remained perplexed by their definition of old age and inquired about the ages of the rejected women. The chieftain-like figure in charge informed him that most had just surpassed 30 winters, and with only 2 salted fish. They could be taken home to contribute for several more years before their demise, assuring that it was a worthwhile bargain. Bai Feng was astounded. Having just crossed the threshold of 30, they were still quite young. In later times, many remained unmarried well into their 30s, yet in this era, they were regarded as nearing the end of their lives. Bai Feng speculated that the short lifespan of these primitives was surely attributable to their harsh living conditions, scarce food, and frequent accidents, rather than an inherent limitation of only living for a mere 30 years. After examining the pulse and inspecting the tongue, it became evident that there was a significant deficiency in their vitality and blood. It was clear that they had been deemed too old for sustenance, which had consequently exacerbated their decline. Their teeth remained firmly in place, and there were no issues with their eyesight or hearing. Their organs had not failed, indicating that they still possessed youth and the potential for many more years of life. For a couple of salted fish, I could exchange them without loss. Their presence in your tribe would merely waste your provisions. To my surprise, Bai Feng was unexpectedly forthright in the negotiation. Had he known, he might have pressed for a lower price. For salted fish were exchanged for 8 so-called dying old women. The chief of an unknown tribe joyfully tied 4 knots in the rope, thoroughly pleased with the generous salted fish from Bai Feng's tribe. Xiong was puzzled by Bai Feng's apparent wastefulness in trading food for a few elderly women who would not last long in the tribe. This seemed a waste, as the women had dull eyes, and it was normal for those deemed useless to be discarded. Should this gathering fail to yield a trade, they would likely be left to fend for themselves in the wilderness. Bai Feng turned to Xiong and asked, "How many seasons have you lived through?" Xiong reminisced. "I became chief in my 17th season, counting on his fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th season since I took on the role of chief." Bai Feng, now addressing the entire tribe, inquired, "How many seasons do you believe a person can live?" 30, 20. The responses varied. "I do not know, but surely after 30 seasons, one cannot expect to live much longer." The crowd buzzed with speculation until Bai Feng raised his hand to quiet them, stating solemnly, "As long as one is not starved, frozen, sickened, or devoured by beasts, they can live at least 70 seasons. Those who have only seen 30 seasons are still quite young. Upon returning to the tribe, I can transform them to appear as if they have lived 20 seasons, and they can continue to bear children." The tribe was left speechless, astonished by his claims. There was no room for boasting. Otherwise, they would have spoken out. The group of women merely exchanged glances, their hopes tempered. Xiong leaned in and whispered, "Chief, can you truly extend their lives?" Bai Feng smiled, but offered no reply. He had uncovered a remarkably low-cost means of expanding their population. The so-called elders were merely in their 30s, and those deemed unattractive could, with sufficient nourishment, transform into beauties. Most importantly, acquiring them required minimal sacrifice. With his tribe, Bai Feng began to scour the market, fervently bargaining for any elderly women, trading at remarkably low costs. Soon, a procession emerged from the sandbar, comprising over 60 strong men leading more than 100 elderly women. Onlookers from other tribes were curious and derisive, convinced that the chief of this tribe must be deranged to engage in such exchanges. Bai Feng paid no heed to their derision. As long as he recognized the opportunity he had seized, that was sufficient. The members of Bai Feng's tribe felt ashamed to meet the gaze of others, yet they could not question their chief's words. If he could indeed grant these women an extension of life, it would be a tremendous gain. Bai Feng believed that there were already enough women in the tribe. Exchanging for more might strain their food supplies. Thus, when the number of beautiful women, ugly women, and old women reached 120, he began to leisurely survey other goods. Massive deer antlers? Useless. Iron ore? Abundant in his possession. Agate? Of no practical value. He dismissed it outright. Bronze artifacts? Gleaming and undeniably exquisite. Yet this small cauldron seemed to be a sacrificial vessel, undoubtedly crafted by a larger tribe. Perhaps one boasting tens of thousands of members. Bai Feng admired it, for his own tribe lacked such ceremonial objects. Upon inquiring about the price, he learned that it required 2 oxen or 5 bags of grass seeds in exchange. Bai Feng exclaimed in disbelief at the exorbitance. A mere 40-centimeter high item demanded more than half a year's worth of rations for one person. Such a transaction was one he would never entertain. However, the bear had other ideas. As a minor tribe, obtaining a sacrificial vessel was a mark of entry into true civilization. Apart from Bai Feng, the rest of the tribe placed great importance on rituals, even though the deity of Bai Feng's tribe was one of his own creation. Initially reluctant to trade, Bai Feng's recent defiance had left his tribesmen somewhat disgruntled. They were determined to acquire the vessel, no matter the cost. Bai Feng, feeling helpless yet unwilling to part with so much food for an object he deemed unnecessary, considered its potential worth in the future. Though it could fetch millions and provide a structured life, in the present, it held little allure for him. Drawing his short knife, Bai Feng inquired if it could be traded for the cauldron. The seller assessed its size and declined the offer. Bai Feng then picked up a stone and, with a swift stroke, sent sparks flying, yet the blade remained unscathed. This was a far cry from the soft bronze. The seller, upon examining the knife closely, inadvertently cut his finger and, thoroughly impressed with Bai Feng's blade, promptly changed his mind, agreeing to the exchange for the bronze cauldron. Thus, a short knife was traded for a bronze vessel, much to the delight of the tribesmen. Bai Feng felt relieved, considering it a fair trade for merely a knife. After soothing his tribesmen, he continued his search, harboring the greatest hope of finding linen or, ideally, someone skilled in its production. While scanning the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a slender girl with fair skin and delicate features, squatting amidst a group of unattractive individuals. Chapter 38. Beauty and the Unattractive. Bai Feng, who once thought he would age alone, was unexpectedly captivated by a woman who conformed to his aesthetic preferences. While she might not have been deemed exceptionally beautiful in later times, in this era, Bai Feng perceived her as ethereal. Judging by her appearance, it seemed she received little kindness in her own tribe. Her frail physique and small face suggested a lack of strength, rendering her an unequivocal outcast among her peers. Bai Feng steadied his racing heart, reminding himself not to rush, as surely no one would contest him for the unattractive woman. As he prepared to approach and inquire about her price, he felt no qualms about seeking to acquire yet another woman, especially considering his party already included several older women. As I was about to speak, a dark, calloused hand emerged from the shadows, gesturing towards the unattractive woman. I will exchange her for 2 pieces of salt. Startled, I turned my head to behold a wild man, his hair matted and his body cloaked in filth akin to a suit of armor, exuding an odor reminiscent of a biochemical weapon. In contrast, my tribe, under my careful guidance, while not entirely pristine, lacked any overwhelming stench. I maintained a regimen of frequent bathing and grooming, my sun-kissed skin notwithstanding, my cleanliness and demeanor setting me apart from the other tribesmen. I found myself puzzled as to why such a savage would seek to procure that unattractive woman. Surely this era had not yet given rise to the grotesque aesthetics of future savants. It was improbable that he resembled the ostentatious scions of later generations, who would brazenly disrupt love for the sake of theatrics. There must be a reason, and surely it was negotiable. Thus, I inquired as kindly as possible, "What purpose do you have for that woman?" I had fared well, and with my stature, I was considered a formidable man among any tribe, akin to a bear. Yet, I could not rival the innate advantages of this savage. Furthermore, my tribe was numerous and well-resourced, rendering me akin to the aggressive heir of wealth. The wild man, glancing at my entourage, lacked conviction. "Our tribe has gathered too little food this year. We require a sacrifice to beseech the gods for greater sustenance. We cannot afford a beauty, only this woman." The crouching woman trembled violently at the thought of being offered as a sacrifice, while her chieftain deemed the 2 pieces of salt a fair trade and prepared to hand her over. I realized I could not prevent their offering, nor did I possess the means to do so. Yet, I understood that I might never encounter another woman who conformed to my aesthetic preferences. This era was indeed barbaric, and I could not resort to theft. Their transaction was swift and without hesitation, as the chieftain viewed the price of 2 pieces of salt as most reasonable. Reluctantly, I proposed to the filthy savage, "I will give you 2 salted fish in exchange for this woman. Take her to your deity and procure a more comely maiden." The wild man stood frozen, finding my proposition strange and unreasonable, fearful of being deceived yet unable to pinpoint the flaw in my suggestion. Observing his hesitation, I seized the moment. Our tribe holds the divine in utmost reverence. Our sacrifices must be of the finest quality. Your tribe is on the brink of famine, and yet you offer such an unsightly woman? Do you not fear the God's wrath and the punishment that may follow? If my words failed to persuade him, I could not resort to outright theft, jeopardizing my people for the sake of an unattractive woman. My chieftain would surely find it intolerable. My nails dug into my flesh in anxiety. To my surprise, upon hearing my words, the wild man began to tremble violently, as though struck by a terrifying realization, and hastily replied, all right, no problem, she is yours, but you must first give me the salted fish. I fear you may deceive me." Without a word, Bai Feng took 2 salted fish from his own supplies and handed them over. The clansman carrying the fish was quite resistant, nearly in tears as Bai Feng took the fish away, having never witnessed such extravagant behavior from a chieftain. The wild man took the salted fish in hand, tasted it, and found the salt overwhelming and bitter, yet he could not bring himself to spit it out. After securing the fish, the girl, whom they regarded as unattractive and malnourished, was now Bai Feng's possession. Bai Feng lifted her chin and realized she should not be referred to as a woman, but rather a girl, appearing merely 14 or 15 years of age. Her features were youthful, and she stood at approximately 1.5 meters, clearly undernourished. The lack of physical development was evident, as she wore nothing but a skirt made of some unknown long grass that fluttered in the wind, fortunately rendering her unappealing enough that no one bothered to look, their attention drawn instead to the more robust women who were largely undressed. Bai Feng tenderly wrapped her in animal hides. Had she been in his tribe, he would have ensured she was clean and adorned, if only to restore his own aesthetic sensibilities. As for the notion of procreation with a child, Bai Feng felt that such actions were indistinguishable from those of wild men, and he could not reconcile such moral transgressions. The girl, resigned to her fate, allowed Bai Feng to handle her. She had heard that in the previous tribe, she would have been offered as a sacrifice. This tribe, however, deemed her too unattractive for such a fate, perhaps intending her for even more dreadful purposes, but assuredly not to allow her to live. "What is your name?" Bai Feng inquired, brushing aside the dry, straw-like hair that obscured her eyes. She remained silent, trembling more violently. "Our tribe will not sacrifice you, nor will we kill you. We will merely allow you to grow plump and serve as a wife for another." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared in the girl's gaze. Yet the tribesmen emitted strange sounds of discontent, expressing their reluctance. After multiple exchanges, the group had already acquired 40 young women who were relatively attractive, and their own tribe boasted hundreds of women, each preferable to this plain girl. Perhaps, in their eyes, she was akin to a burden, much like one would view an unappealing option when better choices existed, and they would surely keep their distance to allow those who truly desired her to have her. Bai Feng scoffed, "You simpletons, what do you understand? You wish for me to take her, yet you withhold her." Ultimately, the girl did not utter a single word. Bai Feng remained unperturbed, knowing that in a few days, once they returned to the tribe and settled into a more favorable routine, her mindset would likely shift. For now, he simply kept her by his side as they wandered through the gathering. As night fell, no promising opportunities had arisen. Many tribes from farther afield had yet to arrive. Bai Feng and his companions departed the sandbar and chose a high ground by the riverbank to set up camp, while the other tribes rested collectively. Bai Feng's tribe took turns keeping watch, as he felt a genuine lack of security. However, there was no need for him to designate who would stand guard. After all, a group of men in a state of arousal, now surrounded by numerous women, had little desire for sleep. Bai Feng did not impede them, for ultimately, the offspring produced would belong to his tribe, though it remained uncertain who among them would be the father. In the wilderness, no one paid heed to the feelings of Bai Feng. The commotion persisted into the late hours of the night, causing Bai Feng much vexation. The women were plentiful, yet none seemed to take an interest in the unattractive woman who lay beside him. Although Bai Feng commanded respect now, memories of the various diseases he had encountered in the hospital haunted him, and he incessantly muttered to himself about maintaining purity of character. In Chapter 39, Ancestral Legacy, everyone adhered to the rules, and the fears Bai Feng harbored about midnight robberies or murders did not materialize. After a night of intense struggle, his clansmen remained spirited and did not require support to stand. Bai Feng sometimes envied these primitive individuals, unburdened by rules and concerns. With his abilities and the presence of women who roamed freely, he could have long realized the dream of a harem. Xiong had mentioned that this gathering would last for 10 days, and today marked only the third day. The first had been spent on the road. By now, the distant tribes should have arrived. Those larger tribes from afar likely possessed the treasures Bai Feng sought, while the items exchanged in the smaller tribes bore little distinction from what his former clan had to offer, rendering further investigation unnecessary. Bai Feng's mere presence had allowed his tribe to escape the realm of savagery, yet they remained far from the true wealth and power of established tribes. Bai Feng's clan was recognized as such due to his surname. Otherwise, even great wealth would merely classify them as a tribe. Bai Feng was uncertain whether Bai was a surname or a clan name, having never delved into the intricacies of lineage. In any case, whatever was needed was encapsulated in the name Bai. Should Bai Feng fail to swiftly expand and develop his clan, they risked becoming a mere component of a larger entity, as insignificant as a fragment on a dragon's body, or, worse still, facing calamities that rendered them wholly reliant on the divine, unable even to procure offerings for their gods. Initially, the presence of cannibalistic tribes and stone tools led Bai Feng to believe he had traversed into an ancient era. However, this gathering illuminated a stark reality. Many tribes had already moved beyond ignorance, leaving his small tribe lagging in progress. Perhaps Bai Feng existed in the same era as Xuanyuan and Chiyou, and they were on the verge of unifying his clan, or perhaps they were merely in their infancy, awaiting the opportunity to ascend to leadership. If he wished to avoid being subsumed by other tribes, he must first conquer them to bolster his own strength. With barely 200 warriors at his disposal, relying on natural population growth to enhance his power would likely mean Bai Feng would be aged and weary by the time it bore fruit. The unattractive woman Bai Feng had bartered for, after enjoying a hearty meal, finally consented to speak, revealing her name was Sui. However, she remained reticent when asked about other matters, bowing her head in silence. The other women had seamlessly adapted to their new roles. Devoid of any sense of national pride or tribal identity, they simply sought sustenance and had found it in this new tribe. The once dying woman, having feasted and rested well, now felt rejuvenated, believing she had many more years to live. The once hushed gathering gradually erupted into a lively commotion, revealing goods that had been absent the day prior. Perhaps it was a strategy to maximize profits by unveiling the finer items at a later time. The White Wind tribe brought a plethora of goods yesterday. The primary currency was salted fish, but now the number of people had doubled. Salted fish and beef would have to be reserved for personal consumption, as returning home was not yet an option, and resources would be consumed on the journey. Sufficient provisions needed to be preserved. Accompanied solely by Sui, White Wind left everyone else to set up stalls. Various pottery brought from the tribe, lightweight and adorned with intriguing designs, emerged as highly competitive merchandise at the market. Among the offerings was a sturdy iron knife embedded in hardwood, a rarity not typically possessed by ordinary tribes, strategically placed by White Wind as bait for larger clans. With a robust bow slung across his back, a quiver of arrows at his side, and 2 knives secured at his waist, he strode confidently. Perhaps in the first pair of boots ever seen in this world, his muscular chest exposed. Regrettably, he donned only a leather skirt. Otherwise, he believed he would surpass all others in appearance. Clothing, he mused, should consist of fabric, with animal hides reserved for outer layers to display one's wealth and status, rather than serving as the primary garment. Alas, if not for White Wind, his tribe had no fabric, indeed, not even a thread of hemp. As he meandered, he hoped to stumble upon something genuinely useful, for he felt increasingly estranged from this world. He did not wish to be regarded as a mere novice by more advanced tribes. Regarding his own wares, if he encountered fabric, he would trade everything for it. In the absence of fabric, he would barter for seeds, for mere meat consumption would surely overwhelm his kin. Upon crossing a log bridge to the opposite shore, White Wind observed that the inhabitants here appeared more affluent. Their stalls displayed a superior array of goods, and their physiques were noticeably more robust than those of the wild men on the other side. Had the larger tribes only just arrived? Progressing further downstream revealed an increasing number of prosperous individuals. They regarded the unclad White Wind and his accompanying unattractive companion with a hint of disdain, showing no inclination to welcome him, even as he cast his gaze toward their stalls. White Wind endeavored to disregard their scorn, aware that his knowledge far surpassed theirs. rendering their derision unworthy of his ire. Yet Sui, walking alongside him, seemed increasingly demure. Were it not for White Wind's grip, she would hardly dare to walk. His sole desire was to find fabric so that he might finally have clothing to wear. Just as he contemplated this, a boy, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old, obstructed his path. Initially intending to admonish the child to step aside, White Wind was taken aback to notice that the boy wore garments of hemp, adorned with a necklace of green jade and shells, flanked by two burly men. Realizing the significance of this encounter, White Wind recognized the boy as likely being a scion of a prominent tribe and deemed it prudent to yield. Yet, the boy's gaze remained fixed upon White Wind. Understanding that Sui was of little concern to him, White Wind surmised that the lad had taken an interest in something of his. He decided to be forthright and inquired, "Might this young noble be interested in something of mine?" The boy tilted his head and replied, "What is a noble? I am Baoshi, a descendant of the Xuanyuan tribe." "What is your name?" Bai Feng's mind was shaken. Although he was unfamiliar with Baoshi, he was well aware of Xuanyuan, one of the ancient three sovereigns, who, by now, should have long since passed into legend. Yet, the heritage of his tribe remained intact. Regardless, he pondered whether to align himself with this individual. Should this young man prove to be Xuanyuan, Bai Feng would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attach himself to such a prominent figure, perhaps even securing a divine status for himself. However, as time progressed, Xuanyuan's renown diminished within the annals of mythology, and Bai Feng hesitated to express his allegiance too soon, fearing the wrath of other ancestral spirits that could lead to his undoing. "I am Bai Feng, the chieftain of the Bai Feng tribe," he stated with an unperturbed countenance. No one found this peculiar, as a chieftain's name typically mirrored that of the tribe, much like the enduring legacy of Shennong, where the chieftain still bore that name after countless generations. "I find that exquisite item upon your feet quite appealing. What do you desire in exchange?" Bai Feng exhaled in relief, realizing the interest was merely in his boots. He recognized the significance of seizing an opportunity to engage with a larger tribe. "What I wear is called a boot. I require this pair for myself, yet I can impart the method of its creation to you, provided you offer me your expertise in weaving hemp cloth. Does your tribe not possess the skill to weave such fabric?" Baoshi could not fathom that a tribe with lineage would be so primitive as to lack the ability to produce something as simple as hemp cloth. "My tribe comprises a few thousand individuals, but we survive through herding cattle and fishing, and we have never cultivated hemp, hence we do not weave cloth." Exaggerating the capabilities of his own tribe was a necessary art when navigating the world beyond, especially when facing potential adversaries. Chapter 40. The transaction with the large tribe. Hearing that Bai Feng's tribe consisted of several thousand, Baoshi reined in his earlier thoughts. Trust and camaraderie between individuals was a mere illusion. The reality was one of competition and rivalry. The Xuanyuan tribe, with just over 10,000 members, frequently clashed with the Shennong tribe, making it unwise to invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves, even considering that his own father was the chieftain of Xuanyuan. "Of course, I have many women skilled in weaving hemp cloth. I can exchange them with you," Baoshi proclaimed with grandiosity. Yet, Bai Feng internally screamed that he had no women capable of crafting boots. Each pair was painstakingly made by his own hands. Even if he had such individuals, he would not dare make the exchange, fearing that revealing his tribe's modest size of a mere few hundred would invite conquest and subjugation. Due to the considerable distance, our tribe did not bring women on this journey, nor do we barter with them. However, I can teach your people how to create boots, and once they learn, it will suffice. As for the individuals you provide, I can offer corresponding goods as compensation." Without a moment of hesitation, Baoshi acquiesced. To him, several women skilled in weaving cloth were of little consequence, while the boots he coveted piqued his interest significantly. Bai Feng was invited to the encampment of the Xuanyuan tribe to impart his knowledge on bootmaking. On the journey to and fro, one may engage in whatever pleases them. Nevertheless, at the gathering, physical altercations are strictly prohibited, a principle that Bai Feng holds in high regard. Furthermore, it is said that regardless of the tribe, any guest shall remain unharmed. Even adversaries are treated with hospitality before being sent off to their demise. Upon arriving at the campsite of another tribe, Bai Feng truly comprehended the essence of a great clan. The number of individuals accompanying them far exceeded that of Bai Feng's entire tribe. Having once endured the chaos of peak travel seasons, he found that as long as the crowd bore no malice, there was little to astonish him. However, for Sui, a young girl from a small tribe who had endured much bullying. Maintaining her composure in such an environment proved to be a formidable challenge. Her legs trembled incessantly, and she clung tightly to Bai Feng's arm, for he was her sole pillar of support. Bao Qi found it peculiar that Bai Feng would bring along such an unattractive woman. After all, a tribal leader should be surrounded by beauty. Bai Feng chuckled, explaining that he had witnessed her being exchanged for sacrificial purposes and, unable to bear it, had intervened to spare her, suggesting that the individual in question seek another woman for the offering. Bao Qi regarded him as if he were a fool, countering, but by saving her, another will inevitably be sent as a sacrifice. Bai Feng felt a sudden constriction in his chest, realizing that his justification was indeed foolish. Yet, it was unthinkable to admit that he found her appearance appealing, rather than challenge the prevailing aesthetic standards of his era. He preferred to join the ranks of the many who were deemed simple-minded. Fortunately, there were no historians present. Otherwise, he might have become the protagonist of a fable about regret and rectification. Feigning sudden enlightenment, Bai Feng tapped his head, exclaiming, "Ah, I hadn't considered that." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Bao Qi's eyes. If he were this naive, perhaps he could gain unexpected advantages from him. The neighboring tribes of the Fire People were led by leaders who were increasingly less astute, ultimately becoming their subjugated allies. Setting aside the matter, Bai Feng seated the terrified Sui in a cross-legged position and, after offering her constant reassurance, she gradually regained her tranquility. Time was of the essence. Teaching her how to make shoes should be expedited. Once she mastered the craft, Bai Feng intended to return with her and the others, swiftly clearing their goods before heading home, for lingering in such a place was fraught with uncertainties. He pondered the idea of using a knife to lure the larger tribe, but the risk was evident. Such a formidable fish could easily devour him whole. The process of crafting boots was rather straightforward. Measure the foot, create a shoe template, layer it with animal hides, and regardless of whether glue or another adhesive was employed, bond them together to form a robust sole. 3 pieces of leather, cut into appropriate shapes, would be stitched to the sole, thus completing the boots. Bao Qi did not renege on his promise due to the simplicity of boot making. He still exchanged Bai Feng for a woman skilled in weaving without demanding additional goods from him. However, Bai Feng felt that one woman would not suffice. In the event of an accident on the journey, it would be a significant loss. Thus, he proposed to exchange for several more women, offering the knife at his waist as part of the deal. Bao Qi produced a gleaming golden blade, implying that their tribe had no shortage of such items. And in his view, a single knife could hardly secure multiple weavers. Bai Feng remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he pondered how a soft bronze blade could possibly compare to his nearly steel-like iron sword. Drawing his weapon, he observed that neither Bao Xia nor his companions had ever encountered a silver blade, and their astonishment was palpable. "If your sword strikes mine and my iron blade is marred, I shall gladly relinquish it to you. Conversely, should your sword be rendered useless while mine remains intact, I implore you to reconsider my proposal." Without a moment's hesitation, Bao Xia acquiesced. For the son of a chieftain, a bronze sword held little value. Winning would grant him a fine weapon, while losing merely meant trading a few women, certainly no loss at all. Bai Feng placed his sword with the edge facing upward on the ground, while Bao Xia raised his weapon and struck down with force, resulting in the 2 swords becoming entangled. Bao Xia assumed his sword had embedded itself into Bai Feng's, but Bai Feng remained confident in his blade, merely smiling in silence. When they finally separated the 2 swords, Bao Xia's bronze blade bore a deep gash, whereas Bai Feng's sword sported only a minor scratch. Rather than displaying any displeasure, Bao Xia regarded the iron sword as a treasure, admiring it closely and reluctant to part with it. "I will trade you this sword for 10 women of your choosing, no matter how beautiful." Bai Feng, naturally, was not one to refuse such an offer. Though he sought not the fairest, but rather the most capable women, those skilled in weaving and sewing were of utmost necessity to him. While Bao Xia continued to toy with the sword, his gaze drifted toward Bai Feng's bow. Initially, he paid it little mind, as bows of this era were hardly impressive. The simplicity of bow making, as described in poetry about the ancestors, suggested their effectiveness was limited. However, Bai Feng's bow, in terms of size, shape, and materials, appeared far from ordinary, especially after witnessing the might of the iron sword. Bao Xia hoped Bai Feng would demonstrate his bow's prowess. Bai Feng, having just benefited from a significant trade, readily complied. Nocking an arrow, He drew the bowstring and aimed at a distant tree, the arrow embedding itself deep into the trunk, its fletching quivering from the impact. Young Bao Xia exerted all his strength, but could not retrieve the arrow. It was Bai Feng who, using his foot against the tree for leverage, managed to pull it free. The depth of the wound left Bao Xia astounded. Unsurprisingly, Bao Xia proposed a trade for Bai Feng's bow, increasing his offer from 30 to 50 individuals, along with 5 sacks of grain, yet Bai Feng shook his head. The crafting of bows was not particularly challenging. Should Bao Xia return home, he was certain someone in his tribe could replicate it. However, this bow represented the mightiest weapon of Bai Feng's tribe, a cherished artifact that could not be allowed to escape their possession. Seeing that negotiations had reached an impasse, Bao Xia paused momentarily before addressing Bai Feng. It is evident that your tribe is formidable, especially with such weaponry at your disposal. However, the Danfu tribe has arrived in this great river basin, and your tribe cannot avoid confrontation with them. I hope your tribe will ally with us to vanquish them or drive them from this land. Bai Feng was unaware of the intricate love-hate dynamics of these large tribes and had no desire to become embroiled in them. Danfu is a cannibal tribe. Are you not aware of this? Upon hearing the term cannibal, Bai Feng felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill seeping through his very being. In Chapter 41, Scheming and Intrigue, the first human Bai Feng encountered upon arriving in this world was indeed a member of the cannibal tribe. Had he not transmigrated into this body, Bai Feng would have ended up as nothing more than a pile of refuse in the wilderness. His instinctive fear of the cannibal tribe was palpable, yet the tribe he had previously encountered was small and exceedingly primitive, capable of capturing only isolated individuals. They were hardly worthy of a concerted effort from the larger tribes to exterminate. Our tribe is situated far from the great river and thus remains ignorant of Danfu's tribe. Please enlighten me about their nature, and I shall consider whether to join in the extermination. After all, I reside quite a distance from here, and they pose little threat to my tribe. Bai Feng's tribe was backward and isolated, necessitating all means to comprehend this world. For it is the unknown that brings the greatest terror. Bao Xi did not press further, but merely described the situation. Regardless of the tribe, none would harbor affection for the cannibal tribe. Originally based in Chiyou, the Danfu tribe engaged in farming and hunting, yet they also resorted to cannibalism. Initially, their practices were not as severe, but as the Danfu tribe expanded, their appetite for human flesh grew. They captured and consumed individuals throughout the Weishui region, referring to their victims as human livestock. Their rituals demanded a multitude of sacrifices, leading to the near extermination of surrounding tribes. Our tribes, the Xuanyuan and the Shennong, alongside the Chiyou tribe, once banded together to fight them, but most managed to flee back to Chiyou, while a portion made their way toward the great river. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, Bao Xi continued, "On my journey here, I encountered a small tribe of about 100 that had suffered calamity. In fact, I am accompanied by over 1,000 individuals, more than 700 of whom are warriors, scouting around the marketplace. I sense they may attempt to launch an assault here under the cover of night." 1,000 individuals, Bai Feng silently marveled. What need had they for allies? In this territory, they could assert their dominance. Truly, they were a formidable tribe. While the other smaller tribes had yet to grasp even the basics of survival, their chieftain's son could lead over 1,000 men with ease. However, with such numbers, it seemed unnecessary to involve himself in the pursuit of a fleeing cannibal tribe. Bai Feng resolved to observe the situation. It was not so simple. And who could guarantee that the wild men would not employ cunning strategies? Feigning contemplation, Bai Feng finally spoke slowly. "Eliminating the cannibal tribe will undoubtedly require my assistance. Yet I have only brought a handful of warriors with me and am ill-prepared for a major conflict. If I were to return to my tribe for reinforcements, it would likely be winter before I could rejoin the fray." Bao Xi's expression shifted subtly, and Bai Feng sensed that something was amiss. He had no desire to be left behind. "How about this? Should they dare to attack, I will rally my people to join the fight. If this gathering concludes safely, we shall return to our tribe. Should the cannibal tribe still exist next year, you need not negotiate. I will take the initiative to strike." Bao Xi let out a sigh, expressing that it was not his intention to coerce, but rather a matter of necessity. The Danfu clan possessed formidable martial prowess. Even if they were to emerge victorious from a confrontation, the toll would be substantial. However, with your exceptional bow, we could effortlessly triumph over them. Bai Feng, harboring a cold disdain within, realized that they were indeed coveting his bow. His greatest fear was that the situation with the Danfu might be a ruse. And under the cover of night, their ambushers could masquerade as a cannibal tribe, seizing all present at this gathering. Yet, crafting such a bow was an arduous task. Only one individual within his entire tribe possessed the skill to create it. The process spanned from the sprouting of grass to the falling of leaves. Alas, their tribe scarcely had a few bows. Otherwise, he would gladly exchange one for them. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, Bao Shi felt a sense of relief. It was evident that Bai Feng's intellect was somewhat lacking, raising questions about his position as chief. Bao Shi's primary objective was to acquire a bow, to replicate it upon his return. If their tribe had so few bows, it indicated that the Xuanyuan clan posed no real threat to them, making Bai Feng a rather advantageous business partner, especially since his time was likely limited. There were no refreshments to offer the guests. Only a large earthenware jar filled with honeyed water. Bai Feng took a sip, unperturbed by the possibility of poison. Even the legendary Shennong might not discern toxins effectively, let alone Bao Shi. The sweetness was almost overwhelming. Since arriving in this world, he had been deprived of such flavors. Nonetheless, he drank sparingly, as sweetness held little value to him. He then passed the majority of the honeyed water to Sui, who, after sniffing it, embraced the jar and drank voraciously. Perhaps she had never encountered sweetness in her life. Bai Feng worried that such indulgence might upset her stomach, but primitive peoples likely had robust digestive systems. Although he could already hear the sounds of her stomach churning. In the spirit of hospitality, Bai Feng was willing to share tales, regardless of his inner thoughts. He recounted the story of the golden crow and the fusang tree, captivating Bao Shi as if revealing the profound secrets of the universe. Sui, too, became engrossed, momentarily forgetting her honeyed water as she listened intently. As he began to narrate the tale of Jingwei filling the sea, Bao Shi interrupted. I know Jingwei is the daughter of Shennong. I have even seen her. She is alive and well, not drowned in the river. How can you claim she transformed into a bird? Bai Feng had anticipated this question. Transitioning from myth to reality was his intent. Rather than allowing Bao Shi to voice his thoughts, Bai Feng posed inquiries, fearing his own questions would yield little in response. This story was told to me by a wise man named Gu So when he visited my tribe. I have never encountered Jingwei myself. Did Gu So share any other stories? Were there any people I might recognize? Bao Shi, being merely a child of 11 or 12, was inherently drawn to tales, especially those featuring familiar figures as protagonists. Do you know of Xuanyuan from the Bear Clan? I am aware of the Bear Clan, situated in Chiyou, but who is Xuanyuan? I have not heard of him. What about Chiyou from the Jiuli tribe? He rode a black and white striped beast, a rather comical sight. I had only heard of the Jiuli tribe and not of Chiyou. Is the beast you spoke of the kind that delights in bamboo, akin to a bear? Indeed. It is that very bear. You must be familiar with Kwa Fu and Xing Tian, correct? Bao Shi, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, Xing Tian is a warrior from a subordinate tribe of the Shennong clan, remarkably formidable. As for Kwa Fu, you refer to the Kwa Fu clan, right? Both Kwa Fu and Dan Fu belong to a cannibalistic tribe, yet Kwa Fu is far more fearsome. They are giants. Bai Feng could hardly contain his desire to laugh heartily, for though he had not gleaned much about Xuanyuan Chiyou, perhaps they were merely children. The presence of Xing Tian, however, indicated that Bai Feng had traversed to the most exhilarating and fervent era of ancient times. If he could establish a tribe that rivaled the Shennong clan and the Jiuli before Xuanyuan and his kin came of age, would he not also earn the right to leave his own legend for posterity? Chapter 42. A good business is one where both parties benefit. Bao Shi yearned to inquire further about other tales, but Bai Feng, feigning profundity, replied, We currently dwell in a mythological age. Perhaps everyone is a deity, and you shall eventually hear tales of them. As a guest, it was now time to take leave of the host. However, Bai Feng had brought several blades with him, and it would be unwise to return empty-handed. After all, iron was merely a matter of time for him, yet some items could not be acquired through mere effort. He unfastened the final blade from his waist and proposed an exchange with Bao Shi for some cloth, as his tribe had not gathered sufficient hemp this year. To weave fabric, planting was essential. Without raw materials, even skilled weavers would be rendered ineffective. The cloth available from Bao Shi was of excellent quality, and Bai Feng finally harbored hope of donning trousers. For a single blade, Bao Shi offered 6 bundles of cloth, although a blade held little value for Bao Shi. In this era of severely underdeveloped metallurgy, all metallic goods were exceedingly precious. 6 bundles of cloth, with no standardized measurements, could be approximated by Baifeng as roughly 1 meter wide and 8 meters long, a most favorable bargain indeed. Upon the transaction's completion, Baifeng departed with 11 women in tow, each cradling the cloth, exchanging jovial banter with Bao Shi as they exited his camp. Once out of Bao Shi's sight, Baifeng's smile vanished instantly, urging the group to quicken their pace toward his tribe's encampment. Sui appeared significantly improved, perhaps due to the inexplicable joy brought by the jar of honey water. The 11 women, once part of the Sui clan, had now, following the exchange, become members of Baifeng's tribe. Ordinarily, they would no longer have ties to the Sui clan. Yet Baifeng could not dismiss the possibility of them being spies placed among them. The pottery at the tribe's stall had been mostly traded away, far more popular than the wares of other tribes lacking innovation, but regrettably, they had not acquired cloth, only grass seeds in return. The stall was crowded with people jostling for space, and it appeared that a heated debate was unfolding among them. Baifeng hurried over, pushing through the throng of onlookers, and upon entering the inner circle, he realized that the commotion was caused by a dispute over a knife. A robust man was gesticulating emphatically, expressing his desire for the knife and indicating he was willing to negotiate a price. Shennong was an adept hunter and warrior, albeit somewhat inept with words. Crucially, Baifeng had not informed them of the knife's approximate value before departing, leading them to tell the impatient wild man to give them a moment to ponder. The imposing wild man was becoming increasingly irate, perceiving that Shennong and his companions were mocking him. As tensions escalated, Baifeng swiftly intervened. "I am the chief of Baifeng's tribe, and this knife is our most treasured possession. I had just visited the Xuanyuan clan, and since they cannot make decisions on my behalf, my delay in addressing you was unintentional. I hope you can forgive me. May I ask your name and what you might offer in exchange for this knife?" By invoking the name of Xuanyuan and positioning himself as their guest, Baifeng was confident that the wild men would show him some respect and refrain from violence. Upon realizing that someone of authority had arrived, the man retained his bravado. "I am Jian from the Taijiao tribe. I desire that knife and am prepared to offer 2 cattle in exchange." The value of 2 cattle was indeed significant, and Baifeng thought it might be excessive, as 1 would suffice. However, the Baifeng tribe had an abundance of cattle and did not need to make such a trade. What he truly required were cloth, furs, or grass seeds to prepare for the winter, as his people needed clothing and warmth. Baifeng shook his head. "Our tribe does not lack cattle. I require grass seeds, cloth, or furs as compensation." Jian laughed heartily, attempting to pat Baifeng on the shoulder, but Baifeng deftly sidestepped the gesture. "My tribe has a plentiful supply of furs. If you want cattle, I would need to deliberate extensively. However, we can provide as many furs as you desire." Recognizing the opportunity to engage with a substantial trader, Baifeng felt a sense of urgency. He was particularly anxious after hearing from Bao Shi that hundreds of warriors were lurking nearby, if they were to charge in. None of the tribes present would match the numbers brought by Xuanyuan, and everyone would undoubtedly flee to save themselves rather than unite in defense. "Let us proceed based on the value of 2 cattle and see how many furs that equates to. As long as you can provide them, we shall make the exchange. Should the furs fall short, we can supplement with grass seeds and cloth." Jian promptly dispatched his tribesmen to retrieve the furs. "In the Taijiao tribe, we may lack in many areas, but we have an abundance of cattle and hides. 2 cattle would be equivalent to 35 hides. Would that be acceptable?" Baifeng, unfamiliar with the conversion rates between cattle and hides, felt that trading a knife for 35 hides was a fair deal and nodded in agreement. Jian, elated, began pacing excitedly beside the stall, eagerly awaiting his tribesmen to return with the hides in exchange for the knife. The art of metallurgy was a skill reserved for larger tribes, and they could only smelt relatively soft bronze, which was prohibitively expensive and scarce among them. This silver knife, both sturdy and sharp, was undoubtedly not a product of Baifeng's tribe. It was likely a stroke of luck that had led them to acquire it so inexpensively. Both the buyer and the seller felt they had struck a favorable deal. This is what constitutes a good business transaction. Observing their affluence, Baifeng tentatively inquired, "Does your tribe require any pottery? Behold our exquisite wares, light yet sturdy, adorned with beautiful patterns. Listen to this delightful sound." As he tapped on a pottery basin, it emitted a crisp chime. "If you desire these, I shall part with all our pottery for merely 10 pieces of cowhide. What say you?" Jian, feeling quite pleased with himself for what he believed to be a bargain, was impressed by the quality of the pottery. He considered his own tribe, who relied on herding wild cattle on the plains, and recognized their lack of such goods. Trading the least valuable cowhide for these treasures seemed a wise choice. He nodded eagerly in agreement and dispatched a tribesman to fetch the 10 pieces of cowhide. Bai Feng was delighted to encounter such a lucrative patron, smiling as he and his tribesmen carefully packed all the pottery, awaiting the arrival of the cowhide to finalize the exchange. The members of Bai Feng's tribe were astonished that business could be conducted in such a manner. They had effortlessly traded items of little worth for the precious cowhide, leading them to admire their leader immensely. The onlooking tribesmen found this method of exchange rather archaic, considering their own struggles even to trade for a mere piece of salt. When the cowhide arrived, Bai Feng inspected each piece, noting they were all from large cattle, cut from the neck with no wounds, unlike their own cowhide, riddled with holes. This indicated that the Tai Jia tribe possessed a means of capturing live cattle, and given the quantity, they were likely a pastoral tribe rather than mere gatherers or hunters. This was a significant advantage, as they had a stable source of food. Regrettably, Bai Feng had no livestock to trade, otherwise, he would have secured a few cattle for himself. However, he did possess a young calf, and he planned to attempt capturing a herd next year to begin his own pastoral endeavors. For now, the transaction was complete, with smiles exchanged and promises of meeting again the following year. As Bai Feng turned to depart the sandbar, he was eager to leave the gathering swiftly. Chapter 43. The escape. Having concluded all transactions, Bai Feng instructed his tribesmen to gather all the women at the center, urging them to depart the sandbar. They all believed they were merely setting up camp. Only Bai Feng harbored a sense of urgency. Along the way, he feigned interest in the wares of other stalls, seizing the opportunity to observe if anyone was trailing them. The hunters understood how to track prey, but failed to discern the difference between humans and beasts, continuing to employ their primitive tracking methods. Bai Feng's clumsy performance went unnoticed. He soon discerned that at least 2 individuals were purposefully following his group, their fabric garments betraying their identity as warriors of the Xuanyuan clan. No other tribes here were affluent enough for such attire. Upon returning to the campsite from the previous day, he refrained from alerting his tribesmen to the unusual circumstances, instead instructing them to set up camp and prepare a meal, maintaining an appearance of normalcy. The 2 individuals, whom Bai Feng was certain were spies, were unlikely to be trading at the gathering during daylight. Instead, they were following a caravan that had already run out of goods to an open campsite. They were well concealed among the thickets, and had it not been for Bai Feng's vigilant observation, they would have gone unnoticed. Shennong also sensed Bai Feng's unease. Although Bai Feng was engaged in his usual activities, his watchful eyes and grave demeanor indicated that something was amiss. The tribe members had already set up a fire, erected clay pots, fetched water, and prepared meat. Bai Feng forbade them from drinking untreated water, a habit ingrained under the guidance of the whip. The newly arrived women carelessly leaned by the riverbank, eagerly gulping down water, even from puddles where other wildlings had left their footprints. If Bai Feng hadn't been less scrupulous about cleanliness, he would have surely been compelled to vomit on the spot. The tribe members were busily attending to their tasks, oblivious to the true nature of their surroundings. The uninformed were indeed the finest actors, especially considering there might be spies within their ranks. Sitting beside Bai Feng, Shennong appeared to an observer as 2 leaders engaged in a normal conversation. However, upon hearing Bai Feng instruct him to act as if nothing had occurred, Shennong's demeanor became somewhat awkward, yet it was sufficient to deceive those watching from a distance. We must be under the watchful eye of the Xuanyuan tribe. They covet our knives and bows, and likely desire other goods as well. There are individuals hidden in the thickets at those 2 positions. Do not raise your head. Look casually, Bai Feng said, drawing 2 lines on the ground pointing toward the hiding spies. Shennong stretched his arms as if yawning, seizing the opportunity to glance at the thickets. Hunters possess keen eyesight during the day, and he quickly discerned the presence of those concealed there. Bai Feng, however, found Shennong's casualness rather exasperating. Fortunately, the 2 spies remained unaware and stayed motionless. After surveying the situation, Shennong shifted closer to Bai Feng, whispering, "I see them too. Should we sneak over and eliminate them?" Bai Feng straightened his back, his gaze fixed on the busy tribe members. "Let us not rush. We must observe how they proceed. Acting recklessly now could alert them and jeopardize our plans." He paused momentarily. "By the way, have you heard of the Danfu tribe?" A young man from the Xuanyuan tribe claimed that the Danfu are cannibals, and they are currently near this gathering. They might launch a night raid, but I suspect the Xuanyuan are lying. They may disguise themselves as the Danfu tribe to attack other tribes attending the gathering. Xiong pondered briefly. Indeed, the Danfu tribe is known as cannibals, but according to other tribes at the gathering, they are at least 20 days' journey from this vast river basin. It is improbable for them to arrive here. They would struggle to find sustenance along the way. I have not heard of any tribes reporting sightings of Danfu members here. Bai Feng's heart began to tremble. It was evident that this was a scheme orchestrated by the Xuanyuan tribe. They claimed to have witnessed a small tribe of hundreds being attacked by the Danfu tribe on their journey. It seemed they had premeditated their designs against all attendees of this gathering. In contrast to the so-called cannibals, Bai Feng found the Xuanyuan clan far more terrifying. Their weaponry was superior, their numbers ample, and most crucially, they were led by a shameless strategist. This was far more daunting than the naive wild men who merely believed in oaths. Bai Feng understood that if the Xuanyuan clan commenced their pillaging, his tribe would undoubtedly be among their primary targets. Even a single powerful bow was enough to warrant their focused attention. Bear, gather a few sharp-witted warriors. Avoid those who are dull-minded. Inform them to prepare for a possible retreat. I will assess the situation shortly to determine if we can eliminate those 2 scouts. Before nightfall, we must flee far and wide. I sense they will act tonight. Are we not to confront them directly? We have an abundance of warriors here. We need not fear them, protested Bai Feng, striking the ground with his fist. The Xuanyuan clan is vast, and the warriors I have seen alone nearly outnumber our entire tribe. Moreover, they claim to have warriors concealed nearby. Whether that is true or not remains uncertain. We cannot afford to lose a single member of our tribe. Bear nodded gravely and uttered a simple agreement. He then rose and feigned nonchalance as he approached a fellow tribesman, engaging in quiet conversation while patting him on the shoulder before moving on to the next, who continued with his tasks, oblivious to any unusual tension. When the meal was ready, the tribespeople gathered to eat, with all the women seated in the center, while the men remained outside, ostensibly to protect them, but in reality, to keep a watchful eye, ensuring no one could escape to deliver warnings. It had been a long time since the chieftain had distributed food. Everyone had grown accustomed to serving themselves, aware of their own limits and not taking more than their share. Bai Feng's sudden act of food distribution took them by surprise, yet they quickly adjusted. And the women did not perceive any wrongdoing in the chieftainess' actions. Seizing the opportunity to distribute food, Bai Feng counted the number of tribespeople, finding them all present. Not a single one was missing. Even if there were a traitor among the 11, they would have no chance to alert anyone. Perhaps sensing that Bai Feng's tribe had begun their meal, one of the scouts departed, likely to report back, leaving only one behind. Bai Feng signaled to Bear, who also noticed the absence of a person. Bear approached Bai Feng and, after hearing the plan, called out to the lumbering giant, Chiyou, instructing him to stand with his bowl facing the direction of the scout. Bear positioned himself behind Chiyou, readying a bow and arrows. Once Bear had arranged a few men to receive the signal, they pretended to go into the woods to relieve themselves while stealthily advancing towards the scout's position. Preparing to encircle him, Chiyou's large frame allowed Bear to conceal the bow behind him. When all was ready, Bai Feng remained oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Upon witnessing the demise of a scout, he swiftly instructed his clansmen to pack their belongings and prepare for a hasty retreat, disregarding the unfinished meal before them. However, they were reluctant to waste food, akin to pelicans voraciously consuming their catch. The women were in a state of confusion, unaware of the sudden urgency to act. The clansmen, well-versed from years of coordinated efforts, efficiently completed the task and, encircling the panicked women, commenced their flight. Chapter 44. National scorn. The 11 women retrieved from the Xuanyuan clan were of particular concern, should any of them attempt to flee. The preferred course of action would be execution. The arrows they had seized were tainted with white substances and blood, adorned with flesh that made Bai Feng feel slightly nauseated. He had no desire to touch those arrows, surprised by the bear's remarkable accuracy, striking its target from 100 meters away. Bai Feng resolved to craft a superior bow for the bear upon returning, aspiring to elevate him to the status of the tribe's master archer. Bai Feng's understanding of his own bow was rather vague, largely due to the absence of measuring instruments, leaving him uncertain of its exact weight. Having never experienced actual combat before, he was now aware of its formidable lethality, indicating that the bow could easily exceed 100 pounds. As they traveled, Bai Feng recounted the events that had transpired, elucidating the reasons for their haste. Upon learning the truth, the clansmen expressed no dissent, merely quickening their pace. The women from the Xuanyuan clan perceived Bai Feng as deceitful, unable to fathom how a war could be waged during a gathering, a transgression punishable by the gods, as they had all sworn an oath. Only a few from the Xuanyuan clan trembled at Bai Feng's words, struggling to maintain their footing, fearing he might execute them on the spot. Yet, they did not contest his assertions, and their silence corroborated Bai Feng's suspicions. None attempted to flee, perhaps resigned to their fate. Bai Feng, in his anxiety, had likely chosen individuals without treachery among them, even if they could return to their tribe to deliver warnings. The thought of traversing the desolate plains alone would be tantamount to courting death. Bai Feng and his companions nearly jogged the entire way. As the sun began to set, he had no intention of pausing. He merely instructed everyone to cut pine branches for torches, particularly from the fallen pines, whose trunks were saturated with resin, nearly translucent. This made for excellent torch material, burning for an extended duration. Once dozens of torches were ignited, they advanced like a fiery dragon. It was not until the moon shone brightly enough to illuminate the path without the need for torches that they reached an elevated area where they could clearly observe the events unfolding downstream. Even if pursuers were to come after them, they would be able to detect them in time to escape. Should the Xuanyuan clan realize something amiss and pursue them, they would not arrive until dawn. Bai Feng ordered the establishment of camp, gathering around a fire and taking turns to keep watch. The women from the Xuanyuan clan were bound with rawhide to prevent any escape attempts. They retrieved the dwindling supply of beef, eating sparingly, while those not on watch promptly lay down to sleep, succumbing to slumber. As Bai Feng lay awake, he sat upon a stone, gazing downstream, yearning to discern the unfolding events. His intuition proved correct. Faint glimmers of firelight emerged from the meeting grounds below. This was no mere scattered campfires of the night, but rather flames ignited among the surrounding woods, with several spots ablaze simultaneously, the inferno intensifying. It resembled the encirclement of a herd during a hunt, yet the fire-wielding tribe employed a wall of flames to envelop both sides, while people barricaded the river upstream and downstream. Surely, no one would dare to dash through the fiery barrier to escape. It was indeed the tribe that first toyed with fire, and their mastery over its use was exceptional. Had Bai Feng not fled in advance, he too would have been ensnared in the impending slaughter, for he could even hear the anguished cries of the wild men at the gathering. Bai Feng pondered the futility of their greed. All were equally impoverished. This act of plunder was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision nor solely aimed at his clan. Rather, it seemed his presence had inadvertently hastened their plans. He wondered how many souls inhabited the world now. Perhaps 1 million? Surely the entire Asian continent could not harbor so many. It baffled him why such a scant population would turn against one another. The fire-wielding tribe was not a cannibalistic one. He failed to understand their motives. At this juncture, unity should prevail for collective prosperity and the advancement of civilization. There was ample space for all to flourish. With a heavy heart, he instructed the sentinels of his tribe to remain vigilant along both banks downstream. Any sign of abnormality warranted an immediate alarm. As the flames erupted, Bai Feng's thoughts began to ease. They would likely need to clear the battleground and would not pursue immediately. Thus, he reclined, compelling himself to rest. Throughout the night, no pursuers emerged. By morning, most of the fires downstream had been extinguished, though one direction continued to blaze, smoke drifting with the winds. The women of the fire-wielding tribe had no intention of fleeing that night. They arose and untied the ropes from their ankles, though their wrists remained bound. As they traveled, Bai Feng speculated whether they might express the need to relieve themselves, with "to relieve now" signifying to use the restroom. However, they merely squatted momentarily before resuming their march, leaving behind a puddle. Their pace had significantly slowed, as they had been jogging the previous day and their bodies had yet to recuperate. Moreover, having covered such distance, they felt assured that they would not be pursued, leading to a sense of relaxation. Suddenly, the tribesmen assigned to vigilance cried out an urgent warning. Bai Feng turned in the direction indicated and observed a throng of wild men moving rapidly across the distant opposite bank. A dense mass that appeared to number in the hundreds. Though visible, even if Bai Feng stood still, it would take the pursuing crowd a considerable time to catch up. Thus, he remained unperturbed. With so many hastening forward, their provisions were scant. They could not sustain a chase for long. It seemed they believed Bai Feng's group had not ventured far, which prompted their pursuit. Positioned upwind, Bai Feng cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape, bent forward, and shouted, "Bao Shi." The wind carried his voice far, echoing back from the valleys. He had never anticipated his voice could resonate with such magnitude. After several seconds, the group came to a halt, seemingly having heard something. Bai Feng shouted once more, "Bao Shi." This time, they truly grasped the words. It appeared they were also attempting to communicate, yet the wind carried their voices away, rendering them inaudible to Bai Feng. He called out, "I can't hear you. Stop chasing. You won't catch up." After several repetitions, he was fairly certain they had comprehended the essence of his shouts. They resumed their calls, seemingly several voices overlapping. But Bai Feng still could not discern their words clearly, though he vaguely caught phrases like "wait for me to kill." It seemed they shouted multiple times before turning back, abandoning their pursuit. Bai Feng understood that this was not a ruse. Even if he continued to chase, he might not catch them. And if they merely turned around to confuse him, there was no chance of overtaking them. Although they had retreated, Bai Feng still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. So after uttering Bao Shi, he followed it up with a classic four-character curse, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. However, the tribesmen nearby cast him peculiar glances upon hearing his words. "Chief, do you intend to become the leader of the Xuanyuan clan? We cannot compete with them." Chapter 45. Just a small tribe. Bai Feng had no intention of becoming the leader of the Xuanyuan clan. His curse was merely a literal expression and not an indication of any desire to assume paternal authority over them. Nevertheless, given the tribesman's interpretation, he could not be certain how Bao Shi perceived it, whether he understood he was being insulted or believed that Bai Feng sought to usurp his tribe. However, since they were now mortal enemies, it mattered little. The other tribes at the gathering had likely been plundered, and while some may have escaped, Bao Shi would certainly be rallying under the banner of the Danfu tribe for revenge, not seeking out the Xuanyuan clan. Only Bai Feng's tribe knew the truth. For now, no one in the vast river basin was aware of Bai Feng's tribe's specific circumstances, especially since their name had only recently been changed. And the information shared with Bao Shi regarding their numbers and territorial extent was false. Upon returning to the tribe, preparations for winter commenced, with everyone staying indoors, awaiting the arrival of spring to plan for the new year. The 11 women Bai Feng had acquired had resigned themselves to their fate. Within the Xuanyuan tribe, they would typically be taken for sacrifices under such circumstances, but Bai Feng could not bear the thought of losing them. Especially since they were obtained through a trade and could weave cloth, he could not casually dispose of them. The Xuanyuan tribe was prosperous, and these women were well-fed and robust. Wherever they went, they would be considered beauties. The men of Bai Feng's tribe had long coveted them, but due to the special treatment they received, they had refrained from taking any action. Yesterday, 9 individuals, including Chiyou and Shennong, had collaborated to encircle the Xuanyuan scouts. Even though Chiyou was merely a bystander, he still contributed to the effort. The 11 women would be allowed to choose one to become a wife, forever belonging to him, with the stipulation that no one else could sleep with her, nor could he take another's wife. Upon hearing this, they were all quite pleased, for indeed, the women of the Xuanyuan clan were exceptionally beautiful. After 9 women were selected, a sense of relief washed over them, for they understood that their lives were spared. However, the remaining 2 wept incessantly, their cries echoing alongside Sui's, as they feared they were to be the last sacrificial offerings. Shennong instructed Bai Feng to accept the 2 women, as the chieftain possessed the authority to do so. Bai Feng hesitated, for if the beautiful women of future generations were to be chosen, he would undoubtedly select them first. Yet, presently, his sole hope and affection were directed towards Sui, leaving him indifferent to the beauty of the moment. To quell any feelings of discontent among his kin, he proclaimed that the beautiful women were rewards for those who had achieved merit, assuring them that there was no need for haste on his part. However, those who contributed to the tribe would be the first to receive such rewards. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, the tribesmen erupted in cheers, invigorated by the prospect. Harboring no grievances about not receiving a beautiful wife, but rather lamenting why they had not seized the opportunity. Having pacified the crowd, especially advising those fortunate enough to have received wives to keep a close watch, he warned that although the ropes might be untied, the distance was no guarantee against escape. He emphasized that no distractions were permitted during their journey, and that they must ensure they had the energy to continue the next day. Sui remained by Bai Feng's side at all times, despite the tribesmen deeming her unattractive. He could not shake the fear that some lustful wretch might take advantage of the night to harm her, leaving Bai Feng in despair. In ancient times, there were those who loved their unsightly wives, only to be derided in writings as lecherous fools. Now, The tribesmen were compelled to convince themselves that their chieftain could transform an old woman into a youthful beauty and a plain woman into a striking one, refusing to accept that their leader had an unconventional taste, favoring the less attractive. Due to miscalculations in their journey, they had brought insufficient provisions. Their earlier carefree consumption had left them with little for the return trip, and with an additional 100 or so individuals to feed. They found themselves reverting to a state reminiscent of their previous struggles for survival. Their meals dwindled from 2 a day to just 1, each portion becoming increasingly meager. Xiong's arrows struck true, and he, along with a few tribesmen, would occasionally dash from the group to catch sight of prey, managing to secure some meat to supplement their rations. As their provisions dwindled to nothing, Baifeng forbade them from consuming the exchanged grass seeds, compelling them to endure hunger on their journey. Fortunately, this was their final day, and by afternoon, they would return home. The women from the Xuanyuan clan, having heard Baifeng mention that it would take 10 days to reach their territory, now found themselves bereft of food by the 4th day, their spirits dimmed. They had escaped death by sacrifice, only to face starvation along the way. The grass seeds were certainly not to be consumed. They had to be preserved for planting. Baifeng discovered several wild varieties of grains from the future, including wheat, buckwheat, millet, sorghum, and even rice, astonished that this land could support rice cultivation. Though their stomachs ached with hunger, the familiar expanse of the wilderness reminded the tribesmen that they were nearing home, where they would no longer suffer. Each began to hum the songs Baifeng had taught them. Upon spotting the abrupt rise of their tribe on the plains, the women assumed they would be raiding that settlement for supplies. Feeling their own warriors were somewhat outnumbered, they expressed a desire for weapons to charge alongside them, believing that such a strategy would enhance their chances of success. This suggestion elicited hearty laughter from Baifeng and the others, unbeknownst to the women. Upon encountering the shaman and his kin, they mistakenly believed they had come across a small offshoot of the White Wind tribe. To their astonishment, the shaman and his people erupted in cheers, graciously accepting the supplies they had exchanged, and offered to escort them to the tribe for resettlement. It was only then that they comprehended the deception wrought by the White Wind. There was no grand tribe of thousands, and with their numbers barely surpassing 500. They realized they had entered a destitute community, one that might struggle to survive the winter, leaving them despondent. According to the shaman's report, during their absence, all had remained stable, with no significant events transpiring. Upon closer inspection, the walls they had initially built, standing at a mere 20 centimeters, had now risen to over 40. These walls encircled the entire tribe, and if they could be elevated to 4 or 5 meters, the White Wind would face no fear of assaults from any larger tribes. Did they possess the knowledge of siege warfare? The women had only perceived the White Wind tribe as small and sparsely populated from afar, yet, upon entering, they were struck by the impressive earthen structures that resembled caves. Why were there no tents? What was that azure material above, designed for rain protection? How did it function? Was it merely a matter of thickening branches and leaves? The distant plumes of smoke and the bubbling springs that flowed incessantly left these women in a state of bewilderment, captivated by the novel sights surrounding them. Though in terms of numbers and resources they could not compete, in terms of infrastructure, they were leagues ahead. The White Wind observed with a smile as his tribe guided the newcomers through their new home. The organization of identities commenced on the spot. It mattered not if they understood, as names were recorded, and they were assigned to their respective production teams, each overseen by a captain who would explain the workings. Each team had gained approximately 3 additional members, resulting in a slight imbalance among the tribe's genders. With under 200 men and over 300 women, the White Wind could only assert that those with capabilities should bear the burden, ensuring the tribe flourished with offspring. Previously, the lack of sustenance had hindered survival, and childbirth had often been fraught with peril. Now, free from such worries, the tribe faced an alarming scarcity of children, which was untenable. For those who had taken wives, the notion of establishing separate households was welcomed. They could simply build their own homes at their leisure. Chapter 46. How to Survive a Warm Winter. The tribe had seen over a dozen men take wives. Though devoid of romantic love, these unions were arranged by the chieftain. Their simplistic understanding of home was rooted in ownership. One's wife was not to be shared with others. The White Wind harbored no aversion to their desire for individual dwellings. For such a transition was essential to gradually foster familial knowledge and societal order. In larger tribes, only the chieftain knew the identity of his sons, and no one dared to encroach upon his women. As autumn deepened, The harvests had been gathered, and the tribe no longer needed to venture out for fishing, gathering, or hunting. Their thoughts were wholly consumed with how to endure a warm winter. In a modest dwelling shared by a dozen individuals, despite its ample size, the low ceiling offers a certain comfort, particularly during the harsh winter months. Beneath this land likely lies a colossal coal mine, and recent discoveries of surface coal nearby have emerged. However, Baifeng hesitates to allow its use for heating during winter without proper equipment. Thus, he intends to conduct preliminary experiments in his small abode. Originally, he had envisioned a substantial plot for himself, yet ultimately constructed a modest home of merely a dozen square meters, which suffices for his solitary existence, though now he accommodates a girl named Sui and a cow. Upon joining the tribe, Sui finally experienced the luxury of a full meal. Observing her voracious appetite, Baifeng felt a deep sense of compassion for this era's sole beauty. Typically, tribe members bathe by pouring water over themselves from above, which Baifeng merely considered a rinse. After acquiring iron, he gifted a set of carpenter's tools to a future craftsman, compelling him to fashion a bathing tub from a sturdy log. Utilizing the commonly found soap pod tree, Baifeng concocted a shampoo from soap seeds and arborvitae leaves, which proved remarkably effective, rivaling even the most esteemed products of later generations, particularly for its efficacy against hair loss. Baifeng is the cleanest and most meticulous individual in the entire tribe, primarily due to his fear of the blood-sucking pests that leap about. Although his efforts alone yield limited results, they do serve to mitigate the spread of certain diseases. He ensured that Sui enjoyed a thorough bath in the hot water of the tub. While he wished to avoid inviting other women for assistance, their clumsiness rendered them unhelpful. He consoled himself with the thought that they were all wild people, and one more or less made little difference, having already seen so much. Despite Baifeng's advanced mental age, his physical body is still youthful, not yet reaching 20, which in this era is considered prime. Sui, still a young girl, possesses a flat figure, lacking in development, which leaves Baifeng feeling quite anxious. Nonetheless, he understands the necessity of restraint. Sui is still too young, and he must wait until she reaches 17 or 18 before contemplating her as a potential wife. For the time being, he resolves to focus on nurturing their bond. Sui's skin, deemed dark in the modern world, appears exceptionally fair here, contrasting starkly with the sun-baked complexions of others who resemble coal. Under Baifeng's guidance, the women from the tribe clumsily stitched together 2 cross-collared long robes, the closest approximation to ancient Han garments that Baifeng could envision. The 11 women, all skilled in needlework, benefited from Baifeng's iron needles, which expedited their efforts. While Baifeng did not possess the skill to create scissors, cutting fabric with an iron knife proved a simple task. During the creation process, he drew upon vague memories from his past life to instruct them on measuring body length to ensure a proper fit. Using a white chalk pencil, he demonstrated how to mark lines on the fabric for clearer cutting. The women displayed remarkable interest and learning aptitude, astonishing Baifeng, initially intending for them to merely stitch together makeshift robes. He soon recognized their superior craftsmanship and decided they might as well create the 4-cornered undergarments he had planned to make for himself. Before embarking on the task, it was essential to soften the fabric. Only then would it be comfortable to wear without causing irritation. I crafted 3 pairs for myself, as well as 3 for Sui. Baifeng felt a sense of awkwardness about suggesting to her that she wear triangular designs or anything of the sort, so we settled on crafting square pants that would not be size-specific, easily secured with a drawstring. I inquired whether Shennong and the others needed any, but upon seeing the snugly packaged underwear with its peculiar shape, they promptly declined, believing that allowing their younger brother to swing freely in the open air was the ultimate comfort. I did not press Baifeng on this matter. As for Sui, regardless of her preferences, she had to wear them. Baifeng believed that if she chose not to, it would not only be detrimental to her, but also to himself. Even though no one else in the tribe wore such garments, casually observing the situation, Baifeng pondered why his possessiveness had grown so strong, even neglecting the feelings of others. Perhaps this was a side effect of authority? When Sui donned her attire, she appeared exceedingly beautiful in Baifeng's eyes. Yet she remained shy and uncertain, not understanding why Baifeng treated her so kindly, which left her feeling uneasy. The tribe members observed Baifeng smiling foolishly at an unattractive girl, treating her with such distinction, and concluded that the chieftain's taste must indeed be skewed. They felt powerless and sighed before departing, those with wives relieved that the chieftain would not covet their beautiful spouses. Sway, like a devoted shadow, followed by Feng wherever he went, accompanied by the peculiar little cow. Bai Feng intended to install a fireplace in his chamber, only needing bricks and clay to create a flue for smoke evacuation. Given that winter brought a northwesterly wind, the chimney had to be oriented southeast, otherwise, the smoke would fill the house. While constructing the dwelling, Bai Feng had not reserved space for anything else. Yet he had ostentatiously provided himself with the largest window in the entire tribe, surpassing even those of larger houses. Although he had meticulously considered the lighting at the time, he completely overlooked the importance of winter insulation. Fortunately, the carpenter had an epiphany and installed a wooden window frame for Bai Feng. Bai Feng fashioned hinges and nails for him, and in return, the carpenter affixed operable windows and doors using the same method. The price for this was that Bai Feng had to spend several consecutive days crafting the necessary hinges and nails for all the houses in the tribe, enduring the agony of his arms being unable to lift. While Bai Feng was forging iron, Sway squatted nearby, feeding coal into the furnace and working the bellows, while the little cow, oblivious to the situation, ran about and relieved itself indiscriminately. Perhaps it was unaware, nor did it comprehend what these humans had done to its kind. It simply could not understand. The fireplace was a success, though the gaps where it met the wall leaked smoke. After sealing them with mud, Bai Feng could not guarantee it would remain leak-free, so he dared only to use the fireplace during the day, resorting to throwing in firewood at night. Without wood, he would simply endure the cold. He had no desire to perish silently, pondering whether the group of cannibals he encountered upon arriving in this world had met their demise at the hands of coal. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's fireplace, the tribe members, led by their captain, eagerly constructed their own giant fireplaces within their spacious homes, similarly guided by Bai Feng's instructions, ensuring that they would never rely on coal at night. If they had no firewood, they would simply extinguish the flames. Simultaneously, the demand for coal and firewood within the tribe continues to rise, with piles of coal and wood steadily accumulating in the open spaces each day. Although the daytime remains mild, the evening chill becomes increasingly palpable, resulting in significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. As a true northerner, the presence of a Kong is indispensable. However, those who have slept on a Kong for decades often lack understanding of its construction. Bai Feng, hesitant to undertake the task of digging into the walls, resorts to using bricks in the open area to simulate an experiment with the Kong building process. Chapter 47. The humiliation of constructing the Kong in the eyes of his tribesmen. Bai Feng embodies a blend of genius and madness. His accomplishments are often remarkable, leaving others in awe, yet at times, his actions are utterly bewildering. Presently, as he excavates holes in the wall of his dwelling, his fellow tribesmen ponder whether the chieftain has recently experienced a surge in episodes. Bai Feng diligently works, creating openings for the Kong. Through rudimentary modeling, he has gained a measure of confidence in his ability to construct it. Should it collapse, he can simply rebuild. But the Kong openings must be executed flawlessly, for a poorly done wall would render the house unusable. Sway diligently transports soil in a bamboo basket, combining it with straw and water, while a young calf stands nearby, eager to lend a helping hoof. However, Sway coldly dismisses its offer, and the calf, after bumping Bai Feng playfully, scampers off to frolic elsewhere. In the blacksmith shop, Bai Feng supervises his apprentices, overseeing the process of refining iron ore into ingots, which will be stored for his future use. During winter, work cannot cease entirely. The tasks of pottery, iron smelting, and wall construction must continue without interruption. Should it snow, the tribe may be granted a divine respite, allowing them to rest without worry until the snow melts and work can resume. Bai Feng's aspirations for winter center around the replication of a high-efficiency iron smelting furnace. The current challenge is not a lack of resources. Iron, ore, and coal are plentiful, but rather insufficient output. If there were enough iron to equip over 100 men with formidable swords and knives, the dream of iron armor, though ambitious, could be supplemented with bamboo or leather armor, rendering Bai Feng's 200 warriors fearless against the 500 of rival tribes. With nearly a month until the onset of winter, a thin layer of frost can already be observed in the mornings. Even the sturdiest individuals must engage in a mental struggle before stepping out into the cold to labor. The tribe's fabric supply is woefully inadequate for clothing. After fashioning his own garments, Bai Feng intends to reward those who have contributed most significantly to the tribe with the remaining fabric on the day winter officially begins. The clothing made from animal hides is often crudely tailored, merely draped over the body, providing negligible warmth and wasting the material. Naturally, the Mongolian robe is the most desirable garment made from fur. Bai Feng recalls visiting the snowy grasslands and the scenic shops that showcased Mongolian robes and boots, all striking in appearance. However, most individuals refrain from purchasing such robes, as opportunities to wear them are scarce. Boots are purchased in abundance, suitable for daily wear and undeniably stylish. The most popular item, however, is the hats. To White Wind's surprise, the hats he acquired in the pastoral region of the Tibetans bore English inscriptions, unmistakably wholesale goods from the mainland, which led to prolonged mockery from his friends. He had once commissioned a custom set of Mongolian robes, perfectly suited for the harsh winters of the Northwest. Each robe required 6 sheepskins to craft, yet tragically, White Wind's entire tribe possessed only a handful of sheep pelts, all in varying shades of brown rather than the more common white seen in later times. The tribe's productivity was woefully low, so White Wind, relying on his memory, instructed several weavers to create a set of Mongolian robes for both himself and Sui. By the time these garments were completed, winter would undoubtedly have arrived. With so many people to tend to, White Wind could only delegate the task of gathering dry straw. Once softened by stones, it could serve as bedding, soft and warm. In the absence of quilts, one could conceal their entire body within it, as it was plentiful and easily gathered. As a pioneer, White Wind constructed a Kong wall using bricks and mud. Yet he encountered difficulties when it came time to create the Kong surface. The area was too vast to simply spread the mud without it collapsing, and he could not add too many firewalls within, lest the fuel be obstructed from reaching the innermost part during burning, rendering the Kong useless. In that moment, White Wind regretted not asking more questions about the proper construction of a Kong in the past, despite having experienced collapses and overheating that scorched the bedding. Frustrated, he struck his fist into the mud and stormed out for some fresh air, with Sui timidly following behind, too apprehensive to utter a word. The tribe members, witnessing White Wind's irritable demeanor, surmised that he had encountered a setback and were reluctant to engage with him, pretending not to see and swiftly turning away. Deer, the naive young lad, oblivious to the others retreating quietly, was caught by White Wind. Perfect timing, White Wind exclaimed, I am in quite a predicament. Come and see if your brain can devise a solution. If you fail as well, let us see if you dare to mock me thereafter. With that, Deer was pushed into White Wind's abode, not daring to defy his authority. Upon seeing White Wind's constructions, he was perplexed, unsure why a circle had been formed within the house. As White Wind expressed his concerns regarding the Kong's surface, without sufficient firewalls, it could not be constructed properly. But too many would prevent the fuel from reaching the heart of the fire. Deer observed the Kang's structure and grasped White Wind's dilemma. In truth, White Wind had no expectations of Deer. He merely sought an outlet for his frustrations, while Deer found himself unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire. Feigning contemplation, Deer was not interrupted by White Wind. Soon, he repositioned a brick from a horizontal to a vertical alignment, parallel to the Kong entrance, then squatted down to gaze up at White Wind. White Wind's expression transformed from confusion to realization, and then to exasperation, prompting Deer to spring to his feet and make a hasty escape. Bai Feng was not truly angry. He merely intended to frighten the deer. Watching the deer flee in a flurry, he could hardly contain his laughter. The deer, despite being somewhat obstinate, possessed many admirable qualities and was indeed Bai Feng's lucky star. It was rather astonishing that he had not realized such a simple truth sooner. He constructed several firewalls parallel to the Kong Si, creating a support for the Kong surface, untroubled by the thought of it not burning well. Bai Feng almost resorted to using wood for support, akin to constructing a roof, which could have resulted in a disastrous fate of being roasted alive at night. It seemed appropriate to repurpose the deer's small knife into a dagger once more, and perhaps he could fashion it ahead of time. Bai Feng successfully completed the Kong, though lacking proper tools left its surface uneven and excessively damp, rendering it unfit for rest. He utilized the abundant fallen leaves, mixing them with earth to fill the Kong, igniting it slowly to dry out the structure. The fuel for the Kong needed to contain soil. This would ensure a smoldering fire that burned gradually rather than a fierce flame that extinguished in an instant. This prolonged heat would be comfortable, a fact Bai Feng was well aware of, as the discomfort of a scorching Kong was an experience best avoided. The clansmen remained oblivious to Bai Feng's endeavors, witnessing only the chief laboring tirelessly to mold bricks for 2.5 days, creating an additional chimney when one sufficed. Once Bai Feng confirmed the stability and safety of his Kong, he planned to instruct everyone, but for now, it was prudent to keep it a secret, as half of the room was occupied by the Kong, leaving no space to lie down before it was complete. Consequently, the young calf was deprived of the privilege to sleep indoors. The clansmen brought their prepared thatch in an orderly fashion, each team presenting a handful. Bai Feng, without laboring, found himself with the thickest bed in the entire clan. Chapter 48. Temptation to possess the finest resources and wield control over the clan's wealth was an inherent right of the chief. Bai Feng felt no need to grapple with the notion of oppressing his clansmen, for his responsibilities were heavier, requiring him to lead them in securing ample food and ensuring their safety. From the current perspective, Bai Feng proved to be a competent chief. The clansmen now had a stable shelter to shield them from the elements and wild beasts, food supply sufficient until late spring, reliable water sources, and improved weaponry, all contributing to a more convenient life, particularly with increased methods of winter heating. Sharing a grass nest with Sui, Bai Feng endeavored to maintain his composure, his restraint not stemming solely from his formidable willpower, but also from the deeply ingrained principles of protecting minors, his moral boundaries, and his profound awareness as a physician of the perils faced by young mothers during childbirth. Bai Feng yearned to build a small house for Sui. Yet upon expressing this desire, she clung to his arm in silence, tears streaming down her face. Sui's sense of security was severely lacking. She would convulse and weep at night, plagued by nightmares. Bai Feng was unaware of the suffering she had endured in her former tribe, and feeling helpless, he resolved to offer her more compassion. Whenever he discovered Sui in the throes of a nightmare, he would hum a lullaby to soothe her. In the absence of a lullaby and a mother's gentle embrace, Sui did not grow up in a nurturing environment, nor did Bai Feng. Born during a time of considerable hardship, Bai Feng was often left to fend for herself at home, only to be discovered by her parents after their laborious endeavors. Lying beneath a tree, asleep in a soiled garment, stained with a mixture of urine and dirt, her tiny hands bore the marks of countless fissures. By the time Bai Feng began to form memories, life had improved significantly. After those years passed, children were cherished treasures, no longer neglected. However, the health of the children had deteriorated markedly. The children Bai Feng encountered in her tribe were in even worse conditions than she had been in her youth. It seemed that their mothers, believing their children to possess the same resilience as themselves, carelessly left them scattered about. Each time Bai Feng visited the few children in her tribe, she found herself taking on the role of a devoted caretaker. When the children grew restless, she would teach them simple melodies devoid of words, lullabies that soothed their spirits. Sui learned these tunes as well, humming along involuntarily while working. When plagued by nightmares, Bai Feng would sing lullabies to Sui, who would quickly find solace, as if liberated from her fears. For Sui, these lullabies were not mere tokens of parental assurance, but rather a balm for her tragic fate. Yet, Bai Feng remained uncertain of the nature of Sui's feelings toward her. While she could dismiss such concerns, the era was indifferent to a woman's emotions. Love seemed a distant notion. What if Sui harbored feelings akin to those for a father or brother, rather than a husband? Each day, Bai Feng poured all her patience and meticulous care into Sui, embodying the most devoted of companions. Over time, Sui's demeanor began to improve, her smiles blossoming. Bai Feng would share with her whimsical tales, crafted from the fabric of their time, to bring forth her laughter. The tribe was now abundant in meat, with the rendered beef tallow serving as a superior source of fat, capable of revitalizing even the friliest among them. They feasted on starchy chestnuts and beef stews seasoned with salt, cinnamon, star anise, thyme, and other spices, creating a culinary experience that surpassed the meager offerings of other tribes. Within a fortnight, the elderly woman, once predicted to have only a few years left, had transformed, though she did not match the youthful appearance expected of her age. She had shed the lifelessness that marked her arrival, her spirit now indistinguishable from that of a young woman, capable of performing arduous tasks daily. The tribe members believed their leader possessed the secret to extending life, fostering a deeper reverence for him in their hearts. They envisioned seeking his aid to prolong their own lives as they aged. Bai Feng remained oblivious to the thoughts of her kin. Otherwise, she would have chuckled. If the tribe could sustain, or even elevate their current standard of living, they could easily live beyond 60 years, with the inevitable decline of health only arriving in their 40s or 50s. With limited ingredients available, Baifeng found it difficult to introduce variety into their meals. They primarily consumed beef stews with chestnuts or roasted beef, stir-fried chestnuts, and salted fish. The tribe relished these dishes, eagerly anticipating each meal. While Baifeng had grown weary of the monotonous fare, unable to articulate her discontent. Disliking home-cooked meals is characterized by an insatiable craving. Baifeng often feels a sense of incompleteness in his palate, yet he cannot pinpoint the exact flavor he yearns for. Perhaps it is the zest of spice? A casual stroll through the storeroom reveals a string of cured meat hanging from the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, it seems to be from a large female wild boar that the hunting team had previously captured. Baifeng had preserved a hind leg and made some sausages, though he had forgotten about them. Excited by his discovery, Baifeng quickly summoned Xue, slicing off a generous piece to take back to his home, along with a substantial segment of sausage. Noticing Xue's eager anticipation, he offered her a slice, which elicited a frown as the saltiness overwhelmed her taste buds. Yet she was reluctant to discard it. Baifeng, filled with joy, armed himself with a knife and ventured into the bamboo grove, hoping to find some bamboo shoots. The previous harvest had been transformed into pickles, and he yearned for fresh shoots. Uncertain if they could be found in autumn, he decided to take his chances. He dared not venture too deep into the grove, as the dense bamboo cast eerie shadows, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The fallen bamboo leaves crunched beneath his feet, and amidst this ambience, Baifeng felt a slight discomfort in his stomach, a sign that nature was calling. Finding autumn shoots proved challenging, but after locating 7 or 8, he was eager to leave the grove, fearful that something unspeakable might emerge. Though the autumn shoots were scarce, they were exceptionally fresh. The glutinous rice in the storeroom remained untouched, as the tribe preferred meat over grains when available. After cleaning the rice, he placed it in a pot for steaming, creating a delectable dish known as glutinous rice with bamboo shoots. The autumn chives had lost their leaves, yet the roots remained tender. He unearthed a few, their pungent spiciness potent. The cured meat required rinsing to remove excess salt, or it would be inedible. Tender shoots were cut into sections, and the cured meat and sausage sliced. Lacking vegetable oil, he opted for beef tallow, heating it before adding the chives. Once aromatic, he introduced the cured meat and sausage, followed by the bamboo shoots, seasoning with a sprinkle of thyme. After a brief stir-fry, the primitive version of bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat was ready to serve. Baifeng savored a bite, deeming it a culinary masterpiece of the era. He pondered, should mythological chaos ensue and he fail to become a master of wind and rain, could he perhaps attain the status of a culinary deity? Xue, drawn in by the delicious aroma, had, under Baifeng's careful tutelage, learned to use chopsticks. She picked up a piece of meat, and upon tasting it, felt it was a delicacy fit for the gods. With sparkling eyes, she gazed at Baifeng, hoping for a larger share. Patience, he advised, the rice will soon be ready. Once it's done, you will truly understand the essence of deliciousness. Chapter 49. Development. No one can resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. The meal Baifeng prepared, had it been served in the past, would have prompted him to overturn tables in a restaurant. However, after months of consuming haphazardly prepared dishes, this thoughtfully crafted meal was a revelation of taste. Xue, who once struggled to fill her belly, now found herself lost in the flavors of a pot of glutinous rice complemented by a stir-fry of bamboo shoots and cured meat. Baifeng hardly ate much himself. Instead, Xue became engrossed in her meal, and by the time she realized how little was left, she felt a pang of guilt, fearing Baifeng's displeasure. Yet, Baifeng merely patted her head before heading off to wash the pot, for a devoted admirer is infinitely forgiving of their goddess. After the tribespeople visited the warm bedding crafted by Baifeng, they all returned home, eager to create one for themselves, conveniently forgetting their previous disdain for the chief's inexplicable behavior. Baifeng, setting aside past grievances, guided them in the process, and soon every home boasted a spacious communal bed. It provided relief from humidity in summer and warmth in winter, also helping to prevent ailments such as rheumatism. Currently, they possessed no concept of disease avoidance. Even in the frigid weather, they doused themselves with cold water, laboring until sweat beaded on their brows, indifferent to the biting wind as they unzipped their leather garments to cool off. Baifeng found it impossible to manage their recklessness, resorting to intimidation with a whip. As reason proved futile, life unfolded without incident, resembling a secluded paradise, with little of significance occurring within the tribe, rendering existence rather mundane. When the calf first arrived, still partially weaned and plump, it could only graze after joining the tribe, as Baifeng provided no feed. Now, its ribs were conspicuously visible. It had grown taller, yet appeared thinner and less appealing. Sui, in the direction Baifeng hoped for, was changing. Her skin, no longer requiring sunlight, was rapidly lightening from a wheatish tone to resemble that of an ordinary girl from later times, even exhibiting signs of becoming fairer. Baifeng was certain she bore no skin ailments. It could only be said that fair-skinned individuals were born thus, a trait to be envied. In Baifeng's eyes, only fair-skinned girls were beautiful, their skin as delicate as cream, a single shade concealing a multitude of flaws. Moreover, Sui's features were not unattractive. With a bit of weight, she appeared even cuter and more refined. Yet to the tribespeople, Sui became increasingly unappealing, her lack of sun-kissed skin rendering her sickly ugly. Baifeng inwardly chastised them for their ignorance, having never tasted quality pork. In this small tribe, women of higher status, who neither toiled nor tanned in the sun, possessed increasingly fair and fine skin. Once true social classes emerged with greater productivity, men's preference for women with smooth, pale skin would be ingrained in their very genes. The wall had risen to a height of 1 meter, with Baifeng standing at its edge, his head barely visible. Although this height was easily surmountable by any wild man, the tribespeople no longer had to raise their eyes to face the vast wilderness, their sense of security growing steadily. The tribe now possessed over a dozen bows, with production ongoing, as Baifeng sought to develop a bow of unparalleled power compared to those of his contemporaries. The extensive crafting led to an improvement in the artisan's skills. The bows were no longer crude, now featuring leather grips and lacquered wooden surfaces. Despite claims that lacquer tree sap was irritating, they endured the discomfort for the sake of aesthetics. The bear's bow had become the most ostentatious. As the tribe's bow-making techniques matured, the bear had discarded the bow Baifeng had given him, akin to a faithless lover, and instead fashioned a bow so formidable that Baifeng questioned whether he could even draw it. All materials used were of the finest quality, including cow horn, which enhanced the bow's resilience while also serving as decoration. On the day the formidable bow was strung, he presented it to Baifeng. As Baifeng touched the fearsome bow, a sense of trepidation washed over him. However, Xiong insisted he give it a try. Baifeng did not knock an arrow but merely drew the string back, and even halfway proved to be an insurmountable challenge, leaving him feeling inadequate. Fearing embarrassment, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead remarked to Xiong that a bow's rigidity does not equate to superiority. After all, if one cannot draw it, what distinguishes it from a mere stick? A stick could be wielded with far more dexterity. Upon hearing this, Xiong knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, releasing it with a piercing whoosh as the arrow whizzed past Baifeng's ear, so swift that he barely had time to register its presence, leaving him with a tingling sensation on his scalp. Xiong aimed at a tree over 30 meters away, which had been felled and was destined to be used as firewood. Upon inspecting the aftermath, they found only the pointed tip of the stone arrowhead embedded in the wood, while the rest had shattered upon impact, strewn across the ground. Baifeng mused that had the arrowhead been fashioned from tempered iron and designed as a piercing projectile, he was confident that at such close range, Xiong could have pierced through 3 men with a single shot. Yet, this mighty bow remained a challenge for Baifeng to draw even once. Despite possessing one of the finest physiques of his era, Xiong, despite his innate strength, could hardly manage multiple shots in succession. After voicing his concerns, Baifeng observed as Xiong repeatedly drew and released the bowstring 6 times, only feeling a sensation of inadequacy on the 7th attempt. Baifeng was profoundly impressed by Xiong's strength. He had no desire to confront such a formidable man physically. Naturally, Baifeng would not conceal from Xiong the potential damage caused by repeatedly drawing the bow without an arrow. Watching Xiong tenderly inspect the bow, Baifeng's wicked sense of satisfaction was piqued. Nevertheless, recognizing Xiong as a powerful warrior, Baifeng was determined to provide him with various iron arrowheads tailored to different purposes. The iron ingots available at the smelting forge would suffice for Baifeng for quite some time, allowing him the freedom to experiment with steel without fear of waste. His apprentice, possessing arms as stout as Xiong's, was a promising blacksmith, though lacking Xiong's exceptional marksmanship and strength. Baifeng understood that iron must be refined to become steel, though the specifics eluded him. The iron blades he had previously forged, while hard, were also brittle, resulting in many of his kin's weapons shattering. He vaguely recalled terms like high-carbon steel and low-carbon steel, suggesting that carbon played a crucial role in the conversion of iron into steel. Regrettably, he was but a hapless liberal arts student, not a science or engineering scholar. As Bai Feng added crushed carbon powder to the molten iron, he was hesitant to overdo it, estimating that a handful would suffice for a pot of molten iron. After melting what he believed to be high-carbon steel into a steel bar, he attempted to forge it into a blade. However, he lost his grip, and it fell to the ground, shattering into more than 2 pieces. Frustrated, Bai Feng pondered whether he had added too much or too little carbon. After several days of trial and error, he finally discerned that it was not about adding carbon, but rather about expelling it. No wonder the outcome varied only in the number of fragments, regardless of the amount of carbon introduced. Once he adjusted his approach, Bai Feng, alongside his apprentice with arms like a Qilin, took turns hammering the iron ingots, diligently removing impurities and oxidized layers from the surface of the iron. After Bai Feng flattened the hammer, he folded it again and continued to strike until it had been folded 4 times. Only then did he begin to shape the blade, aiming to create a Nepali kukuri, a remarkably practical design. Chapter 50, First Snow. The blade produced from repeated folding and forging undoubtedly possessed commendable hardness and toughness. However, Bai Feng struggled with the blade's aesthetic appeal, resulting in a form that fell short of elegance and even appeared somewhat unappealing. The tang was crafted from a single piece and featured a hole for the installation of the handle. Once he deemed the shaping nearly complete, he subjected the blade blank to intense heat until it glowed a vibrant orange, then swiftly quenched it in water. Lacking knowledge on how to ascertain hardness, he simply noted that the blade was straight and felt confident in his success. When he tossed it onto the ground, it emitted a crisp sound. When thrown onto the anvil, it did not shatter, and even when bent by hand, it did not break but returned to its original form. Bai Feng was finally convinced that what he had forged was no longer mere iron, but could rightfully be called steel. There were numerous stones of varying coarseness available for sharpening, but Bai Feng preferred to refine the blade's shape by hand, gradually polishing it with fine sand and even using linen for a final sheen. The handle was made from peach wood, secured with pegs, and shaped to fit comfortably in his hand. After sharpening, it gleamed with a chilling light. Testing the blade on particularly hard Qinggang wood, he found it could slice deeply without sustaining any damage. Everyone's eyes glimmered with fervent desire as they fixated on the blade, each wishing to claim it for themselves. Bai Feng, however, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as the blade's form remained somewhat awkward. He understood that a blade forged through such folding would typically exhibit intricate and beautiful patterns, yet he lacked the knowledge to reveal these designs. Thus, the blade appeared rather coarse. Otherwise, such a weapon could have garnered him countless beauties for his tribe. Encased in a sheath crafted from wood and cowhide, Bai Feng tossed the blade to the eager deer outside. "This is the blade I promised you. Do not pester me in the future. Take good care of it. If you lose it, it is not my concern." The deer, taken aback by Bai Feng's gesture, nodded blankly at his words. Before Bai Feng could offer further instructions, the deer clutched the blade and fled. The tribespeople, previously fixated on Bai Feng, now turned their fervent gazes toward the deer, who dashed away, prompting a flurry of followers, leaving no one behind to watch Bai Feng. As he surveyed the tidied forge, Bai Feng felt a flicker of contentment. Discarding his blacksmith apron and casually tossing aside the hammer, he took hold of the deer and prepared to leave the forge, simultaneously informing Hui that he could now attempt independent forging. Most importantly, he had resolved the matter of steelmaking. He could no longer confine himself to the forge. Hui nodded vigorously in agreement, and, at the moment Bai Feng stepped out the door, began to perform a jubilant and improvised dance with the hammer in hand. Winter had not yet officially begun, yet the first snowfall had arrived, quietly descending at night and showing no signs of abating by morning. The world outside was cloaked in a blanket of white, with the snow accumulating thickly enough to cover the tops of shoes, though its moisture was insufficient to form compact shapes when grasped. Except for Bai Feng, none had shoes, as they all deemed such footwear to be quite foolish. Now, no one could venture outdoors. The children, filled with playful spirits, dashed into the snow but soon retreated, their little feet freezing in the bitter cold. Since it seemed to be the will of the heavens, the entire clan would take a holiday today and await the cessation of the snowfall. Little Niu could no longer enter Bai Feng's home, so Bai Feng constructed a small shelter beside his abode using wood. though the walls were drafty. At least it provided cover from the snow. Bai Feng believed his creation was sturdy enough to withstand the weight of the snow, and the shelter was filled with thick, dry hay. Little Niu could lie down comfortably, remaining warm despite the heavy snowfall, while his kin huddled in the valley, their backs laden with snow, trembling together in the cold. With nothing to occupy his time, Sui lay on the soft hay below, atop a warm kong covered with cowhide, winking up at Bai Feng, who was impervious to the allure. Finding his tools, Bai Feng set out to craft a pair of boots for Sui. Their Mongolian robes were nearing completion, expected to be finished in a few days, though the outer fabric was plain linen, lacking the vibrant colors of future Mongolian attire. Lifting Sui's foot, Bai Feng placed it on the cowhide to trace its outline. Despite the thick calluses, Sui's feet were delicate and clean, fair in color, with a perfect shape. Her elegant ankles and slender calves complemented her petite feet beautifully. Bai Feng, nearly overwhelmed with desire, quickly suppressed his thoughts, ensuring that no one, not even Sui, would discover his slight peculiarities. Fortunately, Sui remained oblivious, believing Bai Feng was merely focused on his work. After measuring 1 foot, Bai Feng indulged his craft before feigning completion of the sole measurements. Outside, snow continued to fall, while the fireplace crackled merrily within the warm room. The scene would have been perfect with a metal kettle bubbling atop the hearth. On snowy days, the pace of life slowed. Perhaps the other clan members were still nestled in their beds, lost in deep slumber, while those with wives were preoccupied with their own affairs. Bai Feng then utilized his newly crafted steel knife to carve the boot soles from wood. Solely using cowhide would result in overly soft soles, so he opted for a thin layer of wood sandwiched in between for added sturdiness. Bai Feng was exceedingly patient, ensuring the wooden base was as flat as possible to avoid discomfort, while also maintaining a slight arch to support the foot's natural curvature. A flat sole would not only cause foot pain over time, but also adversely affect the spine and alter the foot's appearance. Sui watched attentively, occasionally passing Bai Feng the hemp cord for stitching the boots, or helping to tighten the cowhide for better cutting. As afternoon arrived, the snowfall began to diminish. With only a few scattered flurries remaining, the snow had accumulated to a depth surpassing the ankles, a surprising first snowfall of such magnitude. There was no need to summon the clan to clear the snow. It would be too taxing for them. It was better to allow them to continue their slumber and let the snow settle, making tomorrow's cleanup easier. In the darkness of the night, devoid of light, oil was a precious commodity that Bai Feng hesitated to use for illumination. Instead, he relied on torches for temporary lighting. Though they produced a considerable amount of smoke that was quite suffocating, Bai Feng had initially hoped to find a beehive to extract honey and refine beeswax. But his aspirations were overly optimistic, as he had never encountered a bee colony. However, wasp and hornet nests were plentiful. One of the tribe members, while passing by a dead tree, inadvertently kicked it, only to discover a nest of hornets within. Fortunately, after the recent rain, a muddy pit offered him refuge, allowing him to roll in it and escape the impending danger. Yet, upon returning to the tribe, he found himself stung repeatedly, suffering from severe poisoning, incessantly vomiting and fainting. Bai Feng could only concoct an antidote with the limited medicinal supplies at hand, and after a night's rest, he managed to recover. Now, both Sui and Bai Feng had grown accustomed to sleeping at night without any awkwardness or embarrassment. Their relationship had yet to progress into anything substantial. They merely relied on one another for comfort. Bai Feng often woke in the night feeling cold, gazing at Sui, who was wrapped in a leather hide, while he buried himself in the hay for warmth. In the morning, the sunlight reflecting off the snow made the world exceptionally bright. After washing up, Bai Feng stretched lazily, preparing to step outside and gather the tribe to clear the snow. However, upon opening the door, his heart sank at the sight of chaotic, overlapping paw prints scattered across the ground. A sense of dread washed over him, and his scalp prickled with apprehension. Chapter 51. The Werewolf. Bai Feng swiftly closed the door, unwilling to venture out recklessly. The multitude of footprints could not have been made by a solitary beast. There must have been a large group of wild animals that had invaded Bai Feng's tribe during the night. Clutching a knife in his hand, he felt little sense of security. It was too short and lacked sufficient lethality. After a moment's thought, he handed the knife to Sui, who was still oblivious to the situation, while he armed himself with a bow and arrow, feeling emboldened by the prospect of a ranged weapon. Sui trembled as she gripped the knife, standing behind Bai Feng, believing that the large tribe they had previously offended had come seeking revenge. She was weeping and shaking uncontrollably, yet her grip on the knife grew tighter. Baifeng cautiously opened the door a crack, scanning the surroundings, but seeing nothing nearby. He remained crouched, ready to attack. And after ensuring the area was secure, he knelt down to examine the prints more closely. They were star-shaped and relatively small. Baifeng deduced they were likely from wolves, as only such creatures would travel in packs of that size. He had never encountered jackals in this region. The thought of wolves did not instill fear in him, for he had previously fought alone, albeit feeble, old wolf and emerged victorious, boosting his confidence in dealing with them. Wolves, unlike lions or leopards, do not ambush their prey but rather hunt in packs, employing tactics of teamwork. Thus, even if they encountered a solitary victim, they would probe cautiously before launching an actual attack. The absence of warning cries from the tribe suggested one of two scenarios. Either the entire household had been obliterated, or the wolves had not infiltrated the dwelling at all. Baifeng leaned towards the latter possibility. No matter how formidable a pack of wolves might be, it was unlikely that they could silence a dozen prey without a single sound being uttered. Gently calling to the young calf, it responded with a soft moo to Baifeng, albeit timidly, trembling in fear. The calf's dwelling, constructed entirely of wood, though drafty, was sturdy enough to ensure its safety. The wolf pack, it seemed, found themselves thwarted by the resilience of the structure. Baifeng did not allow Sui to venture out, instructing her to remain inside. Should wolves appear, Baifeng would promptly shut the door upon entering. Standing beneath the eaves, Baifeng raised his voice to alert his kin, issuing a warning to all. Most of the tribe had awakened, yet, aware of the deep snow outside, they presumed they could afford to remain idle within their homes, oblivious to the encroaching wolves. Under Baifeng's alarm, all the able-bodied men cautiously emerged from their dwellings after confirming safety, while the women armed themselves, guarding the doors. Over 100 individuals gathered in the clearing before Baifeng's home, with sentinels stationed at the front and rear. The ground was marked with numerous paw prints, evidence that the wolves had arrived after the snowfall ceased, though it remained unclear whether they had since departed. Dividing into teams, several men fanned out in various directions, ready to shout if they spotted any threats, hastening to provide assistance. Due to the tribe's continuous expansion, their territory now spanned 300 to 400 acres. Though it remained densely populated with little arable land, Baifeng led his companions onward, the tracks in the snow alarmingly dense. He could hardly fathom how many wolves had come, strands of their grayish-yellow fur littering the ground. Silence enveloped the group, no one daring to speak above a whisper. The only sounds being the crunch of snow beneath their feet and the heavy breaths of their kin, unshod and with feet already turning red from the cold. Though their anxiety rendered them oblivious to their discomfort. With no residential area in sight, Baifeng directed their steps toward the storage warehouse. From a distance, they began to hear scratching, thumping, and sharp vocalizations. Instantly, they shifted into combat mode, spears leveled, crouching low to maintain their balance. Gradually making their way closer to the warehouse. Before they could round the corner, Baifeng glimpsed several wolf backsides. Perhaps they underestimated the threat posed by humans or felt emboldened by their numbers. They had certainly sensed Baifeng and his group approaching. Yet not a single wolf turned to face them. Drawing his bow, Baifeng aimed for the belly of a wolf roughly 10 meters away and loosed an arrow. Unfortunately, it missed its mark, striking the creature's spine instead. The wolf convulsed once before collapsing, failing to struggle further, a stroke of luck for Baifeng. An unintentional display of marksmanship. Upon witnessing their companion fall, the nearby wolves tucked their tails and retreated slightly, only to return in a group to assess the condition of their fallen comrade, finally fixing their gaze upon Baifeng and his tribe. The sounds of scratching and thumping ceased. This was a warehouse for storing beef, likely enticing the wolves with the scent of processed meat, which explained their hesitation to attack Baifeng's people. However, the thick, heavy door of the warehouse posed a formidable barrier to their claws, and it was unclear how long they had been attempting to breach it. As the wolves continued to gather, their numbers swelled to an astonishing 40 or 50, with even more hidden behind the walls, making it difficult to fathom such a vast pack. Perhaps it was precisely this urgency that compelled them to venture forth in search of sustenance once the heavy snowfall ceased. Although the White Wind faction boasted a larger group, the looming presence of those eager green-eyed predators instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Humans, too, sought to engage with the wilderness unscathed, especially considering the complications that arose from injuries, such as the potential threat of rabies, which would leave White Wind with no choice but to incinerate the afflicted. White Wind called out to another team led by Bear, and upon hearing his roar, the wolves hesitated momentarily before cautiously advancing. With his bowstring drawn, White Wind was uncertain whether his arrow would deter the beasts or provoke an immediate assault. Bear's team rushed over, equally astonished by the sheer number of wolves. Instead of retreating in fear, the pack appeared invigorated by the increasing human presence, as though the shimmering weapons in their hands were nothing more than mere twigs. Without a moment's hesitation, Bear drew his longbow, crouched low, and released an arrow tipped with a piercing head. It soared through the air, striking the first wolf in the gut and then piercing the chest of a second, pinning it firmly to the ground. The wolves, undeterred by the fate of their fallen comrades and driven by the scent of blood, erupted into a chorus of howls before charging forward like a relentless tide. The tribespeople recoiled in fear, yet their spears were not idle, thrusting wildly as many wolves were skewered and fell, writhing in agony. A few managed to slip through, biting and clawing at the humans, eliciting terrified screams, though the numbers were few. Archers continued to draw their bows and release their arrows in rapid succession, achieving a high rate of accuracy amid the chaos. Yet most arrows failed to find vital targets, allowing many wolves to press on despite their wounds. For 3 or 4 minutes, the ground was littered with the fallen, some still convulsing in their death throes. Gradually, the wolves regained a semblance of reason, perhaps summoned by the howls of their hidden alpha, and began to withdraw, creating distance between themselves and the humans while baring their teeth in defiance. Not a single member of White Wind's tribe had perished, though many bore injuries, the most severe being a deep gash on one leg, flesh hanging precariously, revealing glimpses of bone. Yet, he stood resolutely firm. The Wolf King, its gray fur glistening and its stature markedly larger than the others, led the remaining 60 or 70 wolves as they leapt over the city walls, retreating towards the forest. One wolf, unable to leap due to an injury, was swiftly dispatched by the Wolf King, which crushed its neck with a single bite before carelessly discarding it in the snow. Bear glared furiously at the Wolf King, extracting the last arrow from White Wind's quiver, knocking it, and drawing back, aiming at the formidable beast. The Wolf King nimbly evaded the shot, fixating its gaze on White Wind and Bear, as if to etch their likeness into its memory. With a long, mournful howl, it made its final leap over the wall and vanished into the wilderness. Bai Feng and his companions did not dare to pursue, primarily because they needed to tend to their injured comrades. Upon seeing the valiant warrior with his calf torn apart, Bai Feng urgently called out, "Quick! Find a clean house to bring them in, and where is my medical kit? Doctor! Doctor! Bring my kit at once." Chapter 52. The tribe's rest. The resilience of humanity in this era is truly remarkable. Witnessing such wounds made Bai Feng's scalp tingle. Yet the warrior merely expressed slight discomfort, refraining from wailing as one might do when dressing a post-operative patient suffering from hemorrhoids or perianal abscesses. Following a past experience with a woman in labor who lacked proper facilities, the tribe constructed a small house to address such emergencies. The previous mother and her husband, a potter, now led a harmonious life, especially after the arrival of their child, which allowed the father to relish the joys of parenthood. This development was a direct consequence of Bai Feng's strict measures. Once the potter gained access to the maternity room, he completely disregarded their newborn. Fortunately, Bai Feng frequently visited the child. Otherwise, the infant's sustenance would have been appropriated and the mother's time monopolized, leaving the child unattended. Enraged, Bai Feng vented his frustrations by breaking countless bamboo strips, but as his anger subsided, he realized that much of the blame lay with him. Had he not meddled in arranged marriages, such issues might not have arisen. He contemplated retracting his actions, acknowledging that a solid familial foundation had yet to be established. However, the potter vehemently opposed this, pleading with Bai Feng not to take back his wife, assuring him that he would no longer seize the child's provisions or monopolize the mother. He promised to assume responsibility for the child's care after work. Sensing the sincerity in his plea, Bai Feng decided to grant him another chance, thereby giving himself an opportunity as well. Nevertheless, Bai Feng made it a habit to periodically check on their situation to ensure the fulfillment of his promises. As a result, the child thrived, and the couple lived in harmony. The potter proved industrious, securing more food for the family, which led to an increasingly prosperous existence. Baifeng also developed the practice of intermittently inquiring about the living conditions of married households and imposed penalties and critiques on those who engaged in extramarital affairs. Consequently, the potter's family became a model of marital success under Baifeng's guidance. To address emergencies, Baifeng not only prepared a makeshift house, but also crafted a medical kit. However, it contained no medicines, as Baifeng had yet to develop pills or powders. Inside the kit lay a sharp willow leaf knife, which had yet to be utilized, along with tweezers, curved needles for suturing, and sutures made from sterilized sheep intestines, all wrapped in steamed linen. Additionally, there were strips of steamed linen available as bandages. The entire setup was quite rudimentary, with many procedural steps inadequately addressed, rendering the distinction between sterilized and non-sterilized instruments negligible. Baifeng assigned a medical assistant to remain, while instructing the uninjured individuals to return and dispose of the wolf carcasses. It was only at this moment that they realized their feet were nearly numb from the cold, each one pleading to return home to warm their toes, requesting an additional day of rest. Baifeng conceded that they could bring the wolf carcasses back to the house for processing, though ultimately the meat and hides would need to be surrendered. The only advantage was the warmth of the house. Baifeng was profoundly impressed by the resilience of the present-day individuals, apart from the one with a calf injury. The other 10 or so lightly wounded had nearly staunched their bleeding, exhibiting remarkable coagulation capabilities. Lacking glucose or antiseptics like iodine, they had only warm water that had been boiled and cooled, devoid of even distilled water. Washing the wounds with water made them appear relatively clean. Yet the blood continued to flow. Baifeng heated an iron needle until it glowed red and applied it to the vessels, serving as a substitute for the surgical electric knife of later generations. Fortunately, this method proved effective, halting the bleeding. After another thorough cleansing, Baifeng began to meticulously suture the wounds, continuously instructing the physician on the essential techniques. Lacking suturing experience, he dared not let the physician take over, intending instead for him to practice on a piece of meat first, as all doctors had once done. The first 2 layers of sutures were executed smoothly, and the patient neither resisted nor cried out, remaining remarkably calm. Baifeng felt as though he were operating on a patient under general anesthesia, completing the skin closure with a surge of determination before bandaging it up. He found the outcome quite satisfactory, though he harbored concerns about the possibility of infection. When he called for the patient, he discovered that the man had fainted from the pain at some point. Turning to observe the lightly wounded patients who had been watching the entire procedure, he saw their expressions of horror, as if they had encountered a demon. They would rather let their blood flow than allow Baifeng to treat them. The physician, listening attentively to Baifeng's teachings, had witnessed the transformation of the terrifying wounds into perfect sutures, leading him to regard his clan leader as far from frightening. Baifeng's skills were, in his mind, beyond verbal description. After repeatedly assuring them that he would not treat their bodies as mere cloth to stitch, they cautiously agreed to let Baifeng attend to their injuries. He merely cleansed and bandaged them before allowing them to leave, hoping for no infections to arise. The man with the injured leg had just awakened, staring in disbelief at his bandaged limb. Though the pain confirmed it was not a dream, he would remain there to recuperate. Attempting to stay as far away from his filthy kin as possible, his survival hinged on whether he would succumb to infection. If he endured without falling ill, he would be a fine man once more. If not, he would be reborn in another 15 years, a mere shadow of his former self. The bounty of 31 wolves, their hides to be processed for quality pelts, was a prospect Baifeng approached with trepidation. Should he step outside wearing the pelt of the head wolf, he feared it would lead to his immediate demise. He promised that all those who had fought would receive a share of the wolf skins, though providing each clansman with a pair of shoes this year was impossible. However, he could offer these warriors a piece of hide to wrap around their feet for warmth. If they desired boots, they could fashion them themselves, which was not overly difficult. There was no way Baifeng could craft shoes for each of these rugged men. While wolf meat was edible, it was far from palatable, being sour and tough. Nevertheless, it was still meat, and thus not to be wasted. However, precautions were necessary. Doors and windows needed to be secured tightly at night, reinforced if possible, for wolves bore grudges, and another nighttime assault would be catastrophic. Today, the intention was to have them collectively clear the snow from the clan's territory. However, in light of their valiant efforts today and the fruitful outcomes, I shall not impose further demands upon my kin, for the weather is too frigid and the snow too deep. The entire clan shall rest today. Chapter 53. Summary of the beginning of winter after 2 days of repose. There are no valid excuses left for inactivity among the people, and the snow has begun to gradually melt, crunching underfoot. Apart from the injured, pregnant women, and children, all others are required to participate in shoveling the snow. The shovels are lightweight and perfectly suited for the task, complemented by a large wooden board fashioned into a snow pusher, which, when tethered with rope, allows a few individuals at the front to pull while one at the rear steers the direction, effortlessly pushing through even the thickest layers of snow in a single sweep. The tribal dwelling is expansive, encompassing not only residential areas but also sites for kiln operations. Other vacant plots are intended for cultivation, although the land is saline and alkaline. The degree of salinization is not excessively high. The snow that accumulates in these areas will serve as a cleansing process upon its melting. Additionally, various ashes produced by the tribe are deposited there, including the waste generated by hundreds of individuals. When mixed with soil and piled in designated areas, it will mature and ferment, ready for tilling come spring. Even if the salinity is slightly greater than in other regions, the yield will undoubtedly surpass that of the wild, untamed growth of the wasteland. The water in the pipes is currently unusable. Upon noticing a sudden drop in temperature, Baifeng promptly ordered that the inlet at the lake be sealed to prevent the ceramic water pipes from freezing and shattering due to ice formation. Presently, we rely on water that has been stored in advance, kept in a cellar where the temperature does not descend below freezing, thus avoiding ice formation. However, the cold is quite severe. Even the most robust individual would find that a single sip of the chilled water drawn from the cellar would lead to considerable discomfort within mere minutes. Miraculously, the clan member who had his calf stitched yesterday showed no signs of infection. When the bandage was changed, the wound was unexpectedly dry, with no discharge. Should this condition persist over the coming days, it would indeed be a blessing from the heavens. Baifeng has prepared medicine, merely awaiting the opportunity to alleviate his fever. Remarkably, he exhibited no signs of infection thereafter. After approximately a week of convalescence in the ward, while he could not move extensively, the wound had nearly healed, albeit with unsightly stitches. Nevertheless, he regards this scar as a symbol of masculinity and a testament to his courage. Baifeng believes that in this era, those with such scars may not necessarily be brave, but they certainly possess resilience. Among the other injured clan members, 2 developed infections due to deeper wounds. Fortunately, the symptoms were not too severe. Baifeng merely administered fever-reducing medication during their febrile episodes, and thereafter, they relied entirely on their robust immune systems to restore their health. It has been 10 days since the snowfall, and after a brief drop in temperature, it has once again risen. When the snow across the vast expanse of the wasteland has completely melted, leaving only a few remnants hidden in the shaded corners, winter shall officially commence. On this day marking the onset of winter, Baifeng did not require anyone to labor. Instead, the entire clan gathered in the open space designated as a plaza, igniting dozens of large bonfires to dispel the chill. On this day, Baifeng convenes a summary conference to reflect on the year's endeavors, reward the most significant contributors, allocate resources within the clan, and establish the work plan and construction progress for the coming year. This gathering serves as a vital means to enhance the tribe's cohesion, unity, and sense of belonging. When asked why this event is held on the onset of winter rather than at year's end, Baifeng finds himself unable to conjure the celestial observatory of Zijin Mountain, nor can he ascertain the precise day of the new year. He can only calculate the timing of the winter solstice, which may vary by a day but can be recalibrated using the sun's shadow during the winter and summer solstices. As for the festivities and the creation of the calendar, that task is entrusted to Xuanyuan. The Baifeng tribe can indeed designate this day of winter's arrival as a significant occasion, which, in essence, can be considered a festival. Furthermore, from this day forth, the tribe's leisure time will gradually surpass their work hours. Baifeng also intends to establish another fixed date, the day of bison hunting. The wild bison migrate to the valley pastures annually around the same time, and the Baifeng tribe can rely on bison hunting as a primary source of sustenance. The day of the catch can be celebrated in a manner akin to this year's exuberant feasting and merriment. The most significant contributor to the tribe is Bear, who possesses notable leadership qualities and represents the pinnacle of the tribe's martial prowess. The bounty he brings back from hunts is immeasurable. Yet Baifeng has little of value to offer him, as Bear takes what he deems worthy without hesitation. Thus, in a tribe abundant with young men and women, Bai Feng decides to permit Bear to choose another wife. He may select one young woman, while he is allowed two older ones. Under the tribe's nutritional support, these older women are rejuvenating, and no one believes they will perish within a few years. However, Bear still opts for one young beauty. The second most valuable contributor is Ji, the hunter who discovered and autonomously decided to track the bison herd, ultimately bringing immense benefits to the tribe. Bai Feng can offer him only a wife and some fabric to make clothing, but the centerpiece of his reward is a formidable machete, measuring over 1/2 meter in length. Bear had pestered Bai Feng for this knife for what felt like an eternity, yet Bai Feng still withheld it. Upon seeing the knife, Ji's joy was palpable, yet he hesitated to take it as he fidgeted nervously, glancing around, seemingly apprehensive about something. Observing the excitement radiating from his flushed face, Bai Feng took the initiative to hand the knife directly to him, cautiously avoiding the risk of injury. To showcase the blade, Bai Feng placed the sheath aside rather than inserting the knife into it. As Ji grasped the knife, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Concerned by his fear, Bai Feng assisted him in sheathing the blade, which seemed to bring him some comfort. Once sheathed, Ji took a few deep breaths before sprinting away, clutching the knife tightly, disregarding Bai Feng's advice to select a wife first. Witnessing Ji's greater affection for the knife than for women, Bai Feng took it upon himself to choose two older women for him, instructing them to bring fabric to Ji. Subsequently, the esteemed members of the tribe, such as the shaman, carpenter, potter, and those who discovered iron ore, as well as the individuals who caught the most fish, built the most earthen structures, and gathered the greatest quantity of wild vegetables, were recognized for their contributions. The deer, too, was considered a benefactor, primarily because it was he who guided Bai Feng to the Great Lake, enabling their settlement in this area. In other respects, he was rather ordinary. Bai Feng did not reward him with a knife. The first steel knife remained in his possession. Although he was merely 15, he had already reached manhood in this era, and Bai Feng permitted him to choose a wife. All those who had rendered service were granted additional provisions, exempt from sharing with their production teams, allowing them to enjoy a truly private food supply. However, some of the female tribeswomen posed a dilemma for Bai Feng. While steel tools, cloth, and grain were distributed equally, it was inconceivable to allow them the autonomy to choose their husbands. Initially, Bai Feng intended to compensate them with extra grain, but to his astonishment, they indeed requested the right to select men as their spouses. After a moment of surprise, Bai Feng acquiesced, and without exception, they chose the most formidable men in the tribe, all of whom had recently received rewards. In terms of capability and strength, these men were excellent choices, and they accepted with pleasure, displaying no signs of displeasure. After all, forming strong alliances was a natural survival strategy, though it remained uncertain who truly benefited from this arrangement. Each newly formed household appeared to have received their respective rewards, yet in reality, they gained double, leaving Bai Feng seemingly at a loss. Chapter 54. Cast iron for reasons unknown. The current northwest region bears little resemblance to the northwest of Bai Feng's recollections of the future. Even in later times, many areas retained vast expanses of forest. What perplexed Bai Feng was the precipitation levels. In the future, winter would arrive with a dryness that led one to question existence itself, whereas now, just as the last snowfall melted, a new one began to fall. Most outdoor activities in Bai Feng's camp came to a halt, with only pottery firing and iron smelting continuing unabated, regardless of the weather, for the flames burned continuously, producing temperatures far exceeding those of their dwellings. The other tribespeople largely remained indoors, occasionally venturing out on sunny days to clear snow. As work diminished, the corresponding food supply also decreased slightly, yet everyone understood the reasons and expressed no dissatisfaction. Remarkably, even under such conditions, the tribespeople visibly flourished. The young cattle lacked fresh grass, subsisting solely on harvested hay, which was quite a good condition compared to the alternative of having to dig through thick snow to find roots. Continuous consumption of hay caused the once rapidly growing calf to appear even thinner, though its wooden shelter provided warmth, preventing it from expending energy against the biting winter cold. Xuanyuan's physique, too, began to round out, as adequate nutrition and a peaceful living environment ushered in a period of rapid development. Her skin became taut and elastic, and her hair transformed to a smooth, lustrous sheen, no longer resembling dry hay. It was likely that she would grow even taller by the following year. In the forge, Bai Feng had brought several clansmen endowed with mighty arms, who, instead of idly passing time, could contribute to the tribe by engaging in iron work. With their increasing proficiency, the output of iron tools within the tribe surged, although the accumulation of scrap metal necessitated reprocessing. After enduring the frigid months of winter and the lingering chill of early spring, nearly 200 warriors of the Bai Feng tribe would each possess a long sword, a mark of elite combat power in this era. The crafting of bows was also progressing steadily. Some clansmen, lacking understanding, yearned for super bows akin to those of the bears, believing such weapons would showcase their valor. However, after reluctantly borrowing a bear's bow for a trial, they dutifully opted for bows of standard strength. Previously, Bai Feng had focused solely on iron forging, never contemplating iron casting. One day, an apprentice inadvertently dropped a piece of clay into a freshly poured iron bar mold, leading them to believe the iron bar was ruined. Yet, when the apprentice approached Bai Feng to confess the mistake, presenting the flawed bar with a pit after the clay was removed, Bai Feng refrained from reprimanding him, instead advising caution and safety for the future. This incident rekindled Bai Feng's memory of ancient methods, particularly casting, as he had been ensnared in the mindset of forging. Since arriving in this world, Bai Feng often found himself unable to think laterally, only grasping concepts when others articulated them. Bai Feng was aware of the underlying reason for this. The previous owner of this body possessed only slightly above-average intelligence. Former clansmen who were familiar with Bai Feng inquired about his sudden surge in cleverness, yet he could not disclose that he had traversed into the body of Bai Feng. Thus, he resorted to the familiar rhetoric of the past. Now, Bai Feng possessed an extraordinary source code, but even with this newfound knowledge, he struggled to construct a framework. Fearing that if he were to have children, they might inherit the same lack of intellect as he once had, potentially transferring tribal power to them like other large tribes. Alternatively, he pondered whether to pass the mantle to someone more astute, capable of guiding the tribe further. Another source of Bai Feng's distress lay in the question of parentage. Would his offspring be his, or would they simply carry the legacy of the previous Bai Feng? Which was more significant, the inheritance of physical genes or spiritual essence? Did he not become the steward of the former Bai Feng? Despite his perfect control over this body, he understood that it was not truly his own. This notion once nearly drove Bai Feng to the brink of despair, as he grappled with such intricate thoughts while already struggling with the challenges of his mind. Just as he teetered on the edge of madness, a sudden clap of thunder jolted him awake, and he looked up to see a potter basking in the sun with a child in his arms. In that moment, Bai Feng found solace. As long as he experienced the process of creating life, it sufficed that he could continue the legacy of the former Bai Feng's genes alongside his own spirit. He resolved to regard the child as having two fathers, leaving the ethical quandaries for future philosophers to address. Rather than dwelling on unnecessary matters, he determined it far more meaningful to engage in productive endeavors, such as casting an iron pot, recognizing that while beaten iron pots had gained popularity through a documentary, the majority were indeed cast iron. Bai Feng crafted an iron mold using clay mixed with iron sand, subsequently pouring molten iron into it. Upon removing the mold, he obtained the desired cast iron object. Renowned bronze artifacts such as the Xuanyuan ding and the four-sheep square zune were produced using the lost wax casting method. Regrettably, Bai Feng lacked beeswax, which would have expedited and enhanced the casting process. His initial creation was an iron pot, as the ceramic pots were slow to conduct heat and overly thick, making it challenging to sauté. They were suitable only for boiling or stewing. With the iron pot, he could now fry and stir-fry. Xue, enamored by Bai Feng's culinary creations, frequently reminisced about his delectable dishes. Bai Feng enjoyed teasing her by recounting various recipes and cooking techniques, his descriptions so vivid that they rendered Xue unable to contain her saliva. As their appetites grew, both felt the pangs of hunger. Yet they were limited to the cumbersome ceramic pot and simple ingredients, which were overly salty and somewhat bitter. Bai Feng often joked that such saltiness could kill the salt merchants. With the iron pot came the need for an iron spatula. To conserve iron, only the spatula head was made of iron, while the handle was fashioned from wood. Naturally, this skill could not solely serve to satisfy Bai Feng's culinary desires. Cast iron also allowed for the rapid production of arrowheads. A single row of molds could be prepared, filled with molten iron, and once extracted, each arrowhead could be refined with relative ease. In an era devoid of armor, stone arrowheads paired with sturdy bows could penetrate the human body effectively. The shafts and fletchings were predominantly crafted by women, who could sit at home, leisurely carving round wooden shafts and affixing feathers, an abundant resource, as collecting feathers was a common practice in this era. The vibrant and ornate feathers made for splendid adornments, as evidenced by the beauty characterizations in oracle bone inscriptions. A person adorned with feathers epitomized beauty. Although the fundamental infrastructure seemed stagnated, the military strength of Baifeng's tribe reached astonishing heights, particularly given their ample supply of bows and arrows. Each day, Xiong led the warriors out to practice archery, resulting in a rapid improvement in their skills, save for Baifeng. The tribe now possessed over 100 sturdy bows, dozens of long knives, and arrows densely packed in their storerooms. Warriors, equipped with long bows slung over their shoulders, quivers at their sides, and gleaming long knives in hand, instilled fear in anyone who beheld them. By spring, nearly 200 such warriors would be ready for battle. Chapter 55. The snowflakes blown by the wind. Snowflakes, the size of a palm, began to fall, prompting Baifeng to express his reflections. Sui, intrigued, queried why he described them as palm-sized when they were merely the size of a fingertip. With his hands clasped behind his back, Baifeng feigned profundity, stating, "You are still young. When you reach my age, you will understand." In the Xiong tribe, a robust youth clad in animal skins and wrapped in thick reeds trudged through the heavy snow. His father, Xuanyuan, the chief of the Xiong tribe, had tasked him with inspecting the tribe to ensure that the members were not suffering from the cold and had sufficient food to eat. The youth known as Xuanyuan, the young chieftain of the Youxiong clan, differed significantly from the chieftains of other tribes, where a leader could be casually slain by a stronger individual and replaced. In their grand lineage, it was certain that the chieftain would ensure the inheritance of his son. His father, Xuanyuan, had inherited the land of Chiyou from a grandfather he had never met. Their tribe, known as the Youxiong, was under the jurisdiction of the Shennong clan, to which they were required to pay tributes in the form of grain. Despite the land being granted to his father, the Youxiong tribe remained a subordinate faction of the Shennong, much like the Lilan clan. Xuanyuan held disdain for his uncle, whom he had also never encountered. This inept and indulgent man had inherited great wealth, but failed to cherish it, leading to the Shennong clan's gradual decline. Xuanyuan believed that had he been in charge, he could have fortified the Shennong clan, rendering it even more formidable than during its inaugural leadership, compelling all tribes to submit. As the young Xuanyuan traversed the snowy terrain, he felt a surge of frustration at the thought of incompetent individuals occupying high positions while his ambitions remained unfulfilled. His father considered him still a child, reluctant to grant him greater authority, which only fueled the fire within him. From an early age, Xuanyuan understood that he would one day lead a tribe of nearly 10,000, necessitating the acquisition of various skills: farming, foraging for edible sustenance, hunting, archery, and swordsmanship. He possessed a bronze sword, an object of envy among his peers. However, his father emphasized the importance of winning hearts and gathering loyal followers. Thus, even amidst a heavy snowfall, Xuanyuan would drape his thick fur cloak over the shoulders of his lightly dressed warrior attendants accompanying him on patrol. Even if they could not wear it, they would kneel in gratitude, expressing their appreciation for the young chieftain's kindness. In truth, he did not require his father's directive to visit his tribesmen. He felt it was his duty as the future leader. The clan's folk huddled together in cramped wooden shelters, some within animal skin tents, their numbers so dense that Xuanyuan found it somewhat difficult to breathe upon entering. The moment the door or curtain opened, warmth escaped, letting in the cold wind. Yet, not a single tribesman expressed dissatisfaction. Rather, they were profoundly grateful for the young chieftain's visit in such inclement weather. Upon concluding his visit, he noted with a heavy heart that around 40 individuals had succumbed to the cold, and several more had perished beneath the weight of collapsed tents. Xuanyuan deemed this loss acceptable, knowing that the bodies would be tended to once the weather warmed. On the return journey, I chanced upon the livestock in captivity, some cattle and sheep, all seemingly unharmed. To my astonishment, however, I discovered a slave hiding beneath a cow to escape the snow. The accompanying warriors, incensed, rushed in and swiftly dispatched the unfortunate soul with a sword, staining the pristine snow with crimson blood. Yet before long, the warm blood was frozen by the biting cold, leaving only a small patch of snow glimmering with a red hue, destined to be buried alongside the corpse by the enveloping white blanket of snow. Further afield, over 1,000 emaciated slaves huddled together beside a pile of firewood, seeking warmth in their close proximity. They bore no coverings, neither furs nor fabrics. Not a sound escaped their lips. Heads bowed, they were blanketed in snow. Were it not for the rising steam in that area, one might not have realized there were people present, and it remained uncertain how many still clung to life. Seeing that his kin were mostly safe, Xuanyuan treaded carefully through the snow towards his dwelling in the cave. Meanwhile, within the Jiuli tribe, a corpulent lad with 2 braids was maneuvering through a bamboo grove, cradling a black and white furball. The heavy snow had snapped many bamboo stalks, rendering the already narrow paths even more treacherous. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a dozen burly warriors, their muscles as solid as stone, who effortlessly cleared the obstructive bamboo to forge a path for Chiyou, the young chieftain of the Jiuli. His father boasted of having 30 warriors with iron heads and steel foreheads, a claim that Chiyou found rather irksome. In his heart, he vowed that when he grew older and commanded the Jiuli tribe, he would possess not 50, but 81 brothers of iron and steel, brothers, not mere warriors. And he was certain he would surpass his father. However, thoughts of the number of iron-headed brothers could wait. The immediate priority was to find sustenance for the iron-eating beast nestled in his arms. The tribe had discovered this small creature, and instead of killing it, presented it to the chieftain, Xuanyuan. The chieftain initially intended to slay the beast to examine its stomach for undigested iron, but Chiyou intervened, insisting on keeping the creature. He had once heard from a wise traveler that immortals ride great fish, some upon majestic eagles, and others upon exquisite animals known as fire beasts, which gallop with the ferocity and beauty of autumn wildfires. Chiyou had never encountered a fish large enough to bear a rider, nor could he find the giant eagles or those splendid creatures. His territory was only home to massive wild bulls, notoriously fierce, and any warrior attempting to mount one was often tossed and gored to the heavens, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. The elusive iron-eating beast he had come across was rumored to dwell far beyond the western mountains. A colossal creature of formidable strength surpassing that of the black bears in their region, feeding exclusively on iron, a precious metal that could only be extracted on rare occasions. Chiyou would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to possess a mighty iron-eating beast as a steed. He implored his father for a round, plump cub of the creature and kept it within the confines of his cave. Yet, no matter whether he offered it or refined bronze, the beast refused to take a single bite. Chiyou initially thought to let it starve for a few days, believing hunger would compel it to eat, but instead, it grew increasingly frail without uttering a sound. Thus, he cradled it in his arms, hoping to discover some iron in its vicinity that it might find palatable. As Chiyou raced through the bamboo grove, the iron-eating beast's eyes fluttered open, seemingly invigorated, struggling to descend to the ground. However, fearing it might escape, Chiyou held it tightly. The beast became increasingly agitated, emitting sharp cries that left Chiyou perplexed. He too felt a sense of urgency, yet was at a loss. It was not until a slender bamboo twig fell at his feet, which the beast seized and began to joyfully chew, that he understood. The biting wind swirled the white snow, sculpting various animal shapes upon the desolate plains. Sway shouted exuberantly, "Look, that's a massive long worm, and over there, it resembles a bear." The wind tossed them about as if they were engaged in a fierce struggle. Sway and Bifong, squatting at the entrance, chuckled at the spectacle, remarking, "What a magnificent contest between dragon and bear." Chapter 56. One must first sharpen their tools at long last. The dreary and arduous winter came to an end. Although the chill still lingered in the air, many of the new year's tasks could finally commence. After a winter of nourishment, the Bifong tribe had not a single member succumb to frost or starvation. Rather, they emerged more robust and plump. However, most bore frostbite on their hands and feet, their faces reddened and peeling from the biting winds. The women who had been nearing death, purchased at a low price by Bifong, had regained their youth, often surrounded by numerous men who sought to barter their saved provisions for various offerings. Amidst the monotony of winter, the tribe found little in the way of entertainment, resulting in a notable increase in pregnancies. Over 100 women were expecting, many visibly so. Those women already with child were placed on a list prohibiting men from approaching them. Bifong decreed that should one lose a child due to selfish desires, they would need to procure 2 from another tribe to compensate. Yet, while Bifong felt a swell of joy, he also sensed an impending burden. By the same time next year, the tribe would be responsible for over 100 additional mouths, albeit not yet consuming solid food. Nonetheless, provisions for their mothers must be ample, and the presence of children would tether these laborers, rendering them unable to neglect their offspring for work. Gazing upon the 2-meter-high wall constructed by the tribe over the winter, Baifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Though merely earthen, it stood impervious to the current human assaults. Save for the advent of gunpowder, Baifeng was aware of the methods to concoct this explosive substance, understanding its optimal ratios, and recognizing the ubiquitous presence of charcoal and saltpeter. Sulfur, however, required more effort to procure. Yet, he hesitated to unleash this formidable force prematurely, knowing that if humanity were to advance into the age of firearms millennia ahead of schedule, the death toll in conflicts would surely double, leading to the potential extinction of mankind, a burden Baifeng could not bear. The bricks of the White Wind tribe have now entered mass production. With the refinement of their techniques, White Wind has implemented an assembly line method, allowing the brick kilns to operate incessantly, day and night. The tribe members working in the kilns harbor no grievances, as this position affords them a greater supply of food, ensuring they can eat their fill daily, rather than subsisting on the meager rations distributed at home. The bricks produced are of superior quality, neatly stacked in an orderly fashion on the tribe's open grounds. However, the tribespeople are puzzled as to why the finished bricks remain unused. White Wind merely instructs them to be patient, for without cement, the bricks are of little value. White Wind is well versed in the process of cement production and understands how to enhance its properties, making it more durable and expediting its drying time. Unfortunately, the absence of large limestone deposits in the vicinity poses a significant challenge, as not all resources are readily available to the White Wind tribe. Though the cement situation remains unresolved, once a limestone quarry is located, cement production will undoubtedly follow suit, paving the way for the tribe to reside in brick-and-mortar homes in the near future. In addition to these developments, the blacksmith shop has been operating almost ceaselessly, thanks to the dedicated efforts of several apprentices. The tribe's warriors are now equipped with long knives and small daggers, facilitating their daily activities. Of course, not all tribe members are suited to wielding knives. For robust individuals like the bear, heavier weaponry such as broadswords or polearms is more appropriate. With a mere swing, who would not tremble in fear? Moreover, the women have not been overlooked. White Wind has also produced small items such as needles and awls, and has managed to forge scissors. However, the latter proved exceedingly challenging, and after crafting just 2 pairs, White Wind resolutely refused to forge any more. One pair has been entrusted to Sway for safekeeping, while the other has been given to Huang Pe, the most influential among the women acquired from the Firestarter clan, for communal borrowing. Though White Wind repeatedly insists they are of Firestarter descent, the women vehemently reject this label, asserting their identity as members of the White Wind tribe and requesting that the chief refrain from referring to them as such in the future. Agricultural tools have also been addressed, though the larger implements require substantial amounts of iron. Even if White Wind were willing, the tribe members are reluctant to expend valuable iron on tools that cannot be used for combat. Stones, wood, and bones are all viable alternatives, even if they demand more time and effort. Unable to persuade them, and lacking their understanding of the adage that to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, White Wind ultimately produced only 3 plowshares. While crafting these, the tribe members mistakenly believed he was forging spearheads for the bear, who, upon seeing the enormous points, eagerly attended to White Wind, convinced they were weapons crafted for him. They failed to consider the impracticality of using such large objects as weapons. Even a creature of the bear's considerable size would find them unwieldy. Subsequently, shovels, hoes, and sickles were fashioned, each time the tribe members assumed they were being crafted for weaponry, only to be informed repeatedly that they were agricultural tools. Although these implements could serve as weapons if necessary, their disappointment remained palpable. Thus, after crafting just a handful of agricultural tools, Baifeng's kin resorted to imitating their designs using wood, bone, and stone. The stone tool-making remained their forte, and their craftsmanship was still remarkably adept. Baifeng collaborated with the carpenter Ben to create a cart, though its body was constructed from bamboo and wood, rendering it quite heavy. The wheels were made from solid logs, lacking outer tires. However, the most crucial components, the axle, wheels, and several connection points, were forged from iron, ensuring durability against wear. Once the brick kiln site employed the cart for transporting bricks, it became an object of admiration. Although cumbersome, it conserved considerable energy that would otherwise be wasted on foot travel. Consequently, they implored Baifeng to produce several more. It was inconceivable for Baifeng to craft just a single cart, and the process was not overly complex. The most intricate aspects were handled by Ben and Baifeng, while the other tribesmen merely assisted in constructing the cart's body, allowing them to produce 2 carts leisurely within a day. Each cart could easily carry 300 to 400 pounds across flat terrain, an unimaginable feat in the past. Even when traversing uphill, with the aid of 2 additional individuals, it could maneuver effortlessly. The brick kiln had sufficient carts, yet other production teams expressed their need for one as well. Even hauling coal and firewood would be significantly more convenient. Baifeng found the cart making to be quite tedious, yet he had no choice but to comply. As soon as the rainy season passed, Baifeng's thoughts were predominantly fixated on the land. He diligently observed the ground beneath him every day. Although he still donned the warmest Mongolian robe, he had an incessant feeling that the weather would gradually warm, prompting the sudden growth of wild grasses. The planned farmland was meticulously prepared with well-defined ridges, and the manure and ashes accumulated over 6 months were combined to create fertilizer, awaiting the thawing of the piles as the weather warmed. Once the fertilizer was ready, it would be spread generously across the fields, followed by plowing and sowing. Chapter 57. Spring plowing at last. The warmth of spring arrived, only to be thwarted by an unexpected late cold snap, which froze the newly sprouted green grass beneath a blanket of snow. Fortunately, the flowers had yet to bloom, otherwise, this snowfall would have devastated the year's wild fruit yield, posing a catastrophic blow to the barren plains. Wild chickens flitted about, pecking at the tender grass and the resurrected insects in the soil, while the grayish-yellow hares emerged in search of sustenance. The animals had exhausted their winter provisions, and the Baifeng tribe's supplies were dwindling as well. According to the bare minimum rations, they could only last another month at most. Thankfully, the beef contained ample fat. Otherwise, relying solely on wild vegetables and seeds, many would have faced starvation through the winter. The warriors, having trained throughout the winter with the finest weapons of the era, found themselves without wars to engage in now that the weather had warmed. However, they could hunt wild chickens and hares to supplement their meals. Their archery skills had not been honed in vain. Although the snow was thick, it melted rapidly, disappearing by the afternoon after falling in the morning. This precipitation was eagerly anticipated by Baifeng. As the saying goes, spring rain is as precious as oil, and the spring snow that fell at this time was equally vital. Last year, the grass seeds that were retrieved mostly remained uneaten by the white wind. These are intended for grain cultivation. To begin, the seeds are immersed in salt water, allowing the inferior ones to float to the surface, while the robust seeds remain submerged at the bottom. Future generations will find this process unnecessary, as specialized grain seeds will be readily available for purchase, and there will be a notable scarcity of inferior grains. Even those inferior grains will surpass the most robust ones of today. Presently, several generations of cultivation will be required before they exhibit a distinct difference from their wild counterparts. This time of year is suitable for sowing grains and wheat. Fertilizer must be evenly spread across the soil, followed by tilling the earth until it is adequately loosened, allowing the nutrients to be integrated into the ground. The entire tribe possesses only 3 iron plowshares and no livestock. However, the White Wind has crafted a plow based on memories of the curved plow design, requiring 2 individuals to operate it effectively. Others are left to use their own handmade stone and wooden implements, yet due to insufficient depth in their tilling, they primarily employ a hoe, which can penetrate the soil deeply. The initial tilling of new land necessitates thorough preparation. Although the pace is slow, time is of the essence. The principle of seizing moisture dictates that tilling and sowing must occur immediately following rainfall when the soil remains damp to ensure a bountiful yield. Regrettably, the tools are far from optimal. The entire clan of 300 worked diligently for an entire day, managing to cultivate approximately 50 acres, sufficient for planting grains and wheat. The remaining vast expanse of land will have to wait an additional 2 weeks to a month for sowing buckwheat and sorghum when the weather becomes warmer. Flax, an item in high demand within the White Wind tribe, requires minimal growing conditions. A long furrow can be dug, with some fertilizer and seeds cast within, and it will flourish abundantly. Any surplus seeds can be scattered across the tribe's outskirts, where many are sure to thrive. Beyond grains, the White Wind also tends a 5-acre vegetable garden, which has been tilled in conjunction with this favorable soil condition. It is divided into sections, cultivating the indigenous cabbages collected by the White Wind, which are disappointingly small, and will require numerous generations to develop into larger varieties. The radishes, specifically the white radishes, boast exceptionally large roots, some even exceeding the size of a basketball. However, they are pungent and spicy, rendering them unpalatable in this era. The white wind stumbled upon them, discovering that the overly swollen roots lack the expected crispness, instead resembling soft, dry bread, and are even hollow. The white wind recognizes that these can be consumed and, given the substantial yield, believes that with continued experimentation, the tribe will ultimately grow accustomed to them. Wild yam is abundant in the mountains, but the inferior tools of the past made harvesting difficult, resulting in minimal collection. Its sticky texture has deterred many from consuming it, but it can also be cultivated, as it is rich in starch and truly a remarkable food source. Aside from the familiar edamame, the tribe has expressed a strong desire to cultivate okra, which the white wind finds challenging to appreciate. He cannot tolerate the slimy texture, and the sunflower greens are even more perplexing. In later years, the white wind regarded them merely as ornamental plants, having once cultivated them without realizing they were the famed sunflower greens. Bai Feng, determined not to lag behind, cultivated a vast expanse of leeks and sand onions. Although these wild varieties were abundant, the tribe possessed land for extensive cultivation. Despite the sizable planting, the outcome remained uncertain. Currently, the primary vegetable sources for the tribe were indeed the ubiquitous wild greens such as bitter lettuce, shepherd's purse, and bamboo shoots. The cultivated vegetables were merely a reflection of Bai Feng's belief in their potential for development. Since a spring snowfall, the entire tribe had come alive, as if all tasks had suddenly ignited. The main city wall had reached a height of 3 meters. Bai Feng hoped that once it attained 4 meters, the focus would shift from height to thickness. However, with the tribe's primary labor force required for hunting and gathering, few remained to continue the wall as construction. It was likely that the final meter would not be completed until the end of the year. With the lake's surface thawed and the water pipes restored, fishing activities could commence. Previously, there had been fear of ferocious beasts, which the tribe could not contend with, but now, armed with strong bows and sharp weapons, both the tribe and Bai Feng felt a sense of security. Even the most skilled fighter would fear a kitchen knife. The apex predator of this wasteland was the tiger. And in the northwest, only the South China tiger could survive, smaller in size and manageable in numbers, unlike the northeast tiger, whose mere presence could terrify many. Bai Feng watched with confidence as dozens of tribespeople, men and women alike, pulled 3 large carts toward the Great Lake, laden with their fishing gear. Throughout the winter, those dedicated to fishing had crafted various tools based on their experiences, which brought Bai Feng great joy as it demonstrated their capacity for reflection and improvement, an essential milestone in human development. Unfortunately, the tribe lacked sufficient jute rope. Otherwise, they could have woven fishing nets, rendering the act of fishing in the resource-rich lake as effortless as ladling rice from a pot. In addition to fishing traps, Bai Feng had fashioned simple lures from feathers. The success of their catch would ultimately depend on their skill. The bamboo rafts remained by the lakeside, as it was implausible that monkeys or wolves would dare to commandeer them in the absence of humans. The construction of their rafts had become increasingly ambitious. During winter, someone had crafted a massive bamboo raft capable of supporting several people, incorporating Bai Feng's suggestion of a small bamboo shelter to provide refuge from rain and shade in the summer. However, their skills were still lacking. Otherwise, wooden boats would undoubtedly be superior to bamboo rafts. Bai Feng could not construct them, and neither could they. He worried whether the gigantic bamboo raft would sink, but fortunately, it proved sturdy and stable on the lake's surface, showing no signs of overloading even with several people aboard. Now, a dozen bamboo rafts drifted on the lake each day, communicating through whistle signals. Along the way, women pulled and pushed carts while men, armed with swords or bows, remained vigilant in their escort duties. Sometimes, the carts bore not only fish catches, but also the threat of wild beasts attempting to ambush. Chapter 58. Have we found a person? Once the hunting team commenced their endeavors, the tribe's food supply flourished once more. With the support of superior weaponry, the success rate of their hunts continually improved, enabling them to capture prey once deemed unattainable, such as wild boars and bears, in their entirety. Hunting, primarily a means of sustenance, often yielded only enough for daily needs. Unless one belonged to a tribe like the White Wind clan, whose exceptional hunting success, combined with their exclusive access to a vast lake, allowed them to not only satiate their hunger, but also accumulate reserves. As the cultivated crops matured, the White Wind clan could evolve into a tribe primarily engaged in foraging and hunting, supplemented by agriculture. This adaptation would enhance their resilience against disasters and bolster their prospects for future growth. Once their agricultural techniques reached maturity, the White Wind clan would transition into a more advanced society, centered on farming with hunting as a supplementary activity. Few tribes could boast the fortune of the White Wind clan. Those tribes decimated by the marauding Baoxia last autumn would not see their kin return with traded food and pelts to aid their survival through the winter. The tribes seeking to offer a woman as a sacrifice to their deities would likely find themselves bereft of even an unattractive female, as their gods would no longer extend protection to them. The survival of these tribes through the harsh winter remains uncertain, though it seems that Xuanyuan enjoyed a bountiful winter, having amassed considerable resources. Currently, the White Wind clan has ceased ironworking, redirecting their efforts toward creating innovative tools, as scientific advancement is the foremost driver of productivity. However, the clan has not produced many new inventions, as their needs for tools are limited. The repetitive nature of their tasks does not warrant the construction of something as elaborate as a steam engine. The most valued creation, which the clan's folk unanimously agree upon, is the immense crossbow, so powerful that it requires 2 individuals to operate. With bolts nearly 2 meters long resembling spears, it was only tested once, upon release. The projectile soared over the plains and pierced the forest, a feat that even White Wind had not anticipated, were it not for its cumbersome weight and lack of agility. The tribespeople might have taken it into the woods to hunt tigers and bears. Due to its complex and arduous construction, only one such crossbow exists within the entire tribe. Currently, it is positioned at the city gate, and White Wind envisions erecting a tower on the city walls to mount the crossbow, a formidable deterrent against potential invaders. In his leisure time, White Wind took to exploring the tribe's lands with Sway. Among the grass seeds traded the previous year, he discovered rice, a plant that, in his memory, was primarily cultivated in the northwest regions of later times, specifically in the Hetao and Xuanyuan plains. Given the era and location he inhabited, White Wind found it challenging to cultivate rice, suspecting it was a product exchanged from tribes situated along the lower reaches of major rivers, rather than an indigenous yield of this region. Nevertheless, he proceeded to cultivate a few acres of paddy fields to experiment with rice cultivation. Possessing the seeds afforded him the opportunity to try. Should it prove successful, they would have a steady supply of rice, far surpassing the hardness of the current millet. Water is no longer a cause for concern. During the winter water supply interruption, Baifeng has once again improved the irrigation system of the tribe, now distributing water through numerous pipes rather than a single source. Even near the latrines, there are water pipes, allowing for a quick rinse after use, thus preventing the area from becoming a breeding ground for flies in the summer. However, Baifeng remains uncertain about the cultivation of rice. It appears that seedling nurturing and transplanting are involved. He recalls an experiment from his middle school biology class, where he had to use a glass bottle filled with moist cotton to germinate wheat seeds. The principles of rice seedling cultivation should be similar, he muses. Lacking cotton, he considers the abundant humus in the forest, soft and loose, which could serve as a substrate. After saturating it with water, he plans to scatter the rice seeds and cover them with a layer of soil. Whether this endeavor will succeed, he feels, ultimately lies in the hands of fate. While Baifeng and Sui were busy with the soil, a group of hunters returned, bringing news. They had ventured far in search of game, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a band of wandering wild men, numbering over 200. Though they appeared weak and devoid of fighting spirit, despite being outnumbered, they could easily eliminate these individuals without sustaining any injuries. However, the leader, Xiyong, proposed that there was no need to slaughter them all. Instead, they should eliminate the elderly and frail, keeping the young and robust to capture as slaves. He sought Baifeng's opinion on the matter. Baifeng was taken aback to discover the existence of another tribe near their territory, having previously found no traces of others. Yet, with over 200 lives at stake, he hesitated to resort to indiscriminate killing, especially given the preciousness of life in these times. Morally, he found it difficult to justify the slaughter of so many, and even issuing a command to do so was beyond his willingness. As long as it did not endanger his own tribe, he would leave the decision to Xiong. Regarding the notion of enslavement, Baifeng felt conflicted. If it were a matter of subjugating individuals like Bao Kai, he would wholeheartedly agree, for there is a stark difference between enslaving the wicked and exploiting the innocent. Were they cannibals? The messengers shook their heads in response. They were nearly emaciated, likely due to winter starvation, with most of their kin having perished from hunger. Now, they wandered aimlessly, and if they were indeed cannibals, they would not be so gaunt, nor did they exhibit any characteristics associated with such tribes. Since they were not cannibals, Bai Feng saw no issue in bringing them back to his tribe, where they could be assimilated as members rather than relegated to slavery. In light of the impending upheavals, merely relying on procreation would take years. Assimilation would be the swiftest route to building a formidable power. Bai Feng dusted off the soil from his hands, checked his knife at his waist to ensure it was secure, and addressed the hunters. Let us proceed. Lead me to their location, and I shall assess the situation before making a decision. Without hesitation, they turned and guided Bai Feng. Having departed in the morning, they were now returning close to afternoon. If they delayed any longer, they risked spending the night outdoors. As Bai Feng was about to depart, Sui grasped his arm, expressing her desire to accompany him. However, considering the lengthy journey ahead and the potential for conflict upon encountering the nomadic tribe, Sui's safety became a pressing concern. It would be wiser for her to remain at home. Yet, with tears welling in her eyes, Sui was reluctant to let go of Bai Feng. She yearned to be by his side. After spending so much time together, Bai Feng had become her pillar of support. The thought of being apart from him terrified her, and he was the only person who had ever complimented her beauty. Throughout this time, Sui felt that his words were sincere. Seeing Sui's unwavering determination to stay with him, Bai Feng reluctantly decided to take her along, handing her his waist knife, while he opted for a long spear that no one else wanted to wield. The journey was winding and convoluted, and Bai Feng nearly lost his way. Fortunately, they were adept at navigating the terrain and managed to catch a wild chicken or pigeon along the way. Bai Feng felt immense satisfaction with the warriors from his tribe. Upon arriving, Bai Feng beheld a dismal scene. Shennong and his men were encircling a group of individuals who, to Bai Feng, resembled mere skeletons, emaciated to the point of being nothing but skin and bones, devoid of any clothing. It seemed that during the harsh winter, they had resorted to consuming their own hides. Shennong had divided these wretched souls into two groups, one so feeble that Bai Feng feared they would never rise again if they crouched down, while the other group appeared slightly better off, still possessing the potential to stand. The men, though robust in skeletal structure, were hollow, and the women resembled deflated sacks, their once plump forms now sagging. Bai Feng had only witnessed such brutality in documentaries about famines in Huzhou, but witnessing it firsthand was a harrowing experience, difficult to bear. Approaching Shennong, who was inspecting the scene, Bai Feng inquired, "Have you ascertained the origins of these individuals? How did they come to this state?" Shennong pointed to a somewhat irate group, indicating a few who still retained a semblance of form. They hail from a tribe downstream along the Great River. 3 days' journey from here. This winter has brought famine. They have struggled to find sustenance, and most perished in the cold. They have consumed every piece of bark and root in their territory and have traveled upstream, living on tree bark. They claim even tigers disdain to eat them. After killing one, they tasted its flesh, only to discard it, finding it unpalatable. The large one, there is their chief. Do you think they have resorted to cannibalism? Bai Feng asked. Shennong shook his head in silence. Bai Feng approached the chief of the wild tribe, squatting before him without fear of an attack. After all, how could such a frail individual pose a threat to someone as strong as Bai Feng? Are you the chief of this tribe? What is your name? The wild man regarded Bai Feng's question, one he had likely heard countless times before, as foolish, and bowed his head in silence. Bai Feng remained unfazed. Given that your tribe is reduced to consuming tree bark and roots, why not consider feasting upon those frail members of your clan? By doing so, you might endure until the weather warms. The chieftain of the wild tribe slowly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. We are not a cannibal tribe. We do not consume humans, and we would never devour our own kin. After speaking, as if reminded of some sorrowful memory, he lowered his head once more. As long as you are not cannibals, that simplifies matters, Bai Feng declared as he rose and clapped his hands. Perfect timing, for our own food supplies are dwindling. With so many of you captured, we can feast for quite a while. The members of Bai Feng's tribe looked at him in astonishment, with Xiong's jaw nearly dropping to the ground, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Sui also gazed at Bai Feng in incredulity, having spent considerable time with Bai Feng's tribe. She knew they could never resort to cannibalism. The surrounded wild tribe felt a mix of fear, with some trembling in terror, while a few, upon hearing Bai Feng's words, resigned themselves to their fate and lay down, awaiting the cannibalistic Bai Feng's tribe to come and feast upon them, sparing themselves the effort of resistance. The chieftain of the wild tribe had previously heard Shennong mention that the strong would be taken as slaves. Reluctantly, he accepted this grim reality, believing it would at least spare the lives of most of his tribesmen, enduring hardship as a necessary sacrifice. However, upon hearing Bai Feng's words, he resolved not to surrender without a fight. He understood that though his intellect had descended into despair, he was not mere prey to be slaughtered. As soon as Bai Feng turned his back, the chieftain seized a small stone tightly in his grip and suddenly rose, aiming to strike Bai Feng's head, hoping that this desperate gamble would injure or even kill the cannibalistic chieftain. Witnessing the wild chieftain's sudden aggression, Bai Feng's tribesmen gasped and rushed to intervene. But Bai Feng effortlessly seized the chieftain's arm, rendering his self-proclaimed agility a mere farce without the support of muscle and vitality. In that moment, as Bai Feng grasped the chieftain's arm, over a dozen wild warriors stood up, intending to charge forth, yet several of them, weakened by malnutrition, collapsed upon standing. While the others were deterred by the glint of Bai Feng's drawn blade, Bai Feng relieved the chieftain of the stone, leaving him immobilized and resigned to his fate. Yet his thoughts raced with schemes to seize a nearby weapon or perhaps to throw himself upon a blade, seeking an end. Bai Feng chuckled heartily. I was merely jesting. We are not a cannibal tribe, nor do we harbor any intentions of consuming humans. Our food supplies are ample. I simply wanted to ascertain whether you were indeed cannibals, for I have no desire to unwittingly bring such beings into my tribe. Additionally, I wish to see if you still possess the instincts of warriors. I am quite satisfied, particularly with you and those dozen others. You are true warriors. Rest assured, I shall welcome your entire tribe without making you slaves. You will work according to your capacity for the food you consume, as if you were acquired through our provisions. The wild chieftain, half convinced, replied, Do you truly wish to do this, even for my nearly perished kin? Will your people not oppose it? Bai Feng immediately raised his hand to the heavens, declaring, I swear by the sky above that my words are truth. If not, may a great stone fall from above and crush me. Upon hearing Bai Feng's solemn vow, the heavens did not rain stones upon him. The chieftain of the wild men immediately knelt before Bai Feng, resting his head at his feet. I, Shennong, shall remain eternally loyal to you. My tribe shall cease to exist, ruled by you. I implore you to honor your oath and treat my people as your true kin. Bai Feng gently lifted Shennong, affirming, Of course, you shall all be members of my Bai Feng tribe. Suddenly, Shennong collapsed as if his very bones had been drawn from him. A few others from the wild men similarly exhaled their last breath, succumbing to silence. Bai Feng understood that this was the consequence of prolonged pressure. Once the tension released, it became difficult to recover. He quickly arranged for assistance and provided water, allowing Shennong to gradually rise once more. The hunt for the day was forsaken, yet Bai Feng felt a sense of satisfaction in having gathered so many. He commanded everyone to return to the tribe, and Shennong rallied the frail members of his clan to follow suit. The warriors of the Bai Feng tribe assisted those who struggled, some even supporting the weakest amongst them. However, 7 individuals remained on the ground, unable to rise again. Having exhaled their final breath, a rare sorrow flickered in Shennong's eyes, prompting Bai Feng to instruct his warriors to dig a large pit, sufficient to inter the fallen. After hastily covering the bodies, they resumed their journey. As Shennong regained his strength, he began to inquire more about Bai Feng's tribe, its enormity, how its members remained robust after a harsh winter, stronger than in autumn, and the nature of the wood and rope they carried, as well as the knife gleaming like snow. Bai Feng, somewhat exasperated by the barrage of questions, replied, You shall learn all about it upon reaching the tribe. You will see for yourself. For now, conserve your strength and refrain from speaking, lest you tire before we arrive. Shennong ceased to trouble Bai Feng and turned to engage other warriors, touching their bows, examining their knives, and ultimately studying an arrow. Meanwhile, the bear approached Bai Feng and quietly inquired why he chose to treat them as kin rather than slaves, questioning the wisdom of such an approach in terms of sustenance. Bai Feng explained, Our tribe, with over 500 members, cannot sustain more than 200 slaves. However, we can grow into a tribe of nearly 800. Do you understand? Chapter 60. The Good and the Bad. Bai Feng, leading over 200 weary wild men, traversed the forest and finally reached the plains before sunset. The golden rays of the setting sun cast their glow upon the sprawling city walls. Aside from the original members of Baifeng's tribe, the newly integrated individuals stood awestruck, hesitant to advance. Yishang gazed at the walls shimmering in gold, marveling. Is the tribe truly this formidable? These walls appear as if forged from bronze. Surely, even the revered Shennong and Xuanyuan would pale in comparison to this. Baifeng, heartened by their praise, felt a swell of joy within him. And the tribe members stood proudly, their chests lifted. Some even pointed to a particular section, claiming, "That is where I constructed it." The newcomers offered sincere praise, while the veterans boasted unabashedly. Baifeng believed his endeavors to be quite successful, although having witnessed the opulence of the legendary Xuanyuan. He understood that his own accomplishments were merely a fraction of theirs, perhaps a tenth or even less. Nonetheless, transforming a wandering tribe into such a formidable entity in such a brief span of time was indeed commendable. Guiding the trembling crowd to the city gates, he called out to the clansmen atop the walls. Specialized warriors now patrolled the fortifications, and the gates, reinforced with sturdy timber, were secured with heavy bolts. Baifeng surmised that even the mythical Kwa Fu or the giants of the Fu Feng clan would struggle to breach them. Upon spotting their leader's return, the patrolling warriors were taken aback by the doubled numbers of the party, yet complied with Baifeng's commands. Together, they employed a rope with wooden pulleys to lift the bolts, and with a concerted effort from both inside and outside, the gates swung open. Baifeng led the way, a grand procession of over 200 refugees entering the tribe. The clansmen at home regarded these gaunt figures with disdain, their eyes filled with contempt, unwilling to squander time on them, likely believing them to be mere slaves captured by their chief. The shaman, clutching a bamboo tablet and accompanied by 2 assistants proficient in arithmetic, hurried over. Typically at this hour, he would merely tally the day's hunts and record the figures for the storeroom. However, upon seeing Baifeng return with such a multitude, he recognized the gravity of the situation and summoned his aides for assistance. The shaman, usually aloof among the common folk, adopted a somewhat obsequious demeanor before Baifeng. Convinced that the chief was indeed the son of the divine, he believed that by serving him well, he might one day be whisked away to the heavens, to bask in the splendor of the gods. Bowing slightly, he inquired, "Chief, are these slaves you captured or exchanged? If they were exchanged, may I know the cost, so I can record it?" Upon speaking, he unfurled the dried bamboo tablet coated with lacquer and lifted a brush made from cow hair. An assistant promptly presented the pine soot ink to him. The brush was a contrivance of Baifeng's, designed for ease of recording, although not the most user-friendly. His years of practice in calligraphy rendered his writing passable. The shaman could only manage to inscribe numbers and simplified characters. Other scripts were known solely to him. As Baifeng glanced at the accounts, he could discern only a few coal-like symbols. Of course, Baifeng held no doubts regarding the shaman's integrity. People of this era were fundamentally honest. If items went missing from the storeroom, the shaman would lament his own incompetence in accounting rather than concocting a deceitful ledger only he could decipher. In truth, this epic was uniform in its simplicity. Other tribes recorded their accounts solely through knots, often forgetting their meanings by the following day. At least in Baifeng's tribe, the shaman was able to recognize the records. Baifeng bore no ill will towards the bureaucratic demeanor exhibited by Wu, merely bringing Yishang before him. "These individuals are not slaves. They are my kin, and from this day forth, they shall belong to the Baifeng clan. Please arrange for their housing and provisions, allowing them a restful night. I shall discuss the particulars tomorrow." Wu, momentarily taken aback, offered no objections and simply replied, "Very well," before taking 2 aides to account for the numbers. They then divided into several groups to escort the newcomers to their lodgings. As the tribe's existing dwellings were nearing capacity, Baifeng had not permitted the construction of new large houses, preferring to wait for the production of cement to create sturdier brick-and-mortar structures, deeming it unnecessary to continue with earthen bricks. Aside from 2 larger homes, vacated by those who had early on grasped the essence of self-sufficiency and built their own smaller abodes, most accommodations were still occupied by tribe members, who were reluctant to share their quarters with these grimy, skeletal-like savages. The only available spaces were 3 large warehouses, 2 of which were yet to be filled with goods, while one had just been cleared. Thus, nearly 50 individuals were crammed into a single room, making it exceedingly difficult to lie down, with no preferential treatment given to anyone. Even Yishang, Although envy flickered in their eyes towards those who enjoyed more spacious quarters, and even those who possessed their own small rooms, not a soul voiced dissatisfaction. For them, this arrangement was more than adequate. They had feared being enslaved, and upon receiving their lodgings, food was promptly provided, cooked and served, each receiving a ceramic bowl to queue for. Each bowl of soup contained not only grass seeds, but also wild vegetables yet to sprout, and even minced meat. The saltiness was quite pronounced. Upon receiving their meals, they stood in place, unperturbed by the heat, and devoured the food with great relish, savoring a meal of such quality that many had not experienced in a long time. In truth, Bai Feng had instructed Wu to ensure the portions were light on meat and only slightly oily, believing he was merely offering them a bowl of soup. The true clan members enjoyed meals consisting of at least half a bowl of solid food. After a simple meal, they immediately squeezed into the house to rest. For after months of wandering, they were utterly exhausted. With food and shelter at hand, and the night free from the threat of wild beasts, they naturally felt at ease, collapsing into deep slumber, perhaps disturbing nearby kin with their snoring. Their arrival did not elicit much reaction from the tribe that night. After all, in terms of treatment, they were far from equal. What was there to be concerned about? Such an influx of laborers could only strengthen the tribe. Since the unprecedented event of an elderly woman regaining her youth, doubts regarding the chieftain's mystical powers had dissipated. If life could be extended for those on the brink of death, transforming a group of the famished into robust laborers was hardly remarkable. As was customary, after dinner, everyone returned to their quarters for sleep, some retreating to their intimate worlds with their spouses, while Bai Feng remained wide awake throughout the night. These individuals represent both opportunity and crisis. While nurturing them could bolster the strength of one's tribe, it simultaneously entails a significant depletion of resources, consuming months' worth of provisions and capitalizing on the labor of former tribesmen, which seems fundamentally unjust. Yet, overtly disparate treatment is not an option. How can one reconcile this? Bai Feng gazed vacantly at the earthen roof under the cloak of night. Chapter 61. New policies. Bai Feng arose with dark circles under his eyes. Having scarcely slept throughout the night, Sui, oblivious to his troubles, slumbered soundly beside him. Unable to devise a solution on his own, Bai Feng sought inspiration from history. Familiarity with the welfare policies of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties eluded him. Thus he turned to the Qin dynasty and continued through to modern times. He endeavored to view matters from the perspective of an emperor, aspiring to discern the most suitable developmental strategy for his tribe. However, as he traversed through history, Bai Feng's anxieties only intensified. He found it unfathomable to comprehend the immense pressures endured by enlightened emperors of great empires. While he wrestled with the survival of a mere 1,000-strong tribe, those emperors bore the weight of the survival of millions. The hedonistic rulers, indulging in pleasure, seemed carefree. Yet to be a sagacious sovereign, one must possess extraordinary resilience. Regrettably, the reigns of such debauched dynasties were fleeting, and his small tribe could easily succumb to ruin due to a single misstep within a matter of months. Overwhelmed with despair, Bai Feng quietly opened the wooden window to behold the nocturnal scenery. The moon hung larger and rounder than any he had seen in later times. His unblemished vision allowed him to perceive the craters on its surface. A shadowy figure appeared to be gesturing, as if chopping something upon the moon. A cool breeze swept by, momentarily clearing his mind. He turned to glance at Sui, still lost in sweet slumber. Closing the window, he returned to his position, not to lie down, but to sit quietly in meditation. He reflected on the most familiar era of his existence, where great leaders guided their nations from chaos to prosperity through continual reforms and experiments, ultimately discovering a path suited to their growth. Perhaps communal living would align with his tribe's current state? Bai Feng pondered the feasibility of this notion. Of course, while conditions differed, there were elements that could be adapted. However, wholesale application was impractical. The communal lifestyle of larger tribes, with collective labor and uniform distribution, appeared to be a viable solution amidst their poverty and limited production. As class conflicts had yet to arise, Bai Feng shifted into a more comfortable position and continued to refine his thoughts. At the sound of the bear's signal, everyone roused from slumber. Tribe members fetched water to wash their faces, and Bai Feng utilized willow twigs to fashion a rudimentary toothbrush, dipping it in purified salt to clean his teeth. Sui, under Bai Feng's encouragement, had also grown accustomed to this practice. Fortunately, She had naturally white teeth. Otherwise, her yellowed smile would have posed a challenge for Bai Feng's peace of mind. After a period of rest, the recently incorporated tribesmen regained some strength, although they still trembled. Upon hearing the whistle, they rose, albeit uncertain of its significance. Observing others rising to wash themselves, they too gathered closely. Yet due to their unfamiliarity with the process of fetching water and the absence of a habit to wash their faces, they appeared hesitant and unsure of their actions, manifesting an air of discomfort. The elder tribesmen showed little concern for these newly arrived wildlings. It was likely that soon the chieftain would announce the distribution of these slaves, explaining how to fetch water and wash their faces, an unworthy endeavor. However, Xiong, with his sense of reason, took Yishang to observe the water-fetching process, guiding him to fill the allotted clay basin, ensuring he washed his hands and face thoroughly. He explained that this was a custom of the Baifeng tribe, emphasizing the necessity of cleanliness. Yesterday, seeing their exhaustion, he had refrained from imposing this requirement, but today, they must be entirely clean, free of even a single louse. Though Yishang could not fathom the rationale behind such peculiar customs, he could understand the act of morning worship to the sun. He dared not voice any objections, dutifully washing his hands and face until the water turned murky. Observing the other tribesmen, whose water remained a pale yellow after washing, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having instructed Yishang, he then guided Yishang's companions, witnessing the chaotic and disordered throng of newcomers. Xiong found no desire to continue watching. In stark contrast, his elder tribesmen stood orderly and graceful. While the new tribesmen were still in disarray over their face washing, the elder tribesmen had already assembled, received their identity tokens, and confirmed their numbers, awaiting Baifeng to assign tasks and commence the day's work. Despite Baifeng's weary countenance, his mental fortitude remained intact due to the resolution of pressing concerns. The tribesmen waited, as did Baifeng. Once the new tribesmen completed their washing, their hands, arms, faces, and torsos bore starkly contrasting colors. They stood awkwardly, awaiting Baifeng's directive regarding their fates. Clearing his throat, Baifeng addressed them. "Dear ones, we have splendid news. As you can see, there are over 200 individuals standing there. Our tribe has expanded once again." Xiong led the applause, with the tribesmen joining in, albeit sparsely. The new tribesmen, puzzled, observed. Some clapped, while others hesitated, feeling shy. By the time they decided to applaud, the elder tribesmen had already ceased their clapping. Applause was a peculiar whim of Baifeng. He found discomfort in speaking without response, thus requesting the tribesmen to clap when he reached an engaging point in his speech. They were often unsure of what constituted an engaging moment, so it typically fell to the likes of Xiong or the shaman, those with sharper minds, to lead the applause. Once the final round of applause subsided, Baifeng continued. "Perhaps most of you believe they are our tribe slaves, a notion that Xiong suggested to me at the time." A slight unease rippled among the new tribesmen. "However, I do not share this sentiment. I intend to have them join the Baifeng tribe, allowing them to become our kin." This declaration sparked further unrest among the elder tribesmen. Baifeng pressed his hands down to silence the crowd. "I understand your concerns. None of you wish for the food you have painstakingly gathered to be consumed by those who are unrelated to us. However, once they become our kin, isn't it only natural for them to partake in our sustenance?" The elders felt a sense of discontent with this assertion, yet could not pinpoint its flaws. While the bear and the shaman discreetly sniffed the air. Of course, they would not partake without contributing. Let it be regarded as a loan from you. When their labor sufficiently offsets the food they consume, they will earn their rightful share, or else they will have to settle for the least and poorest of provisions, laboring alongside the rest. Moreover, for the sake of our community's future, we cannot remain a small tribe of merely a few hundred. We aspire to grow into a grand tribe of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The tribespeople were moved by Baifeng's rather simplistic yet compelling argument, and they responded with excited shouts. "In light of our future development, I have resolved to implement a system of labor credits in our tribe. This means we will work together and share meals, but each day the work done will be recorded as credits. The more one works, the more one earns. When winter arrives and our tribe has a surplus, these credits can be exchanged for desired food and goods. What you acquire will be yours alone, without needing to share with others." Upon hearing this, both the new and old tribespeople were filled with confusion, with the shaman reacting most vocally. "Chief, do you think I am idle?" In Baifeng's design, labor credits function as a form of virtual currency. One earns according to their output, with an annual assessment determining the true value of the credits based on the tribe's harvest. However, how much surplus can the tribe realistically accumulate in a year? This is merely a policy to stabilize the community for now. For instance, which holds greater value, a brick or a handful of wild vegetables? Or a pound of salt versus a clay pot? Ultimately, it is Bai Feng who dictates these values. Bai Feng envisioned a minimum standard for daily work, where tribespeople would only receive credit calculations after meeting their assigned tasks. This system would highlight the disparity between diligent and lazy members, as well as differentiate the treatment of new and old tribespeople. The new members, initially lacking the physical prowess of their robust predecessors, would inevitably lag in skill and productivity, and their contributions would likely be negative for some time. By establishing a clear distinction between the old and new kin, Bai Feng believed that incorporating more outsiders in the future would be met with less resistance from the tribespeople, except when it came to beauty. For true beauty, they would willingly endure hunger. After reassuring the elders, Bai Feng encouraged them to commence their daily tasks, while the new members remained hesitant, unsure of their roles. Their prolonged existence as wanderers had instilled a deep sense of inferiority in them within this new tribe. Shennong was their pillar of support, albeit he too was waiting for Bai Feng to provide direction. The initial step for all the new tribespeople is to register their information and issue identity tags. With over 200 individuals, this has significantly increased Bai Feng's workload. To ensure longevity, all identity tags are painstakingly carved, a process that is slower and more laborious than writing. Bai Feng feels as though his fingers might break, yet he finds joy in the task. Currently, their circumstances offer limited options for work. Although they have regained some strength, the question remains, what more can they do? They are assigned to weave grass ropes and engage in tasks involving clay. Those in slightly better health are permitted to dig soil in preparation for raising the city walls. The clumsiness of the new tribespeople has drawn the ire of the older members, yet Bai Feng insists on treating them equally, forbidding any form of insult or exclusion. Thus, he patiently instructs the newcomers. The hunters continue to bring an abundant game, allowing the older tribespeople to enjoy meat and soup made from last year's preserved wild vegetables. Those who contribute more are rewarded with larger portions of meat, while the new tribespeople must settle for broth made from minced meat, with a fortunate few finding bones to gnaw on. As spring begins, resources remain scarce, compelling Bai Feng to ration their provisions. The luxury of consuming dried meat is no longer available, and surplus grain is stored to prepare for potential emergencies. Bai Feng senses that this year will not be one of tranquility. As nearly a month passes, the new tribespeople gradually become familiar with the older members, breaking down barriers and fostering a more harmonious coexistence. However, disparities in food distribution persist, as one must work harder to earn more. Although the food is meager, it has nonetheless allowed this group of skeletal figures to assume a more human form. Former warriors slowly gain flesh and strength, and the tribe naturally favors them with better nourishment, accelerating their transformation into formidable fighters. Other tribespeople have also begun to engage in various tasks. The seeds sown in the fields have sprouted, thriving exceptionally well with the aid of fertilizer, far outpacing their wild counterparts. Agriculture requires meticulous attention, and now is the time to weed. Selectively removing wild grasses is a task that demands time and patience, though it does not require excessive strength. All of this labor falls to the new tribespeople, even though their weeding often uproots some of the planted grains. The garden is entrusted to Xue, who has become Bai Feng's constant companion, assisting him in whatever he does without a fixed role. The tribe is gradually coming to accept Xue as the chief's woman, and Bai Feng's clear affection for her has led them to overlook her seemingly idle days. Bai Feng feels uneasy about leaving the garden in the hands of the new tribespeople. Xue is meticulous, and even if she were to accidentally uproot his vegetables, he would not mind as much. However, if the newcomers were to do so, he might not respond kindly. Wild vegetables have begun to grow abundantly, with the best time for harvesting approaching. Although they can still be picked in later seasons, their flavor diminishes significantly. Moreover, the tribe has been consuming not the seasonal wild vegetables, but those that have been pickled for half a year, which are far from delightful. The first to emerge is Artemisia, which is ubiquitous, and soon enough, Bai Feng could gather a basketful. However, he finds the taste of this particular vegetable intolerable, as it leaves a tingling sensation on his tongue, rendering it forever unsuitable for him. The gathering team has consistently upheld the commendable tradition of collecting various samples to present to Baifeng. Among the plants they brought back, Baifeng discovered several edible wild vegetables, thereby enriching the dietary repertoire of the tribe. Whenever they encountered aesthetically pleasing stones, they would casually toss them into their baskets, later displaying them before Baifeng, hoping for a stroke of fortune akin to that of a tribe member who once stumbled upon iron ore, gaining both a house and a wife in the process. The heap of stones stacked in the corner mostly exhibited peculiar patterns, lacking any significant utility. Among them was a stone, the size of a fingertip, with intersecting purple and white veins, which had some minor use, as well as a piece of Qin purple jade, which, if drilled into a pendant for Sui, would bring her immense joy, as she would cherish and wear it day and night, making it difficult for Baifeng to find rest beside her. When the tribe member noticed that Baifeng had selected one of his stones, he eagerly mentioned having seen a larger one, the size of a human head, but dismissed it due to its weight. He offered to retrieve 2 pieces the following day if the chief desired them, to which Baifeng hastily declined, cognizant that such a large piece of Qin purple jade had little value in this era. Another stone that brought Baifeng joy was a piece of pure white limestone. Typically encountered in gray, this rare white variant was also an excellent material for cement production. Upon inquiry about the location of this stone, the tribe member merely stated that he had found it beneath a massive boulder several men tall, causing Baifeng to lose hope. Nevertheless, having yet to discover a suitable limestone quarry in the vicinity for his cement venture, Baifeng resolved to investigate the site personally, hoping for a miraculous find. Indeed, a miracle occurred when Baifeng arrived and found that the tribe member's description was entirely accurate. It was merely a 4-meter-high limestone boulder, hardly sufficient to produce enough cement for even a single house. Frustrated, Baifeng sat down heavily upon the ground, pondering whether he would truly have to construct a brick house using mud if he could not locate a sufficiently large limestone quarry. As he contemplated alternatives to limestone, he absent-mindedly scratched the ground with his knife, soon discovering that the originally yellow soil was intermingled with white powder. Upon further excavation, he was astonished to uncover an underground limestone deposit. This stone was not merely a monolithic boulder, but rather a rooted stone mountain, with the entirety of the underground comprising a limestone quarry. The visible portion was merely the tip of the iceberg. Overjoyed, Baifeng sprang to his feet, elatedly patting the shoulder of the tribe member who had discovered the limestone, praising him profusely and assuring him of a fitting reward. The tribe member, flattered by the praise, felt somewhat bashful and refrained from inquiring about the nature of the reward, largely due to Baifeng's exuberant demeanor. With such an abundance of limestone, Baifeng's cement was soon to be realized. However, the distance from the tribe remained significant. Fortunately, they had a cart. Otherwise, relying solely on bamboo baskets would have proven exhausting. Certainly, the initial task before igniting the kiln is to ensure the lime kiln is adequately prepared. The kiln has long been excavated, yet it has remained dormant, awaiting the sufficient gathering of limestone before commencing the burning process. A stone mill for grinding the stones is also available. In truth, it is the primitive individuals who excel in crafting stone tools. There are always those who perceive stone artifacts as lacking durability or sharpness. However, when one discovers quality stones and meticulously crafts them, the resultant tools are undeniably effective. The stone mill and pestle are employed to crush the more brittle limestone, while discarded bricks and tiles serve as materials for cement production. When mixed with limestone and subjected to firing, they yield a more resilient cement. Some fabric remains, which has been stitched into double-layered masks. The tribespeople operating the kiln express their discomfort, claiming that wearing masks makes it hard to breathe and feel stifling, mistakenly believing that the chief intends to harm them. Yet, Baifeng is acutely aware that neglecting to wear masks is far more perilous. The inhalation of dust can lead to pneumoconiosis, a condition that is notoriously difficult to treat, especially in contemporary times. Baifeng resorts to his usual method of reasoning. If that fails, he resorts to force. This includes mandating that those transporting stones also wear masks, as Baifeng is unwilling to allow his robust laborers to succumb to dust-related ailments. After attempting the first firing, the results were disappointing. But this is not a significant concern. Adjustments to the ratios and temperature will suffice, and these tasks can be entrusted to professionals. Baifeng must, however, continually monitor to ensure that no one discreetly removes their masks. The young bull, captured last autumn, has grown into a substantial creature, thriving on ample nourishment. Baifeng often grooms it, and now its coat gleams white under the sun. With a broad back and elongated horns, during winter, Baifeng will supplement the young bull's diet with some beef tallow. It seems that feeding a bull tallow is akin to offering human fat to a person. However, the bull does not adhere to familial bonds and is not averse to consuming fatty meat from its kin. Though ostensibly a herbivore, it enjoys animal fats when provided. Baifeng contemplates using the young bull as a steed. Due to its constant companionship since childhood, the young bull does not resist this notion. Nevertheless, Baifeng finds the experience somewhat uncomfortable and decides that unless a significant occasion arises necessitating the display of status, he will refrain from riding the young bull until a saddle is crafted. While the young bull's maturation is a positive development, it also signifies a burgeoning need for companionship. At times, Baifeng is disturbed by the bull's bellowing at night, yet he feels powerless to intervene. Lacking the capability and courage to castrate the bull, Baifeng realizes that the time for such a procedure has long passed. He had not considered this matter during the bull's early years. Allowing the situation to remain unchecked is not an option either. Unless he can procure a heifer for the young bull, capturing one poses a significant challenge, and transporting it back is fraught with complications. It would be unwise for Baifeng to attempt to acquire a child bride in the same manner. Should he release the young bull into the herd, he fears he may lose both the bull and the resources he has invested. If the young bull fails to find a mate and disappears, all the provisions he has provided would be in vain. Baifeng could only think of ways to capture a cow, ensuring its safe return. However, the young bull did not afford him that opportunity. One night, while Baifeng was deep in slumber, the young bull not only bellowed in heat, but also began to ram against Baifeng's door, shattering his peaceful repose. Upon awakening, he discovered the young bull's fur bristled, foam gathered at its mouth, and its eyes burned red, stirring a menacing aura that frightened the tribe into keeping their distance. Even Baifeng felt a twinge of apprehension as he approached. When he offered it a mouthful of grass, the young bull refused even that. Displaying no interest in the tender wild greens he had laced with oil, the foam continued to drip from its mouth. Concerned that the bull's condition might worsen and become uncontrollable, posing a danger to the tribe, Baifeng ultimately resolved to return it to the herd. He reasoned that if it found a mate and chose to return, the tribe would welcome it back. However, if it succumbed to its wild instincts and did not return, Baifeng believed he should take responsibility and end its life for the tribe's sake. Accompanied by the young bull and a dozen fully armed warriors, Baifeng ventured along familiar paths toward the valley in search of the wild herd. They might have migrated to greener pastures, but as long as the young bull could catch even a faint trace, it would surely locate its kin. As they neared the valley, the young bull grew increasingly restless. Baifeng had not shackled it with any restraints. It merely followed him, yet he sensed it was slipping from his control. For the safety of all, Baifeng stepped aside to allow the young bull to pass. The bull halted, stretched its neck, let out a powerful roar, and then bolted away. Fortunately, they encountered no ferocious beasts on their journey, for the young bull's substantial size and its current state made it a formidable presence, deterring even tigers from pursuing it. Baifeng's primary concern now was whether the wild herd would accept the young bull, as it had been raised among humans and might struggle to integrate into the wild. Yet, such worries were merely thoughts. Baifeng could not afford to expend too much energy on a single wild bull, nor could he escort it into the wilderness. Watching the young bull disappear into the distance, Baifeng and his companions knew there was no point in chasing after it, so they turned back home. Along the way, the tribe members were eager to inquire why their leader had released the bull. Although Baifeng had always treated it well, the tribe only perceived this as his meticulous care for a source of sustenance, akin to tending to crops. The young bull was no longer Baifeng's shadow, instead spending its days foraging for insects and weeding the vegetable patch. Baifeng found it difficult to explain to the tribe. After all, with the bull's size, it could easily provide a feast for the entire tribe. Now that it had escaped, he wondered if it would ever return. Baifeng did not expect the young bull to bring back a mate for the tribe. His only hope was that it would return on its own, which would already be a success. If it did not return, during the autumn hunt, Baifeng would personally ensure its demise, confident he would recognize it. After all, there should not be another pure white bull among the herds in this region. Chapter 64. Glazed as Baifeng sought a mate for his young calf. The cement had successfully been produced. The tribe was astonished by this grayish substance, which, when mixed with water, resembled stone. They mistakenly believed that anything could be burned, leading them to secretly excavate a small kiln where they tossed various stones in hopes of yielding something useful. Baifeng had managed to produce iron and cement from two distinct types of stone, while the tribe's endeavors resulted only in stone residue, utterly devoid of utility. No matter how they mixed the ash, be it with water or urine, it never transformed into a solid form. Consequently, they began experimenting with other materials, adjusting the temperature in their attempts to create something of value, all while keeping their actions concealed from Baifeng. He merely scrutinized individuals to see if they wore masks, oblivious to the emergence of the small kiln on the mountain. When Baifeng returned empty-handed with his companions, he had acquired the coveted cement, which upon testing met all his requirements. He was immensely satisfied and promptly chose a location to construct a new dwelling, having grown weary of his dilapidated abode, which was at risk of collapse or leaks at any moment. With newfound experience and improved materials, the tribe found it increasingly effortless to build homes. After all, it was merely a small structure of less than 10 square meters, standing only 3 meters high, constructed with cement and bricks. The cement set quickly, facilitating the process. Before commencing construction, Baifeng meticulously researched housing design, ensuring that adequate space was allocated. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Where walls had to be demolished for modifications, safety was paramount. Given the limitations of their current tools, breaking through brick walls would prove challenging. He incorporated features like chimneys and heating areas into the design. Prioritizing natural light, Baifeng opted to sacrifice insulation, believing that a house with proper illumination was essential. Living in a dark room was akin to residing in a coffin. If it grew cold, one could simply stoke a fire. Windows were not mere openings. They also featured wooden frames. Though the tribe had yet to cultivate hemp, they utilized dragon beard grass and reeds to weave ropes, albeit of lesser quality than hemp. Baifeng learned about spinning thread from a few women engaged in textile work, who could not remain idle. Lacking other tasks, they approached him for the materials necessary to spin thread. While they could not produce fabric, all the ropes used by the tribe were crafted by them, leading to the phasing out of leather ropes to prevent excessive waste. The spun fine thread, combined with a small iron weight, served as a level line to maintain elevation. The engineering team of Baifeng's tribe became increasingly professional, with their construction skills reaching new heights. Baifeng felt a profound sense of trust in them, merely outlining the construction requirements and allowing them to proceed autonomously. While Baifeng was still preoccupied with thoughts of his calf, a craftsman presented him with a small green stone, instantly shifting his focus. In a frantic rush to the kiln site, Baifeng stumbled upon a small kiln he had never noticed before. Within it lay a small green stone, a serendipitous result of the artisans' attempts to fire various stones, during which they inadvertently introduced agate into the mix. Although they were uncertain of what they had produced, this vibrant, smooth, and somewhat translucent object was undoubtedly not the detritus they had previously created. Even if fashioned into a necklace, it would rival the one dangling from Xue's neck. Thus, they hastened to seek the counsel of the knowledgeable patriarch, Baifeng, imploring him to identify this newfound treasure. Baifeng, recognizing its nature as glass, or more precisely, as colored glaze, given its vivid hue and partial opacity, did not chastise his kin for clandestinely operating a new kiln without his knowledge. Instead, he commended their spirit of experimentation, gently advising them that henceforth, any endeavors they wished to pursue should be communicated to him, assuring them of his unwavering support. This left the artisans slightly abashed, as they had previously believed Baifeng's successes were largely due to fortune. Their attempts were born from the notion that if he could achieve it, so could they. And they were surprised to find not only his recognition of the product, but also his knowledge of the materials involved in its creation. The only material suitable for firing glazed pottery in this region was agate, common and abundant. Since Xue adorned herself with a Chiyou necklace, many had followed suit, donning attractive pieces themselves. Initially, it was the men crafting necklaces for their wives, but soon, nearly everyone wore one. Baifeng was aware that sand could be used to create glass, yet he only grasped the rudimentary aspect of its production. He was entirely ignorant of the methods involved, and he perceived little utility in glass, dismissing it as not particularly valuable. Crafting large window panes was beyond their current capabilities, and the intricacies of making glass cups or bowls seemed daunting and fragile. One mishap could lead to ruin. In contrast, pottery was far more practical, even if a vessel broke. one could simply retrieve another from the tribe's storeroom. After all, the tribe was not lacking in pottery, even possessing beautifully crafted and lightweight chamber pots that other tribes coveted. However, the successful firing of glaze prompted Bai Feng to realize that his tribe might be somewhat idle. Therefore, he encouraged them to engage in glassmaking alongside their brick and tile production as part of their daily tasks. The colored gemstones used for glazing were unnecessary for glass, which could simply be made from sand. Nearby lay an abandoned riverbed, its fine sand plentiful, which had originally been utilized for cement. Bai Feng decided to increase the transport of sand, ensuring that the pottery artisans received several loads daily to indulge their cravings for stone firing. While Bai Feng acknowledged that their ability to produce glaze was largely fortuitous, he believed that with a bit of experience and daily experimentation, they would eventually create satisfactory glass. White Wind left behind the sorrowful faces of the pottery team, playfully toying with a small piece of glass as he walked away cheerfully. It seemed that the window he had initially planned was rather small. Perhaps he should consider enlarging it. For now, he would make do with a wooden window, holding on to the hope that a day would come when he could utilize glass. Fortunately, the construction at the site was progressing slowly, allowing his newly proposed requirement to be executed well. However, he pondered whether the tribespeople responsible for the house would think their chief had lost his mind for wanting such large windows. They did not voice their opinions. Instead, they hurriedly constructed the walls and used well-dried timber for the beams. This house was destined to be among the finest of its era. Chapter 65. The beast herd. Although the matter of glass had temporarily diverted White Wind's attention, he could not shake off the absence of the young calf, which had accompanied him for so long. The night brought with it a restless sleep, punctuated by the silence that replaced the calf's incessant calls. Daily trivialities distracted White Wind's thoughts, and this cycle continued for several days. Finally, as the framework of his new house took shape and he tended to the ground outside, he could no longer suppress his growing anxiety. Xue, too, felt a sense of melancholy in the calf's absence, for it was one of her few friends. Cows are indifferent to human beauty. They only recognize the humans who provide them with fresh fodder as the most beautiful. The empty cow shed adjacent to her room no longer required her daily attention to clean or feed, nor did it necessitate leisurely strolls. It appeared to be a leisurely existence, yet inside, a profound emptiness loomed. After several days without sight of the calf, White Wind's worry became unbearable. He resolved to venture out with a group of warriors to search for it, regardless of whether the calf intended to return. This quest would serve to alleviate his troubled heart. As for his earlier thoughts of personally slaughtering the calf if it did not return, he now found himself unable to carry out such an act. Perhaps it was better to let it return to nature, compensating for the annual hunts of the herd. Accompanied by a dozen warriors, White Wind set out early, while Xue wished to join him. However, he firmly refused her request, for this was not a leisurely excursion. If the calf had no intention of returning, they would have to bring back another cow. This notion may seem absurd, but for the tribe, it was a necessity. Every expedition undertaken by the warriors must yield results. The tribe could not afford idleness, nor could they squander energy on endeavors of little significance. Although White Wind's tribe was growing, it remained impoverished, lagging behind other larger tribes. The leaders of other tribes wielded considerable power, allowing them to indulge in personal affairs with great freedom, having nearly exclusive rights to food and women. In contrast, White Wind's tribe held only preferential rights. The houses and food they required were obtained through his contributions, freely utilized without dissent from the tribe members. As he led the warriors along the familiar path, White Wind quickened his pace. His physique was already superior to that of his warriors, and coupled with his anxious disposition, the warriors struggled to keep up. At midday, Bai Feng and his companions casually took a few bites to stabilize their hunger before setting off once again. Although Bai Feng told his clansmen that they were going hunting for cattle, they all understood the unspoken truth. His request was modest, and indulging in a bit of whimsy was hardly objectionable. As they journeyed further along the path, Bai Feng observed birds in the distance taking flight, suggesting the approach of a large beast. Given their small number, it posed a potential threat, prompting Bai Feng to swiftly lead his group up the trees flanking the road, seeking a vantage point for both ambush and concealment. Although many formidable predators, like tigers and bears, could climb trees with remarkable speed, the dense foliage and branching structures of these trees rendered ascent a challenge for such large creatures. As the commotion drew nearer, Bai Feng's unease grew. This disturbance was not merely the result of a solitary tiger or bear. The magnitude of the noise indicated the likelihood of a herd of elephants or a pack of giant wild boars, both of which would spell grave danger for Bai Feng and his companions. Elephants roamed this region, not in small numbers, but due to their vast territories and migratory nature, Bai Feng had never encountered them in his domain. Although tales of ivory in the marketplace were plentiful, and many clansmen claimed to have seen these majestic creatures, in truth, this era was also home to numerous rhinoceroses, smaller than their African counterparts, but still exuding an immense presence. When Bai Feng had previously encountered one, he had fled in haste, harboring no thoughts of hunting it. At that time, his tribe was armed with wooden spears and stone weapons, which would scarcely penetrate a rhinoceros's hide. As dust swirled along the narrow path, Bai Feng could only hope that the approaching herd would remain oblivious to his presence and that of his clansmen. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Even the most seasoned hunters, battle-hardened and skilled, were rendered mute by fear. As the dust cloud drew closer, Bai Feng was astonished to see that the leader of the herd was, in fact, a white calf. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a young bovine, unthreatening in itself. But trailing behind it were dozens of formidable adult cattle. This revelation left Bai Feng bewildered. Had he unwittingly brought his clansmen to seek vengeance against his own livestock? Just as Bai Feng pondered this peculiar situation, the calf approached the very tree where they were concealed. It seemed to have sensed something amiss, halting its progress and beginning to pace beneath the tree, sniffing curiously. Bai Feng's anxiety intensified. He could not guarantee that the calf would still regard him with the same fondness as before. Finally, the calf recognized the anomaly. Glancing upward to discover Bai Feng hidden among the branches, clinging to the tree limb with one hand and gripping his knife with the other, Bai Feng braced himself for any aggressive action from the calf, prepared to fight if necessary. Yet, the calf displayed no signs of hostility, instead behaving as it had in their previous encounters, rubbing its neck and back against the tree, gazing up at Bai Feng as if inviting him to join in a game. If it were only the young calf, Bai Feng would have long descended from the tree. However, behind the calf were dozens of eyes fixed upon him, watching in unison. Bai Feng felt that if he were to descend, he would likely be trampled to death by the herd. The other warriors were so frightened that they could barely maintain their footing on the branches. With no other choice, Bai Feng resolved to go down himself. Even if he were to be crushed, it mattered little, for he had been teetering on the brink of life and death since his arrival in this era. Feigning a calm demeanor, Bai Feng slid down the tree. The young calf immediately approached him, and Bai Feng instinctively stepped aside in trepidation. Yet the calf moved closer, nudging its neck toward him, longing for a scratch. After all, within the tribe, Bai Feng would scratch it, but out in the wild, there were no wildlings to provide such comfort. Noticing that the calf had not reverted to its wild instincts and still held trust in him, Bai Feng boldly began to scratch it. The calf, reveling in the attention, extended its neck further and even licked Bai Feng with its tongue. Once Bai Feng descended, the herd became somewhat agitated, but after the calf called out, they gradually settled down. The other tribesmen, witnessing the calm, also descended from the tree. Initially, they intended to draw their weapons, but Bai Feng halted them. Since the herd appeared to harbor no malice, there was no need to stir unnecessary trouble. They should first observe the situation. Chapter 66. Bringing the calf home. As Bai Feng scratched the calf's neck, the herd, having experienced a brief stir, returned to tranquility. The calf did not launch any sudden attacks, and the warriors heeded Bai Feng's instruction, refraining from drawing their weapons. Nonetheless, they all retreated closer to Bai Feng, aware that the calf's calm demeanor did not guarantee the same for the rest of the herd. Bai Feng discreetly counted the herd, estimating there were over 50 heads, predominantly young, similar in age to the calf, as indicated by their horns. Furthermore, the majority were heifers, with only a few bulls present. Although the heifers also possessed horns, they were distinctly different in size and length from the bulls, and their coats were primarily a shade of tawny yellow, with the pure white calf standing out conspicuously among them. It was evident that the calf had calmed considerably compared to a few days prior, likely having resolved its own issues. Bai Feng took the opportunity to examine the calf's condition closely. In just a few days, the once pristine calf was now caked in mud, with clumps of dirt adhering to its legs and tail. A long wound marred its chest, though it had already dried and showed no signs of pus or blood. Bai Feng surmised it had been injured by the horns of another bull during competition within the herd. There was also a minor wound on its face, but it was not severe. Observing the multitude of cattle following behind, Baifeng pondered the thoughts of the herd leader upon losing so many. Baifeng gently nudged the calf's head forward, and to his relief, the calf offered no resistance. With a light push, the calf began to move along the path. Baifeng instructed the warriors to keep their distance and forge ahead, lest they startle the herd, while he took his place beside the calf on its right, guiding the way. As they took a few steps forward, the herd of cattle hesitated, uncertain whether to follow or remain in place. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate to trail behind humans. However, the young calf had assumed the role of their new leader, and one by one, they wished to advance, but lacked the courage. Observing the calf continuing onward with the group of humans, they grew anxious, calling out in a cacophony. Upon hearing the turmoil among the cattle, the young calf paused, turned to look at them, and called out, yet the herd showed no inclination to move. The calf glanced at Baifeng and then ambled back to the herd. Baifeng dared not intervene, standing awkwardly in place, while the warriors could only watch helplessly from afar. Upon returning, the calf gently nudged the bodies of the first few cattle with its horns and stretched its neck to call out once more. The herd responded in kind, and Baifeng could only wait, uncertain of the calf's intentions. Although the meaning of their calls eluded him, it appeared that the calf was persuading the herd. After a moment of standoff, the calf turned and walked back toward Baifeng. This time, however, the herd followed suit without hesitation, mirroring the calf's steps. Baifeng contained his excitement, affectionately stroking the calf's neck as they continued towards the tribe. The herd maintained a respectful distance, trailing behind the young leader. The warriors, witnessing the herd's approach, erupted with joy, oblivious to the potential benefits this cattle group might bring to their tribe's future. They simply understood that they would soon possess a substantial number of cattle, alleviating their concerns over food for the year ahead. Baifeng felt assured that his gamble had not been in vain. While it seemed unjust to the young calf and its herd, such is the way of nature, survival of the fittest, the law of the food chain. Even though he might eventually cull a portion of this herd for sustenance and utilize them as labor, the advantage lay in the fact that this herd would continue to flourish. In the wild, the natural growth of a cattle herd is slow, often stagnant. Young calves can be retained to mature and pass on their genes, while the weak and infirm are eliminated, becoming prey for carnivores, thus maintaining a certain balance. A herd of cattle, even in the absence of predators, may experience drastic population fluctuations due to food scarcity. Such are the limitations imposed by nature. Yet humans, as anomalies within this natural realm, can confine the herd within a designated range, alleviating their concerns over food, predators, and illness. The cost, however, is that those cattle who would have fallen to the jaws of wild beasts will instead become sustenance for the very humans who nurture them. The young calf, having developed a robust physique and striking coat over the winter, had miraculously evaded the grasp of predators. Upon rejoining the herd, however, it faced ostracism and oppression from the elder bulls, who, driven by their own mating instincts, were increasingly irritable. Yet, weakened from a harsh winter with scarce food, these bulls posed no real threat to the well-nourished young calf. After the young bull endured a grueling encounter with a herd of formidable bulls, it emerged with only minor injuries, as noted by the white wind. Ultimately, it fulfilled its innate desire for propagation. The herd was substantial, yet the sustenance was scarce. The grass had yet to flourish, and last winter, they had resorted to gnawing on the very roots. Presently, the pasture lay in desolation, leaving the young bulls unable to procure sufficient nourishment. Many of the younger cattle, upon witnessing the robust physique and formidable strength of the young bull, opted to abandon their original group in pursuit of a more favorable habitat. Unbeknownst to them, the young bull was domesticated by humans. Consequently, when they first encountered Baifeng and his companions, the herd was understandably agitated, bewildered by the sight of the young bull mingling with these hairless creatures. Although the specifics of their exchange remain a mystery, the herd ultimately resolved to follow the young bull. Now, Baifeng faced the pressing dilemma of how to accommodate these dozens of cattle without even a pen prepared. If he were to bring them back and allow them to roam the wilderness, what would differentiate them from their wild counterparts? Accelerating the construction of a pen posed its own challenges, as the herd would be unable to forage, and cutting grass for them would require a significant workforce, with at least a dozen individuals needed daily to manage their care. However, observing the still obedient young bull, Baifeng contemplated that it might be wiser to focus on the bull itself, for as long as it remained, the herd would not stray too far. The adjacent wilderness by his tribe's dwelling was devoid of large herbivores due to human presence, resulting in lush, abundant grass that would be a veritable feast for the cattle. Water would also be accessible via pipes. He could easily extend one for the herd's use. Once they became accustomed to drinking in a single location, he could gradually enclose the pen, perhaps even leading them to discover they could no longer escape when they returned for water. With this thought, Bai Feng felt considerably lighter in spirit. Chapter 67. The Magpie Clan. Upon reaching the tribe's territory, the young bull frolicked freely, reassured by the absence of predators lurking in the grass, ready to strike. Even if a threat did arise, it could always seek refuge with the humans. This land was familiar to it, having roamed there daily, and it was replete with ample grass, unlike the overgrazed fields it had previously inhabited. The accompanying herd also paused to eagerly graze on the verdant grass, reveling in their feast. Bai Feng refrained from disturbing them, instead gently patting the young bull's forehead before leading his warriors towards the tribe's dwelling. Sui had been anxiously awaiting Bai Feng's return atop the city walls, as she spotted Bai Feng alongside the white young bull from a distance. She hurried down to join her fellow warriors in opening the city gates. As Bai Feng drew nearer, Sui dashed forward like a gust of wind, leaping into his arms. Bai Feng, taken aback by her sudden embrace, felt a moment of uncertainty, as their physical contact was typically minimal due to his concern about losing control. However, the tribe members remained unfazed, accustomed to far more exhilarating encounters in the wild. Bai Feng merely held Sui tightly and gently patted her back. As Sui lifted her head, her eyes glistened with tears. In this era, venturing beyond the familiar could mean never returning, a reality she found daunting. She yearned to accompany Bai Feng, as that would bring her solace. Yet, Bai Feng typically forbade her from straying too far unless accompanied by a sufficient number of tribal warriors. Once assured of Bai Feng's safety, Sui wiped her tears and released his hand, hurrying to the calf's side, unfazed by the multitude of cattle. Her sole intention was to scratch the calf's neck, reminiscent of when she first arrived at the tribe, using the calf as a pillow, its plump belly providing the utmost comfort. The patrolling warriors atop the city walls, upon sighting the vast herd grazing on the plains, instinctively readied their crossbows, awaiting Bai Feng's command to unleash their arrows. However, Bai Feng refrained from issuing an attack order, instructing them instead to lower their weapons. Though the warriors were perplexed, they complied, bewildered by the audacity of the cattle to graze leisurely on their tribal lands. The herd not only grazed but had also discovered remnants of salt scattered during the transportation of salt bricks by the tribe, which was irresistibly enticing. The cattle that found the salt fragments paused their grazing, shifting their focus to lick the salt. Bai Feng did not permit the calf to enter the city, for it was the leader of the herd and needed to remain outside to manage them. The city lacked accommodations for the cattle, and allowing only the calf inside could result in the herd running amok. After Sui finished scratching the calf's neck and tidying its coat, they proceeded into the city together. The calf glanced back at Bai Feng, wishing to enter with them, yet Bai Feng turned to the herd. The calf, after a moment of hesitation, chose to remain behind and continue grazing. Bai Feng sought out Gao, requesting him to craft several large water pipes to be installed outside the city. He planned to construct a large trough beneath the pipes using bricks and cement, ensuring the herd would have a designated drinking area. Furthermore, he aimed to establish a fixed schedule for their drinking, fostering a routine that would lead the herd to the watering place at the same time each day for future planning. The rationale behind placing the trough outside the city was to encourage the cattle to forage for food independently, thereby cultivating a habit of returning home at dusk. Meanwhile, the tribe began preparing silage, intending to harvest and store the lush grass during summer for the herd's winter sustenance. Additionally, the tribe's agricultural yield was substantial, and once harvested, the straw could serve as excellent fodder for the cattle. The immediate task was to construct a proper enclosure, allowing the herd to acclimate to its presence and develop a habit of returning to rest within it. Summer and autumn were not ideal for slaughtering cattle. This practice would only commence in winter, targeting the older and weaker members for the season. It was crucial to care for the calves, as nurturing them over several generations would gradually diminish the herd's wild instincts, allowing for greater expansion. The tribe rejoiced at the addition of so many cattle, despite the chief's decree prohibiting slaughter and excessive disturbance of the herd's natural behavior. Patience would be essential, allowing the cattle to adapt to the presence of humans gradually. As for the cattle pen, it remains akin to the city walls, constructed from compacted earth in a complete circle. The space must be ample. Though the area for the roof can be minimal, merely sufficient to provide shelter during rain or snow. Furthermore, a breach should be made in the existing walls, allowing the cattle to pass through. In the event of war or an attack by wild beasts, this entryway would enable the herd to seek refuge within the tribal enclosure, thereby minimizing losses and safeguarding the livestock. While Bai Feng and his companions were occupied with the arrangements for the cattle pen, a small tribe of fewer than 100 individuals, situated 3 days' journey from Bai Feng's tribe, was utterly ravaged. All its inhabitants, including children, were mercilessly slaughtered. The perpetrators were the GK tribe, a nomadic band of 300 who roamed the wilderness, hunting and gathering. Whenever they encountered a smaller tribe, they would swiftly charge in, pillaging their supplies and annihilating the populace. Although all tribes were currently impoverished, the GK tribe reveled in their exploits, leveraging their numerical and experiential superiority to swiftly conquer smaller communities. Though their plunder yielded little, they deemed it far more rewarding than hunting, and they indulged their whims with the captured women, who would also become their sustenance. Regrettably, Bai Feng remained unaware of these events. Otherwise, he would have led his warriors to exterminate this band of savages, considering it a means to bolster his tribe's combat experience. After all, despite the GK tribe's 300 members, their warriors were few after accounting for women and children. They typically preyed upon smaller tribes and would flee at the sight of larger, better-armed groups. The GK tribe continued their rampage upstream. Yet the tribes they encountered grew increasingly destitute, to the point that some began resorting to cannibalism among their own kin. With no option left, the GK tribe pressed onward, having exhausted their opportunities downstream. As they approached the territory of Bai Feng's tribe, they noted the vegetation gradually becoming lush, and there were no longer any trees stripped of their bark. Nevertheless, the leader of the GK tribe dared not draw conclusions, wary of the potential presence of a formidable tribe that could spell their doom. Chapter 68. Why wander He Chong, the chief of the GK tribe, gnawed on a child's arm as he advanced amidst the throng of his kin. Once, they had been a tribe of gatherers and hunters, but during a harsh winter, they found themselves devoid of sustenance. Thus, they resolved to attack a nearby small tribe. Although the two tribes occasionally clashed, the scarcity of their numbers rendered them hesitant to engage in open conflict, for the territory could adequately support both. Upon arriving at the neighboring tribe, fully armed and prepared, the GK tribe discovered to their horror that all the inhabitants had perished, either from starvation or exposure, their bodies now stiff and lifeless. The members of the clan searched the entire village but found not a single grain of food. The tribe, already ravaged by hunger and fatigue from their arduous journey, had eyes that turned red with desperation, and many had collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. Black Chong felt utterly helpless. He could not bear to watch his kin perish from starvation. While he squatted in despair, he noticed a fellow tribesman gnawing on the leg of a corpse. He contemplated reprimanding the individual, but as he stood, darkness enveloped him, and he fell to the ground, listening to the sound of his kin's gnawing. His stomach twisted in pain. After swallowing hard, he engaged in a mental struggle, ultimately crawling over, closing his eyes, and joining in the gruesome feast. The icy, rigid body was difficult to bite into, but once he managed to melt the frozen blood and swallow it, a sense of relief washed over his stomach, filling him with newfound strength. He began to tear into the flesh with greater fervor, no longer closing his eyes, devoid of hesitation. Initially, the other tribesmen hesitated to consume human flesh, but upon witnessing their leader devouring it voraciously, they rushed to find their own corpses to tear into. Even when their lips froze to the flesh, it did not deter them. They continued to chew, blood staining their lips. The children, terrified by the horrifying scene, cried incessantly. Yet no one paid them any heed. Survival had become their sole focus. Once their stomachs felt full, they paused to sit beside the mangled corpses, a sense of dread creeping in as they realized they had become what they once detested and feared, the cannibal tribe. Slowly, the realization dawned upon them, and one by one, they began to weep. The children, not comprehending the reason for their tears, cried even louder. Black Chang's mind remained clear. He understood that once they had tasted human flesh, their tribe could no longer be considered gatherers, but had transformed into a tribe of cannibals. From then on, survival in this land would be fraught with peril. Even if no one discovered their grim act, the knowledge of having included human flesh in their diet would haunt them. should they find themselves in dire straits once more. Humans could become their target. With a heavy sigh, Black Chong only hoped that the future would not bring such tragic times again. Yearning to find enough sustenance for his tribe and hoping that the younger generations might forget the horror of their actions. There was no need to return to their original village. They would make camp here, as they had tents and ample branches broken by the weight of the snow. Now reinvigorated, the tribesmen could gather firewood. They had filled their bellies, but the children remained hungry, still resistant and fearful of consuming human flesh. Once the fire blazed, Black Chong took it upon himself to slice pieces of meat with his knife and roast them over the flames, sharing the sizzling morsels with the still famished children. The children, unaware of the true nature of the meat they consumed, were simply delighted to have food. And Black Chong realized that the 200 corpses nearby would sustain them until spring. As spring arrives, with the grass growing and the weather warming, they plan to return to their homeland and resume their foraging lifestyle, gradually allowing their kin to forget the past. Moreover, he intends to keep the children unaware of the true nature of the meat they consumed. However, the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. That winter proved exceptionally prolonged. Although they possessed the strength to gather sufficient firewood and none of their tribe perished from the cold, their food supply dwindled alarmingly. When the last corpse was reduced to bones and devoured, the Zeke tribe found themselves in dire straits, their once robust bodies weakening day by day. Yet, spring remained elusive. And during what should have been the season for wild greens, snow continued to fall. At times, their gazes would sweep over their own kin, instilling a deep-seated panic within Haichong. Should this continue, they might indeed turn against one another, and he feared that he too could become another sustenance in his dreams. Haichong realized he could no longer remain passive. Thus, he summoned his tribesmen and announced their intention to depart, seeking sustenance in distant lands. Hoping to discover a place where spring still reigned, for this land might have been forsaken by the spring goddess due to their acts of cannibalism. The tribe voiced no objections. Armed with weapons and empty satchels, they embarked on their journey. At first, in the absence of food, they resorted to consuming tree bark and roots, stripping the landscape bare as locusts would. Yet even this could not satiate their hunger. Some suffered severe consequences, vomiting and experiencing bloody stools from the bark and roots. Haichong himself was not spared. His abdomen swelled uncomfortably, yet he could not relieve himself. Resorting to using his hands to extract a little, the tribesmen began to reminisce about the days of meat consumption, and the suppressed thoughts of turning against their own kin began to resurface within the Zeke tribe. Haichong, fully aware of the gravity of their plight, urged them to press forward, assuring them that they would surely find more food, encouraging them to remain hopeful. Yet, he too was uncertain of what lay ahead. Fervently praying for the spring goddess to grace their land once more, for only then would his people have a chance to survive. For the time being, the tribesmen heeded his words and followed him, even though food remained scarce along their journey. Fortunately, the weather began to warm, allowing them to catch some game, and a few wild greens began to sprout. The tribe finally resembled their former foraging selves, yet their provisions were still woefully inadequate, forcing them to move on before long. Unable to find a suitable place to settle, eventually, Haichong and his group stumbled upon a small tribe by the riverbank, estimated to number fewer than 100. With the warriors absent on a hunt, leaving behind only women and children. Observing the famished crowd, Haichong commanded his people to approach the neighboring tribe under the cover of the forest. They swiftly advanced, encountering little resistance, and successfully seized control of the entire tribe. Chapter 69. The birth of the cannibals. They did not annihilate the entirety of the tribe. Rather, the women offered little resistance, for in this era, women were often bartered for sustenance and regarded as invaluable resources, lacking a profound sense of belonging to their tribe. Many of these women had likely been exchanged among several tribes and could very well be sold to others in the future. The men left behind were all ruthlessly slain, while the children posed no threat and were left to their own devices. Haichong was solely concerned with locating food, prompting him to find a woman to guide him. The woman assumed that Haichong, as the leader, sought pleasure, and thus she loosened her skirt and reclined on the ground. However, Haichong had no such intentions. His singular focus was to swiftly procure food to quell the cannibalistic cravings of his kin. Confounded by Haichong's lack of interest, the woman noted that many men from the Zeke tribe had already taken liberties with the women of this tribe. Haichong did not intervene, as it was a customary affair. Had he not been in such a rush to find sustenance, it would have been their turn first. Understanding Hechang's intent, the woman left her skirt unfastened and led him in search of food. Upon reaching the food storage cave, Hechang discovered that this tribe was equally impoverished. They had only managed to catch a meager dozen fish, which, unsalted and unpreserved, emitted an unpleasant odor. The remainder consisted of some wild vegetables and tree bark, which Hechang found rather unappetizing. The scant provisions he unearthed could scarcely provide a meal for half the Zeke tribe, leaving Hechang frustrated as he pressed for any other granaries, only to be met with the response that none existed. Who among them could afford such luxury? Meanwhile, Baifeng sneezed, sensing someone was speaking of him. The third brick-and-mortar granary of the Baifeng tribe was nearing completion, and with an expanding repertoire of recipes, their food reserves were steadily increasing, without excessive consumption on their part. Hechang realized that lingering here was ill-advised. They had acquired little food and suffered almost no losses in personnel, yet had gained little in return. Should they remain, the warriors of this tribe would inevitably return, and another confrontation might ensue. Their numbers were not vast, and they could not afford to squander resources. Survival in this rugged era was precarious. Thus, Hechang departed the cave with the scant provisions he had gathered and returned to the tribe's encampment. However, upon his return, he was struck with terror and bewilderment. Dropping the food, he clutched to the ground. Several of his tribesmen continued their carnal exploits with the women of this tribe. But more alarming was that a fire had been kindled, and meat was roasting on a spit, while dismembered children lay beside the flames. The tribesmen laughed and conversed without a hint of discomfort, yet Hechang felt his legs tremble involuntarily. Upon noticing their leader's return, the tribesmen grinned and offered him a plump infant's leg, urging him to partake first. At this moment, the jovial expressions of his kin filled Hechang with an indescribable dread, resembling a malevolent demon. Yet, as he gazed at the severed leg in his hand, his stomach betrayed him with a ravenous growl. Recalling the taste of human flesh he had once savored, the succulent meat of infants, rich and fatty, burst with flavor at the slightest bite, a delectable indulgence. Previously, the flesh he had consumed was frozen and stale, lacking freshness, but now, this tender morsel lay before him, prompting his mouth to water uncontrollably. Despite the fish and wild vegetables at his feet, Hechang found himself unable to resist, trembling as he accepted the leg. As he devoured the last remnants of meat from the bone, clarity began to return, and he was struck by the gravity of his actions. His kin feasted greedily, their mouths slick with grease. Not only the men and children had perished, but most of the women had also been slaughtered, leaving only a few beautiful ones for their enjoyment. Overcome with sorrow, Hechang wept bitterly, realizing he would never escape the identity of a cannibal tribe member. The Zeke tribe would inevitably become a true band of cannibals, leaving no sanctuary for them in this world, uniting all tribes against them. After their gluttonous feast, Hechang ordered the collection of all remains, ensuring the complete annihilation of the tribe. They concealed themselves in tents or the surrounding woods. Inquiring about the number of warriors who ventured out to hunt, only about 40, armed merely with bamboo spears and stone axes. The Zeke tribe was more than capable of exterminating them. Indeed, they succeeded with minimal losses, only 7 fallen and several wounded, as they wiped out the remaining warriors. Hechang had become utterly enamored with the taste of human flesh, while others might feast on fish and wild vegetables. He was resolute in his desire for the exquisite flesh of children. The meat from this tribe did not sustain the Zeke for long. During this time, they settled in, fishing and hunting, preparing for their future nomadic existence. Once they had consumed all the flesh, Hechang and his companions resumed their wandering life. Although most of their diet remained grass, they did not forget their transformation into a cannibal tribe. Along their journey, any solitary wanderers or small groups they encountered were met with the same ferocity as they would exhibit while hunting other beasts, quickly surrounding and slaughtering them for sustenance. Similarly, if they encountered a small tribe, they would eradicate it entirely and settle in that territory until they had consumed all resources, continuing their nomadic existence thereafter. Over the years, tales of this cannibal tribe spread throughout the region, their dreadful deeds too horrifying to ignore, a desolate tribal dwelling filled with bones. Upon learning of their existence, several larger tribes banded together to hunt down the cannibal tribe. However, the Zeke were astute. Before their adversaries could launch an attack, they had already discerned the impending danger. Opting for discretion, they retreated from the area, moving upstream, leaving a trail of carnage until they arrived at the territory of the Baifeng tribe. They discovered that this basin was quite affluent, abundant in resources, and surprisingly, they found salt here. Although they did not locate a salt lake, many low-lying areas were rich in salt, which thrilled the Zeke tribe, who had long been wandering in search of it. The Zeke tribe had developed a survival strategy tailored to their needs, with raiding and plundering other tribes as their primary objective. A successful raid could alleviate their worries for months. While on the road, they reverted to foraging, occasionally crafting makeshift beds in trees to evade ferocious beasts and lay in ambush for passing humans. However, Haichong did not notice that his kin's eyes had begun to redden, and his own temper was becoming increasingly volatile. Chapter 70. The first encounter. The walls of the cattle pen had begun to rise. Initially, the herd was somewhat apprehensive of the humans coming and going, but after a few trips led by the calves to drink the salted water, they completely disregarded the frail humans. The walls grew taller, yet a gap remained, allowing two cows to pass through simultaneously. The herd had become accustomed to the towering walls. Despite the cramped space within, the high walls provided them with a sense of security. The calves, for the sake of the herd, no longer ventured into the town to sleep, but instead led them to the incompletely constructed pen. Over time, the herd had entirely adapted to returning to the pen at night. In due course, Baifeng and the others planned to install a gate for the pen, allowing them to graze in the morning and confining them at night. In winter, they would cease to let them out, instead feeding them stored fodder and selecting some for slaughter as sustenance. Of course, Baifeng was merely contemplating this for now. The future remained uncertain. The calf had gradually acclimatized to life among the herd, no longer concerned with the dirt on its coat or the clumps of dung and mud tangled in its tail. Baifeng's visits to the calf had become less frequent, as had Sui's. She did not care for the foul-smelling calf, but was content as long as it remained safe. The Zeke tribe had reached Baifeng's old campsite. Haichong and his group, spotting a few solitary huts, mistakenly believed they had encountered a particularly small tribe. And without hesitation, they charged in, only to discover it was an empty camp, devoid of any inhabitants. It was not entirely their fault. At that time, the camps were increasingly dilapidated, and Baifeng's previous site had not been abandoned for long. The kiln used for firing pottery still bore traces of ash and blackened earth, making it difficult to discern how long it had been since it ceased operation. Haichong led his men in a thorough search of the camp, finding no food, yet they remained undeterred. This location was suitable for temporary settlement, abundant in resources, and given their strength, they could easily secure sufficient food. They had merely grown accustomed to extinguishing a human tribe and wintering in such a manner. The thought of establishing a long-term presence here had ceased to exist in their minds. The envious crowd set down their burdens and dispersed in search of sustenance. As for the small dwelling atop the platform, it had been claimed by Haichong, who had never encountered a structure built of earth before. To his surprise, it was unexpectedly comfortable, far superior to his own tent, albeit somewhat cramped. The Zeke tribe swiftly discovered a waterhole nearby. After nearly a year of rest, it was teeming with an abundance of sizable fish. Employing a strategy of sheer numbers, they easily captured many fish. However, the insipid flesh was riddled with bones, far less palatable than human meat. As they feasted on the fish and slurped the tails, a spirited debate ensued over which part of the meat was the most delectable. Their eyes bulged and reddened, spittle flying as some declared the thigh to be the best, while others favored the rear. A few with more peculiar tastes preferred the entrails, though such preferences were scorned by the majority, as only the lowest among them would be assigned the offal. Unbeknownst to the people of the Baifeng tribe, danger lurked nearby. After counting heads in the morning, each person set off to attend to their own tasks. The hunters expanded their range, for the closer areas had yielded meager prey. To ensure a sufficient catch in the future, they ventured further afield. The vicinity of the old camp also fell within their hunting grounds, as the dense forest made it easier to find game, and they could even occasionally rest near the house. On this particular day, a hunting party of a dozen or so, having failed to locate any game, found themselves near the waterhole as noon approached, contemplating the prospect of catching a few fish for lunch. Their expertise lay in capturing those that flew above or ran below, while others in the tribe specialized in fishing. Fish had become a rather plentiful food source for the Baifeng tribe, with the expansive lake and its rich resources rendering their fishing yield relatively unchanged. As the group merrily approached the waterhole, one tribesman was suddenly struck on the head by a stone, causing him to bleed profusely and collapse. The others were likewise pelted by stones, some enduring excruciating pain, while others felt as though their bones had shattered. Fortunately, 2 managed to escape unscathed as the stones narrowly missed them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the tribesmen, seasoned by years of hunting, recognized they were ambushed and quickly crouched down, hoping to evade the still flying stones. However, once the barrage ceased, they beheld a vast throng of wild men encroaching upon them. With little hope of survival, and most of them already injured and incapacitated, even the prospect of fleeing was daunting. As the wild men drew nearer, the uninjured urged those capable of running to flee at once, taking their knives and bows with them. They understood that while their lives might not be worth much, these weapons were invaluable and could not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Those capable of running showed no hesitation. They seized whatever they could and fled. Even one with an injured leg attempted to escape, but after merely 2 steps, a stone struck him, shattering his skull and sending fragments of flesh flying far. The unfortunate soul lost all ability to flee and lay motionless on the ground. The sling was the paramount weapon of the Zeke tribe, akin to the spear throwers of the Baifeng tribe. It utilized a cord to hurl stones with a force several times greater than what could be achieved by mere human effort. However, mastering this skill required extensive training. During winter, after sufficient hunting, the tribe devoted their remaining time to perfecting the art of the sling. Stones were abundant, and cords made from either grass or animal hide were easily obtainable. When confronting prey or foes, they would unleash several waves of stones simultaneously. A single hit could incapacitate an opponent's combat capability by half. This time, nearly 100 individuals threw stones together, and surely, some fortunate souls would land a fatal blow. As they witnessed some fall and others attempt to flee, they surged forward in a chaotic rush, delivering merciless blows to those still alive. Regrettably, only 6 lives were extinguished here, while the rest managed to escape. Yet, they would not allow the meat so close to their grasp to slip away. A throng pursued relentlessly, stones continuing to rain down, resulting in a few more casualties. However, Haichong's gaze was drawn to the corpses being dragged away and the knives they had scavenged. He was captivated by the exquisite blade, glimmering with a chilling sheen, and its impressive size surpassed anything he had ever seen wielded by the prominent figures of larger tribes. Chapter 71. The flight. Haichong grasped the long knife, weighing it in his hand. It felt substantial and was far more beautiful than the bronze swords wielded by the leaders of grander tribes. When he struck a corpse, the blade sank effortlessly into the flesh, reaching the bone without the slightest resistance, a stark contrast to the flint knives he was accustomed to. Such craftsmanship could only be the product of a great tribe, yet he had never heard of any such tribe in the vicinity. The enduring tribes resided downstream by the great river. Why then did such fine weaponry exist here? Observing the robust physiques of the fallen, it was evident they lacked for food. Their flesh was far more abundant than that of many smaller tribes preparing for winter. Yet, there lay 9 corpses, with only a single knife found, deepening Haichong's bewilderment. If only one individual had been robust enough to wield the lone knife, it could be construed as a significant figure within a tribe. However, the substantial build of all these individuals suggested they could not have been sustained by an ordinary tribe. Haichong gestured for his companions to transport the corpses back to their encampment. With such ample meat, they would have sustenance for several days. Nevertheless, he was perpetually wary of provoking a larger tribe that might seek retribution. As his kin dragged the bodies, they left a trail of blood behind. One fallen bamboo tube caught Haichong's attention. He picked it up and, upon opening it, discovered it contained sticks adorned with feathers, their tips sharpened from stone. The peculiar shape momentarily bewildered Haichong, but after a brief contemplation, he recalled that it resembled an arrow, an arduous and ineffective weapon seldom employed by tribes. What purpose did the attached feathers serve? Mere embellishments? Disdainfully, Haichong discarded this useless object, reassured that this tribe was not a significant one. However, among those they had slain, there must have been an important figure from a tribe. Perhaps even the chieftain was among them. The chieftain could barter for exquisite knives using provisions and beautiful women, while the robust stature of the tribesmen suggested the abundance of resources in this area. The Zeke tribe could effortlessly capture ample game. As long as this tribe exhibited a modicum of diligence, sustaining the chieftain and a few warriors would be entirely feasible. With this reasoning, Haichong found everything to be coherent. Moreover, Their leisurely demeanor upon arriving at the waterhole indicated their familiarity with the place, suggesting that the encampment might serve as their temporary dwelling. Most members of the Zeke tribe were engaged in fishing at the waterhole, and upon sensing a disturbance, they swiftly concealed themselves. Now, having captured so many individuals, they could hardly contain their salivation. The fish they had caught were of little concern to them. One by one, they set down the fish they held, greedily inhaling the scent of blood, trailing behind the corpses. Unfortunately, their progress was interrupted by Haichong's reprimand. The fish represented vital sustenance, and their loss would mean starvation for those individuals. Only 4 men fled into the forest, dispersing as they ran, each armed with several knives and bows, anxiously weaving through the trees while remaining vigilant for any pursuers or falling stones that might strike them. They had left their quivers behind, as time was of the essence, and nearly all their arrows were stone-tipped, with only a couple of iron heads possessed by a select few skilled archers within the tribe. One tribesman, burdened with 2 bows and 3 knives, bore the marks of injury on his face and chest, feeling immense pain and fatigue. After a brief sprint, he suddenly choked and collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood before losing consciousness. Another injured individual sustained only superficial wounds, yet the bleeding persisted. The weight of his knife was cumbersome, but he dared not discard it, knowing that his comrades were nearly all slain and uncertain of how many would return. It was imperative to keep his weapon from falling into the hands of the enemy. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a tiger's roar, causing him to startle and hastily discard unnecessary belongings. He readied his bow, nocking an arrow, and surveyed his surroundings only to discover a tiger lurking in the grass nearby. Realizing it had been spotted, the tiger ceased its concealment and boldly emerged, fixating its gaze on the man. The tribesman, terrified, dared not meet the eyes of such a formidable beast. Merely witnessing the tiger's approach had already instilled a profound fear within him. With his hand grasping the bowstring, he was once capable of drawing the bow to its full extent, but now could only pull it halfway, his hand trembling uncontrollably. In a moment of carelessness, the arrow was released weakly, yet miraculously struck the tiger. The tiger, taken aback by the audacity of this solitary, hairless creature, found the shallow wound to be quite painful. Enraged, it leaped forward and delivered a fierce slap, knocking the tribesman to the ground, before sinking its teeth into his neck. An arrow protruded from the tiger's side as it carried the tribesman away into the distance. The 2 survivors, unharmed yet breathless, clutched their weapons and continued to flee, daring not to pause despite their exhaustion and aching calves. Their sole desire was to return to their tribe and report the incident to their chieftain. Upon emerging from the forest into the open plains, they glimpsed the walls of their tribe's stronghold and raced towards it, tears streaming down their faces. The sentinels on the walls, witnessing their disheveled state and the weapons they bore, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily opened the gates to admit them. Once inside, they quickly shut the gates and readied their crossbows, aiming at the distance with utmost vigilance. The 2 tribesmen found the chieftain and, amidst their sobs, recounted the events they had endured. Upon noticing several weapons that did not belong to them, Bai Feng understood that their previous owners would not be returning. Bai Feng inquired if anyone else had escaped alongside them. They replied that several others had fled, but they had scattered, unaware of their companions' fates. However, they bore injuries, and the relentless pursuers made it likely that their chances of survival were grim. Bai Feng clenched his fists, realizing that he had underestimated the threat. While he had been preoccupied with the dangers of nature, he had overlooked the peril posed by other humans. According to their accounts, the opposing group numbered at least 100 and possessed the means to hurl stones from a considerable distance, inflicting great harm. Bai Feng surmised that they were likely using a weapon known as the Yujuo, a simple yet effective tool, predominantly employed by shepherds in later times for herding sheep and fending off wolves. He had not anticipated that it was now being wielded with such devastating efficacy. Now, he could only hope that this was the sole group they encountered. If all the hunters were to disperse and confront these assailants, his fledgling tribe would face an existential crisis. Chapter 72. Trepidation. Bai Feng urgently summoned the remaining tribesmen within the stronghold, distributing weapons to all capable of fighting, and positioned them beneath the walls, prepared for combat at any moment. Risking his safety, Bai Feng ventured out to locate the young cattle, guiding them into the pen. Although the pen was not yet fully constructed, its walls provided some measure of defense, with the gate temporarily barricaded by large timber. The cattle, startled by their sudden confinement, exhibited signs of restlessness and agitation. Yet, Bai Feng had no alternative. The herd represented a vital asset to the tribe, and he could not afford any losses. Should the enemy launch an assault, the cattle will be swiftly herded through the openings in the city wall. Meanwhile, as Bai Feng and his companions prepared for this eventuality, the wall was already brimming with vigilant sentinels, each equipped with bows and arrows, their feet resting upon bundles of arrows, their gazes fixed intently upon the horizon, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest disturbance. As dusk approached, a contingent of several dozen emerged from the forest. The sharp-eyed among the defenders immediately sounded the alarm, prompting all to ready their bows and raise their spears, instantly transitioning into a state of combat readiness. The figures emerging from the woods seemed to have heard the signal as well, gradually halting their advance, as if plotting something. The vast distance between the two parties rendered it impossible to discern individual identities or intentions. Bai Feng and his companions were in a state of heightened anxiety. If the opposing force consisted solely of this small group, there would be no cause for fear, yet the possibility lingered that they might merely be a vanguard, sent forth to scout the area. After a brief pause, the group from the forest emitted a sharp whistle, one that Bai Feng and his people recognized well, crafted from bamboo. These whistles were standard issue among their tribe, with nearly every member possessing one for the sake of communication. In a tentative response, Bai Feng's group whistled back, receiving a reassuring series of notes in return, signifying safety. A collective breath of relief swept over the defenders, as the figures approaching were indeed their kin, most likely a contingent of hunters. For the series of notes conveyed by the whistle was a signal established by Bai Feng's tribe to indicate safety. Bai Feng then blew 6 short notes, urging them to return swiftly. Upon hearing the whistle, the hunters began to hasten their pace, though their speed was tempered by the weight of their abundant catch. As they neared the city wall, it became clear that they were indeed their fellow tribesmen, led by Chiyou, who bore a bountiful harvest. However, they appeared perplexed by the sight of so many warriors stationed at the wall, poised for battle. Once inside the city gates, Bai Feng inquired attentively whether Chiyou and his team had encountered the enemy or faced any peril. With each question, Chiyou shook his head, gradually alleviating Bai Feng's concerns. Yet, upon hearing that their kin had been hunted, Chiyou's anger flared, and he rose abruptly, brandishing his knife with the intent to retaliate. Bai Feng, quick to intervene, reminded the muscle-bound Chiyou that they must await the return of their other tribesmen. At this moment, it was indeed time for all those who had ventured out to return. Regardless of the circumstances, they must arrive before sunset, for safety was of paramount importance. Bai Feng's guiding principle was that people are the most valuable treasure. To preserve lives while losing land is a more favorable outcome than the reverse. Standing atop the city wall, Bai Feng awaited the return of his fellow tribesmen. The fishing team was particularly jubilant as they emerged from the woods, their joyful songs ringing out across the plains. Several carts laboriously pushed along the terrain. Bai Feng inquired about their encounters, but none had crossed paths with the enemy. Ultimately, only 2 out of the original dozen returned. Despite the bountiful harvest of the day, not a single smile graced the faces of the clan members. As the adage goes, with sufficient provisions comes the knowledge of etiquette. They have never lacked for sustenance or shelter, yet the bonds of affection among the clan have grown increasingly profound. Having shared countless days and nights with the few dozen clan members, their familiarity was palpable. However, the sudden news of their demise was a bitter pill to swallow. Typically, dinner time was the most jubilant part of the day, filled with laughter and playful banter. Yet tonight, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering, with appetites noticeably diminished. The loss of combat prowess within the tribe was minimal. Only a handful of weapons were taken, even if they had fallen into the hands of the assailants. The impact would be negligible, particularly since proficiency with a bow requires extensive practice, unless, of course, one possesses extraordinary talent like that of a bear. Yet, Bai Feng harbored doubts that such natural archers were abundant. Among his several hundred clansmen, only one had emerged. However, the slingshots wielded by the enemy demanded careful attention, as 2 scouts reported that their primary means of attack was the sling. In close combat, Bai Feng's tribe could indeed hold their own against other clans, even the larger ones, as not every warrior could be outfitted with bronze swords, let alone superior iron blades. As night fell, aside from a portion of weary warriors seeking rest to regain their strength, most clan members remained awake. The ample supply of nutrition afforded them superior night vision compared to their contemporaries. Some patrolled the walls, vigilantly watching the forest. Based on the experiences of the scouts, it seemed the enemy had encamped near the old site, or perhaps they were merely scouting the area. Other directions had yet to be explored. Baifeng contemplated that the only known adversary of his tribe was the clan of the Firemakers. However, during his encounters with them, he had not witnessed the use of slings, and their forte lay in fire-based assaults, aided by their unique incendiary devices. Thus, it was unlikely that this group was sent by the Firemakers for revenge, especially considering that an attack on Baifeng's tribe held no strategic advantage at this time. Autumn was the optimal season for launching an offensive. Moreover, there were no nearby tribes. Those a few days' journey away would not venture onto Baifeng's territory to wage war. The resources of this land were abundant, rendering conflict unnecessary. Therefore, Baifeng surmised that they were likely a band of nomadic savages, and judging by their violent conduct, they could very well be cannibals. Upon hearing Baifeng's conjecture, the clan members gasped in apprehension, for at this time, cannibal tribes were a terrifying presence, no matter their location. For the safety of all, Baifeng's tribe would once again enter a phase of seclusion starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, the tribe's crops began to flourish, soon to bear ears, and though winter brought heavy snowfall, the current season was marked by a scarcity of rain, allowing for some individuals to remain behind to irrigate the fields. Simultaneously, the fishing team brought news that most of the fish caught were now spawning, making it an opportune time to observe a fishing moratorium to ensure a suitable breeding period for the fish in the lake. However, this also inspired Baifeng to conceive another idea, to excavate a large fish pond within the tribe, utilizing water from the Great Lake to cultivate fish. While winter may prevent them from fishing in the lake, their own pond would provide a reliable source. Chapter 73. No one comes to attack in response to an unknown number of enemies. Baifeng could only devise countermeasures based on the intelligence currently at hand. It was evident that their primary means of assault was the slingshot, known to Baifeng as Yujuo. Although he initially intended to call it Yujuo, the term was met with confusion among the tribe, as they failed to comprehend what it referred to. Baifeng recognized it as a term from Tibetan, but its translation simply meant slingshot. This led to a collective silence among the tribespeople. While unspoken, Baifeng sensed their bemusement regarding his seemingly redundant explanation. Consequently, he opted to abandon the name Yujuo and simply refer to it as a slingshot. Although the slingshot boasted considerable range and destructive power, it paled in comparison to their bows and the spears enhanced with spear throwers. Nonetheless, it was paramount to devise a means of defense, prioritizing caution above all. Shields emerged as the optimal solution, capable of not only deflecting projectiles, but also serving in close combat. Regrettably, Baifeng had previously focused solely on crafting armor, and as of now, he had yet to acquire the means to create even a single component. In contrast, shields presented a different scenario. Wooden shields were readily available, simple to produce, and could be fashioned swiftly, though their design was easily replicated by other tribes upon mere observation. Unfortunately, Baifeng lacked the time to construct wooden shields. Despite their simplicity, the process required gradual carving and cutting of wood, and with the possibility of an imminent attack, even an all-night effort might yield only a few shields. However, bamboo shields proved to be much simpler. Binding bamboo together sufficed, and the tribe had accumulated ample supplies of bamboo, allowing each warrior to craft a shield without the need for specialized artisans. The incoming stones would pose little threat to the strength of the bindings. Thus, Baifeng and his companions worked through the night, hastily crafting bamboo shields. Once completed, they placed them atop the city walls. Unlike the Great Wall, which featured crenellations, their fortifications were merely flat surfaces, devoid of cover. Thus, should they confront the enemy directly, the presence of ranged weapons could pose a significant threat to Baifeng's tribesmen. With bamboo shields in place, they could effectively block several waves of the enemy's ranged assaults. As the adversaries commenced their assault to scale the walls, they would retaliate with arrows and thrown spears. This prompted Baifeng to reconsider the fortifications of the city walls. Currently, the walls were not sufficiently high, and numerous structural deficiencies existed. Though long and encompassing a vast area, the walls offered little in the way of military defense. While the tribe's territory extended significantly, the primary threat loomed from the direction of the forest. The other sides were shielded by mountains, providing a natural barrier, while the plains were unobstructed, allowing even the slightest disturbance to be noticed by the tribespeople. Only from the forest could wild beasts or other human tribes emerge. In the stillness of the night, Bai Feng and his companions had already crafted a sufficient number of bamboo shields, placing them atop the city walls for immediate access when the need arose. While it was unlikely that an enemy would launch a nighttime assault due to the severe limitations of visibility, after all, those afflicted with night blindness perceive the world as an impenetrable darkness, akin to the sightless. Tonight, with the moonlight gently illuminating the surroundings, a torch would suffice for clear sight. The previous wolf pack's nocturnal raid had instilled a sense of vigilance among the inhabitants, prompting them to maintain a night watch despite the towering walls. The absence of a guard during the night often led to an unsettling sense of insecurity. It was crucial to expedite the production of shields. Any delay until the following day would be too late. As dawn approached and the eastern sky began to blush with the hues of sunrise, no attacks materialized. Bai Feng hastily instructed everyone to rest, allowing the well-rested warriors from the previous night to take turns on watch, for in times of war, it was imperative for the men to lead the charge, regardless of the strength of the women who would follow. The cattle, having spent a peaceful night in their pen, began to moo restlessly at dawn, eager to graze as the pen offered only manure and no sustenance. Bai Feng hesitated to let them out, should an attack occur. Returning to the safety of the pen would be impossible. The tribe had been diligently preparing fodder for the cattle's winter needs, collecting large bundles of grass during their daily toil, effectively managing the weeds in the process. The stored grass was ample enough to sustain the herd for 5 to 6 days, yet the increasing number of cattle rendered the pen quite filthy. The mixture of dung, urine, and earth, constantly trampled upon, had turned into a muddy mess. However, in light of the urgent circumstances, it was decided to simply toss bundles of grass into the pen. Fortunately, the cattle seemed indifferent to the mess, continuing to feast contentedly, their restlessness subsiding. As the day wore on without any sign of an attack, Bai Feng and his group refrained from initiating an offensive. Despite their superior equipment, Bai Feng felt, deep down, that they were merely a minor tribe, especially after their visit to the legendary Xuanyuan. Should the larger tribes decide to strike, they could easily overwhelm them with sheer numbers, utilizing their slaves to amass a formidable force capable of breaching Bai Feng's stronghold. Thus, the tribe sustained itself on their provisions, which were plentiful enough to last a month. They even resumed their previous routines, significantly increasing the number of night watchmen and daytime patrollers. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Feng led his people in excavating irrigation channels for the fields, ensuring that the soon-to-sprout wheat received ample water. Due to temperature considerations, Bai Feng's cultivated rice seedlings had only now reached a stage suitable for transplanting, their length comparable to what one might observe in videos from a later era. The rice paddies were thoroughly inundated, and with careful spacing, the seedlings were transplanted into the mud. With a sufficient workforce, the task was completed in half a day, leaving the fields a vibrant green. Bai Feng fervently hoped that his efforts would yield a bountiful harvest, allowing the rice to flourish and produce grains. Moreover, they immediately commenced digging fish ponds, excavating 3 or 4 large ponds. The soil removed from these ponds was perfectly suited for further fortifying the city walls, providing enough earth to raise the walls by half a meter. The water is sourced directly from the Great Lake, and there is no need to fret about the fish being unsuitable for this water quality. In the future, simply capturing some fish with roe and releasing them into the lake will ensure that the small fish grow into larger ones. However, the fear of leaving the tribe for the Great Lake lingers. One misstep could cost a life. Days have passed, and White Wind remains anxious as the anticipated war has yet to arrive. Observing the dwindling supplies in the warehouse, the tribe members are increasingly concerned. If they cannot venture out to hunt soon, their sustenance will barely last. When the enemy finally decides to launch an attack, they may find themselves besieged for days, potentially starving within the confines of the city. With no alternatives, White Wind resolves to send everyone closer to the Great Lake. Approaching the old campsite is out of the question, as it has likely become a stronghold for the enemy. Yet, there is a possibility that those individuals merely passed through, brutally slaughtering members of White Wind's tribe. In his heart, White Wind contemplates that if he ever encounters someone wielding a sling, he must pierce them with a sword through both of their eyes. Chapter 74. Surprise Attack while White Wind awaits the enemy's arrival. The GK tribe is similarly in a state of anticipation. Whether it be a large tribe seeking vengeance or another small group of 10 or so warriors unwittingly presenting themselves. However, after several days without a sighting. Chong becomes increasingly convinced that the opposing tribe is merely a small band of around 100 individuals. Otherwise, a larger force would have emerged to exact revenge by now. The GK tribe's strength lies in their adeptness with slings, their primary means of attack, as well as their vigilance. Should anyone come seeking retribution, they are always able to flee with remarkable speed. As their captured prey nears depletion, the members of the GK tribe express their distaste for the bony and fishy meat, persistently urging Chong to command an attack on the rival tribe. Chong agrees that the time for an offensive has arrived. The enemy's prolonged hesitation indicates their weakness. The strongest warriors and the chieftain may have already met their demise, leaving the rival tribe leaderless. Thus, on that morning, Chong emerges from his small dwelling, stretching lazily and gripping the iron knife he had seized. He calls upon his tribesmen to advance towards the distance, determined to conquer another tribe and feast for months to come. The GK tribe erupts in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring as they arm themselves and fill their leather pouches with stones, rallying around Chong as they progress towards the direction the enemy had fled just days prior. Despite their initial raucousness, they maintain a profound silence during their march, a crucial strategy to avoid detection, as their success in surprise raids hinges on their ability to remain concealed. Meanwhile, White Wind realizes that they can no longer delay. Early that morning, he emphasizes the importance of not venturing deep into the forest, keeping a safe distance, avoiding solitary actions, and steering clear of the old campsite, all while filled with trepidation as he sends them forth. The fishing team need not be overly concerned. After all, it is unlikely that any tribe could launch an attack from the water. In this era, it seems improbable that any race akin to mermaids still dwells beneath the surface. As long as they remain vigilant on their journey, should they sense danger, they can simply abandon their gear and flee. A portion of shields has been provided for their protection. Bai Feng has repeatedly emphasized that encountering enemies in the wild and choosing to retreat when outmatched is not an act of cowardice, but rather a demonstration of wisdom. Only in the throes of true warfare does fleeing denote cowardice. Should the enemy pursue, he would personally sever the heads of those who attempt to escape. The cattle herd has been allowed to break free from the large wooden gate at the entrance of their pen to forage for food. However, the herd has grown accustomed to life within the confines, and upon the sudden opening of the gate, they hesitated, reluctant to venture out. It was only when a calf took the lead that the others mustered the courage to follow. With ample feeding, fortified walls for protection, and a plentiful, salted water source, life in the pen is far more comfortable than in the wild. The cattle find solace in the idea of remaining within the enclosure to fatten up. Once the herd has ventured out, the tribe members are tasked with clearing the accumulated manure from the pen. This waste can be utilized as fertilizer or dried for fuel during winter, serving multiple beneficial purposes. The sheer volume produced by dozens of cattle over just a few days is astonishing. Fortunately, the tribe members do not mind too much. Barefoot, they stand within, using wooden tools to gradually remove the waste. This labor consumes an entire afternoon, leaving them reeking. Despite washing multiple times, a faint odor lingers, prompting them to express their distaste for this task, vowing never to undertake it again. Bai Feng also contemplates the pen structure, deeming it less than optimal. The ground should not be flat but rather inclined, allowing urine to flow downward and keeping the upper areas relatively dry. Additionally, constructing several drainage channels would prevent excessive water accumulation during rainfalls. Seizing the opportunity, he enlists a larger group to create a subtle slope in the pen and excavate a few ditches, rendering the space more functional. Plans are also in place to erect a row of shelters within the pen, providing shade during summer and refuge from rain. While they lack the resources to cover the entire pen, such an endeavor is deemed unnecessary at this stage. The necessary timber and tiles had already been prepared, though the recent threats had delayed the project. Now, they resumed their work. Despite the unpleasantness of digging through the muck of manure and urine, the tribe members remain undeterred, understanding that their efforts contribute to the wealth of the clan and future sustenance. Xiong and Qi lead a hunting party of over 100, wary of dispersing. However, such a large group risks startling their quarry, making successful captures challenging. Along their journey, they manage to catch only a few small creatures, such as wild rabbits, while larger prey swiftly escapes at the sound of their approach. Despite the multitude of individuals present, a fraction of them wielded bows and spears for hunting, while others held shields and blades, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Should any adversary approach, they would swiftly encircle their companions with shields, seeking an opportunity to escape. As the sun ascended to its zenith, no enemies had yet materialized, yet all remained exceedingly cautious, taking turns to partake of their meager rations without allowing their guard to falter. By noon, the Zeke clan had yet to spot any game, yet they remained undeterred. After all, finding human tribes was no simple feat. Their midday meal consisted of a modest portion of fish, while only Haichong indulged in the scant remaining human flesh. With each bite he took, the eyes of his fellow tribesmen glistened with an insatiable hunger, their bloodshot orbs yearning for a taste of human meat. Due to a slight deviation in their course, the Zeke clan had not yet encountered the Baifeng tribe. None among them presumed any tribe would establish their encampment in an exposed plain, thus they bypassed that location entirely. After completing their meal and allowing a brief respite for digestion, both clans resumed their search, one for game, the other for the same purpose. The Baifeng tribe, concealed behind a rock, successfully struck a deer, piercing its abdomen. The creature struggled momentarily before collapsing, unable to rise again. Sensing their fortune, the hunter sprang from his hiding place to deliver a finishing blow. However, before he could reach the deer, several stones whizzed past him, startling him into a frantic retreat. Fortunately, the stones narrowly missed their target. The warriors behind their shields, upon witnessing the attack, hastily emerged to shield their comrade. Simultaneously, a deluge of stones rained down, most crashing to the ground, though a few struck the bamboo shields. The force of the impact suggested that had they landed on flesh, they would have surely drawn blood. Chapter 75. To flee or to lure. Saved by the deer, the hunter quickly entered a combat stance, retreating behind the shield of the weaker deer, while his fellow tribesmen, alerted to the ambush, raised their shields in preparation for defense. Shennong, the strategic leader, orchestrated their response. He commanded Chiyou to position the shield bearers in a line at the forefront, while the archers stood behind, ready to strike. Stones continued to rain down like a relentless storm, the sound of bamboo shields ringing out as they endured the onslaught. Though some bamboo splintered under the barrage, the shields held firm. After several waves of projectiles, a lull ensued, and Shennong and his comrades braced themselves behind their shields, anticipating a decisive confrontation. Yet, through the gaps in their defenses, no enemy emerged. Shennong drew his baotot and released an arrow toward the direction of the incoming stones, immediately followed by a cry of anguish, confirming he had struck a foe. He now waited to see if the enemy would reveal themselves. Haichong, having exhausted his supply of stones, lamented the ineffectiveness of their most potent weapon, thwarted by the bamboo shields raised before them. With no stones left at hand, and those in his satchel reserved for pursuit, he found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, Haichong commanded a cessation of hostilities, biding his time for the adversary to lower their bamboo shields. Regardless of whether they chose to advance or retreat, the absence of bamboo would grant him an opportunity. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, striking one of his tribesmen in the abdomen, nearly penetrating through. The tribesman cried out in agony, and upon realizing the man was beyond saving, Haichong swiftly severed his head to prevent further exposure of his kin. In a heartbeat, silence enveloped the scene. After a few agonizing screams, all was quiet. Haichong gleaned nothing further from the situation. He then loosed another arrow in the same direction. But this time, it appeared to find no target, as no sounds echoed back. Haichong, wary of the situation, ordered a gradual retreat, aiming to return to the safety of their tribe. They were among the strongest warriors of their clan. Any losses here would place their tribe in greater peril. Uncertain of the enemy's numbers, he understood that their mere 100 warriors would not suffice. Therefore, those bearing shields transitioned to the rear, while others sheathed their bows in favor of long knives. They would carry what prey they could, discarding the rest. Once they had created sufficient distance, and the threat of projectiles waned, they would cast aside their shields and sprint with all their might. Having just slain one of his own, the scent of blood incited a restless frenzy among the remaining tribesmen. Regardless of kinship, they were compelled to approach and partake in the blood that flowed from the severed neck. Fortunately, the bloodied long knife wielded by Haichong served as a potent deterrent, and with a mere flourish, the restless warriors retreated, clearing a space. As Haichong turned to assess the enemy's movements, another arrow flew towards his previous position, missing its mark and embedding itself in the distance. The entire Zeke tribe collectively inhaled sharply, relieved that Haichong had not advanced further. Had he done so, another life might have been lost. Chong was astonished by the bow's formidable power. The bows he had previously encountered seemed akin to mere toys for children, difficult to draw, incapable of great distance, slow to reload, and challenging to craft. A missed shot was a sheer waste. Consequently, Chong had always held bows in disdain. Favoring the sling, stones were abundant, and with a few rotations, one could effortlessly launch them. Despite having assessed that the enemy numbered just over 100, significantly fewer than his own, the potency of those 2 arrows instilled a sense of caution. After all, his own life held paramount importance. Thus, Chong retreated slightly, orchestrating his warriors into 3 segments. The left and right flanks would stealthily maneuver through the forest to encircle the enemy, while the central group would draw attention through a frontal assault. However, Chong himself would not be the first to charge into battle. He was there to oversee and command. Should the enemy escape, it would matter little. The thrill of pursuing fleeing foes was enticing, as throwing spears and stones would yield greater chances of striking, and it would lead them to the location of the tribe. Meanwhile, Shennong and his companions continued their cautious retreat. Yet keen-eyed warriors noted subtle movements in the underbrush on both flanks. Shennong sensed impending danger. The enemy intended to encircle them, and their audacity in employing such tactics indicated they must outnumber them significantly. Thus, he promptly commanded everyone to cease their discreet retreat and instead execute a swift withdrawal, ensuring that no one scattered. Those with shields were instructed to carry them on their backs rather than discard them, as these were crucial for their survival. Once these instructions were clearly articulated, all members began to sprint with utmost vigor. Fortunately, they were well acquainted with the terrain, and their exodus unfolded in an orderly fashion without anyone getting lost. The urgency to reach the tribe was paramount. The tribe's fortified walls provided essential protection. In the words of the chieftain, only large tribes with thousands of warriors had the capability to breach their defenses. Smaller tribes lacked both the means and the manpower. The fishing crew, numbering nearly 100, was similarly equipped, albeit stationed on either flank. Only the swiftest among them were dispatched to the Great Lake to relay the message to cease all tasks and hastily return to the tribe. As the warriors from the Chong tribe encircled them, they noticed their quarry beginning to flee in earnest. Stalling momentarily, they awaited the chieftain's command, but in his absence, uncertainty prevailed. Upon hearing the sounds of retreat, Chong rose to survey the situation and confirmed that their prey was indeed in a frantic flight. Fueled by this realization, he bellowed and charged forward, initiating the pursuit. The other tribesmen, upon witnessing their chieftain's fervor, followed suit, abandoning their prior stealth and opting for a boisterous chase. Such a display was intended to instill fear in their quarry, disrupting their formation and sowing chaos among them. This strategy had proven effective time and again. The people of the Baifeng tribe, upon hearing the sounds of pursuit behind them, dared not look back, their panic escalating into disarray. Most of them had never encountered warfare, making their fear entirely understandable. In this moment, Xiong took it upon himself to calm the others, deliberately reducing his speed to cover the rear and direct the group. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed that their pursuers were indeed outnumbering them significantly. However, he also spotted numerous women among the enemy ranks, indicating that this was a tribe composed of both men and women, unlike his own, which was predominantly male. This realization reassured Xiong. He surmised that this was likely the entirety of their force. The Baifeng tribe greatly outnumbered them, and if they could lead them back to their stronghold, not only would they ensure their own safety, but they would also have the opportunity to exact vengeance upon these wild marauders for their fallen kin. Chapter 76. A bait for the enemy. Upon hearing Xiong's words, the members of the Baifeng tribe found solace, understanding that they were not merely fleeing danger but had transformed into lures, guiding their pursuers back to their tribe for a counteroffensive. Consequently, they began to theatrically amplify their performances, maintaining their speed while feigning terror, shouting loudly, and some even resorting to simulated sobbing. Gradually, they discarded their captured prey, creating the illusion of desperation to their pursuers, as if they were forsaking all else. Had it not been for the significance of their weapons, they might have cast aside a few more to enhance their ruse. The pursuing soldiers fell for the trap, as they were particularly drawn to the thrill of chasing fleeing prey. Their cries ignited a fervor among them, their faces flushed with excitement, and their shouts grew more fervent. Especially when Chong observed the abandoned prey along the path, he became convinced that the hunters were utterly terrified, without a shred of doubt. and would never consider that they were being deliberately lured. The pursuers maintained their distance, unable to catch up, yet unable to shake off the chase, occasionally hurling stones in an effort to disrupt their quarry. The warriors of the Baifeng tribe, clutching their shields, carried them on their backs while fleeing to avoid falling behind, providing some protection against incoming stones, which occasionally struck the bamboo shields with a resounding clang. As they traversed a path that offered some concealment, several swift-footed tribesmen broke away to carry the message to the Great Lake, ensuring they remained hidden from view while leaving the main group. Once past this cover, the remaining pursuers would not notice the slight reduction in their numbers. Xiong conveyed a message to the fishermen at the Great Lake, advising them to either abandon all belongings and return to the tribe with their weapons for shelter and battle, or to arrive a bit later, conserving their strength to collectively encircle and eliminate the enemy on the plains. However, the latter option posed greater risks, as the open plains offered no protection from the enemy's onslaught, potentially resulting in significant casualties. Xiong refrained from making the decision for them, allowing them to choose their own course. The Great Lake was relatively close to the tribe, and upon receiving the news, they should be able to reach the tribe in time. The hunters could then lead the enemy on a slight detour. Xiong silently calculated the time. The fishermen's team should have received the message by now and were preparing to head toward the tribe. If the hunters arrived at the tribe before the fishermen, they would have no choice but to encircle the enemy together, engaging in the most perilous of undertakings. Xiong no longer lagged behind, but swiftly maneuvered to the front of the group, urging everyone to run directly toward the tribe, increasing their pace and no longer maintaining a steady distance from the Zeke tribe. Heichong, puzzled by the extraordinary stamina of this group, reflected on past experiences, realizing that no tribe had ever run so swiftly and for so long. Since the Zeke tribe began consuming human flesh, they had not lacked for sustenance. Thus their vigor remained intact, and they had never faltered in their pursuits. Unexpectedly, the leading group quickened their pace again, and just as Heichong began to doubt himself, he noticed that the prey was heading away from the forest toward the plains, which filled him with delight. Their slingshots would be ineffective in the forest, but on the open plains, there was no cover, and they were unfamiliar with the woods, slowing their progress. Once they reached the plains, they would be able to see where the prey fled. Indeed, the fishermen at the Great Lake had received the news, and the few tribesmen nearly exhausted their strength in their frantic dash to relay the message, arriving at the Great Lake nearly breathless. Upon receiving the news, Captain Lin of the fishing team fell into a brief silence before opting for the second plan. Within their ranks, there were no cowards, given the opportunity. They would annihilate their foes, avenge their fallen kin, and create conditions for the tribe's advancement, regardless of their own perilous situation. Thus, they convened urgently, not rushing back to the tribe, but instead preparing their gear and taking a moment to rest. Once their energy was somewhat restored, they would set forth to encircle the enemy alongside the warriors of their tribe. Xiong led his men out of the forest and into the plains, a stretch of terrain that posed the greatest danger, as it offered no cover. Hence, they remained vigilant, particularly those bearing shields, who needed to ensure protection. Upon spotting the tribal walls, they swiftly sounded the whistle, its prolonged note heralding the approach of danger. The anxious Baifeng, upon hearing the signal, hurried up the walls to gaze into the distance. There, he beheld the hunters of his tribe sprinting ahead, pursued by a multitude of foes some 200 meters behind. It appeared the hunters were uninjured, though the prolonged chase had sapped their strength. To keep the enemy in pursuit and prevent them from halting, Xiong and his men deliberately slowed their pace, maintaining a dangerously close distance. Baifeng watched with trepidation, yet he sensed an opportunity to severely damage the enemy. Therefore, he stationed only a few warriors on the walls while the majority prepared to assist at the city gates. The herd of cattle had not yet begun their return, hidden from the enemy's sight. Thus, he dispatched several individuals through a large hole in the wall and the cattle pen's entrance to locate the calves, hoping they would guide the herd back, ideally into the safety of the walls, ensuring their complete protection. Chapter 77. One-sided massacre. As Xiong approached the city gate, now merely 100 meters away, the gates swung open in anticipation. Upon their breathless entry, the gates promptly closed behind them, secured with a bolt. Heichong, having pursued his quarry into an unfamiliar earthen enclosure, found himself momentarily disoriented. He had been on the verge of catching them, only to discover such a structure in the desolate plains. Baifeng instructed his companions to rest while he ascended the walls with several dozen women. shields raised and wooden spears in hand. They aimed to create the illusion that their tribe had been decimated, as Shennong had previously communicated his strategy. Bai Feng believed this plan to be highly effective, yet for it to deliver a powerful blow, the enemy must approach the walls closely enough. Haichong paused to observe. Despite their fervor in the chase, their strength was waning. Although it seemed they had located the prey's tribe, the imposing walls evoked a sense of unease. Bai Feng, standing before the women with trembling wooden spears, exhibited a mix of feigned bravado and genuine fear, for below lay the flesh-eating tribe. Upon hearing that they were to engage in battle, they wept and clutched their spears, following suit without resistance. However, as they gazed toward the distant enemy, they noticed the trembling hands of their foes, struggling to maintain their grip on the spears, which fell to the ground, prompting hurried attempts to retrieve them, only for some to tumble down the walls entirely. As she wept with increasing fervor, the distant GK tribe, initially filled with curiosity, soon observed that only one man accompanied by a group of women was emerging to confront them. The woman among them struggled to wield even a spear. The men of their tribe, as well as the women, mocked the ineffectual woman atop the city wall, vowing that once they conquered this tribe, they would relish the sight of her despair as they severed her arm and feasted upon it. The wasteland was strewn with stones, and one woman casually picked up a rock, fastening it to her slingshot. With a vigorous swing, she released it, the stone hurtling towards the wall, yet it fell short, landing feebly against the fortifications. Nevertheless, the woman on the wall was still greatly frightened. Within the walls, hundreds of fully armed warriors stood ready, concealed from the enemy's view. The battlements were lined with wooden and bamboo spears, awaiting the moment to rain down upon their assailants. Observing that the strength of this tribe had been fully exposed, the GK tribe, no longer needing the chieftain's command, surged forward, hurling stones incessantly to intimidate those atop the wall. As the stones began to strike the battlements with sufficient force to inflict damage, Bai Feng raised the bamboo shields. The GK tribe felt no dismay at their ineffectual attacks. They believed that as soon as they cleared the wooden barricades, they could commence their slaughter and indulge in a grand feast. When their enemies reached the foot of the wall, Bai Feng refrained from initiating an attack. As the air was filled with the enemy's laughter and insults, accompanied by the cries of the women nearby, Shennong, leading the hunters, had finally regrouped, awaiting Bai Feng's order to ascend the wall and avenge their fallen kin. It was only when they began to batter the city gates that Bai Feng commanded everyone to prepare for an offensive. Black Chong, sensing a growing panic among his tribesmen after several futile attempts to breach the gates, was suddenly alarmed by a horn sounding from the wall. Realizing the imminent danger, he abandoned his tribe and fled in a frenzy. At the command given, all warriors ascended the wall. Some raised their shields while others shot arrows through the gaps, or stood to hurl their spears. In a single volley, dozens from the GK tribe suffered casualties. They had anticipated scaling the walls should the gates remain closed. But this unforeseen turn of events left them disoriented. Instead of launching an attack or mounting a defense, they scattered in panic. Observing their disarray and diminished resolve, Bai Feng discarded his bamboo shield and launched a full-scale assault. With a powerful bowstring drawn, hundreds of arrows were unleashed, even with a hit rate below 10%. The sheer volume of fire resulted in significant casualties. The wooden and bamboo spears were flung forth recklessly, with the sharpened wooden spears capable of piercing through their foes. The GK tribe, once the hunters, now found themselves preyed upon, unable to retaliate, their only thoughts consumed by the desire to escape. Haichong was the first to flee and did so with remarkable speed. Now, the range of both bows and spears proved insufficient, and Haichong possessed an exceptional understanding of evading attacks. Clutching a conspicuous silver longsword, he was easily identifiable as the chieftain by the people of the Bai Feng tribe. Moreover, with the desire for vengeance against him, all attention was intensely focused on Haichong. Yet their arrows consistently missed. Much to their frustration, they could not allow him to escape. In a moment of desperation, Bai Feng readied two powerful crossbows from his tribe. He took one, while Shennong took the other, and they unleashed their bolts towards the swiftly maneuvering Haichong. One of Bai Feng's arrows veered off course, failing to strike, though it sufficiently startled Haichong. As he attempted to shift directions, he suddenly felt his body lurch forward, a dull pain in his chest followed by the taste of blood. Struggling to rise, he realized he was pinned to the ground by a spear. There was no pain, only fear. Chong desperately tried to escape, but the blood flowed uncontrollably, and he soon succumbed, collapsing helplessly. Seeing their primary adversary fall, the remaining warriors felt a sense of relief, though many of their comrades lay incapacitated on the ground. Yet, over 100 individuals still attempted to flee. The range of their bows was inadequate, but those who had fled were now exhausted. However, there remained a host of spirited warriors on their side, so they opened the gates, allowing their tribesmen to pursue. Unfortunately, they had not ventured far when a group emerged from the forest, fishing warriors from their own tribe, all armed, who began to encircle the exiting soldiers. The remaining members of Chong's tribe, realizing escape was futile, resolved to fight to the death. Yet, their weaponry paled in comparison to that of the Baifeng tribe. With a volley of arrows, the Baifeng warriors swiftly concluded the battle, far beyond the reach of their adversaries' stones. Initially, Baifeng had feared they faced a formidable tribe, but upon discovering it was merely a small assembly, including women and children, he found the conflict easily resolvable. Baifeng chose not to eliminate them all, preserving a few captives to question, particularly regarding the loss of so many of his kin while they possessed only a single iron knife. Chapter 78. Return to tranquility. The most perilous moment of this conflict had been when Shennong and the others acted as bait to lure the enemy. By the time they reached the city gates, the enemy was significantly fatigued, while Baifeng's warriors were still brimming with energy. With strong bows and sharp blades, the battle unfolded like a massacre. Baifeng had never fully grasped the combat capabilities of his tribe, as they had not been tested in actual warfare until now. Now, the truth was evident. Their prowess had been showcased in a successful campaign that left Baifeng somewhat astonished. He realized he had previously been overly cautious. With such a formidable fighting force, he could afford to be bolder. His tribesmen, having emerged from the conflict with a newfound understanding of their strength, experienced a transformation within, ensuring they would grow even stronger in the future. The herd was driven into the pen, yet the battle concluded swiftly, necessitating the cattle to be released once more to forage for sustenance. Not only the herd, but even the gentle calves displayed a hint of discontent. Lin and the other warriors subdued a few surviving wild men, while Baifeng approached, only to be momentarily overwhelmed by the wild man's crimson gaze and foul odor, which nearly induced nausea. Not even the sight of numerous corpses could invoke such revulsion as these cannibals did. Baifeng, suppressing his discomfort, inquired about the number of their kinsmen they had slaughtered and why there was only a single knife amongst them. The terrified wild men stammered, claiming they could not recall how many they had killed, only that many had fled, and that the beautifully crafted knife they possessed was the only one they had seized. Baifeng deduced that the few tribesmen who had fled, armed, must have sustained severe injuries or been attacked by other beasts, concluding that no other cannibal tribes remained. He further questioned whether all their kin were present, to which they affirmed. Yet, Baifeng observed not a single child, only some adolescents, prompting him to probe deeper into the truth. The wild men insisted their words were genuine, asserting that all the children of their tribe had perished, even the newborns, who could scarcely survive a season. Baifeng pondered how the adults, in such dire straits, could expect their children to thrive. As long as he was assured of the absence of other cannibal tribes, he dismissively gestured for Lin to execute them as well. The wild men pleaded momentarily before succumbing to silence. With the battle concluded, the battlefield required thorough cleansing to avert the threat of disease. Fortunately, they were not of his kin. The wild men were buried in a large pit, and should they have been burned, it would have left the entire tribe in ashes. The corpses were dragged away from the tribe to a remote location, where a substantial pit was dug, lined with a thick layer of lime. After casting the bodies within, another layer of lime was added, followed by soil to cover it. The traces of blood along the way were obliterated with lime. Baifeng never found such tasks bothersome, even undertaking the labor himself, transporting cartloads of lime from the city to purify the tainted land. All participants in the conflict were mandated to take a thorough bath, and their garments were boiled, regardless of the effectiveness in eradicating germs. These were the only measures he could take to maintain appearances of cleanliness. Once the threat posed by the cannibals was resolved, Baifeng's tribe gradually resumed its normal rhythm, free from the daily anxiety, and the sorrow of lost kin began to fade amidst their relentless toil. The whereabouts of those weapons were later uncovered during the hunters' expeditions, but alas, there was no sign of the owners, for countless beasts would scarcely forego a feast of such delectable flesh. The planted grains had begun to sprout, showcasing the most meticulous cultivation of this era. Both the height of the plants and the size of the grains far surpassed their wild counterparts. The rice had also commenced its flowering, appearing to be successful thus far. One could only hope for abundant seeds, ensuring that the tribe's efforts were not in vain. The brick house of Baifeng has been completely constructed, with the floor laid in cement and the exterior walls also coated with cement. Although Baifeng regards it as the most rudimentary shell of a house, his kin perceive it as a breathtaking marvel beyond words. Many have expressed their desires to build similar abodes for themselves, and Baifeng, of course, encouraged them to construct their homes sooner rather than later. The grayish-white cement walls stand out remarkably in this world. Baifeng initially thought it was sufficient, but upon awakening one day, he discovered that someone had carelessly adorned his walls with drawings. Infuriated, he was about to inquire who was responsible, when Sui reminded him that these were rock paintings, intended to celebrate Baifeng's exploits. Upon closer inspection, Baifeng was surprised to find that the illustrations depicted his journey from the inception of life to finding a dwelling, crafting water pipes, planting crops, hunting, and more, all rendered as if in a storybook upon the walls. This made Baifeng feel a tad bashful. Although the drawings were rudimentary, resembling simplistic stick figures, he would not have recognized them had Sui not pointed it out. Nevertheless, since his kin chose to express their admiration in this way, it indicated their acknowledgement of his efforts, and Baifeng refrained from further inquiries about the artist. As the grains were in the milking stage, Baifeng's greatest concern arose: the onset of the rainy season in this region. The rains could arrive unexpectedly, often accompanied by torrential downpours and possibly hail, which had terrified Baifeng the previous year. Now that he had a home, and his tribe members had places to reside, with adequate drainage systems in place, flooding was not a fear. Yet, the grains set to mature were at risk. A severe downpour could lead to significant yield reduction or even total loss. Chapter 79. Each tribe indeed. The torrential rain arrived as anticipated. Though brief, lasting only a little over 2 hours, the rainfall was exceptionally heavy. Fortunately, it began in the evening when the tribespeople had already returned. Otherwise, Baifeng would have been too anxious to sleep. The settlement was situated on elevated ground, thus avoiding water accumulation, save for some uneven patches where puddles formed, making walking rather uncomfortable. The fields, situated on level ground, were now undoubtedly inundated, and the drainage system proved insufficient. Baifeng and his companions could only take advantage of the setting sun to modify the drainage channels, hastily directing the water away. If the fields were ruined, a year's labor would be in vain. The only consolation was the rice, which benefited from the rain, alleviating the need for irrigation. Thanks to timely drainage, the situation was not severely impacted. However, many plants were flattened in the mud, and based on his experience, Baifeng surmised that they were likely beyond saving. As night fell completely, the tribe members trudged back through the mud to sleep. Regardless, the situation was now settled. In just half a month, the wheat would be ready for harvest. Baifeng and his companions had already begun wielding sickles, but the rain had cast a heavier pall over their spirits, diminishing their anticipation for the harvest considerably. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Chiyou, the Shennong clan was engaged in the laborious task of harvesting wheat, with Xuanyuan himself leading a group of individuals in the fields. Their territory lay further south than that of Baifeng, resulting in an earlier maturation of the wheat. However, they neither fertilized nor tilled the land. Instead, they merely marked off a patch of earth and scattered grass seeds at random, leaving the yield to the whims of fate. Lacking any awareness of agricultural practices, they believed that if wild grass could flourish in the wilderness, then seeds sown within their domain would similarly thrive, albeit with the added benefit of ease in harvesting and a more concentrated yield. Thus, while they claimed to be reaping wheat, they were merely selecting and cutting down a type of wild grass known as wheat amidst a sea of weeds. Their primary sustenance still derived from hunting, with foraging serving merely as a supplementary source. Moreover, their tribe had successfully established substantial cattle and sheep farming, having selectively bred these two animals over generations for their suitability. These creatures provided ample meat, their hides were useful, and most importantly, once a high wall was erected, escape became impossible. In contrast, deer could easily leap over barriers. Rabbits consumed copious amounts of food while yielding little meat, and their burrowing behavior rendered them unfit for domestication. Pigs, with their irritable temperaments and propensity to injure tribe members, along with their notoriously foul odor, were similarly excluded from the realm of livestock. Xuanyuan, clad in a short linen tunic and trousers, bore dark skin and muscular build. Though still a youth, the semblance of a formidable warrior was already apparent. A heavy rain had fallen 2 days prior, yet their tribe, residing on the mountains, remained largely unscathed. Only a segment of those dwelling at the base had suffered, as their makeshift shelters were swept away. Fortunately, the inhabitants managed to escape without casualties. No one was particularly concerned about whether the wild grains had been adversely affected by the deluge, for after all, they were merely wild grasses, and none had witnessed wild vegetation being ruined by rain unless it was accompanied by hail. However, the reality validated Xuanyuan's perspective. Bifome, thinking like a modern individual, assumed that the plants, having been beaten down by rain and submerged in mud, would perish and rot in the soil. Yet, he overlooked the fact that this was a primitive strain of wheat, which, despite its modest yield, retained its innate resilience against lodging. In contrast, cultivated grains of later generations, while bountiful, had largely forfeited their resistance to lodging and disease, akin to a pregnant woman. Though her belly may be full, she remains exceedingly fragile and faces considerable risk with even the slightest disturbance. The day after the rain, when the sun emerged, all crops, regardless of their prior condition, gradually regained their upright posture after basking in sunlight. Only a few, having been thoroughly buried in mud, were beyond recovery. Fortunately, those instances were not numerous, and with some assistance in clearing away the mud, there remained hope for revival. Apart from the wheat, other crops were still in the process of developing their stalks, rendering the impact of the rainfall minimal, with the benefits outweighing the drawbacks. Now, the White Wind tribe eagerly anticipates the harvest after the wheat ripens. It is estimated that this vast expanse of wheat will suffice to feed 50 tribe members for an entire year, coupled with other crops. The harvest will adequately sustain the tribe for 6 months. Moreover, the tribe possesses additional sources of income, including various meats and wild vegetables. This year, even if the White Wind tribe indulges in abundant feasting, they will still have a surplus, providing the tribe with capital for further expansion. Among the Jiuli tribe, Chiyou, adorned with braids, rides a stout, black and white beast through the bamboo forest. Regrettably, the iron-eating beast moves sluggishly, and with Chiyou's imposing stature, the reluctant creature struggles to bear the weight of its human rider. Whenever fresh bamboo shoots emerge, the iron-eating beast abruptly rises, attempting to unseat Chiyou, indifferent to his grip as it gnaws at the tender bamboo with its sharp teeth. Chiyou feels a pang of frustration. Why must such a magnificent iron-eating beast prefer bamboo? While it does consume meat, its true delight lies in the succulent bamboo shoots. Should Chiyou encounter wandering sages who extol the beast's valor, he would be tempted to reduce them to morsels for his iron-eating companion. Should tales arise of celestial beings riding fish or eagles, Chiyou would similarly dispose of them to feed his beast. The primary sustenance for the Jiuli tribe stems from hunting, yet winter presents challenges in securing prey. Relying on preserved food from previous seasons, the tribe barely survives the harsh winter, yet many perish from hunger. However, they show no pity. Only the mightiest warriors and finest hunters merit an abundance of food, while the frail and unskilled are left to subsist on the leftovers of others. Those who lack capability deserve their fate, though the first to starve are often the most diligent slaves. Chiyou's father, Xuanyuan, serves as the chieftain of the Jiuli tribe and stands as the most formidable warrior. Even if Chiyou has refrained from hunting or combat throughout the winter, dedicating his focus to the iron-eating beast, he lacks for nothing. In fact, he possesses surplus meat to nourish the beast, and the tribe harbors no objections. Xuanyuan's exceptional leadership and combat prowess, along with his 30 valiant warriors, deter any dissenting thoughts among the tribe. Nonetheless, Chiyou realizes he cannot solely concentrate on the iron-eating beast. It appears ill-suited as a mount. Instead, he contemplates hunting to provide more food for the tribe. Yet, a sage once spoke of a creature that runs like fire. Should he encounter such a being on his hunts, capturing it as a steed would be splendid. Chapter 80. The wheat turns yellow. The wheat in the White Wind tribe has begun to take on a golden hue. White Wind spends nearly every day in the fields, watching the wheat, sensing that the southern winds will soon rise and the wheat will ripen. Once the wheat turns yellow, it must be swiftly harvested. Even if it cannot be threshed and stored on the same day, it must be gathered immediately, otherwise, a rainstorm could prompt it to sprout. The wheat clan in the wilderness has discovered that the grains have ripened to a golden hue. The ears brought back were examined by Bifone, revealing them to be somewhat shriveled and small, yielding only around 14 grains per ear, whereas his own wheat was plump, with nearly 20 grains per ear, marking a significant distinction. By selecting the largest ears with the most grains for seed, the yield of next year's harvest should increase substantially. As summer approached, the heat became stifling. Every afternoon or evening, Bifone grew anxious about the possibility of rain. It was imperative that it did not rain during this critical time. A mere 3 more days would suffice for the harvest to be completed without issue. The clan members had never witnessed such robust growth and size in their wheat grains. Initially, they had little hope when planting, as their mindset was primarily focused on hunting. If they could replicate the bountiful harvest of the previous autumn, their lives would be immeasurably better, beyond the imagination of other tribes. What tribe could survive winter without losing a single soul to hunger or cold? If they were to recount last winter's hardships, others would surely dismiss it as a fabrication. Even more implausible than a tale of a woman stepping in the footprints of a deity and bearing a child. The women of the weaving team were equally incredulous. Although the fire-making clan also cultivated wheat, they lacked such orderly fields and did not scatter manure in their plots, nor did they concern themselves with weeding, believing that nature's untamed sowing would suffice. However, this magnificent spectacle altered their perceptions, revealing their ignorance. Bifone truly seemed to be the offspring of divinity, capable of producing such splendid crops. The clan hoped fervently that Bifone would perform a ritual to invoke the deity's blessings for a bountiful harvest and to ensure a rainless period for smooth reaping. Though offerings were placed before the stone tablet of heaven and earth after meals, later distributed among the clan, the grand sacrificial ceremonies were conspicuously absent. Bifone was more than willing to conduct a ritual, not only to soothe the clan's hearts, but also out of a sincere desire to seek divine favor for a successful harvest. Thus, he undertook the ritual with earnestness. Unlike other tribes, theirs did not involve casting food or people into the flames as offerings. Regardless of how lavish the tribute, it would ultimately be shared among the clan. Instead, inedible items like cedar resin were tossed into the fire. Bifone was uncertain of the proper sacrificial procedure, yet he felt confident that his improvisation would surpass the peculiar dances of the shaman. The original high priest, now relegated to the sidelines, assisted Bifone, observing and learning this unfamiliar ritual process. Yellow paper was typically used for burning, but lacking the means to produce it. Bifone inscribed his pleas for divine protection on bamboo slips before casting them into the flames. In the end, accompanied by all their kin, they knelt en masse upon the ground, performing the ritual of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows, thus concluding the sacred ceremony. The most cumbersome task throughout was delivering the formal address to the deities. The clansfolk had never anticipated that there could be such eloquence in beseeching divine intervention. With the ritual complete, their anxieties dissipated, as they firmly believed in the formidable prowess of their tribal deity, confident that their appeals would surely be heard, especially since their chieftain was one of their own kin. On the morrow following the ceremony, the wheat matured at an astonishing pace, the stalks turning golden even at their roots. The White Wind tribe did not harvest as in later times by cutting down the entire stalk. Rather, they wielded small knives to sever each ear of grain meticulously, collecting them in woven baskets to carry away. The straw was of little concern, as it could withstand rain. They intended to gather it leisurely once the wheat had been fully harvested. Primarily, White Wind sought out the largest ears of wheat, clipping them individually and setting them aside as seed grain. To avoid trampling the other stalks, White Wind navigated the edges of the field, daring not to venture into the center, for the loss of even a single ear would not be worth the potential yield sacrificed. The entire tribe engaged in the harvest. Each member wielded a small knife, unperturbed by the adequacy of their tools, while the sickles previously used would now await the collection of straw. For 2 full days, they toiled relentlessly, arising at dawn to labor in the fields, returning home only to consume meager rations of dried provisions at midday, and often not returning until nightfall. After the sun had set completely, through the collective diligence, the wheat was finally harvested in time, the severed ears stacked within a specially constructed warehouse with a cement floor, superior to the earthen ground in preventing moisture and deterring rodents. Despite the inevitable presence of rat holes within their storeroom, White Wind and his kin found themselves powerless. There were no cats to catch them, and even the wildcats, known for their hunting prowess, were elusive and unfriendly, having long since abandoned their domesticated instincts. Unless White Wind could capture a young wildcat to nurture, he had yet to encounter any in the vicinity. However, lynxes, closely resembling cats, were plentiful, though they were uninterested in hunting small rodents, preferring deer and sheep instead. By fortunate chance, White Wind's pair of shoes was crafted from the skin of a lynx captured by the tribe. As for the wheat harvest, White Wind found himself unable to estimate the yield accurately. For now, they only had the ears, which contained considerable moisture, and it would only be after threshing and drying that the true quantity would be revealed. Regarding the issue of threshing, White Wind had devised a tool akin to a flail, capable of striking continuously like a hand. This implement would later evolve into a weapon of war, alongside a similar tool known as the dragon staff, which was famously wielded by Xuanyuan. However, after the grains were separated, White Wind had no intention of milling them all into flour, as that would be excessively laborious, consuming untold manpower and time. Cooking them into porridge was a viable alternative, and the thought of constructing a stone mill for grinding flour seemed far more daunting than cultivating the wheat itself. However, the tribe still possesses individuals skilled in the art of stone tool making. By providing them with a brief explanation of the desired shape and a quality tool, even if it were to break, they could continue to create. It is essential to produce a stone mill, regardless of its size. Although crafting a mill large enough for the entire tribe to grind wheat may prove challenging, a smaller version is certainly feasible. With an abundance of wheat at hand, it is imperative to produce noodles, which have been a cherished desire. Naturally, this is not merely for personal indulgence. Those who contribute significantly to the tribe will also partake in the delightful noodles, serving as a means of recognizing their efforts. Chapter 81. Prosperity. On the very night following the completion of the wheat harvest, rain began to fall once more. Yet, this time, there was no cause for concern. Instead, the tribe welcomed the downpour, appreciating its cooling effect on the sweltering weather. Previously, the fish pond had been excavated partially, but was halted. Now that the grain had been harvested, the tribe felt little urgency to venture out for hunting, as the prospect of abundant food from their own homes far outweighed the exhaustion of hunting in the wild. Thus, the robust men united their efforts at the designated site, diligently digging, and soon a vast artificial lake began to take shape. However, upon measuring, Baifeng felt it was rather small, roughly the size of a football field, so he decided to double its area. Baifeng was unperturbed by the potential issue of water seepage, as the groundwater level in their location was relatively high. During the excavation of the water cistern, they had encountered water at nearly 4 meters deep, albeit salty and unpalatable compared to the quality of lake water, leading them to abandon the use of well water. Moreover, with such a large lake, even if seepage occurred, constant inflow would ensure it never dried up. Thus, Baifeng harbored no concerns, save for the survival of the fish. In the expansive threshing yard, all the harvested wheat ears were piled high. Yet one storm was insufficient to accommodate them all. Everyone swung their arms vigorously, wielding flails, while those without flails crafted bamboo paddles to strike the grains. The objective was simply to separate the wheat from the chaff. Once the wheat was threshed, they would take advantage of the evening breeze to toss the mixture of wheat and husks into the air, allowing the wind to carry away the lighter husks, leaving behind the heavier grains. This process was repeated until the wheat was impeccably clean. Lacking bags to store the wheat, they constructed a granary using cement in the warehouse. After all, using bamboo or wood was more cumbersome, as the gaps would allow grains to escape. Moreover, bricks and cement could be reused, with a valve installed at the bottom, enabling the grains to flow out like water upon pulling a wooden board free. Despite the wheat having been winnowed, remnants such as clods, stones, and various insects could not be blown away by the wind. Thus, while transporting the clean wheat in clay and wooden bowls to the granary, children squatted nearby, meticulously sifting through the contents to remove impurities. Apart from the robust men engaged in excavating the fish pond, nearly all the other tribe members were occupied in the threshing yard. The previously frail wildlings, having regained their strength, had now become the mainstay of the threshing crew. They dedicated considerable effort to the cultivation and harvesting of crops for the tribe. Due to their frail constitutions and lack of skills, they were unable to engage in other forms of labor. Fortunately, the tasks of weeding and harvesting wheat did not require great physical strength. Acknowledging their contributions in this regard, The tribespeople recognized their worthiness to be regarded as true members of the Baifeng tribe. Consequently, since the wheat harvest, they no longer had to subsist on the most basic and inferior food. They could now partake in the same sustenance as the elder tribespeople. The new members were aware of their differentiated treatment, but felt no dissatisfaction, for they understood that they had yet to earn full acceptance. Nonetheless, the stability of their current food supply was a vast improvement compared to their previous circumstances. In addition to the change in diet, they were now eligible to earn work points. The system of work points in the Baifeng tribe differed from that of later generations. Only upon meeting the minimum work requirements would additional points be recorded. This method facilitated easier calculations and remained within the capabilities of the shaman, thus avoiding any inflationary issues. Presently, few individuals received work points, with only a handful of artisans managing to earn them, as their success depended primarily on speed and hours worked. In contrast, hunters and fishermen faced additional challenges, as their success relied heavily on both skill and fortune. The wheat was successfully stored in the granary, and that evening, Baifeng allowed them to savor the new grain, providing them with a generous portion for a delightful meal of wheat porridge, which was nourishing and satisfying due to its thicker consistency. The stones for milling were selected, comprised of the readily available granite, though the chiseling process proved laborious. The sparks flew as the hammer struck the chisel, and only small amounts were chipped away at a time. It would take several days to complete the mill. The expanded fish pond had been excavated to a depth of approximately 1 meter, but transporting the excavated soil had become a troublesome task. When the pond was shallow, it was easy to discard the soil, but the current depth posed a challenge even for the strongest tribe members. Thus, Baifeng instructed the construction of a wooden framework at the pond's edge, equipped with wooden pulleys, grass ropes, and bamboo baskets, to gradually lift the soil out and deposit it into carts for transport to the city walls, where it would be utilized for further construction. After digging for over half a month, nearly everyone remained within the confines of the city, with only the fishing team venturing to the Great Lake every few days. The yield from fishing was more stable compared to hunting, allowing the tribe to feast on fish for 2 days with a single day's catch. Baifeng anticipated a final depth of approximately 3.5 meters for optimal fish farming. However, upon reaching about 3 meters, water began to seep into the pond. Previously, they would encounter water only after digging nearly 4 meters, so Baifeng was surprised to find the current groundwater level higher than before. Since water had begun to surface, further digging was halted. They began to fill the pond with collected sand and stones, as well as discarded, damaged bricks and tiles, creating a layer at the bottom. This would assist in future dredging and provide a minor barrier against seepage. Moreover, is it not customary to lay down such materials even without fish farming? Although I do not fully comprehend the advantages, at the very least, there seem to be no drawbacks. In the past, Baifeng's fishing regulations dictated that if a female fish bearing eggs was caught, it could be released back into the water as long as it remained alive, provided the tribe did not face food shortages. This was to ensure the propagation of fish species. However, times have changed. Baifeng now envisions instructing the fishing team to bring back containers filled with egg-bearing fish, alongside capturing some live male fish to introduce them into the pond and facilitate the production of fish fry. Yet, the members of the fishing team candidly remarked that the fish have largely exceeded their breeding period, and the lake is now teeming with newly hatched fry, more numerous than tadpoles. Baifeng, accustomed to such awkward situations, remained unfazed and suggested they simply collect fry instead. Although the tribe has yet to fabricate sturdy nets capable of ensnaring larger fish, crafting tools for catching smaller ones is a relatively straightforward task. In addition to the fry, various plants, aquatic vegetation, and other assorted flora and fauna from the lake must be gathered and introduced into the pond. Baifeng was uncertain about the dietary needs of the fish, but he reasoned that whatever the lake provided, they would nurture. This way, the fish would not lack sustenance. Moreover, they could also utilize grass and other forage to feed them. Before embarking on the journey to collect fry, it is essential to fill the pond with water. Baifeng felt that the tribe's irrigation system was becoming insufficient, as they only possessed a single conduit that branched into numerous pipes. While the upstream water supply remained ample, the downstream pipes had become quite disorganized. Baifeng deemed it necessary to renovate the entire water diversion project, but for the time being, he decided to make do. After the autumn harvest, when the land had not yet frozen, would be an opportune moment to undertake such work, as digging then would not encroach upon labor resources. He temporarily excavated a channel to direct water into the pond and opened the valve, allowing a steady stream to flow in. However, the volume was rather meager, and Baifeng surmised it would take a day or two to fill completely. Thus, he left 2 tribesmen to monitor the pond while the others returned to their respective tasks. Baifeng accompanied Sui to inspect the vegetable garden they had planted, where many vegetables had grown to a harvestable size. The cabbage, in Baifeng's view, seemed pitifully small, reminiscent of the baby bok choy he had purchased in a later life. Yet thanks to the fertilization and Sui's diligent care, it was still significantly superior to wild varieties. After harvesting a couple of cabbages, Baifeng resolved to prepare a simple stir-fried cabbage dish for Sui. With a cast-iron wok now at hand, he often cooked stir-fries for the two of them. However, most meals still resembled those of the other tribesmen. As Baifeng had never been a particularly adept cook in his previous life, many of his familiar dishes lacked ingredients, and even when available, he might not have been able to execute them properly. Without vegetable oil, he utilized rendered and solidified beef tallow. Chopped scallions were sautéed in the hot oil until fragrant, followed by the addition of freshly harvested, washed cabbage. After a brief stir-fry, the dish was promptly ready to be served. Sui greatly enjoyed the meals prepared by Baifeng. However, she found little interest in the nearly pure vegetarian dishes. After a brief taste, in which she expressed her delight at their exquisite flavor, she eagerly awaited the sumptuous slices of meat that Baifeng was sautéing. Recently, Baifeng had added a new ingredient to her repertoire, Sichuan peppercorns. The tribe was quite intrigued by the vibrant red peppercorns, which emitted a distinctive aroma. Yet, the trees bore numerous thorns, and standing beneath them often left one with a peculiar tingling sensation on the tongue. Driven by curiosity and the belief that one could safely sample a single berry without dire consequences, one individual plucked a peppercorn and placed it in his mouth, savoring its flavor with saliva. However, the numbing effect rendered his tongue nearly insensate, prompting him to hastily spit out the crimson fruit, though the tingling sensation lingered. He frequently observed Baifeng as she educated the tribe about various wild plants, their names, and their uses, as if everything could serve a medicinal purpose. Perhaps the chief was aware of the properties of this numbing substance. It might even be a crucial medicinal herb. When he presented Baifeng with a handful of Sichuan peppercorns, split open to reveal their black seeds, she joyfully rewarded him with a fist-sized piece of meat. Sichuan peppercorns were indeed a prized commodity. Not only were they a vital seasoning, but they could also function as a makeshift anesthetic, providing relief from localized pain in an era where one had to endure injuries without proper medical aid. In her childhood, when Baifeng faced punishment at school, she would rub Sichuan peppercorns in her hands until they felt numb, thus dulling the pain of the impending blows. A tribe member inquired why this peculiar substance, Sichuan pepper, possessed such an odd flavor and elicited an indescribable sensation on the tongue. Baifeng chuckled, remarking that Sichuan pepper was simply as it was, aptly described by the phrase a reddened face concealing a dark heart with numbing leaves. Sui could not consume too many Sichuan peppercorns either, so she only added 1 or 2 to the stir-fried meat, planning to gradually acclimatize her palate. After a satisfying meal, the two lay back, relishing the post-dining moment and skillfully avoiding the chore of washing dishes. Unexpectedly, a tribe member rushed in, interrupting their tranquility. He reported that the water channel supplying the fish pond had run dry, and the water supply from other areas of the tribe had dwindled as well, suggesting an imminent water shortage for the entire community. Baifeng, momentarily taken aback, quickly rose and gathered the others to investigate the water source. This was not a time reminiscent of later days when notifications preceded service interruptions and water would soon flow again. Indeed, all the tribe's water outlets were reduced to a mere trickle, a troublesome predicament. Although there was still some water in the reservoir, it would not suffice for the entire cattle herd, and this year, water had not been stored in the reservoir before the season's end. Baifeng feared that the inlet from the Great Lake had been obstructed, for the pipes along the way were buried underground. If a section of the pipe had become blocked, repairs would be exceedingly complex. Baifeng led the group directly to the Great Lake, following the water pipes, yet found no signs of leakage. She was increasingly convinced that the blockage lay at the upper inlet. However, when Baifeng arrived at the large lake to investigate, he discovered that the water inlet was not blocked. Rather, it continued to slowly intake water. Baifeng sensed that the situation was rather serious, indicating that there must be an issue along the way. To swiftly locate the faulty section of the pipeline, he employed a binary search method. excavating the soil in the middle section to uncover the water pipe. Without dismantling it, he noted that there was no leakage at the joints, as it was impossible for the ceramic pipes to fit perfectly, leading to some degree of seepage. Furthermore, he could not hear any sound of water flowing within the pipes, suggesting that the problem lay upstream. After 2 iterations of the binary search, Bai Feng and his team finally pinpointed the approximate location, excavating that section of earth to reveal the source of the issue. It turned out to be a burrow made by a mole. The damage indicated that the mole had breached the ceramic water pipe, causing fragments to become lodged within, preventing water from flowing downstream and instead diverting it entirely into the mole's burrow. Following the tunnel for several dozen meters, they indeed discovered another opening on a slope from which water continuously gushed forth. It was likely that the mole had perished in the flood, but there was no remedy for that now. They could only attempt to rectify the situation. After clearing the debris, a significant volume of water resumed its flow through the pipe, while some continued to leak out. This section would necessitate the replacement of a new segment of ceramic pipe. Bai Feng lamented his misfortune, or perhaps the malevolence of the land. Just as he contemplated modifying the water diversion project, trouble found him instead. Fortunately, he had opted for ceramic pipes. Had he chosen bamboo, the problems would have arisen much earlier. However, repairs could not be conducted that day. The current flow of water reaching downstream was barely sufficient for their daily needs, and he resolved to release water into the fish pond that evening. Yet, to fill the pond, it would likely take several more days. The pipes could not be fired on the same day, as the artisans, through trial and error, had built a drying room to ventilate and dry the clay, preventing the sun from cracking the unfired pieces. The pipes were not limited to just one segment. Bai Feng instructed them to produce several extra pieces for stock, ensuring immediate replacements in the event of future damage. Chapter 83. Source opening. Since the water flow was nearly halted, he decided to postpone releasing water into the fish pond as well. Given the pond's considerable size, the cement produced by their tribe was wholly insufficient for laying a foundation, so they only utilized cement to form the pond's base. The base was sloped and featured steps for easy access, with platforms constructed in strategic locations, greatly facilitating future fishing endeavors. It was imperative to hasten swimming lessons for the tribe. Currently, only a majority of the fishing team could swim, while the rest could not. With the establishment of the large fish pond, it was essential for everyone to learn, as falling into the water could lead to dire consequences without the ability to rescue themselves. On the day the pipes were completed, they were promptly replaced, restoring the tribe's water supply to normalcy. For several days, they had to resort to drawing water from the cistern in buckets for the cattle. The task of fetching water proved to be even more arduous than cleaning the cattle's waste, leaving the tribe members' backs feeling as though they were not their own after a day's labor. As soon as the cement dried, the fish pond was promptly drained, and the fishing team began to return with a diverse array of flora and fauna from the large lake. For the time being, these specimens were kept in large jars, awaiting the pond's water clarity before being released. Bai Feng was taken aback by the lake's rich biodiversity, in addition to the various fish they had been catching. His clansmen also brought back what they deemed inedible creatures, such as hard-shelled spiders and the elusive eel and loach from the mud. They also retrieved a variety of aquatic plants. Bai Feng, discerning that many of these were not suitable for consumption, meticulously sifted through the finds and surprisingly discovered lotus roots and water chestnuts among the mud. Having ventured to the large lake only a handful of times, Bai Feng was unaware of its treasures, as his thoughts had been solely concentrated on fish, never considering other possibilities. His clansmen did not perceive these peculiar items as edible. Had it not been for the chief's desire to gather everything, they would not have bothered to excavate such oddities from the mire. Eels and loaches, as food, posed no issue, though the earthy taste of eel was rather pronounced. Yet in this era, such a quality was hardly a disadvantage, as long as there was meat. No one concerned themselves with flavor. The eels were unearthed while they were digging for other plants, startling the clan when they first emerged from the mud, mistaking them for snakes. Attempting to flee, they became ensnared in the muck. Upon closer inspection, they resembled snakes, but were ultimately fish. With no escape, the decision was made to seize the opportunity. They captured and dispatched the slippery creature, only to confirm it was indeed a fish. Crabs and similar creatures were collected using bamboo tongs, due to uncertainty regarding their toxicity and edibility. Nevertheless, they endeavored to fulfill the chief's requests. Bai Feng soon realized he had been guarding a treasure trove unbeknownst to him. He was hesitant to consume the snails, wary of parasites he could not identify. So they were designated as fish feed instead. In the future, the shores of the lake would become a source for eels and loaches, representing another vital food source. As for crabs, considered by the clansmen to be oversized spiders, they were not yet at their plumpest, yet their flavor was undeniably delightful. However, the clansmen were cautious, with the first person to eat crab being none other than a brave warrior. The lotus root, rich in starch, served as a substitute for potatoes, which Bai Feng lamented missing during these times. He could forego any vegetable, but potatoes were indispensable. Unfortunately, potatoes were a distant dream across the ocean, beyond the realm of his present time. The lotus root could be regarded as Bai Feng's favored alternative to potatoes, with the added beauty of blooming lotus flowers. While lotus seeds could also serve as food, it seemed prudent to cultivate more lotus flowers in his fish pond. Bai Feng inquired about the abundance of these plants in the lake, and they informed him that in one bay, nearly all was covered with such vegetation, with flower buds already emerging. However, lacking the means to dive and harvest the roots, they could only gather a few from the shore. Bai Feng could already envision the magnificent sight of a vast expanse of lotus flowers in full bloom. When the time comes for the blossoms to reach their zenith, he must take Xue to witness this spectacle, to gather flowers and harvest lotus roots amidst the swaying blooms. The water chestnuts, with their prickly exterior, yielded only a meager handful, as they had never considered that these could be edible. Yet, Bai Feng, without hesitation, peeled one open and tossed it into his mouth, discovering its surprisingly delightful flavor, which astounded his kin once more with his profound knowledge. For a destitute tribe, both resource generation and conservation are paramount. However, for Bai Feng's clan, the abundance they have cultivated renders such concerns trivial. The tribe members can feast to their heart's content, relishing a diverse array of food, allowing them to experiment with new culinary creations. Unfortunately, the scarcity of oil limits their options to steaming or boiling, and after a while, the monotony of boiled dishes becomes tiresome. Bai Feng found the unseasoned taste rather primitive, and the notion of freshness seemed far-fetched to him, applicable only to certain ingredients. The reed rice is a staple for Bai Feng's people, well known and cherished. Thus, the tribe symbolically dug up a single grain to present to Bai Feng. He feared that the reed rice from the Great Lake might entice them to overharvest, potentially leading to its extinction in that area. Yet, there was no such risk for their own supply, as there was ample space to cultivate reed rice. Instead, he pondered the idea of transforming it into a vegetable dish. Bai Feng identified several edible and useful items and urged the fishing team to diversify their endeavors beyond mere fishing. With an increase in manpower, perhaps an additional 100 individuals, they could surely exploit the Great Lakes resources effectively. The fish pond was full, but seepage was inevitable, requiring daily replenishment. The water remained murky, necessitating a period of settling before Bai Feng would introduce fry. As for creatures like snails and lotus roots, tossing them into the pond would ensure their survival, given their resilient nature. In recent days, the tribe's meals began to include eel, loach, and crabs, items they once avoided but have now grown accustomed to. Bai Feng joyfully feasted on a large crab, reminiscing about the unattainable crabs of his past life, which were luxuries far beyond the reach of his modest budget. He could only indulge at a buffet. Regardless of his pursuits, Xue remained his most steadfast supporter. Thus, when Bai Feng set about cooking the crabs, she, though apprehensive, unwaveringly assisted him. Once the crabs were cooked, Bai Feng first opened one for Xue. The yellow roe appeared peculiar, and she hesitated, uncertain of its edibility. However, trusting Bai Feng's judgment, she bravely sampled it. To her delight, she found it irresistible, leading Bai Feng to crack open crab legs for her incessant appetite. Chapter 84. Food and Sugar. After a lengthy wait, the stone grinder was finally completed, having consumed 3 chisels in the process. Bai Feng deemed this effort worthwhile, for now. They could produce flour, and with flour, a myriad of possibilities would unfold. A diminutive mill, easily operated by hand, allows one to pour in handfuls of wheat, turning the stone grinder to yield a coarse flour that flows forth gradually. However, this flour is far from pristine. It possesses a yellowish hue and lacks visual appeal, with bran intermixed, necessitating further sifting. The grinding process proves to be quite cumbersome, resulting in only a modest quantity, approximately 1 earthen bowl's worth. After passing it through a denser bamboo sieve, Bai Feng deemed it suitable for use, recognizing the value of the sifted bran. which should not be discarded as it is a precious resource. In the absence of alkaline flour for making noodles, Baifeng resorted to using ash from common pigweed, which, when burnt, enhances the elasticity of the dough. This ingredient is famously utilized in the renowned Lanzhou beef noodles. The process involves mixing, resting, kneading, and then pulling the dough. However, Baifeng struggled to stretch it, and the quality of the flour was subpar, resulting in a somewhat brittle dough. Consequently, she opted for the more traditional method of hand-rolling and cutting the noodles. The broth, a clear soup simmered from beef bones, showcased a lustrous hue and an inviting aroma. Once the noodles were cooked, they were delicately lifted and arranged in a bowl, presenting a visually appealing dish, garnished with chopped wild onions and a few slices of radish. The absence of chili oil, the soul of the dish, was lamented. Nevertheless, the anticipation was palpable, with Baifeng and Sui each savoring a bowl, squatting at the doorway and slurping with delight. Many clan members, drawn by the enticing fragrance, gathered around, intrigued by the sight of their leader enjoying the long strands of noodles, though uncertain of what it was. To avoid drooling onto the ground, they maintained a degree of restraint, stealing glances before departing. Only the more familiar ones, like Shennong, daringly lingered nearby, knowing that Baifeng was inclined to share any surplus with those deemed valuable within the community. However, the quantity of noodles Baifeng prepared was limited. She and Sui shared a bowl, while the others received merely half a bowl each. Sui, still eyeing Baifeng with longing, craved more. Winning the hearts of the clan is as crucial as winning over a wife, yet since Sui had already had her share, Baifeng could only promise to make more in the future, ensuring she would be satisfied. The individuals who had enjoyed the noodles then joined in the labor of grinding more flour, which seemed reasonable. Whether it was the buckwheat with its broad leaves and blooming white flowers, the grain already bearing ears, or the sorghum still growing but not yet yielding, the clan members were filled with boundless anticipation, curious about the bounty and flavor of these crops. In any case, the wheat tasted acceptable, and they had heard that their leader would grind it into flour for creating other delicacies. Although they missed out on the noodles, they could still enjoy wheat porridge, albeit the thicker husk of the wheat made for a less palatable dish compared to white rice. With the rice already consumed, they awaited the bountiful harvest from the expansive rice fields. Baifeng had planted the sorghum with a casual attitude, given the abundance of land and seeds. Though its flavor was likely unimpressive, if it failed to bear fruit, it could serve as fodder for the cattle instead. The wildflowers in the mountains are in full bloom. A diligent tribesman noticed that a particular low-growing flower frequently attracted bees, prompting him to crouch down and observe the bees as they collected pollen. To his surprise, he became quite captivated by the scene, even following the bees as they flitted from one blossom to another, ultimately unwittingly trailing them back to their hive. The hunters soon realized that one of their number was missing. As they scanned their surroundings, they found themselves surrounded by unfamiliar faces. After calling out several times without a response, concern began to mount. They hastily retraced their steps, but there were no cries of distress or any signs of struggle. The disappearance was perplexing. What manner of creature could abduct a tribesman without a trace? They began their search from the spot where he had vanished, but found no discarded weapons or bloodstains. Why had he disappeared? Was he a traitor? The tribe had long sought honey but had yet to locate a substantial beehive, let alone indulge in its sweetness. Fortuitously, this tribesman had stumbled upon a vast colony of bees. The hive was perched high upon a towering rock face, at least 20 meters above the ground, and the honeycombs hung down, each measuring at least a meter in length, with honey oozing down to the ground, forming a large, golden crystalline patch below. The tribesman was roused from his reverie by the cacophony of buzzing bees. He had lost track of time and purpose while following a solitary bee. Realizing how close he was to the hive filled him with trepidation. The multitude of bees no longer seemed charming, and he began retracing his steps, slapping himself in frustration. His reckless diversion not only jeopardized the hunting party's plans, but would also waste precious time and resources if they discovered his absence. He lamented his folly, wishing only to return swiftly, hoping to mitigate the situation. In his fixation on this matter, he forgot that discovering the hive was, in fact, a task designated to the hunters, and the enormity of the hive represented a significant achievement. When he finally rejoined the group, he was nearly in tears, ready to apologize profusely, almost on the verge of kneeling. Although his companions were understandably upset, relief washed over them at his safe return, grateful that he had not fallen prey to a wild beast. It was only when the leader, Bear, inquired about his impromptu detour that the tribesmen recalled the significance of his discovery. To ensure safety, Bear led a team to the enormous beehive the tribesmen had mentioned, and upon arrival, they were awestruck by its scale, the resounding hum of the bees both exhilarating and alarming. With the hive located, the prospect of hunting seemed trivial. Bear promptly directed the team to return home and consult with White Wind for strategies to safely harvest the honey. However, they lingered near the rock face for a moment longer, discovering several smaller, isolated hives, where they noted that the honey had already accumulated significantly beneath them, offering a safer collection opportunity. When Baifeng learned of this matter, his heart was filled with immense excitement. At last, he would be able to gather honey. However, from their descriptions, it seemed that the process of honey harvesting was fraught with peril. Yet, the allure of honey was undeniable, and preparations for the necessary equipment were imperative. For the beehive was not going to relocate. Chapter 85. Preparations for honey gathering. Undoubtedly, meticulous preparations were essential before undertaking the honey gathering expedition. Honey held far greater importance than meat. A bowl of meat broth provided less energy than a bowl of sugar water, and honey, being a natural substance, required no additional ingredients for long-term preservation. According to the tribesmen, the honey embedded within the stone wall could amount to several thousand pounds. Baifeng only needed to collect a few hundred pounds. However, the specifics of the operation warranted thorough research. Bees were unlike any other creature. A sting from one or two might merely cause a brief swelling and pain, likely negligible for a person of contemporary constitution. Yet, a hive teeming with bees posed a significant risk of being fatally stung. Therefore, a sufficiently sealed bee suit was indispensable. Additionally, as the hive resided on a stone wall, scaling it presented considerable challenges. Baifeng contemplated the possibility of lowering someone from above. Recognizing the necessity of first-hand investigation, Baifeng requested his tribesmen to guide him to the location of the hive. Upon arrival, he discerned that the position of the hive rendered the prospect of accessing it by hand or ladder quite impractical. Constructing a nearly 20-meter ladder seemed exceedingly daunting, and a misstep could result in dire consequences. They decided to take a detour to examine the area above the stone wall, contemplating whether it might be feasible to lower someone down. If that proved unworkable, they would have to attempt constructing a massive triangular ladder. There was no way they would abandon the honey before them. From the front, the stone wall appeared as a towering edifice, while from the rear, it resembled a precipice. They dared not venture too close to the edge for fear of provoking the swarm. However, from the mountaintop, it was evident that lowering someone down would pose no issues. The ground was solid and stable, with no risk of collapse, and numerous trees provided reliable anchoring points. After surveying the surroundings, Baifeng formulated a rough plan and led his companions back down to the stone wall, where he estimated its height before returning home to prepare the necessary tools. The first item on the agenda was the bee suit. They had materials such as cowhide and sheepskin, which could not be fashioned into a single piece. So they opted to create separate trousers, shirts, and gloves. Additionally, leather socks were to be worn inside the shoes, and all areas would be tightly secured with rope, leaving no room for bees to sting. The head protection posed some challenges. Both bamboo and grass-woven headgear would hinder movement and operation due to their weight or shape. Ultimately, they decided on cowhide, while Baifeng had other plans for the eye protection. Once the tribesmen donned the bee suits, they resembled comically oversized and poorly made diving suits, appearing rather ridiculous. Nonetheless, at present, apart from the eye area, there were no vulnerabilities. It was oppressively heavy and hot. Regardless of the attire worn, discomfort was inevitable. The tribe managed to extract only 4 pieces of leather suitable for making bee-proof garments. Previously, the pottery team, through trial and error, had managed to create glass, guided by Baifeng, who provided them with general directions for its production. After some time, they succeeded in crafting glass beads, albeit with impure colors and numerous bubbles. Baifeng envisioned them utilizing glass to fabricate protective eyewear. Even if the hue was flawed and the clarity lacking, as long as visibility was maintained, it sufficed. Upon receiving this task, the pottery team approached it with earnest dedication. They had previously only experimented with glass production, never considering the potential applications of glass. The imperfect glass beads they had formed were carelessly discarded by the roadside for anyone to collect. Unfamiliar with the practical uses of glass, they sought the expertise of the blacksmiths, believing them to possess greater experience. Upon hearing their request, The blacksmith inquired about the characteristics of this glass material. Noting that aside from its transparency, it appeared quite fragile. He discerned that it bore similarities to iron, as both were derived from sand or stone, melted at high temperatures, and solidified upon cooling. Confident in their abilities, the blacksmith proclaimed that they were indeed the right people for the task. He proceeded to impart his metalworking skills, teaching them the nuances of hammering and quenching. He emphasized that the fragility of glass was likely due to improper quenching and instructed them on the optimal timing for this process, highlighting how varying temperatures yielded dramatically different results. The potters, placing immense trust in the blacksmith's words, were struck by his dedication and transparency in teaching. After expressing heartfelt gratitude, they set off to experiment, borrowing various tools and anvils from the blacksmith's workshop. Unexpectedly, when they extracted the softened glass and struck it while it was in a semi-solid state, it did not deform as anticipated but shattered explosively, leaving several of them bewildered and burned. They attributed this mishap not to flawed methodology, but to their lack of skill, perhaps exerting too much force. Subsequently, they retrieved another piece of fully melted glass and gently struck it, achieving the desired deformation. They modestly crafted a flat glass panel, intending to test the quenching process. They filled a water bucket and submerged the reheated glass panel, naively believing that any failure would merely result in inadequate quenching. To their astonishment, the glass shattered violently. Having never witnessed such a reaction, the pottery team felt utterly at a loss and hastily sought assistance from the blacksmiths to discern the issue. The blacksmith, upon hearing their account, was equally perplexed. An unsuccessful quenching should not have resulted in an explosion. He decided to demonstrate the process himself, and as a seasoned craftsman, he adapted quickly to working with glass, successfully shaping it into the form of eyeglasses. However, even during his quenching, the glass still shattered, with no other options available. The blacksmith resorted to the method of casting, reasoning that glass could be melted down into a liquid state. He fashioned molds and poured in the molten glass, allowing it to cool and take shape. However, while the objects were indeed created, they became excessively coated in sand, rendering them utterly unusable. Even after polishing, they remained obscured, providing some degree of protection, yet rendering the wearers nearly blind. Feeling utterly powerless, the blacksmith expressed his frustration, prompting the potters to seek advice from the chieftain, Baifeng, in hopes of a solution. Unfortunately, Baifeng was only aware that glass items could be shaped by either molding or blowing, lacking specific operational knowledge, leaving the artisans to experiment on their own. He did, however, mention that the quenching step could be entirely omitted. Thus, the potters set off to explore the art of glass shaping, knowing they could not directly manipulate it with their hands. With heavy hearts, they departed from Baifeng's residence, only to be approached by an inquisitive tribesman who noticed the blue-green transparent object they were molding into an unusual shape. Curious, he inquired about their intentions. Upon learning that the chieftain wished for them to create a framework from this material that would allow for visibility, the inquisitive tribesman looked on with confusion, tilting his head and remarking, "There are many stones in the wild that are whiter, clearer, and harder than ice. Why would one choose this?" The potters immediately took this individual to Baifeng, hoping that if his words held truth, they could rid themselves of this troublesome task. Surely, crafting their own pottery would be preferable. They lamented their initial folly in attempting to create glass, which had led them to this predicament, compounded by Baifeng's tight 3-day deadline. Failure to comply would result in a deduction of rations. At last, an opportunity seemed to arise to pass off this unfortunate duty to someone else. The man reiterated his description of the stone to Baifeng, who recognized it as white crystal. It became evident that his familiarity with local resources was lacking, and he resolved to explore further afield in the future. The pure white crystal offered far superior visibility compared to the glass they were capable of producing, being completely colorless and transparent, unlike their blue-green glass, which yielded poor clarity. Baifeng promptly instructed the man to gather as much of the transparent stone as possible, favoring larger specimens for urgent use. After a considerable portion of the day, they returned with an abundance of white crystal, the largest pieces comparable in size to Baifeng's calf, entirely suitable for crafting protective eyewear. The method employed would be chiseling. After gradually forming the general shape, they would refine it to ensure the surface was as smooth as possible to avoid discomfort for the wearer. Working alongside the stonemason, Baifeng relied on his previous experience in engraving, managing to carve out 4 pairs of glasses, albeit with some difficulty. Bai Feng's plan involved suspending a large basket with a long rope, allowing a person to sit within and harvest honey. After which both the basket and honey would be lowered to the ground, with one person cutting while 3 others handled the rope above. Primarily, the tribe lacked sufficient hides to craft protective bee suits. Hence, they planned to ignite damp wood, leaves, and mugwort beneath the beehive to create maximum disruption for the bees. Meanwhile, the others would stand at a distance, tightening their clothing and smearing mud over any exposed skin, while also generating thick smoke around them. As for the individuals tasked with harvesting honey, the brawny trio of Shennong, Chiyou, and Hui chose to handle the ropes, while Lu, being lighter, more agile, and possessing a sharp intellect, opted to enter the basket to collect honey. The ropes were thickened and bound together for added security, ensuring that they could withstand unforeseen events. They tested their attire and goggles, finding no issues, and were ready to embark. However, Bai Feng insisted they wear the goggles for a day to acclimatize, as they were not able to achieve a perfectly smooth finish, making the protective eyewear somewhat disorienting. Once Bai Feng confirmed they had adjusted to wearing the goggles while walking and observing, they set off to the beehive early the next morning, prepared with their supplies. Dressed in their bee suits, they loaded a cart with damp firewood, leaves, and mugwort, positioning it beneath the hive, leaving the cart nearby to transport the honey once harvested. A basket, nearly 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, was transported to the mountaintop, with each of its 4 corners secured by 3 ropes, ensuring that even if 1 or 2 broke, at least one would remain intact to safeguard their lives. Between 2 trees, a wooden frame was secured, and an iron pulley system was installed, with everyone ensuring all was in readiness. After confirming the bee suits were secure, Lu squatted inside the basket while the other 3 firmly gripped the ropes, gradually lowering Lu down. At that moment, Bai Feng and the others watched from a distance, unwilling to risk approaching, especially as some, fearful of the bees, ignited thick smoke on the left and prepared water and mud on the right. The fire beneath the hive was ignited with fat-soaked kindling, lighting a pile of dry wood. Although the wet wood would not blaze fiercely, it would produce a significant amount of smoke. As Lu reached the hive location, the smoke had thickened considerably. The bees sensed something amiss. Yet the fog significantly diminished their fighting capabilities, rendering them unable to sting effectively. Lu proceeded to slice into the hive, with honey flowing abundantly, feeling that his actions were virtually inconsequential to the hive's overall health. He had no intention of halting his efforts, and Bai Feng was pleased to witness this, noting that the bees seemed to have no natural predators in the area, as the hive was situated in a place inaccessible to creatures attempting to pilfer honey from the cliff. The large basket was filled to the brim by Lu, with honeycombs glistening and oozing honey, save for the area where he stood. It was now time to conclude their task. Lu shouted for Shennong and the others to gently lower the basket to the ground. Despite the 3 individuals pulling on the ropes and utilizing the pulley system, it was still a strenuous endeavor, and their arms began to ache. As the bees danced through the air, enveloping them in a swarm, the group felt an unsettling panic, though they remained confident that their garments would withstand the onslaught. Sensing that the deer had landed safely, the 3 of them untied the ropes and cast them down the cliff, descending with their belongings to assist in collecting the honey and loading it onto the carts. 2 carts brimming with honey were laboriously pulled towards Bai Feng. Honey streamed continuously through the crevices of the carts, creating a sweet trail, while numerous bees clung to them, unwilling to depart, eager to deliver a painful lesson to the perceived invaders. Unbeknownst to them, their stingers merely lodged in a leather coat. Bai Feng and his companions, witnessing the bees surrounding the bears, felt a twinge of fear as the bees pursued them from afar. Yet they lacked protective gear and hastily rolled in the mud for refuge. Fortunately, by the time the bears arrived, most of the bees had vacated the area. Though a few had already stung and were fatally injured, their innards torn away with the stingers. None escaped the bees' retribution, but the numbers were few, resulting in mere discomfort. Bai Feng felt a sting on his ears and leg, which soon swelled. The others fared little better, each suffering swelling in various places. Yet they paid no heed to the pain, eagerly dipping their fingers into the honeycomb and savoring the exquisite sweetness. As they pulled the honey-laden carts, many behind them delightedly licked the honey that flowed onto the ground, unwilling to miss even a hint of its sweetness. Bai Feng, overwhelmed by the abundance of honey, felt elated, knowing that their tribe would soon have ample provisions. Chapter 87. The onset of turmoil as they drove away the bees, flies. and other insects drawn by the scent of honey. Bai Feng and his companions hurried towards the tribe, the honey continuing to spill from the carts. However, the minuscule amount lost paled in comparison to the bounty they had acquired. Upon reaching the tribe, the villagers nearly went mad with excitement. Having caught whiffs of the sweet aroma lingering in the air, they could not approach the carts directly, but eagerly followed behind, dipping their fingers into the honey that had dripped onto the ground. Even mixed with dirt, the earthy and sweet flavors were irresistible to them, and they jostled one another for a taste. The drivers had already indulged, their mouths sticky with honey, their hands similarly coated. Bai Feng was cautious not to let them overindulge. Too much honey at once could lead to digestive troubles. For those afflicted, a bowl of thick honey water would surely remedy their discomfort. The shaman had long awaited their return with tools in hand. The honey extraction apparatus was a wooden barrel with a hole at the bottom, where a bamboo stick served as a spout. They would place chunks of honeycomb inside, then use a wooden mallet to press down, allowing the honey to flow out naturally. The remaining impurities could then be boiled down into beeswax. During the honey extraction process, a throng of spectators gathered outside, eager to witness the quantity of honey produced. With a firm press of the wooden mallet, honey surged powerfully from the bamboo tube, directed into prepared jars, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. The honey was pressed for most of the day until dusk approached, yielding 3 jars, each as tall as Bai Feng's thigh. Although Bai Feng could not ascertain the exact weight, he estimated it to be around 600 pounds based on the laborious efforts of his kin. The honeycomb was indeed a magnificent sight, and Bai Feng realized he had harvested less than 1/10 of it. He contemplated returning for another collection before winter, believing that a moderate harvest would not impede the bee's survival through the cold months. At the place where the carts were parked, a large puddle of honey had formed on the cement ground, sparing it from much dirt. The tribespeople delicately scraped the honey into their ceramic bowls with bamboo strips, planning to rinse it with water at home and savor it slowly. However, cleaning the cart proved challenging. One could hardly lick the sticky surfaces. Bai Feng instructed the workers to thoroughly wash the cart with water, cautioning that the runoff should not be consumed but rather collected for the cattle, thus avoiding waste. The fish pond had been cleared, allowing the newly caught fry to be released into the water, which was uniform, negating the need for acclimatization. Although the catch of shrimp, crabs, loaches, and eels was modest, they were still released into the pond. The apple snails, known for their resilience and rapid reproduction, were introduced in several bowls. Left to flourish on their own, reeds, bulrushes, and floating water plants were casually tossed along the banks. While planting lotus was deferred due to the lack of silt and insufficient excavation, Bai Feng planned to simply throw in lotus seeds when the time came. With the larger mobilizations nearly completed, everyone returned to their respective tasks. No one complained about the abundance of food, so those who fished continued to fish, and those who hunted resumed hunting. Salt was now transported by cart, enough for the tribe's needs for several months. Bai Feng had already begun the process of filtering and purifying the salt. Although the previous batches were relatively clean with minimal impurities, he deemed an additional filtration necessary after acquiring cloth. The charcoal and hemp cloth underwent several rounds of filtration, producing the first batch of the purest salt, which was then transformed into saturated brine. Subsequent salt blocks would be washed with this brine, resulting in pristine salt. This process ensured that the salt used by Bai Feng's tribe was always refined, even for preservation purposes. However, in future trades, Bai Feng intended to offer unrefined salt bricks. As there was no need to waste labor on refinement, the wild folk were content as long as the salt appeared white, indifferent to any unseen impurities. At this juncture, a significant event was unfolding within the Sui people, the death of the elder patriarch, who, despite his relatively young age of merely 30-some winters, had passed away. The circumstances of his demise were of little concern to anyone. Whether he had been slain by a blade or choked at a meal was inconsequential. After such a span of life, it was simply his time to depart. His father had an abundance of sons, and among them, Baoshi was merely an ordinary one. Yet, he was the most cunning among his numerous brothers. While everyone else staunchly believed in their oaths, he had long attempted to make a minor vow, which he subsequently violated without facing any repercussions. Since that moment, his regard for oaths had diminished substantially. He began to breach even greater and more serious promises. Yet he suffered no consequences. On the contrary, he reaped numerous benefits from such transgressions. Logically, he should have followed the customary practices, sharing a portion of the tribe's wealth with his brothers and establishing his own clan as a subordinate to the Xuanyuan tribe. However, he had come to recognize the pitfalls of such actions. Take the Shennong tribe, for instance. Once the most formidable tribe, it had gradually declined with each division. They had even lost control over distant subordinate tribes, such as the Xuanyuan tribe, which was now flourishing. Baoshi had previously consulted a great shaman, who used divination with yarrow stalks to predict that within the next decade, the land would be engulfed in a great war from which no one would escape, followed by a return to tranquility. During this tumultuous period, some tribes would be annexed, while others would be outright annihilated. Only the most powerful tribes would endure until the end. If the Xuanyuan tribe continued in its chaotic manner, failing to unite firmly, and instead dispersing with each change of chieftain, what chance would they have of achieving victory in the impending conflict? Though Baoshi did not place faith in oaths, he did believe in divination, as the shaman's predictions had proven remarkably accurate. Moreover, even if a great war were to be averted, his aspiration remained to strengthen the Xuanyuan tribe, a duty he felt compelled to fulfill as a son of the previous Xuanyuan leader. His brothers outnumbered those of his father's generation, and upon his father's death, no one was designated to inherit the tribe. Their eldest brother, Chiyou, was strong and an exceptional hunter, yet he had a volatile temperament, often resorting to violence against warriors and tribesmen, indulging in the company of beautiful women, and frequently taking pleasure in the execution of slaves. Although the tribesmen, including the leaders of several larger subordinate tribes, believed Chiyou should inherit the Xuanyuan tribe due to his unmatched combat prowess, Baoshi held a different view. He regarded Chiyou as a formidable warrior but deemed him unfit to be a chief. A tyrannical leader would inevitably incite rebellion among the tribesmen. To Baoshi, his other brothers were also inept. Some indulged in a life of leisure, relying on their father's legacy, while others were barely competent warriors. Among his younger siblings, some were just learning to walk, and the youngest, still in swaddling clothes, cast doubt on whether he was even his father's child. Chapter 88. Alliances. Through Baoshi's endeavors over the years, he had amassed a contingent of warriors under his command, numbering 3,000. While this was not a formidable force within the entirety of the tribe, he was only slightly inferior to Chiyou among his brothers. Moreover, during the gathering last year, he had only given a meager portion of the spoils to the tribe, while he had concealed the more durable supplies, awaiting the opportune moment. Those resources represented both his capital for ascension and his assurance for a resurgence after failure. His father, Baoshi, believed not to have been slain, but rather to have succumbed to the natural course of life, having endured over 30 seasons, with his teeth beginning to loosen, indicating that he was no longer a competent warrior. After all, even the act of consuming meat had become arduous for him, and it was indeed time for him to pass on. However, he felt that his demise had come a tad prematurely. He wished it could have been after the autumn harvest, for even if conflict erupted then, it would not hinder the grain's yield. Should conflict arise now, although it could safeguard the strength of the Xuanyuan clan, the injuries inflicted would require time to heal. With his father's death, disposing of the body in a cave would suffice, but the pressing matter was the pursuit of power. Chiyou felt destined to become the new clan leader, bolstered by his formidable martial prowess, which rendered him audacious and proud. His arrogance blinded him to the number of adversaries lurking in the shadows. Changhe, the leader of the He clan and an elder of the Xuanyuan clan, was a large affiliated tribe situated close to the Xuanyuan. Remarkably, he was also the younger brother of Baoshi, which made him an uncle, albeit only a few years his senior. The He clan possessed formidable military strength, with 4,000 warriors at their disposal, unabashedly expressing their thirst for power. Yet, Chiyou remained oblivious, never contemplating that the leader of an affiliated tribe would contest his claim to the Xuanyuan leadership. Upon receiving news of the old leader's passing, the leaders of other nearby affiliated tribes hastily arrived at the Xuanyuan clan. They were also elders of their tribes, wielding a degree of influence. For the Xuanyuan clan relied on the might of these affiliated tribes in both offensive and defensive endeavors. However, their ambitions were not so grand, as they were aged, having lived over 30 seasons themselves, and could easily meet a fate similar to that of the old leader, succumbing at the dinner table. Managing their own tribes sufficed for them. Baoshi's brothers were surprisingly eager to vie for the position of clan leader, despite their lack of capability or sufficient resources. With barely 1,000 under their command, they seemed to mistake the role of clan leader for an unrestricted indulgence in luxury. Bao Shi's assessment of them was to suggest they retire early, perhaps even leap from a cliff, for once he secured control over the tribe. These brothers would not be spared. They were a blight upon the tribe, and their execution would pose no issue. Yet now, his brother Qi maintained the strongest military force within the tribe. How could he wrest power from him? Observing the amiable Chang He, Bao Shi devised his scheme. Although, as a younger brother, he could approach Qi without obstruction, he was still young, his body not fully developed, and could not compare to the seasoned Qi, who had dominated the wilderness for years. Even a sneak attack could easily be countered, accompanied by his warriors. It seemed impossible for Qi to allow his brother to bring his own soldiers to meet him at such a critical juncture. Bao Xia, however, began to contemplate a scheme involving Chang He. Given their mutual objectives, why not unite forces? He believed that the two of them together would have a greater chance of success, even if a surprise attack failed. The combined number of warriors at their disposal would rival Qi's, if not surpass it. Moreover, Qi's warriors harbored little affection for him. No one admired a leader who hoarded resources and exhibited a tempestuous temperament. In contrast, Bao Xia shared his spoils with his warriors and treated them with kindness, never resorting to unwarranted punishment. Thus, his warriors held him in high regard, and should Bao Xia aspire to the position of leader, they would undoubtedly fight with unwavering loyalty. Bao Xia approached Chang He, who despite having lost his brother merely days ago, was remarkably cheerful. He pulled him aside, away from the other leaders, and without preamble, asked, "Uncle, do you wish to become the leader of the Xuanyuan clan?" Taken aback by Bao Xia's forthrightness, Chang He, buoyed by the strength of his 4,000 warriors, proudly replied, "Why not? I command a substantial force, and the tribe is well governed. The previous leader of the Xuanyuan clan was your father, my brother. Thus I am undoubtedly qualified for this role, provided you possess the courage." Bao Xia mused internally, suppressing a cold smirk while feigning trepidation on his face. "Uncle, your ambition to lead is something I wholeheartedly support. With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly bolster the Xuanyuan clan. However, it seems the others are inclined to support my brother Qi. His volatile nature and penchant for violence make him ill-suited to lead, and I fear that should he ascend to the position of leader, my head might one day serve as his entertainment, or he might unjustly confiscate resources from my tribe." Chang He readily acknowledged Bao Xia's concerns. Given his understanding of Qi, the prospect of him harming his own brother for amusement was indeed plausible. "Thus, I propose, Bao Xia, that you rally your warriors and join me in eliminating Qi. Once I assume leadership, I shall ensure you receive an abundance of resources as plentiful as mountains, and I will never levy undue demands upon your tribe." Bao Xia, however, harbored doubts and had no intention of seeing Chang He in power. Nonetheless, he maintained the facade of fearfulness and sought a solemn vow from Chang He, the more severe the better, as this would encourage his cooperation. After a moment's pause, Chang He raised his voice to declare his oath, envisioning mountains of provisions as rewards for Bao Xia, though he did not specify the magnitude of those mountains. He then insisted that Bao Xia also swear an oath, to which Bao Xia felt no pressure and promptly uttered an even more sinister vow, fully aware that oaths rarely come to fruition. Seeing Bao Xia's compliance, Chang He felt reassured. After all, few dared to violate an oath. However, leading a few thousand people toward their objective would be far too conspicuous. It might not only fail to eliminate Qi, but could also result in a counterattack from Qi's forces. A more secure plan was indeed necessary. In Chapter 89, the plan formulated. At this juncture, Bao Shi proposed his strategy, which involved bringing along a few oblivious, elderly elders, masquerading as emissaries to negotiate with Qi. Ultimately, the two would collaborate to launch a surprise attack, aiming to assassinate Qi within his chamber. Chang He, however, was skeptical of this approach. The bronze swords and copper axes they possessed were ill-suited for a stealthy strike. The moment they brandished their weapons, their intentions would be revealed. Additionally, Qi donned a formidable rhinoceros hide armor, which their bronze swords might not penetrate. Thus, Chang He suggested a night raid, reasoning that Qi, in his arrogance, would be more relaxed after dark, significantly increasing their chances of success. Without heeding Bao Shi's disdainful expression, he proceeded to assign attack positions and timing. Bao Shi retrieved his iron dagger, slicing a piece from a nearby soldier's leather garment, layering it thrice before placing it atop the meat he was consuming. With a decisive thrust, the dagger penetrated effortlessly, deeply embedding itself into the flesh beneath the protective layers. Chang He ceased his incessant chatter. Initially taken aback by the blade's sharpness, then unable to conceal the envy and greed that flickered in his eyes, yearning to claim the dagger for himself. He mused that had it been a bronze dagger attempting to pierce 3 layers of leather with such force, its integrity would likely have been compromised. Nevertheless, he suppressed his avarice, acutely aware that their standings were currently equal. He needed Bao Shi as an ally to secure the chieftainship for himself. Once he ascended to that position, all would ultimately be his. This dagger I acquired last year during the full moon gathering from a substantial tribe known as the Baifeng. They possessed not only numerous iron blades, but also a remarkably potent bow, though they were reluctant to trade. Bao Shi was eager to let others know of the Baifeng's existence, ensuring everyone was aware of the tribe's valuable possessions, thus enticing them to attack and potentially weakening a formidable rival. From that brief encounter, he discerned that the Baifeng were akin to himself. Their tribe was exceptionally affluent, with no concerns for sustenance or clothing, and only 20 days' journey away. In the future, regardless of who became the chieftain among the Xuanyuan, it was crucial to cultivate a good rapport with them and barter their grains, furs, and beauties for iron blades. While Bao Shi's words might appear foolish, they were laced with malice. Chang He, listening intently, envisioned the Baifeng's wealth and contemplated seizing it for himself, pondering the absurdity of exchanging food and beauties. Only a coward like Bao Shi could conceive such a notion, though he maintained a facade of agreement. At present, the most pressing matter lies in devising a plan to assassinate Qi. Although the iron dagger is relatively small and inconspicuous, should Qi become aware that Bao Shi possesses such a weapon, he might take precautions. Furthermore, what pretext could one possibly conjure to approach Qi? Yet, Bao Shi reassured him. Despite having more than one of these daggers, he would never openly admit it. He had merely informed Changhe that he had acquired this particular one, keeping it hidden from the old patriarch, let alone from Qi. Otherwise, how could such a prized possession remain in his hands? As for the rationale, the Baifeng tribe presented itself as the perfect opportunity. His father, being a peaceable man, disdained attacking other tribes, but Qi was of a different nature, bloodthirsty and fervent for battle. Would he not be tempted by the prospect of a prosperous tribe? At that juncture, they could present the dagger as a tribute, and when it was within arm's reach, strike decisively. Bao Shi had faith that Qi would not be able to withstand such an assault. Changhe found this scheme quite feasible and proceeded to contact the other elders, merely stating a desire to consult Qi regarding an offensive against the Baifeng tribe. Upon hearing this, the elders harbored no suspicions and naturally convened, preparing to accompany Changhe to meet Qi. Changhe deemed it prudent to carry an additional weapon for safety, thus concealing a bronze dagger within the thick collar of his sheepskin coat, treating it as a final safeguard. As they spoke, 8 individuals approached the entrance of He's cave. The nearby guards, recognizing Bao Shi and the elders, paid them no heed, especially since they bore no visible weapons. Upon entering the cave, they found Qi reclining languorously on a wooden bed, embracing 2 beautiful women, while savoring a particularly small, yet exquisitely flavorful bird meat. Should Baifeng witness this scene, he would undoubtedly declare Qi a foolish ruler. However, regardless of his criticisms, should he brew some wine, he would generously trade it, allowing Qi to indulge himself in intoxication, which would be the ideal outcome. Upon noticing the group's entrance, Qi initially intended to grasp a sword with his greasy hands. But upon seeing only a few elders, he relaxed and resumed his enjoyment of the delicacies and beauties. Tilting his head back, he mumbled indistinctly through his mouthful. "What brings you old fellows here? Do you request me to present you with some beauties?" Despite being well aware of Qi's notoriously foul temper, this assembly of elders wielded significant influence within their tribe. During the tenure of the previous patriarch, they had retained a degree of authority, yet they found themselves insulted by Qi's derision. Just as they were about to express their ire, they were restrained by Changhe and Bao Shi. Bao Shi, playing the peacemaker, urged, "Let us not be hasty. These individuals are, after all, our elders. Speak with a touch more civility." To their surprise, Qi responded dismissively, "Bao Shi, though you may not be an old fool, you are nonetheless a useless wretch. As the son of the patriarch, if you lack the ability to hunt a wolf alone, you might as well join the other worthless souls in the wilderness to await your demise." Bao Shi's expression was far from pleasant. He was merely 13 years old, his physique not yet fully developed. In Qi's eyes, he was indeed a good-for-nothing. However, Bao Shi believed that his body would continue to grow, whereas Qi's intellect would not improve. Yet, He refrained from retorting and humbly lowered his head to accept the insults from his brother. Observing that these individuals dared not resist his scorn, Qi's contempt for them deepened. He simply closed his eyes, refusing to regard them directly. "Speak," he commanded. "What business do you worthless lot have with me? If it's not of great importance, beware, or I may just feed you to the wolves." It was then that He stepped forward. "Leader, we have discovered a prosperous tribe, albeit lacking in military strength and warriors. We have traded for some remarkable treasures there, particularly a knife that is not only exceptionally sharp, but also incredibly durable, far surpassing any bronze knife. We come to present this knife to you." Although the position of the leader had yet to be firmly established, Qi relished being addressed as such, especially upon hearing of the treasures being offered to him. He immediately perked up, though he did not display excessive excitement, merely opening his eyes while remaining reclined, waiting for the treasures to be presented. He signaled to Bao Shi, who stepped forward a few paces to a more suitable position for a sprint. He approached Qi's side empty-handed, ready at any moment to draw the dagger concealed in his collar to strike Qi if necessary. The other elders, not having been informed of the knife presentation and only aware of the matter concerning the Baifeng tribe, stood bewildered, uncertain of Bao Shi's intentions. Bao Shi produced a small silver knife from his sleeve, positioning it in the sunlight and gently rotating it to reveal its gleaming edge. Both Qi and he swallowed hard, especially after witnessing the knife's remarkable sharpness and durability. Qi initially thought that his own golden bronze sword could achieve the same, if not more, given its size. He dismissed the small knife as merely a unique color without much utility. Bao Shi then picked up a twig and demonstrated the knife's sharpness by slicing through it with the iron dagger. It was only then that Qi recognized the knife's exceptional qualities. Bao Shi then inquired if he could use his brother's bronze sword to test which of the two would sustain damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi instructed the beautiful attendant at his right to hand Bao Shi the sword. He thought to himself how perfect this was. With Qi disarmed, he would be left defenseless against them. Taking the bronze sword, Bao Shi raised the iron dagger and struck down with force. The dagger lodged into the bronze sword, and upon shaking it free, a deep groove was left on the sword, while the iron dagger remained unscathed. It was at this moment that Qi recognized the extraordinary nature of the dagger. He pushed aside the two attendants beside him, urging Bao Shi to bring the knife closer so he could examine it thoroughly. Bao Shi nodded in agreement, simultaneously casting a subtle glance at He. He was merely 5 paces away from Qi, who remained reclined, showing no inclination to rise. Casting the bronze sword to the ground, Bao Shi advanced with the dagger in hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until, in a sudden burst of movement, he lunged forward, thrusting the dagger toward Qi's throat. Perceiving the imminent threat, Qi attempted to rise in a panic, only to realize it was too late. Bao Shi's dagger was already upon him. He could do nothing but lie back and catch the dagger with one hand, his strength overpowering Bao Shi's grip. Neither party yielded, both straining against each other. While the onlooking elders, initially entertained, found themselves utterly helpless in the face of this unfolding drama, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Qi reached for his sword with his other hand, but his grasp met only emptiness, reminding him that it lay discarded on the ground. In desperation, he seized Bao Shi's wrist with both hands, attempting to raise him. Realizing his dire predicament, Bao Shi shouted for He's assistance. In response, He hastily retrieved his bronze dagger from his collar and plunged it into Qi's side. The dagger pierced through Qi's rhino hide armor and into his flesh, causing him to wince in pain as his strength abruptly waned. Seizing the opportunity, Bao Shi broke free from Qi's grasp and swung the dagger toward his neck. A crimson arc erupted, thickening as it soared through the air. Qi emitted no sound, caught in a moment of indecision as to whether to clutch his neck or his waist. Ultimately, he ceased to struggle and collapsed onto the bed, never to rise again. The elders, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, hesitated to flee. With Qi's demise, the chieftain would undoubtedly choose between Bao Shi and He, placing them in a position of power. Observing that Qi had succumbed, He lunged toward the 2 beautiful women who had been mere spectators, drawing them into his embrace and treating them as if his tribe lacked women. Bao Shi wiped his dagger clean and glanced back at the elders, who quickly averted their gazes. Oblivious to the impending danger, He laughed heartily at Bao Shi, exclaiming, "Now that we have achieved our goal, I, He, shall become the chieftain of the Xuanyuan clan." The provisions and beauties I promised you will be delivered in full. However, I believe that dagger is meant for the chieftain's use. You are not yet worthy of it. Hand it over, and I shall reward you with some provisions." Bao Shi replied nonchalantly, "Very well," and stepped forward. As Chang He turned to admire his women, Bao Shi swiftly plunged the dagger into his abdomen. Chang He felt a sharp pain, disbelief washing over him as he realized the dagger had buried itself entirely within his belly. "Bao Shi, how dare you betray me? Have you forgotten your oath? Do you not fear divine retribution for breaking it?" With a sinister grin, Bao Shi retorted, "I am a god in my own right. If I breach my oath, shall I punish myself?" As he spoke, the knife wielded by his subordinate began to slice mercilessly, and soon, Chang He's abdomen was left in tatters, its contents spilling forth and falling to the ground. Chang He's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat pouring down his face. He pointed weakly at Bao Qi, and like Qi, he collapsed onto the ground, never to awaken again. The two beautiful women finally sensed the dread of their situation and began to weep, yet they remained rooted in place, awaiting the new victor, Bao Qi, to claim them. Bao Qi, however, did not approach the two women. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the elders. Although aged, should Bao Qi truly attempt to harm them, they would certainly not remain passive. Given their numbers, even with a weapon, he would not stand a chance. Yet, Bao Qi harbored no intentions of killing them. They lacked ambition and were capable of managing their tribe, rendering them valuable allies. Kicking the lifeless body, Bao Qi proclaimed loudly, "My elder brother was inept. The chieftain of the He tribe, Chang He, coveted power and murdered Qi. In avenging my brother, I have slain Chang He. I, Bao Qi, son of the former Xuanyuan, now aspire to be the chieftain of the Xuanyuan. Who supports me and who opposes me?" The elders exchanged glances, some nodding while others shook their heads. However, before Bao Qi could pose his question a second time, they collectively declared that he was indeed the most suitable candidate to become the new chieftain of the Xuanyuan. Satisfied with their response, Bao Qi requested that they accompany him to announce this news to all the tribespeople, proclaiming himself as the new chieftain of the Xuanyuan. As for the He tribe, with their chieftain deceased, they would revert to the Xuanyuan. The name he could fade into obscurity. Concerning his brothers, there was no need for them to depart the tribe and establish their own, for he believed he could provide for them as their chieftain. Thus, they would remain, though whether he might meet an untimely demise in the future was uncertain. Chapter 91. Romance cannot be eaten. While the Xuanyuan faced monumental upheaval, the Baifeng tribe was not idle. They mobilized the entire tribe for several days, as their millet, or foxtail millet, had ripened. Of course, in terms of both yield and quality, it could not compare to that of later generations, but it was far superior to the wild grains that grew haphazardly. The millet porridge received unanimous praise from the tribespeople. Once the millet was stored, they finally enjoyed a rare 2 days of leisure, primarily due to the heavy rains that rendered them unable to work. When the skies cleared, Baifeng resolved to take Sui to the Great Lake to admire the blooming lotus flowers, which were currently in full blossom. The wild folk lacked the romantic inclination to appreciate flowers, yet Baifeng did. Sui had been well fed and cared for in the Baifeng tribe for a year, with little strenuous labor required of her, nor the need to hunt or battle. Thus, she had developed rapidly. Her once slender frame had grown taller since their first meeting. Moreover, unlike many girls of later generations who would restrict their diets to maintain a slim figure, Sui, despite Baifeng's compliments on her beauty, believed that only plump women were truly attractive. Therefore, whenever she had the chance, she indulged in food, refusing none, especially after obtaining honey. Sui's hands and mouth were always sticky. Baifeng, fearing for her dental health, knew that there was no opportunity for her to lose her baby teeth again. So he concealed the portion of honey that belonged to the chief, only allowing her a taste every couple of days or mixing some honey water for her. Now, Sui's physique had fully matured. At least in Baifeng's eyes, she no longer bore the semblance of a minor. Embracing her felt devoid of any guilt. If she were to bear children, Sui would undoubtedly be capable now. Her bones had developed, significantly reducing the risk of complications during childbirth. However, Baifeng hesitated. Not for Sui's sake, but for his own. He had encountered Bao Shi and learned of Xuanyuan and Chiyou, knowing they existed in the same era. Although the timing of the great conflict remained uncertain, based on the ages of the current populace, Xuanyuan would have been no older than 30 during the final battle of the deer hunt, likely around 25. As for the legends that Xuanyuan lived for over 100 years and Chiyou for 80 or 90, Bai Feng dismissed them entirely. In an era where the average lifespan barely exceeded 20, reaching 40 was already considered elderly. The chief, despite having ample sustenance, was still expected to lead in battles, suffering numerous injuries. Moreover, the tales claiming Xuanyuan was pregnant for 2 years, speaking upon birth, and achieving remarkable feats at 15 were treated by Bai Feng as mere myth. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Xuanyuan at 15 must have been extraordinarily formidable. While one could not assert she was omnipotent, her accomplishments in her time indicated a talent far beyond that of ordinary individuals. If Bai Feng had not absorbed the knowledge accrued over millennia by humanity, he would not even be worthy of holding Xuanyuan's shoes. Currently, Xuanyuan and Chiyou would still be youths, much like Bao Shi, yet in the coming years, they would assume leadership of their tribes, heralding the arrival of a tumultuous era. In the annals of history, Bai Feng's tribe had never existed. Even if it had, it would have been merely a fragment of the dragon or not worthy of even becoming a scale of the dragon, vanishing amidst the flames of war. The present Bai Feng tribe was an anomaly, and he was uncertain of his future. Even if his policies, insights, and knowledge far surpassed those of his contemporaries over the millennia, Bai Feng could not guarantee the safety of his tribe or himself during the impending war, let alone that of his potential offspring. Thus, he refrained from fathering children, knowing that during the conflict, a child might not even be able to walk steadily, leaving him unable to protect them. Consequently, Bai Feng had no intentions of leaving behind descendants. However, what harm was there in indulging in romance for the moment? Bai Feng took her to the Great Lake, and under the guidance of their tribesmen, they successfully found the blossoming Lotus Bay, adorned with pink and red flowers, along with unopened buds, which was utterly breathtaking. Bai Feng, steering the bamboo raft with Sui seated behind him, drifted into the midst of the lotus blossoms. Sui joyfully plucked her favorite flowers and piled them onto the raft, quickly filling it to the brim, while Bai Feng lovingly watched her without any restraint. Sui had never fathomed that the world could be so splendid. Her existence had revolved solely around sustenance, food, and more food. In the past, had she encountered these lotus flowers, her thoughts would have been solely on their edibility, rather than considering their potential as decor for her dwelling. As she circled the Lotus Bay, Bai Feng propelled the bamboo raft forward, reaching the shore, where he rolled up his trousers and plunged his hands into the mud, soon retrieving several lotus roots. Eager to join in, Sui was assisted by Bai Feng as she disembarked from the raft, plunging her hands into the mire in search of lotus roots. Alas, lacking experience, she could not find any despite her efforts. Just as she began to feel disheartened and turned to return to the raft, a sudden sharp pain shot through her foot. Initially thinking she had stepped on something sharp, she sought Bai Feng's aid, only to discover a crab had clamped onto her foot. Startled, she let out a shriek. But detaching the crab proved to be a challenge. Bai Feng swiftly removed the other claw of the creature and, with some force, managed to free Sui's foot from the crab's grasp. However, her foot had sustained a wound and was bleeding. Bai Feng, filled with concern, hurried her back to the raft, where he rinsed the mud and blood away with water. He then ventured ashore to gather the ubiquitous burdock, which, even if it pricked, posed no significant danger. After collecting a few leaves, he crushed them with a stone and applied the paste to Sui's injury. Sui, not one to indulge in dramatics, brushed off the blood and did not dwell on her wound. Once the bleeding ceased, Bai Feng felt relieved and continued to steer the bamboo raft further afield. Should they encounter water chestnuts, known as Ji-tu-mi, he would dive in to gather a few for them to enjoy together. However, this idyllic moment did not last long. After a few hours, Bai Feng returned to assist his kin in their fishing endeavors, for romance could not substitute for sustenance. Food remained paramount. Yet, the thrill of fishing brought its own joy, especially during those moments when the catch was plentiful, which surpassed even the delight of flower gazing with Bai Feng. Ultimately, the entire clan returned home laden with their catch, and Bai Feng gifted Sui the honey she had longed for, maximizing her happiness for the day. Though other crops had yet to ripen, some, like the hemp that Bai Feng valued most, were ready for harvest. The yield would determine how many garments could be fashioned and whether they could weave nets for fishing. Chapter 92. The consolidation of power. Apart from a designated hemp field, the tribe cultivated hemp in various plots, all thriving remarkably well, with many plants exceeding 2 meters in height. Even beneath the city walls, seeds had been scattered carelessly, their resilience astonishing Bai Feng as they flourished. Albeit not as robustly as those in the cultivated fields, yet still surpassing the wild varieties. Hemp is dioecious, with male plants growing taller and sturdier but yielding no seeds. As the time for harvest approached and the stalks turned yellow, he mercilessly cut them down, one by one. The female plants bore seeds. Thus I waited a few more days, harvesting them later than the male plants to ensure the seeds were thoroughly dried. After cutting down the male plants, I stripped them of their leaves before immersing them directly in lime water for processing. The female plants were only processed after the seeds had been harvested, a somewhat cumbersome task. Fortunately, I entrusted this labor to the skilled women of the textile team, as they excel in such matters, while I, by phone, appeared rather inexperienced. My role was merely to provide them with any assistance within my capacity and to accommodate their reasonable requests. As for the glass produced by the pottery team, although I did not demand any specific shapes, I hoped they would continue their research into glassmaking. Even if the colors remained mixed and the transparency was lacking, it was of little consequence, so long as it allowed light to pass through. My aspiration was simply for them to create a glass window, a simple square pane, which shouldn't be too challenging. I had already prepared the window frame, constructed from wood, and once the glass panels were ready, they could be installed to enhance the room's illumination. However, progress with the pottery team was slow. Each kiln firing yielded little difference, and my expectations dwindled. Eventually, I simply forgot about this endeavor and turned my attention to mica sheets. Mica, equally transparent yet more fragile, was abundant and could be easily obtained. A gentle twist of the hand could detach a piece from a larger sheet, making it a feasible substitute for glass. Although rock crystal was clearer and harder, and its yield was substantial, shaping it into flat surfaces proved laborious, and excessive transparency could compromise privacy. Despite not planning for children at the moment, I still wished to cherish our intimate moments. Meanwhile, in the domain of the fire god, Baoshi had just dealt with several elders, aligning their narratives to assert that Chang He had assassinated his brother Qi, and subsequently, he avenged his brother by killing Chang He. This strategy would significantly reduce resistance when he assumed control over the entire tribe. At least, the warriors managed by his brother would likely offer little opposition, and the people of the He tribe would probably harbor no rebellious sentiments. Emerging from Qi's cave with a few others, Baoshi noted the two beauties lying in pools of blood, alongside the killer, Chang He, all felled by that bronze dagger, though not by his own hand. He summoned his warriors and instructed them to gather with the elders, convening all tribesmen and notable figures to announce his intention to lead the Xuanyuan clan. Soon, tens of thousands assembled at the foot of the hillside, arranged by rank and their respective subordinate tribes, awaiting the elders' momentous proclamation. Baoshi's inept brothers stood at the forefront, while two of his younger siblings, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had not even attended. As there was no place for their input, they could hardly speak. Among them, one of his less capable brothers appeared drained by his indulgence in female company, lacking the vigor necessary for hunting or combat, rendering him rather insignificant in the eyes of the assembly. However, this inept individual, feeling that Baoxia, standing in the highest position, was a glaring eyesore, believed he had no right to be there. If it were Qi, he might have reluctantly accepted it. Thus, he loudly berated Baoxia, demanding he descend. Though the other brothers remained silent, their eyes revealed a shared sentiment of discontent. They refused to acknowledge their own inadequacies, but felt that Baoxia was unworthy of that esteemed position. Even if they were not the brightest, they understood that such a place, along with the attire, was reserved solely for the clan leader. Yet, they lacked the courage to oust Baoxia, hoping only that their strongest brother, Qi, would emerge to dismiss the unwelcome presence. To their disappointment, despite calling for a long while, Qi did not appear. Baoxia waved his hand and feigned sorrow, stating, "My brethren of the Xuanyuan clan, our leader, in the previous life, Xuanyuan, who was also my father, has passed away. The brother who should have inherited my father's position, Qi, was just recently assassinated by the leader of the He clan, Chang He." Upon hearing this news, everyone gasped in shock. Their tribe had just lost its leader, and what remained was a powerful son to succeed him, now reduced to nothing. Baoxia continued, "After Qi's demise, he rushed directly towards the beauties without hesitation, which reveals Chang He's utter incompetence and his complete lack of intention to contribute to our people. Furthermore, after using them, he ruthlessly murdered the two maidens, showcasing his shamelessness and bloodthirstiness. To protect the Xuanyuan clan and avenge my brother, I killed Chang He. Now, I believe that I am the only one worthy of assuming the role of clan leader. I wonder if anyone has any objections? The ordinary tribesmen had no objections. They bowed their heads in silence, awaiting a decision from the leadership, knowing full well that whoever became the leader would not alter their lives in any significant way. Upon hearing of Qi's death, Jun, emboldened, began to voice his disdain, questioning Baoxia's qualifications to lead, and approached him with hostility, raising his fist to strike. Baoxia, unfazed by this feeble and ineffectual brother, deftly evaded the attack, and with a swift motion, plunged his knife into Jun. A cry of anguish escaped Jun as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing before falling still. The other brothers, who had harbored ambi, there shall be no further division of territories among them. Instead, they will be allowed to govern their own tribes while remaining within the confines of the land tribes. This strategy addresses the root issue of the weakening of the Xuanyuan clan. However, to restore the Xuanyuan clan to its former glory, or even surpass it, it is essential to reintegrate the previously separated subordinate tribes under Xuanyuan management. Chapter 93. A succession of troubles. The Baifeng tribe found itself shrouded in melancholy, primarily due to the inclement weather. Initially, the torrential rains were manageable, but the onset of hail brought dire consequences for their crops. They could only watch helplessly as hailstones bounced and rolled, leaving no respite for their rice, buckwheat, or sorghum vegetables, now utterly decimated. Baifeng particularly dreaded the summer storms, not only for their ferocity, but also for the frequent accompaniment of hail. Fortunately, this deluge did not last long, and the hailstorm persisted for merely a few minutes. The tribe clung to a glimmer of hope for salvage, as their crops had not yet begun to flower and were still in the stalk stage. One hailstorm alone would not lead to total loss. After the hail, even in the height of summer, the temperature remained unseasonably low. The tribe members shivered as they ventured out to assess the damage to their crops. The buckwheat suffered the most severe impact. Its short, delicate stems were shattered, leaving a ground strewn with debris and the blossoms obliterated. It was evident to Baifeng that the buckwheat was a total loss. The rice fared slightly better, though it would still see a significant reduction in yield. Sorghum, which had only grown stalks without any ears, appeared even more dismal after the storm. But the overall impact seemed less devastating. Recognizing that the buckwheat would yield no harvest, they decided to uproot it entirely for use as fodder for their cattle. Though it pained them to do so, it was a necessary choice. Harvesting it now offered some utility, whereas delaying would render it fit only for firewood. Changes also emerged within the herd. A cow had given birth. Though, by the timeline, it seemed improbable, the calf was nonetheless anxious, as it represented the first new life for its tribe. However, the cow was still young and inexperienced in birthing, leading to complications in the process. Baifeng had to take the risk of entering the cattle pen to assist in delivering the calf. Yet, a birthing cow is often fiercely protective and, given that these cows were not raised by Baifeng, they retained a wild disposition. While the other cattle scattered to graze, the calf remained by its mother's side. Upon Baifeng's approach, the mother became agitated, refusing to allow him near, charging at him as he drew closer. The calf was unable to intervene, and under such circumstances, Baifeng hesitated to assist, fully aware that while a single cow held great importance for the tribe, his own life was paramount. However, it became increasingly evident that the situation was dire. After more than 2 hours of strenuous effort, no calf had been born. The tribe members, particularly those who typically tended to the cattle, wore expressions of deep concern. They understood the profound significance of this cow to their community and had developed a bond with it. Baifeng instructed others to bind the cow's hooves and horns with ropes, while several individuals strained to hold it firmly in place. Initially, Baifeng intended to assist in pulling the calf, but the tribe members deemed it too perilous for their leader, insisting that he should not partake in such a risky endeavor. Thus, they pushed Baifeng aside and took it upon themselves to pull, to which Baifeng did not object, standing by to offer encouragement. Fortunately, assisting in the birth of a calf is markedly less perilous than human intervention. The primary danger lies with the people, while pulling the calf merely requires strength. After a considerable struggle, the calf finally emerged into the world. The mother cow, now more resistant, continued to struggle to avoid trampling her newborn. The tribe members worked diligently to clear the mucus from the calf's head and the amniotic fluid from its mouth, confirming that the calf was alive, albeit weak and unable to stand due to the prolonged labor. Another reason for the mother cow's struggle was that she had begun to produce milk. Yet the calf had yet to nurse, causing her considerable discomfort. With the cow's legs secured, they were not concerned about being kicked. They cradled the calf and lifted it to reach its mother's teats. Although the calf could not stand, it was able to open its mouth. And once it found the right position, it began to nurse eagerly, which gradually calmed the mother cow. As the milk flowed, the calf regained its strength and eventually managed to wobble upright. They gently released their hold, allowing the calf to shift positions and continue feeding, and then untied the ropes binding the mother's legs, stepping back quickly. The mother cow no longer kicked at them, seeing both the calf and herself safe. She even loosened the rope around her horns and promptly turned to lick her offspring. At this moment, the calf, now reassured, ceased its anxious cries and wandered off to graze alongside the herd, leaving only these two cows in the pen. Once the placenta was delivered and removed, Bai Feng and the others felt at ease to depart. As for the placenta and umbilical cord, they were certainly not fit for consumption, even though the tribe members were generally open to different foods. Bai Feng, however, chose to discard it by tossing it onto a tree outside the city walls to feed the wild beasts. Little did he anticipate the considerable trouble this would eventually cause him. Now, the city walls were being constructed according to Bai Feng's vision, with the parapet at the gate extending for dozens of meters. This was the most critical area for defense. Other sections could be constructed gradually. 2 robust arrow towers had been erected, each capable of accommodating a standing individual, and within them lay the tribe's most formidable weapons, the powerful crossbows. One placed in each tower. Although only a small tribe had attempted an assault thus far, Bai Feng understood that future conflicts would involve actual armies numbering in the thousands, far removed from mere village skirmishes. Recognizing the inadequacy of his tribe's resources, Bai Feng deemed that a cautious defensive strategy was the most prudent approach. Should he ever possess a multitude of tribesmen, the title of cultural progenitor would not be beyond his reach. It was not inconceivable for the descendants of Yin and Huang to evolve into either Yin Bai or Bai Huang. The dwellings of the clansmen predominantly consist of brick houses, while the older earthen homes remain untouched, serving as storage for firewood and construction materials such as coal and cement. However, not all houses are coated with cement. Only Bai Feng's residence features cement walls, as the tribe's production capacity for cement has yet to reach substantial levels. Nevertheless, the houses have been constructed, and there remains the possibility of applying an exterior finish in the future. Chapter 2. The summer is plagued by intense convective weather, with thunderstorms commencing at dusk, dark clouds looming ominously overhead, and the rain occasionally drizzling. The thunder, however, instills an unsettling fear in the hearts of the people. During such times, everyone inevitably retreats early to their beds, and there is no need to assign watch, as no creature possesses the audacity to venture out in such conditions. The thunder rumbles throughout the night, and one can occasionally hear the frantic patter of rain. Bai Feng, awakened momentarily, feels an inexplicable sense of dread, as if something were wailing in anguish. Ultimately, he reassures himself that it is merely the thunder causing his anxiety, and he forces himself back to sleep. Upon rising in the morning, the ground is indeed damp, with some standing water making work difficult. Nevertheless, everyone gathers promptly. After attendance is taken, they disperse to tend to their tasks. Those with no work to do prefer to return to their slumber rather than assist in earning labor points. The industrious ones set out to earn their own homes, though not all clansmen share such diligence. Many are content to merely get by, believing they are better off than wandering savages. As Bai Feng inspects his vegetable garden, a distressed clansman rushes towards him, claiming that the cattle herder is searching for him as there has been a grave incident with the herd. Alarmed, Bai Feng's immediate thought is that the newly born calf has encountered trouble, prompting him to hasten towards the cattle pen. Along the way, he encounters the cattle herder, who is tear-streaked and sobbing. Bai Feng suspects the calf has perished, although it had been up and nursing just yesterday. Surely it could not have died. Did the calf die? He inquires tentatively. The herder, taken aback, wipes his tears and nods in affirmation, tacitly acknowledging Bai Feng's question. It's just a calf. If it has died, so be it. More calves will be born in due course. Consider this a learning experience. Bai Feng attempts to console him. Yet, the herder seems uncomforted, instead bursting into a more profound lament, squatting down and weeping uncontrollably. Bai Feng is perplexed. Surely, the loss of a single calf should not provoke such despair. He glances at the other clansmen, only to find their expressions equally grim. A sense of foreboding washes over Bai Feng. It was merely one calf that perished, correct? He asks, but they shake their heads. Did both the cow and calf die? He receives mixed nods and shakes, leaving him even more bewildered. How many have died? What on earth transpired? Please clarify. The cattle rancher endeavored to suppress his tears, yet ultimately succumbed to despair. A nearby villager spoke. Chief, our herd was attacked last night. 4 cattle have perished, and many more are injured. Bai Feng felt a sudden dizziness. Who perpetrated this? Which tribe? Were there any traces left behind? The villager replied, Chief, it was not the wild men. It was wolves. Many, many wolves. There are 2 wolf carcasses trampled in the pen, and the ground is strewn with paw prints. Once again, it was wolves. Bai Feng sensed an ongoing conflict with these creatures, having been ambushed by them upon his arrival in this world, assaulted by a pack last winter. And now witnessing them raid his own cattle pen, this was intolerable. Anguish and anger surged within him, yet the events had transpired, leaving him no recourse. He approached and lifted the sobbing villager from the ground, and together they ventured to the cattle pen to assess the extent of the damage. As they neared the pen, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Upon entering, they were met with blood and a carpet of gray and yellow fur, mingled with muddy paw prints. The herd remained in a state of panic. Bai Feng's entrance incited a commotion that startled him. At the edge of the pen lay 3 mutilated cattle corpses, their bodies marred with wounds, chewed and mangled. Braving the stench, he crouched to examine them, discovering their entrails were hollowed out. Among these 3 cattle was the mother who had calved just yesterday. He recognized her by the distinct markings upon her head. Now, however, her eyes had dulled, lacking luster and smeared with mud. Bai Feng felt a pang of sorrow. It was no wonder the villager wept so bitterly. Joy had turned to multiplied grief in a single day, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Yet there were only 3 carcasses present. The calves were nowhere to be found. Following the traces on the ground, he discerned a clear drag mark leading away, revealing a hole that had been gouged into the wall, covered in scratch marks. To create such an opening in a wall of that thickness was no small feat, especially one large enough to drag a calf through. Since the upper section of the wall was beyond their reach, they dug a pit at ground level and managed to create a hole large enough for Bai Feng to squeeze through. Enraged, he momentarily set aside his fury. Prioritizing the welfare of the herd, he called out for the calves, and after a couple of plaintive mooing calls, one emerged. Its once pristine white coat was now matted with mud and blood, obscuring its true color. Dried blood, perhaps from the wolves or other cattle, stained its horns, and it bore several claw marks across its body, yet its spirit remained intact, with no immediate danger apparent. Most of the other cattle in the herd appeared injured as well, but they posed no threat to their lives and were able to rise and partake in food and water. Even though Bai Feng wished to administer some medicine, their heightened alertness deterred him from approaching them closely. On the ground lay 2 crushed wolf carcasses. Their bodies were utterly mangled, and were it not for their distinctive pelage and size, Bai Feng might have struggled to associate them with wolves. Extracting the 2 wolves from the mud, their flesh was no longer fit for consumption, yet their fur remained intact, albeit their bones and entrails were pulverized. Bai Feng commanded his men to skin the wolves, intending to fashion boots from their pelts, for he could not easily quell the resentment he felt towards them. Turning back, Bai Feng ventured outside the city walls to inspect the scene surrounding the hole, tracing the path where the calf's carcass had been dragged. Following the trail for quite a distance, he eventually discovered the skeletal remains amidst a pile of rubble, stark and devoid of flesh. It seemed the wolves truly valued their sustenance, which elicited a bitter smile from Bai Feng. The cow's head, remaining intact due to the lack of edible portions, only fueled his ire further. Reflecting on his prior torment at the hands of the wolves, he resolved to take no more of their tyranny. He would seek vengeance upon this pack. From henceforth, no wolves were to roam near his tribe. Any that dared approach would be met with annihilation. Bai Feng's anger propelled him back to his tribe, preparing to gather his belongings and follow the tracks to exact his retribution. Fortune favored him, as his tribe was in need of quality hides, and given the wolves' audacity to carve such a large hole in the wall and slay 4 cattle from a sizable herd, their numbers must surely be considerable. However, on his return journey, a sudden thought struck him, prompting a detour to investigate further. Indeed, the cow placenta that had hung from the tree was now gone, and the ground beneath was littered with wolf paw prints. Bai Feng felt a pang of regret. It was a lapse in judgment to leave the meat exposed, effectively inviting the wolves. In the future, should such items arise again, he vowed to either incinerate them or refrain from hanging them outside altogether.